Chapter 1, First Contact. It was late in the night of the ever-peaceful village of Konoha. One figure could be seen walking in the woods behind the Hokage monument. It was a young boy with bright blonde hairs and deep oceanic blue eyes. It had been a month since he was thrown out of the orphanage and he was seriously starting to feel hunger, thirst but above all sadness. Naruto wandered the woods with no particular goal in mind, just thinking about why everyone in the streets looked at him with hate and disgust in their eyes. Damn, I'm so tired, it's been 2 days since I last ate, he thought, as he remembered behind the Akamichi barbecue restaurant where he found some leftovers in the garbage that was still edible. Then all of a sudden he sees something moving behind between the bushes, a kunai suddenly embedded in the tree only an inch apart from where his head is. There he is, guys, it's our lucky day, the demon is alone in this remote place, said a man. He was not alone as Naruto could hear numerous more footsteps coming in his direction. What do you want, mister? Asked Naruto with obvious fear in his voice. What do I want? I want my son back, you monster, said the man as the other men and women who had been with him gathered around Naruto. Your son, where is he? Replied Naruto, not understanding what this man's son had to do with him. Don't play the innocent with me, demon. You killed him and I'm finally gonna get my revenge tonight, said the angered man as more and more people joined him. Then the crowd broke apart to let one man advance. He was dressed in shinobi gears but Naruto did not know how to tell which rank he was. He started to see that the crowd was actually composed of several of those shinobis all wearing headbands with a leaf sign, between the people in regular civilian clothes. Mr. Shinobi-san, please help me. This man wants to hurt me but I'm innocent, the first swear, said Naruto with tears in his eyes. As he was about to add something else, he never saw the man taking a kunai from his pouch and throwing it hard in his direction. The kunai hit his chest and Naruto could only gasp as the pain he felt prevented him from saying anything. Then all went dark. Hokage Tower. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk contemplating the volume of paperwork he still had to do before he could call it a night. The council he had just left was more or less a repeat of what happened every year at the same date for the last 6 years. The council was composed of 3 powers, the ninja, the civilians and the elders. The ninja side was composed of the different clan heads of Konoha's noble families. Fugaku Uchiha from the Uchiha clan. Hiyashi Hyuga from the Hyuga clan. Sume Inazuka from the Inazuka clan. Shibi Aburame from the Aburame clan. Shikaku Nara from the Nara clan. Inoichi Yamanaka from the Yamanaka clan. Choza Akamichi from the Akamichi clan. Asuma Sarutobi from the Sarutobi clan. The civilian side was composed of the most powerful civilian families and finally the elder side was composed of Sarutobi's old teammates, Kaharu, Homura and Danzo. Today's council meeting had been initialized by the civilian members once again with the same subject, Naruto Uzumaki. Flashback. Council chamber. We cannot let that demon continue to grow up, Hokage-sama, said one of the civilian representative. We have to kill it before it is too late, added another civilian before the Sandame flared his killing intent in the room, silencing all the civilians while the shinobi experienced mild discomfort. You will do nothing to the boy. And need I remind you all fools that the law regarding his tenant is still effective, the next offender will be accordingly punished, barked Sarutobi. Seeing an opening, Danzo tried to play his cards, maybe a compromise, Sarutobi. If I could, started Danzo as he was immediately cut by the Sandame. He will not be placed in one of your youth centers, either, Danzo, added the Sandame as he thought about Ruden. Even though he knew Danzo never really abandoned his operation, he had no proof to stop the man. Maybe if we could adopt, started the Inazuka clan matriarch Sume, only to be cut by another clan head. Never, the Uchiha will not allow that demo thing to be adopted in a Konoha noble family, it would ruin the balance between them, said a smirking Fugaku, ignoring the glare he received from Sume. End of flashback. Today's meeting ended in the same manner as all the meetings about Naruto in the past. Any idea to improve the boy's life was either blocked by the civilian council or the elders. Any attempt to adopt the boy was also vetoed. Sarutobi could only block the civilians' ridiculous attempts to kill the boy he came to see as a grandson. Speaking about the boy, Sarutobi had just came home from a long-month trip to Suna and wondered what his surrogate grandson was doing. He tried to visit the boy as often as he could, but his responsibilities as Hokage never allowed him to visit the boy more than once a month. He was a bit surprised that the civilian representatives had asked for a council meeting just after his return to the village this morning, but thought no more of it and decided to postpone his visit to his grandson to tomorrow. That was when he felt an explosion of chakra, so dark and evil that it could only mean one thing. Naruto, said the Sandame as he used his crystal ball to locate the boy. His eyes widened at what he saw. Naruto's location in the woods. Bodies were flying everywhere, blood covered the whole area as Naruto stood there, in the middle of this hell. His eyes were slitted and red, his whiskers marks were more pronounced. He looked around to see that no one from the previous crowd was alive, ninja and civilians, men and women all dead. Then slowly he closed his eyes as he fell to the ground unconscious. Mindscape. Naruto wandered through what looked like sewers. He felt like someone or something was pulling him as he moved in autopilot to reach his destination, a giant prison cell with a sign that read, "Seal," on it. He paid no mind to the bars and easily slipped through and went further inside the cell. He took a few steps inside when he saw a woman on the ground, panting, trying to regain her breath. She was beautiful, she had red hairs and red eyes. She wore a black kimono and no shoes. She had the body of a goddess, and what surprised him was the two appendages he saw on her head that looked like fox ears, and more importantly the 9 tails that were flowing behind her back. "Anyo, miss, are you alright?" he asked. She turned her head in his direction and her eyes widened when she saw him. "Naruto-kun, you're here," she said as she ran to him and enveloped him in a hug with tears in her eyes. "I was so scared for you when I saw what was happening outside," said the woman as she continued to hug him. "Do I know you, miss? How do you know my name?" asked the boy, a little embarrassed with the first contact he ever shared with a woman. She released the hug at his question and took a few steps back before lowering her head. She mumbled, "I'm so sorry, Naruto-kun. I am the reason why everybody hates you, why you are all alone in this world," she said with tears freely flowing from her red eyes. "How is it possible? I mean, I never saw you. How could you be responsible for what the villagers call me?" asked the boy. "Do you know of what happened 6 years ago when Konoha almost faced total destruction?" replied the woman. "Yes, the Kyuubi attacked the village and killed a lot of people before the Yondaime killed it," answered Naruto. "No, that's not entirely the truth of what happened. You see, Kyuubi cannot be killed. Even if it sustained important damage, it would just reform somewhere else after some time," said the woman before continuing. "The Yondaime had no other choice but to seal the Kyuubi. He sealed it inside a newborn to ensure that the mass of chakra could be absorbed and not destroy the chakra system of an already developed body." Naruto's eyes widened as he realized where what she said was going. "Me," he said in a low voice. "I truly am the demon who took so many lives," he continued before she cut him. "You are wrong, Naruto-kun. I am the Kyuubi and we are two different entities," she said. "Then that means we are," he started. "Yes, we are in the seal in a dimension that you could call your mindscape," she said. "When you were stabbed earlier, I forced all the chakra I could out to help you," she added. He stayed silent for a long time, then he asked her, "Why? Why did you help me if you were the same demon that attacked the village 6 years ago?" "I will not tell you everything, but I can tell you that it was not my intention to attack the village. I was forced to do it by someone with incredible powers," she answered. "You did not answer me. Why help me? Don't you have the chance to escape if I die?" he asked again. "I never wanted for you to suffer. I tried desperately to contact you for all those years, but the seal prevented me from doing so. The injury you received tonight triggered something that allowed me to help you tonight," she told him. He closed the distance between them and then completely surprised her when he hugged her and said, "I believe you, Q-chan. You are the only one besides Gigi who ever helped me in all my life." She was surprised that he did not feel hatred towards her but returned the hug and said, "Do you not fear me now that you know that I am the Kyuubi?" "Why should I fear you? You are the most beautiful woman I ever saw, Q-chan. You can't be a bad person," he said to her. She blushed at his answer before she shed more tears and smiled at him. Thank you so much, Naruto-kun. I'm so relieved that you don't hate me. But you should know that my real name isn't Kyuubi. Kyuubi is my title, my real name is Natsuki." "It's nice to meet you, Na-chan. I am Naruto Uzumaki, future Hokage of Konoha," he said with a smile on his face and determination in his eyes. She blushed again at the nickname he gave her. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Naruto-kun. I will do everything within my power to help you achieve your dream. For that, our encounter has unlocked your ability from me being sealed in you," she said. "What ability?" he asked with excitement in his voice. "You have now the ability to control the wind to a level no one has ever reached. With the appropriate training you will become unstoppable," she answered with pride. "Sugoi. I'm awesome," he exclaimed. "We will talk about training later. You must go for now, you are starting to wake up," she said. "Will I see you again, Na-chan?" he asked, blushing. "Yes, we can talk to each other now that we made our first contact," she answered with a smile as he started to fade away. Konoha Hospital. As he started to wake up, Naruto opened his eyes and saw he was in a hospital room. Then he saw his grandfather figure. "You're finally back, Gigi." Chapter 2, Training Years. Konoha Residential District. Naruto was alone in his apartment thinking about all that had happened in the last 6 years since that fateful night where he discovered why everyone hated him. He was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune, prison for the most powerful demon to have ever walked the earth. He lived alone in this apartment since that night. Remembering how he came to live here made him smile. Flashback. 6 years ago, Konoha Hospital. After the incident, Naruto opened his eyes after the conversation with Natsuki to find himself in a hospital room. The Sandaime Hokage was there with a sad smile on his face. "Naruto, my boy, how do you feel?" asked the old man. "Like someone who's been stabbed. What do you think, Gigi?" answered the boy with a slight irritation in his voice, making the old man lower his head in shame. "I'm sorry I was not here for you, Naruto, but can you tell me what you remember from last night?" replied the old man. "Naruto, it's me, Natsuki, stay calm and repeat after me." He instantly remembered the voice of his newest friend and followed her lead. He explained how he was thrown out of the orphanage 1 month ago, just the day after Sarutobi left for his diplomatic mission in Suna. He talked about how he survived from the streets alone during that month, and finally he finished with the event that took place the last night, up to the point where he felt the stab wound on his chest and lost consciousness due to the pain. The old man fumed at the thought of the civilian council taking advantage of his diplomatic mission to try to take out the boy. He realized why they called for a meeting as soon as he arrived in Konoha. Most likely they tried to starve the boy to death, or at least weaken him to the point where he could not even put a fight or attempt to escape when they finally make their move. They would then justify his death with their ridiculous attempt during the meeting and make the boy's body disappear at the same time. "Naruto, it's important. Do you remember anything from after when you were stabbed yesterday?" he asked the boy to try to discover if he came in contact with his tenant. "No, Gigi, all I know is that I woke up here," answered the boy with no doubt in his voice. "Where will I live now, Gigi? The people at the orphanage kicked me out and they never let any of the other children play with me," asked Naruto with sadness in his voice. Sarutobi frowned at the boy's words and cursed the stupidity and ignorance of the people. "Naruto, I have a solution to your problem, but first I need to ask you a question. Do you want to become a ninja, to serve your village and to become a protector of the will of fire?" asked the old man, his eyes looking directly into the young boy's eyes. "Really, Gigi, you will let me become a ninja?" answered an excited Naruto. Sarutobi chuckled at the boy, then answered, "Yes, Naruto, starting tomorrow you will enter the academy. You will get an apartment and you will come to me each week to get your money to buy what you need. How's that sound?" "That's great, Gigi, I will become the best shinobi. Just wait, I'll show them all who I am," exclaimed the boy with conviction. End of flashback. The last 6 years have been quite exciting for Naruto. After one day at the academy, he understood that those teachers would never teach him anything of value to help him in his future career. It did not stop him from wanting to become a shinobi. He knew he had an instructor that would help him develop his natural talent in the shinobi arts. Thinking about her made him remember the training he went through to reach the level he has now. Flashback. 6 years ago, after the first day at the academy. "Na-chan, are you sure they were lying to me about teaching me how to be a proper shinobi?" asked the young boy to his tenant. "Yes, Naru-kun, I'm sure. You will learn in time to read people's emotion and you will be able to tell when someone is lying to you," answered the vixen. "Okay, so how will I be able to become the best shinobi if no one is willing to teach me?" asked a dejected Naruto. "Did you forget who you are speaking to? I have thousands years of experience and I doubt you could find someone better than me to explain to you how your bloodline works," Natsuki answered. "What? I have a bloodline? What is it? Can I have the cool eyes like those ninja I saw once?" asked the boy. Natsuki had to facepalm at his answer. "Do you not remember last night when I said that you unlocked my ability?" "Ah yes, the wind thing. So that's my bloodline." He had to smile at his previous question. "Actually, that's only one of your bloodlines. You have another one that must come from one of your parents. Did you note that you never experienced illness? Or the fact that you heal a lot faster than anyone else around you?" answered Natsuki. "No, I thought it was normal and everyone else was the same," he said with a sweat drop. "It also gives your body very high adaptability to any environment. That's why you have enormous amount of chakra. The seal converts permanently my chakra into your body to increase your own reserves," continued the vixen before she saw a frown on his face. "Is it not dangerous for you, Na-chan, if I take all of your chakra?" he asked with concern in his voice. He did not want to lose the first friend he made aside the old man. She was touched at his concern for her. "Don't worry, I have plenty of chakra and you did not even tap the surface of my first tail up to this day," she said to comfort him. "Okay, so when will you teach me that wind thing? Will I be able to fly? Will I launch Godzilla wind monsters at my enemies?" asked an overexcited boy who forgot all of his previous concern. "Easy, tiger, you will learn everything in time, I promise you," For now your body is not ready yet, and since those fools at the academy won't teach you anything, we will adapt the best we can to your situation, she said in a strong voice to make him realize this was important. Since we can't do much during your day at the academy, you will rest your body and come inside your mindscape with me to learn what you can. It shouldn't be too hard, you just have to sleep all day like that boy with the pineapple haircut. The instructor won't bother you since they basically ignore you anyway. Then when you leave the academy you will go train your body every night. She finished to explain to him. Okay, that sounds like a plan, answered the boy with determination. End of flashback. And so his days went like that for 6 years. He remembered the schedule Natsuki made for him to complete his curriculum. The first 2 years were exclusively occupied with physical exercises to prepare his body for the future techniques he would learn. During his mindscape training he would learn about the theory of chakra, how it was formed and what it could do. The third year was devoted to learn the Kitsune Taijutsu style. It was a style that was based on evasive movements, feints and counters. He developed the body to use this style, flexibility and some light muscle work that allowed swift and fast movements. During the day he would learn various subjects with Natsuki, ranging from philosophy to strategy. The fourth year was used to develop his ability with weapons. He learned everything from the use of kunai, shuriken, senbon to swordplay. Natsuki taught him the Kitsune Kenjutsu style. Strangely she said that a bokken would suffice and that he didn't need to wield heavy weapons. He did not want to argue with her, so he did just as he was told. During the day he would learn all about science, and Natsuki insisted that this was a very important subject for his future. The fifth year was basic ninjutsu training. Natsuki decided to teach him every basic jutsu he would need in the future. He learned henge, kawarimi, but he had difficulties to learn the bunshin. Natsuki saw immediately the problem and decided to teach him the kage bunshin. Of course she knew of the technique advantage and had planned to teach it to him after that anyway. He spent the year perfecting those techniques and even learned the shunshin displacement technique. The final year she decided it was finally time to teach him how to use his bloodline. He did try the test of the chakra paper, but his affinity to wind was so high the moment he started to channel chakra into the paper it exploded in hundreds of pieces. She thought that even if he did possess a second affinity, the first one was so powerful this test could not tell what the second one would be. Flashback. 1 year ago. Well, this test won't tell us any more than what we already knew, said Natsuki. So what do I do to use my bloodline? Asked the ever-excited blonde. For starters, your bloodline gives you total control over the wind element. You won't need any hand sign to launch wind-based jutsus. In a fight where two opponents of the same strength face each other, your speed of execution will determine your victory, she said first. Additionally, you will not have to call the jutsu either before launching it. Just thinking about it is enough before you launch it. In a mission where stealth or the surprise effect is needed, this will be a great asset to you, she continued. Finally, and this is where all the lessons I had you take in science come, your mastery over wind is so powerful you will have the ability to control or counter any other elemental attack used against you by just using your wind element, she finished. Naruto had been silent the entire time, nodding occasionally, but this needed explanation. What do you mean I can control or counter any elemental technique used against me, Na-chan? He asked in a confused voice. I know for example that fire elemental jutsus easily trump wind elemental jutsus, he continued. Excellent Naru-kun, I see you remembered what I told you about the elements, she said with pride before continuing. Now remind me the basics on the fire element, she asked with a smirk on her face. Fire manipulation is based on the ability of the user to expel his chakra in a combustible material to lit it, and the reaction continues as long as the combustible is present and the user channels his chakra for the technique, he recited. Pim-pom. Good answer again. Now tell me, what is the most common combustible used during the fire manipulation jutsus? Her smirk was more and more confusing until he understood where she was going. His eyes widened. Oxygen. The ninja uses the oxygen in the air to fuel his technique, and I have complete mastery over wind and consequently the air between him and me, so no oxygen, no fire. That's genius, Na-chan, he shouted. That is correct, Naru-kun, and it is basically the same for all the other elemental techniques, just with some adaptations, nothing you couldn't find by yourself, she answered. End of flashback. And so his last year was dedicated to learn wind jutsus as well as finding counters to all the other elemental jutsus that would be used against him. The only problem with his training is that it was a secret training and he did not reveal to anyone that he could communicate with his tenant or that he had an incredible bloodline, not even to the old man. As a consequence, he could not test the results of his counter techniques as he had no way to throw any jutsu other than wind based on himself as a test subject. He wouldn't let this get to him as he thought about the next day. It was indeed the time for the genin exams, and starting tomorrow he would become a true shinobi of Konoha. Of course he kept in a corner of his mind that a certain duck ass in his graduating class had an uncanny ability to use fire jutsus and that he could use this information to provoke the emo king into a sparring session just to test run his control over his bloodline. Chapter 3, Genin Exams. Naruto's apartment. It's finally the day of the Genin exams as Naruto wakes up in his comfy apartment. It was a pretty well-equipped apartment. Naruto remembered when he first got here everything was old, dirty and barely usable. He went over the money the old man gave him for the week and decided to make a list of what he would need and how much he could save each week to buy new furniture with the help of Natsuki. They were surprised the first time Naruto tried to buy groceries at a nearby store. The shopkeeper gave Naruto a scowl and tripled the price when the time to pay came. Naruto didn't think much of it except for the fact that he would need to save money for a long time before he could afford new things for his apartment that were not of great priority. Of course Natsuki knew better than the gullible young boy and explained to him that the shops were ripping him off. With the vixen advice he went to the old man and asked why prices were doubled or tripled for him. Needless to say the old man was pissed and went himself with the boy to each store he would need to buy things from in the future and discreetly threatened each store with the closure of their business and removal of their license in Konoha should they try again to rip off the young boy. Needless to say life went a lot better for Naruto after that event. He finally got out of his bed and started his morning ritual. After that, he changed clothes and put on his ninja gears. His shinobi gears consisted of white Anbu-style pants, a white long-sleeve shirt with a black Jonin-style protection vest, black fingerless gloves and finally black shinobi boots. "Are you awake Na-chan?" asked the 12-years-old teenager. "Yes Naru-kun I am, so are you excited? It is finally the day you become a shinobi," replied the vixen in his mind. "You bet I am. What level of skill do you think I should show during the exams?" Naruto said. If we look at this considering who would be in your team after the exams I think you need to take the spot of Rookie of the Year," she answered. "What do you mean? Can you predict who will be my teammates if I graduate with the best scores in today's exams?" he asked a little confused. "Yes, remember when we learned about previous exams to prepare you for today and how Konoha tends to team up the Rookie of the Year with the top kunoichi of the class and then with the student scoring the lowest score," told Natsuki. "Yes you're right, this way I won't have to be with the tem. Looking at everyone's previous grades I'd say Hinata or Sakura would be the top kunoichi while Kiba or Shikamaru would be the lowest student who passed," analyzed Naruto. "Yes that is correct, you can't stand that spoiled brat with the god complex and you know that I hate his guts too so there's really no point to keep on hiding your skills at this point," she added. "Furthermore, you should limit your exposure to Chunin's skill level is to not be too suspicious. While rare that kind of skill isn't impossible to reach for an academy student in his last year," she said to reply to his question. "That makes sense, I will hide my more powerful techniques for later then, thanks Na-chan," he finished their conversation. With that he left his apartment, locked the door and then used Shunshin to get to the academy's roof. Konoha Academy. A small poof was heard on top of the academy's roof and Naruto slowly made his way to his classroom for what he swore would be his last day in this building. Upon entering his classroom, he saw that he was the last to arrive. His class was composed of most of Konoha's future clan heads. Aburame Shino, heir to the Aburame clan and a guy Naruto never talked to up to this day. Akamichi Choji, heir to the Akamichi clan and someone Naruto never saw without some food. Hyuga Hinata, heiress to the Hyuga clan and a girl Naruto never saw finish a sentence without a stutter. Inuzuka Kiba, heir to the Inuzuka clan and someone who always liked to pick a fight with the Uchiha, some kind of alpha male thing as he remembered Natsuki explaining to him. Nara Shikamaru, heir to the Nara clan and laziest person Naruto ever met. Uchiha Sasuke, heir to the Uchiha clan even though said clan was in fact only him as the rest died in an obscure accident years ago. The Uchiha had to be the most arrogant person Naruto ever met and even though he had some skills he thought of himself being God's gift to the shinobi nations. Yamanaka Ino, heiress to the Yamanaka clan and the most superficial girl in the class. The rest of the students were from civilians' families and only one or two had the skill to become a true ninja, Haruno Sakura being one of them if she ever decided to get her head out of the Uchiha's ass. The Chunin instructors Yumino Ikura and his assistant Mizuki entered the classroom and described what the tests would be about. The first part was a written exam. Naruto knew all the answers and calmly filled his exam paper with the good answers. He finished the test in half an hour and waited patiently for the rest of the time. The second part was about weapon accuracy. Students had to throw 10 kunai and after that 10 shuriken at different targets placed on the practice field. The students were called in alphabetic order. Shino scored 7 on the kunai exam and 7 on the shuriken exam. Choji scored 7 on the kunai exam and 6 on the shuriken exam. Hinata scored 9 on the Kunai exam and 9 on the Shuriken exam. Excellent Hinata, said Haruka with pride while the girl just blushed and discreetly took her place back in the crowd. Kiba scored 5 on the Kunai exam and 5 on the Shuriken exam. He left the launching spot with a scowl on his face. Shikamaru scored 5 on the Kunai exam and 6 on the Shuriken exam. Sasuke scored 10 on the Kunai exam and 9 on the Shuriken exam. He had a scowl on his face as the last Shuriken throw didn't have enough strength to stay embedded in the target. He left the spot with a smirk on his face looking at the next contestant. "Beat that Dobi," he said as he left the place. Naruto went to his spot with a bored expression on his face. He analyzed the distance of each target in his mind and prepared to launch his weapons. High-speed penetration power, straight path to the target, air resistance decreased by a factor 3, small layer of wind chakra applied to each kunai, he thought in his mind before launching all 10 kunai at the same time. The crowd went silent as each kunai hit the target in the center and embedded itself deeply inside with such strength that the support holding back each target went a few inches backward. Haruka's eyes widened at the sight and Sasuke's smirk instantly disappeared and he said, "Lucky shot Dobi," while he mentally fumed at what just happened in front of him. Naruto took the insult silently and prepared himself for the next part of the exam with a smirk. Low-speed penetration power, curved path to the target, air resistance decreased by a factor 2, medium-sized layer of wind chakra applied to each shuriken, he thought in his mind. This time he launched each shuriken one at a time with very large movements from his throwing arm, giving each shuriken a different curving path to hit every target dead in the center once again. Everyone's jaw dropped to the ground, including the instructors. Naruto left the spot saying to no one in particular he said, "Man, I'm so lucky today, wonder what's going on," with a grin on his face. Very good Naruto, you must be very lucky today," announced Haruka before initiating the next part of the exams. "Now is the time to assess your taijutsu level," continued the Chunin. Students were paired 2 by 2 and the matches went on for 3 minutes each time and the students scoring the most points by hitting designated area of their opponent's body won. Every fight went on until the last 2 boys were called. Uchiha Sasuke vs Uzumaki Naruto, called Haruka. "The Dobi will pay for the humiliation he put me through earlier," thought the black-haired teen. "Is it luck or not that I have to face the emo king here?" wondered the blonde. "Hajime," called Haruka. Sasuke charged immediately at his opponent and launched a barrage of punches and kicks. Naruto simply danced around his opponent making good use of the excellent footwork he developed for the Kitsune Taijutsu style. The fight went on like this for 2 minutes and 30 seconds until the Uchiha, quite tired from his attempts to hit the blonde, tried to bait him into charging. "Don't know what kind of style you are using, Dobi, but the one who invented it must be pretty stupid to use a style where you don't even have an offensive attack," he said with a smirk. "Am I supposed to charge at him with everything I have while yelling to defend my master's honor? What an idiotic taunt," thought the blonde before a grin made its way on his face. "I'll give him what he wants then." Futon. Kase no Yoroi, thought Naruto, charging wind chakra into his body before disappearing from his original position, leaving several after images in his path. Using his own family stance, Sasuke blocked the strike, where he thought he did as an after-image charged right through him and he lowered his guard. Then the real Naruto followed after that and delivered a powerful hit into his opponent's solar plexus, effectively cutting the air circulation in Sasuke's body. The black-haired boy fell to the ground silently, already unconscious before touching the ground. Haruka woke up from his stupor and announced the winner, Shusha. Uzumaki Naruto by KO in 2 minutes and 35 seconds earns maximum points, before he took the Uchiha's body over his shoulder to proceed to the infirmary. The exam took a short recess for everyone to go eat and then resumed after that. "The last part of this year's exams is the ninjutsu proficiency," he told his students. The exam went without a problem for Naruto as he had already learned all the techniques that the instructors asked him to perform to pass the exam. He took his headband and as he left the room he noticed the scowl on Mizuki's face. He left it in a corner of his mind and proceeded to the exit. When the last part was over, every student returned to his desk and Haruka congratulated the new genins while he gave some words of encouragement to those who failed. Now is the time to announce the scores for the spot of Rookie and Kunoichi of the year. He would not announce the student who passed with the lowest grade as it was not something to really be proud of, nor did said student really needed a public humiliation. "For the spot of Kunoichi of the year, Hyuga Hinata," he said with pride. The girl blushed but she could stand up and bow to her teacher before sitting back. "Now for this year top student and rookie of the year, Uzumaki Naruto," he said again with pride in his voice. Before Naruto could move, Sasuke stood up from his desk. "What? This is not possible, how could this clanless fool be higher than me, Uchiha?" I demand you change the ranking and give me the title of Rookie of the Year," he said with rage. Before Iruka could put the arrogant fool in his place, Naruto stood up. "Dude, you're seriously messed up. Did the beating earlier gave you amnesia or something? I scored higher than you in weapon accuracy and obviously in taijutsu. Our written exam results should be pretty close and ninjutsu proficiency is the same too, since I doubt any of us failed any of those jutsus," said the blonde. As Sasuke went to reply again with a scowl on his face, Naruto cut him by saying, "Well, I feel generous today and I'll humor you. How about a spar to set in stone who the rookie of this year is? No move restriction, only rule is to not kill. How's that sound?" "Fine by me, Dobi," replied Sasuke. "Iruka-sensei?" asked Naruto. "Are you sure, Naruto?" replied the Chunin to receive a nod from his student. "Alright then, you got 3 minutes not 1 second more in Hajime," he said with a sigh. Sasuke immediately fell into a combat stance and launched 2 shuriken in Naruto's direction. "Wow, talk about non-lethal moves," thought the blonde as he easily sidestepped the incoming weapons. Sasuke used the weapons as a distraction to immediately attack Naruto in a taijutsu opposition. The fight went on again like earlier, with the occasional kunai or shuriken thrown by the Avenger until he once again lost his patience and started to do hand signs. "Kaiten, Gokaku no Jutsu," he said as he expelled a huge fireball in Naruto's direction. Iruka was about to interfere to save Naruto when said blonde lifted his hand in Iruka's direction, telling him to stand down. The Chunin complied, fear in his eyes. Now not too flashy but still enough to put him in his place. He thought for a second before preparing for his counter. Oxygen concentration decreased by 100% in a small radius field and wind lateral speed reduced by 100% in a medium radius field for 10 seconds. He tough as he expelled his chakra into a field around him just small enough to cover his body for the duration of Sasuke's jutsu as the wind around him instantly stopped. The fireball continued its course in Naruto's direction, and as it reached its target, it simply dispelled itself into emptiness. This left the entire assembly wide-eyed as Naruto said, "Was that supposed to do something?" The next moment he was already behind a shocked Sasuke and delivered a powerful chop to his opponent's neck, effectively taking him out. "Winner Uzumaki Naruto," said Iruka as he called the fight. "Don't forget to come back tomorrow for team placement," he finished. "Well, let's get back, Na-chan, I'm finally a genin," he said to his tenant as he left the field. Chapter 4, Truth and Love. Naruto's apartment. It was the night right after the genin exams and Naruto was about to go to bed. He thought about everything that had changed for him today. He was now a genin of Konoha, a protector of the will of fire and an adult in the eyes of the rest of the world. This last revelation made him wonder how tonight's conversation would go with Natsuki. Thinking about the vixen made him smile, not the fake smile he usually displayed to everyone in Konoha. No, this was a true smile of happiness. The two shared a very friendly relationship. Natsuki was the only one who knew the real Naruto, and since the night of the accident they shared a telepathic link that allowed them to communicate with each other through Naruto's mind. Naruto always shared everything he had with Natsuki, well, almost everything. There was this one thing that he had hidden from her, a thing that he wanted to reveal to her when he felt the time was right. Tonight would be the time for him to tell her how he truly feels about her. Tonight Naruto will confess his love to the woman who stole his heart from the moment he understood what love is. The thought that she could reject him terrified the young blonde, but Natsuki always taught him to face his problems head on and to never let fear stop him from moving on with his hardships. With those thoughts in mind, he decided to call it a night and join Natsuki in his mindscape for what would be the most important conversation they had had together in all his life. He slowly closed his eyes and relaxed his mind, letting sleep take over him. Mindscape. Naruto drifted into his mindscape and made his way to Natsuki's location. The mindscape had changed drastically since the first time he was there. Now, instead of the chaotic, desolated sewers, he stood in a beautiful clearing with an average-sized house in the center. He made his way inside the house to find Natsuki asleep in the couch of the living room. She wore an additional necklace that she didn't have during their first encounter. It was a beautiful silver necklace with a red ruby stone in the center. On the stone could be read the kanji for seal, engraved in gold characters in it. He took a few steps forward to join her and began to slowly caress her hair. His action slowly woke her up with a smile on her face. "Na-chan, wake up," he said slowly as he continued to run his hand through her hair. "Naru-kun, you're here, so how does it feel to take the first step towards your dream?" she asked as she opened her eyes. "Feels great, Na-chan. Today when I left the academy building I felt like I could take on the world, that nothing was impossible for me," he answered with lots of determination in his voice. "I'm so proud of you. I'm sure that one day you will be the light of Konoha. Everyone will see you for the great and kind soul you are, as I do," she said to him. It's all thanks to you, Na-chan. I don't know where I would be today without you with me, most likely I would still be wandering the streets aimlessly or worse. He said with emotion. I came to tell you something tonight, please let me finish before you reply, it is very important to me. He pleaded and she gave him a nod to continue. I don't know where to start, so I'll just say it from my heart. Na-chan, I love you, I've been in love with you for a long time now and I just wanted for you to know. You are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen and I feel safe to talk about anything with you without fear. I know that I'm far from the best you could have as a boyfriend, but I promise you to always be there for you and protect you with all my might until the end of time. He said to her, looking straight into her eyes. I want you to know that I will find a way to get you out of the seal, that I promise you. Even if you don't like me back, I will honor this oath I make to you. He finished and then looked to the ground nervously. If only you knew, she thought with tears in her eyes. Before I give you my answer, I want you to listen to me as I listen to you and do not interrupt me until I am done, okay? She asked him, to which he also gave her a nod of acceptance. As you know, I told you I was sealed in you the day of your birth by the Yondaime after I lost control of myself and attacked Konoha due to one man we will talk about later. What you don't know is what, or more importantly where I was before all this happened. Before your birth I was sealed inside you, mother, my second Jinchuriki. She said as Naruto's eyes widened at the revelation, but he remained silent as he promised. Your mother's name was Uzumaki Kushina and she was chosen to be my Jinchuriki after the last one because of her Uzumaki bloodline that made her the perfect host for me. Female Uzumaki Jinchuriki possess a bloodline that allow them to have control over the Biju, but we'll talk about that later. Unfortunately, female Jinchuriki also have a weakness, childbirth. When comes the day they give birth to a child, the seal holding back the Biju will weaken severely. The day you were born, the seal on Kushina failed and I was forced out of her body by a man with very high powers. I didn't even have the time to realize I was outside again after so long that he used a jutsu on me to cloud my mind with his hypnotic suggestion. The next thing I remember is waking up sealed inside you. So there you have it, I am the reason you are all alone in this world, feared and hated by all. She finished her tale with tears freely flowing out of her red eyes as she waited for his reaction. After a long time lost in his thought, Naruto looked back into Natsuki's eyes. This is not what I asked you, I still want to know how you feel about me. He said. Of course I love you too, you are a kind and gentle soul. Any female would be crazy not to accept your feelings, you are everything I could hope for in a mate. I was just so afraid you would hate me for my past that I couldn't bring myself to tell you about your mother until today, but your confession left me with no other choice. She answered truthfully. Then it doesn't change my feelings for you, Na-chan. While I'm not entirely happy that you didn't tell me about my mom until today, I understand where you're coming from, as I felt the same thinking about what I'd do if you didn't like me back. Furthermore, as you already told me the first time we met, it was not in your intention to attack Konoha that night, you were forced to do it and we will talk about that mysterious man later, he said with conviction in his voice to reassure her. With nothing else holding them back anymore, they slowly made their way to each other and shared their first kiss ever. The kiss was everything Naruto imagined it would be, tender at first as their lips made contact, then full of passion as she parted her lips for their tongues to collide. Naruto didn't know how long they stayed like this, but he couldn't care less, nothing else in the world mattered at this moment as he wished it would forever go on. When they finally parted, bright blue oceanic eyes stared into deep volcanic red eyes. Natsuki Kyuubi no Yoko, this is the greatest feeling ever, I love you more than anything in this corrupted world. Naruto Uzumaki, I love you too with all my heart. She replied before she noticed he was starting to fade away. Looks like it's already the morning outside, said Naruto sadly as he felt himself being pulled out of his mindscape. I'll see you soon, Naru-kun, don't be late for your team placement today, she said as he finally left his mindscape. Back in Naruto's room, Naruto woke up with the biggest smile ever on his face. He never felt so alive even when he was learning incredible wind jutsu during his training years. He did his morning ritual and prepared his ninja equipment for the day. Once done, he left via Shunshin after locking the door. Konoha's academy. Naruto made his way to his usual desk and waited patiently for Iruka and Mizuki to arrive when he suddenly remembered about the silver-haired Chunin instructor. Mizuki, I totally forgot about that bastard. I should have gone to the old man yesterday. Tough the blonde before he saw the door to the classroom open and Iruka enter with lots of bandages on his face. Iruka-sensei, what happened to your face and where's Mizuki? He refused to call someone sensei if they didn't deserve it. Iruka took a thinking pose to decide what he could tell his students before speaking. I'm sorry to say this to you all who knew Mizuki, but yesterday he was found red-handed trying to steal the forbidden scroll of Konoha's Kinjutsu by a patrol. I was the one who located him the first before he could leave Konoha's walls and I stopped him, That's why I got these injuries, but the scroll is safe and Mizuki has been taken into custody," replied the instructor before he added, "Let's make this my final lesson to all of you. In a shinobi's life, today's ally could very well be tomorrow's opponent and vice versa," he said with seriousness in his voice. "Well, let's get this done now, shall we?" continued Iruka. Now the team placement will be the following. Team 1. Naruto dozed off until he started to hear names of those he considered having a chance to make it past Genin. Team 7. Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke and Aburame Shino. Your Jonin sensei will be Hitaki Kakashi," announced Iruka as Naruto knew what was coming as he blocked his earways and could still hear, mind you in an audible volume, Sakura shouting to the heavens about love winning or something like that. Shino was as expressive as ever and Sasuke kept on glaring at him for some reason. Must still be mad at me about the fight of yesterday and not being the rookie of the year, thought Naruto. Thank God we're not with him, it would have been the recipe for a disaster, said Natsuki as she made her presence known. Why, you're awake, Na-chan, said Naruto, still blushing at yesterday's events. Love you too, Naru-kun, said the vixen in a playful manner, knowing how to push the right buttons to embarrass her host. Team 8. Inuzuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata and Uzumaki Naruto. Jonin sensei will be Yuhi Kurenai, said Iruka, pulling Naruto out of his musing. So Kiba was the dead last of this year, thought Naruto. Well, at least he's not a complete retard, as the Uchiha and Hinata seems capable enough if she just gained some more confidence. Kurenai is the Genjutsu mistress of Konoha. Surely I will be able to test my resistance to Genjutsu with her as a teacher. That's great. What do you think, Na-chan? Yes, that's great. I feel that we can expect her to treat you fairly from what the report we read about her said about her professionalism and her caring attitude, replied Natsuki. Team 9 is still active from last year, continued Iruka. Team 10. Akamichi Choji, Nara Shikamaru and Yamanaka Ino. Your Jonin sensei is Sarutobi Asuma, said Iruka as he finished his announce. So they decided to reform the legendary Ino Shika Cho team with their children without even considering their current relationship with each other. That's pretty stupid. Well, Shikamaru and Choji will do fine together, but I don't see Ino fitting in that team anytime soon, thought Naruto, analyzing Team 10's potential. That's all, stay here until your sensei comes to get you, and good luck for your future career. I am proud to have been your sensei, said Iruka as he left the classroom. Naruto felt a little sad that he would see Iruka a lot less from now on, since he had been the only fair teacher to him during his academy days. His mind refocused as the first Jonin made their entry inside the classroom. A beautiful woman in her 20s made her way inside with the Hokage's son Sarutobi Asuma, as Naruto recognized the man for having seen him numerous times with the old man as he visited him in the past. I am Yuhi Kurenai, Jonin sensei for Team 8. Please follow me to training ground number 8, she said as she started to leave the room. Naruto looked at Kiba and Hinata, shrugging his shoulders before he decided to follow his new teacher for what would be a new chapter of his life. Chapter 5, Friendship and Trust. Training Ground 8. The newly formed Team 8 just arrived at their destination, Training Ground 8, following their Jonin instructor Yuhi Kurenai. Kurenai was a beautiful woman with long black curly hair and red eyes. She wore customized clothes and she had an aura of maturity despite her young age for a Jonin. Welcome and congratulations on becoming real ninjas to you three, she said. You already know my name, but let's introduce ourselves properly, she finished. My name is Yuhi Kurenai. I like training to perfect my genjutsu skills, passing time with my best friend Anko and eating dango. I dislike perverts, arrogant and sexist people. My dream for the future is to teach you all to reach your full potential as ninjas, and for me to be one day recognized as the best genjutsu user in the elemental nations, she said before giving a nod to Hinata to go on. My name is Hyuga Hinata. I like my family and learning my family taijutsu style. My dislike are the same as sensei, and my dream is to reunite my family into a family with no distinction between main and branch members, she said hesitantly and stuttering a little. Kiba knew he was next and began. My name is Inuzuka Kiba, and here is my companion Akamaru. I like my family and learning my family jutsu. I dislike fangirls, arrogant pricks who think they are better than anyone, and people who disrespects animals, and my dream is to be a good clan head in the future. Naruto nodded as he thought that Kiba was a good guy behind all his idiocy. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I like training and reading. I dislike arrogant, ignorant people, and my dream for the future is to become the strongest Hokage ever and protect everyone in Konoha, even those who don't deserve it, he said to his team. Kurenai then explained to them that they had to pass her test in order to truly become genin. She held out 2 bells from her pouch and told them they would need to get the bells from her in order to pass the test, and that obviously at least one of them would fail and get sent back to the academy. She then gave them the signal to start as she disappeared in a swirl of leaves into the forest. Kiba and Hinata were about to rush into the forest when Naruto called them back. "Guys, wait, it's a trap, we have to work together to get those bells," he said to them. "How do you know, Naruto?" asked Kiba while Hinata stayed silent and blushing a bit at being called by her crush. "Have you ever heard of a one-man cell or even a two-man cell?" he asked them. "Yay, me neither. Konoha policy is to promote teamwork and I think this is a test to see if we could perform up to their standard," continued Naruto. His teammates were surprised that Naruto, who never stood out during the academy days, was so good to read behind the mission objectives. Kiba did not have a problem with working as a team since his family motto was to work for the good of the pack before all. Hinata saw the truth in his words and decided to follow them. As they ran into the forest in a single-line formation, they spotted several traps and evaded them all. The formation idea was surprisingly Kiba's idea, the logic behind it was good too, thought Naruto. Hinata went first with her Byakugan. She spotted all traps left by Kurenai but also could see right through their sensei's genjutsu traps too. Naruto was in the center as they recalled his perfect score in weapon accuracy. He would be the perfect one to launch counter-attacks once a threat has been identified. Kiba took the rear guard using his enhanced sense of smell and hearing. He could prevent attacks from behind the team. Kurenai was impressed as she saw the newly assembled genin work so well together as they were evading her traps and following her in the forest. She then decided to increase the difficulty and made her presence known as she started to change her strategy. Hinata suddenly stopped running, signaling there was a problem. "I can still see Sensei, but there's a problem," she said. "Sensei chakra signature is now coming from 4 directions and I can't tell which one is the real one with my Byakugan. I can't tell them apart either, they all smell the same," added Kiba. "Okay, I've got a plan, listen to me," said Naruto to his team as he began to explain to his teammates his plan to beat Kurenai's cage buncheons. The moment Kurenai and her clones arrived, coming from all the cardinal directions around the spot where her team was supposed to have stopped, a trap was heard and several smoke bombs went off. The area was soon covered with smoke. When the smoke cleared out after a short time, Kurenai came face to face with 7 other Kurenai, in the clearing where she should have found her team and only 3 of her doppelgangers. Now she knew 3 of them were her clones and she thought for a moment to dispel them all to know who to target specifically, but decided against it for 2 reasons. First is because it would weaken her advantage against the fakes, who would then in turn all decide to attack her at the same time, and second is because she found their strategy remarkable and wanted to see if their plan had something else after the surprise effect they just displayed against her. Moreover, she found a hole in their plan. If even she could not find who was a fake and who was a clone in those 7, so how could the genin? They shouldn't know either who to target after the smoke screen cleared. Then all of a sudden 4 Kurenai charged at the remaining ones, including the real Kurenai who obviously faced one of her genin hanged into her, in a 4-2 vs 2 taijutsu spars. Upon first contact, all of the attacking Kurenai changed back into Hinata, Kiba, Akiba hanged Akamaru and finally Naruto, with Naruto being the one who faced the real Kurenai. Now even though she was a genjutsu specialist, it didn't mean she could not hold her own in taijutsu. Plus having the snake mistress of Konoha as a sparring partner helped a lot in that aspect, knowing that Anko was a master of the very deadly snake taijutsu style. Hinata and Kiba were no slouch either, as their style were heavily based on their family very powerful taijutsu. Her clones did overpower the genin after some time but did not have enough chakra left to amount to anything more, so they dispelled themselves. Akamaru was not that lucky as he was quickly taken out by his cloned opponent. That only left one Naruto slightly winded after facing the real one and 2 Kurenai on the field. The real Kurenai smirked in advance at her imminent victory, though she decided that she would pass this team anyway. With the teamwork they displayed, it was enough for her even if they didn't get the bells. She did not expect her clone to suddenly throw a bunch of kunai and shuriken in her direction, narrowly escaping the projectiles. She landed a few meters backwards but a sudden white and yellow blur caught her attention. "He's fast," she thought before the impact. She took a clean hit into her sternum section and was thrown back, sliding to the ground for a few meters. She stood up holding her stomach and ready to use some high-level genjutsu to slow Naruto down when he smirked at her, holding up 2 bells in his right hand. "I think we win, Sensei," said Naruto with a grin on his face. She was astonished as she didn't even felt him taking out the bells. Deciding to try a final test and seeing as the other 2 were out, she said to him, "Very impressive, Naruto. I didn't expect the clone facing Akamaru to be one of yours and not mine." "Thanks, Sensei," answered Naruto as Akamaru stood up from his fake unconscious state and rejoined his master who really was unconscious. "How did you and the others know who was a clone of mine and not a hanged teammate before the fight?" asked Kurenai. "Easy, Sensei. First I took out Akamaru's opponent during the confusion and then," answered Naruto as he made his Kurenai clone hold out her hand. It had some kind of marking written with a pen or something and then he made it dispelled. Very clever, you win, now choose who you will give the last bell to Naruto and who will be sent back to the academy, asked Kurenai. Naruto seemed to think for a moment what to reply to her when he took the bells and threw one near Hinata and the other to Kiba. It was a team effort to take those bells from you sensei, even if I am the last one standing I choose not to abandon my comrades. He said with determination in his eyes. Hinata and Kiba chose this moment to wake up and their respect for the blonde grew tenfold after hearing his words and the fact that he didn't profit from their unconscious state to go ahead and claim a bell for himself. Kurenai also was impressed and with a smile on her face announced, Team 8, it is my pleasure to say that you all passed my test for the genin admission application, with pride in her eyes. Yahoo! Do you hear that buddy, we passed? Shouted Kiba as he took Akamaru in his arms. Hinata just smiled and thought that maybe her father would be impressed with her for once. Naruto felt pride too, he never knew that teamwork could be so fulfilling, he knew that he could have probably gone alone against Kurenai but having shared this moment with his teammates made it more impressive to him. That is all for today, good job Team 8, meet me here tomorrow at 9 and we will begin our missions. She dismissed her team but quickly called Naruto back. Naruto, would you come with me to the Hokage Tower please, I think there are things we need to discuss, she said in a tone that clearly showed that, no, was not an option. He gave her a nod and followed after her as his teammates made their way back to their home. Hokage Tower, Hokage Office. As Kurenai was about to knock on the Hokage office's door, Naruto simply kicked the door open and went inside. Hey there Gigi, long time no see, I'm a shinobi of the leaf now. Exclaimed Naruto as he saw Sarutobi behind his desk. That I see my boy, congratulations, it seems you're one step further to take my hat Naruto, replied the old man. Anyway, what are you doing here? Surely you didn't come here just to tell me that. I am the one who made the team arrangement after all and I already knew that you passed the exams, continued the old shinobi. Actually Hokage-sama, I am the one who called Naruto here, said a still shocked Kurenai at the display of familiarity between her student and the man called the shinobi no Kami. Naruto was starting to get nervous at the reason why Kurenai wanted to bring him here. During our fight to determine if Naruto and his teammates had what it takes to be real Konoha ninja, Naruto here displayed some impressive skills, I would even go as far to say that those skills were too impressive. She continued. Naruto was cursing in his head, he did show too much during the fight and Kurenai was no Chunin instructor with no field experience, she knew when she saw real power in a fight. Kurenai described to the Hokage how the fight went on, Naruto's use of Kage Bunshin to fool her in the final confrontation and the last move he performed to hit her, which was from what she could tell well beyond Genin or even Chunin in terms of power and speed. After that, a long pause went on until Sarutobi said, Naruto, please tell me how you could perform the Kage Bunshin, and what that last move was, and don't forget anything. The old man had a look in his eyes that told Naruto that lies would not be well accepted. Naruto took a long breath, closed his eyes and then nodded. You may want to make sure the room is secure Gigi, what I will tell you will rock your world and in the wrong ears could prove to become a hassle for Konoha. Announced the blonde. Sarutobi's eyes widened at this since he never saw Naruto so serious before and quickly made hand signs to secure his office from prying ears. Once done he motioned for Naruto to speak. It all started 6 years ago, the night I was attacked. Began Naruto. He told them everything, his encounter with Natsuki, his training with her for the last 6 years, the general content of said training, how he knew of his mother Kushina and with that the reason why the Kyuubi attacked 12 years ago. Sarutobi was at first scared that the Kyuubi was somehow manipulating the young ninja, but the facts that Naruto came up with during his tale made him believe in the blonde when he said that Natsuki was trustworthy. He also felt a great fear at the mention of a man capable of controlling the Kyuubi. Finally he knew that he would have to tell Naruto soon about his father too. He just hoped Jiraiya would be there too to help him announce the news to Naruto. Kurenai for her part was impressed at what Naruto had to endure during his life up to now. She was also sad to learn that Naruto was the son of her late sensei Kushina and that she had not been able to help the boy when he needed it in his childhood. She made a silent promise to help the young man in front of her from now on and maybe teach him a thing or two about his mother. So Gigi, sensei, am I in trouble? Asked Naruto. No Naruto, you are not, even tough I would have preferred for you to come to me and tell me everything sooner. I can understand that you have trust issues with people after what you've been through. Replied the Sandaime. I understand too why you did not reveal everything you could do during our fight Naruto, and I'm not mad at you. We will have to talk about what you can do though in order for the team to function properly. While we are on the revelations, I can tell you that your mother was my Jonin sensei when I was a genin. I would be honored to tell you about her if you wish after this. Replied Kurenai. Naruto was relieved. He never liked to lie to the old man and he felt that he could now trust Kurenai too as she was a student to his mother. That would be all for now. The Genin official papers will be ready before the end of the day and I will see you Kurenai and your team tomorrow for your first mission, announced the Hokage before dismissing them. Naruto's apartment. Naruto made it to his apartment and opened a link with Natsuki. Do you think I made the right choice to tell them everything, Na-chan? Only time will tell us, Naru-kun, but I think they are trustworthy, replied Natsuki. I guess you're right, I'm a bit winded from today's fight and revelations. I'm calling it a night, said Naruto as he fell asleep. Hokage Tower, Mission Hall. A month had passed since the Genin exams. Naruto and Team 8 had done their fair share of D-ranked missions. Team 8, you will be pleased that I have a C-ranked mission for you, if Kurenai here thinks you are ready, of course, exclaimed Sarutobi. My team is ready, Hokage-sama, replied Kurenai with pride. Teamwork with her team was flawless as she had Hinata lose her crush on Naruto and Kiba focus more during fights. Alright then, Team 7 was in the middle of their first C-ranked mission to Wave Country when they encountered more resistance than the mission parameters. Protocol would have wanted for the senior officer Hitaki Kakashi to withdraw from the mission and pull back his team, but it seems he let his genin decide if they should continue the mission or not. Needless to say, the Uchiha wanted to continue to prove to the world that he is the best, anticipated Naruto with a nod from Kiba and a bark from Akamaru. That is correct, replied Sarutobi, before adding, however Genin Aburame Shino had the presence to send one of his familiar back to warn some relatives who in turn warned me about these new developments. Continued the Hokage. Looking at their opposition, I think that it is safe to say that they will need reinforcement for their mission. That's why Team 8 will deploy in 1 hour to join them in Wave to complete their mission. Kurenai will assume leadership over the operation once your team joins Team 7, is that clear? Yes, Hokage-sama, replied Kurenai. Then dismissed and good luck, finished the old man as Team 8 left for their first real mission. Chapter 6, A Diamond in the Rough. Konoha's Forest. Team 8 was running through Konoha's woods, moving from tree to tree. Kurenai had explained the importance of chakra control to her students during their first month of training. Naruto already knew and mastered both tree walking and water walking exercises. Hinata could do both in a week while it took Kiba the double amount of time to perform them correctly. Kurenai decided to find out what her students' elemental affinities were after her discussion with Naruto about his current skills. Flashback. Morning after Team 8 evaluation test, Training Ground 8. Naruto promised Kurenai he would explain to her the extent of his powers. They decided to meet the following morning after the revelations he made to her and the old man. It was 7 in the morning when he arrived in his team training ground. Kurenai was already there waiting for him with 2 other people, 2 females considering their build from what he could see from afar. The first one had long flowing purple hairs and she wore the whole Anbu equipment gear but without a mask. She had a beautiful katana strapped to her back. The second one had shorter purple hair tied in a pineapple-style hairstyle which reminded him of Shikamaru's. She wore a tan trench coat, mesh clothes that did not leave much to imagination with a brown mini-skirt. She was playing with a kunai in her hands. Good morning Kurenai-sensei, called Naruto as he made it to them. Good morning Naruto, these 2 here are my best friends, she said showing the 2 other persons on the field. The one with the sword is Azuki Yugao, she works for the Anbu Corps as you can see by her gears, though I won't be more specific since their identities is supposed to stay a secret for everyone's protection, she said about her first friend. The other one is Mitarashi Anko, she works for the T&I department, she finished the introductions. It's a pleasure to meet sensei's friends, I am Uzumaki Naruto, future Hokage of Konoha, replied Naruto with conviction. He's so cute Nai-chan. Can I eat him? Said Anko to the ire of Kurenai and the amusement of Yugao. Don't pay attention to her Naruto, I called them here today to help me evaluate your skills as we agreed on and of course with the permission of Hokage-sama, said Kurenai as Naruto took a step back in fear of the psychotic woman. Yugao here will evaluate your kenjutsu while Anko will test your taijutsu, I will test your genjutsu prowess and finally we will all see about your ninjutsu after that. Explained Kurenai before adding, but remember this time no holding back. Hi sensei, answered Naruto before falling in his kenjutsu stance, taking a kunai in each hand in a reversed grip while facing Yugao who took her katana out. The Anbu operator looked at him with a raised eyebrow before asking, I thought you told Kurenai you had a great mastery over swords, don't you have anything with a longer reach to face me? Naruto chuckled at her question and prepared himself for the spar. Naruto vs Yugao. Futon. Futagoke's Ken no Jutsu, he thought in his mind before the air around his kunai in each hand seemed to blur out, almost taking solid form but still transparent. Try me Yugao-san, maybe I will be the first one to draw blood, you never know, he said with a smirk. Very well Naruto-san, here I come, she said as she ran to him in a burst of speed. So fast, said Naruto as he was barely able to block her katana with both his kunai in a cross guard. Yugao was a lot faster than the current Naruto, her hits were aimed at vital areas even though Naruto knew she would stop her blade before cutting him too deeply. No other choice, thought Naruto before preparing for a new move. Futon, Kase no Yoroi, he called in his mind as he felt the wind fill his body. He was finally able to catch up to her in speed and got on the offensive for the first time in their spar. As Naruto approached her, Yugao calculated that she still had 5 seconds before she would be within his reach. She was definitely impressed with his stance as he was able to block her hits and allowed almost no opening in his guard. His speed is nothing to laugh at either as he was somehow able to follow my movements after some time during the fight, she thought as she prepared to launch a counter, timing herself precisely with the estimated time she calculated just before. She was not prepared however as Naruto made his move ahead of what she estimated and her guard was not ready for that. Naruto was able to cut her just above the stomach area, not too deeply, just enough for her to realize that had he waited for a split second more to make his move, it would have most likely been a killing hit. Yugao held her arms up to signal the end of the spar, incredible. So this is the secret behind your kunai, she said to him. Yes Yugao-san, I named it Futon, Futagoke's Ken no Jutsu, it uses my wind chakra to extend the reach of any weapon I wield for offensive purposes. I can't use it to block physical attacks yet but it grants me a great surprise attack the first time I may use it against an opponent and it is still very difficult to read my reach with it even knowing about the technique, answered the blonde. Amazing, your control over the wind element is astonishing for you to perform such a feat with a regular kunai. Sarutobi Asuma uses special forged weapon to conduct chakra in the same manner as you do but in his version I can still read his reach. I suppose it is not 100% pure wind chakra that he channels in his weapons, she said analyzing his style. Well after this spar I can say that your kenjutsu is currently at high Jonin level borderline Anbu. You still leave some openings in your guard and you may want to challenge what weapon you really need to use with your style. Your offensive potential is amazing but you are currently lacking in the defensive ability. Come look for me anytime you need help with your kenjutsu for a spar or advices, she said to him in a professional tone. I am honored that you would think so highly of my skills Yugao-sensei and I will most certainly come to see you in the future, he said to her with a bow as they went back to Kurenai and Anko. That was impressive Gaki. I can't wait for my turn now, yelled Anko. Okay, said Naruto with a sweat drop before asking for a short recess to catch his breath. After a 5 minutes break he signaled to Anko that he was ready. Naruto vs Anko. First one to yield or lose consciousness is the loser, announced Anko. Okay Anko-san, I'm ready, replied Naruto as he fell in his Kitsune Taijutsu style. This style consisted of constant footwork to allow fast mobility and fast counter reaction. Naruto also had his upper guard with his hands in an open palm stance. Anko charged at him with amazing speed and launched a barrage of punch and kicks aimed at his vital organs. He had to immediately activate his Kase no Yoroi to be able to resist her charge. The fight was pretty even for 2 minutes before Anko decided to increase the difficulty. Sanae Jishu, she called as numerous snakes came out of her sleeves and locked themselves around Naruto's limb effectively immobilizing him. So this is the Hubby Taijutsu style, thought Naruto surprised as she completely stopped his movements. Is that all you got Gaki? I was just starting to warm up, she said to him with a big grin on her face. Now to get out of this, he thought for a moment before sending wind chakra to his palms. Futon, Kazakiri, he called the jutsu in his mind. As with the kunai earlier, this time the area around his hands began to blur radiating transparent smoke. He easily trashed the snakes biting him in a shower of blood before he used his next move that he already showed against Sasuke, Kitsune Yurei no Jutsu, he said in his mind before 4 series of after images left his current position and raced to a surprised Anko in 4 different paths, coming at her from both sides and from behind and frontally. He used a lot more chakra than against Sasuke with this version as the previous one only used a one straight path to the front of the Avenger. Anko could see the 4 ghosts coming at her in high speed leaving after images in their path but she had no way of knowing which one was the real one and before she could even realize what was happening she saw that Naruto stopped to her left with his Kazakiri ready to piece her heart. Alright I yield Gaki you win, that was a great fight and I feel all excited behind my coat, she said to him with a smirk making him take a step back blushing madly and almost tripping himself. Hentai, he yelled as he tried to regain his balance under the amused eyes of the other females. Okay, so I'll say you are currently easily high Jonin level in taijutsu, borderline Anbu is your kenjutsu. I ought to warn you though that the last move you displayed while amazing may turn into a weakness for you in the future should you use it against cage level taijutsu fighters or highly skilled dujutsu wielders as the Byakugan or the Sharingan. Charging at a high speed like this while also focusing on your other illusions will lessen your field of vision, and opponents who can move faster than you or those who wield dujutsu who can tell which one of those illusions is real will easily be able to counter you. Thanks for the lesson and the spar, Anko-sensei. I am honored that you think so highly of my skill, he said as he also bowed to her. Alright, stop with the formalities. Come find me if you need help with your taijutsu, said Anko with a smile. I will, thanks, he replied also with a smile. Very impressive, Naruto, said Kurenai with pride in her voice looking at her student. I believe it's my time to see how well you do against genjutsu, she continued but was cut by Naruto. Anyo, my wind chakra control may be good but my chakra control in general is not. I have never been able to perform genjutsu and I don't think I would be able to resist anything you would throw to me at the moment, he said embarrassed, scratching the back of his head. It's okay Naruto, you are still a genin, I was just swept in the moment thinking all your skills would be on par with those you've previously shown, she said smiling to him to cheer him up. Okay, so how will we test my ninjutsu sensei? Asked Naruto. Well, I don't think we have time for more spars today and I've seen a lot of what you can do already. Just show me one of your best wind jutsu, she said to him. He gave her a nod and mentally called for his next jutsu while extending his palms towards the forest. Futon. Furyuden no Jutsu, as he visualized a large tree near them, a huge dragon made of wind left his palms and completely annihilated the tree and everything behind it in its passage. Incredible, thought Kurenai watching the damages done by the jutsu. The chakra and wind control requirements for that jutsu must be astonishing, analyzed Yugao. This Gaki is going to go far, Anko thought as she felt the wind dragon power, as if it could shake the whole forest in its path. Good, that's enough Naruto, finally said Kurenai. I can say that overall you are currently at least at Tokubetsu Jonin level. You would be Jonin level if you can fix your genjutsu problem or at least find a way to counter them if you can't make them. You would also be required to develop an affinity to a second element, but that's alright for now, you are still a diamond in the rough, but I know where I need to train you on, summarized Kurenai. The rest will come with training and experience Naruto, you have talent, you can believe me when I say that. I grew up with people like Uchiha Itachi or Hitaki Kakashi. I know you have what it takes to one day surpass them all, said Yugao. Are you sure I still can't eat him now, Nai-chan? Asked Anko with a smirk as everyone else sweat dropped at her antics. With that, Kurenai's two friends left the field, leaving Naruto and Kurenai waiting for the rest of Team 8 to arrive. End of flashback. After that, Kurenai made her report to the Hokage and both decided that Naruto should limit himself to use the most basic and discreet moves he knew as to not arise suspicion against him. Sarutobi theorized that should the knowledge of Naruto having a bloodline comparable to the Nidaime Hokage's ability to control water, except Naruto's being a wind one, if that became public knowledge, numerous enemies would try to harm him. From the inside of the village, the civilian council would call for the death of the demon manifesting Kyuubi's demonic powers while the elders would force Naruto to become breeding material, effectively ending his shinobi career. From the outside of the village, assassination attempts would arise or kidnapping would also be a possibility. Naruto shivered at the thought of all those threats and swiftly agreed with his sensei and Gigi that he should reserve his strongest moves only when the time comes to protect his most important people. Naruto was pulled out of his thoughts as they finally made it to Wave Country. Naruto had already seen Konoha's worst districts during his childhood, but what he saw in Wave Country was a lot worse. They were about to ask direction to find Tezuna's house when Hinata saw a mop of bubblegum pink hair and a duck-ass-shaped black-haired teen at the far end of the village. She signaled her team and they all made their way towards that direction. We're finally there, let's get this C-ranked mission started, said Naruto as his group arrived in front of Tezuna's house where Hinata saw members of Team 7 enter a little while ago. Chapter 7, The Birth of a Legend. Wave Country, Tezuna's house. Kurenai knocked at the door from the house. Hinata saw Team 7 enter and 10 seconds later a woman opened the door. Yes, how may I help you, miss? She asked politely to Kurenai. Are you related to Tezuna the bridge builder, ma'am? Said Kurenai. Yes, I'm his daughter, replied Tsunami as she took notice of Team 8's leaf headbands. We are Team 8 of Konoha sent in reinforcement for the remaining of this mission. May I speak with the other team leader, please? Kurenai added. Yes, of course, please come in, said Tsunami as she let Team 8 go inside the house. When Team 8 made their way inside the house, they saw Kakashi and the rest of Team 7 in the living room. The Cyclops was reading an orange book. Shino was sitting at a table keeping company to a young boy. Sakura was fawning over Sasuke, and finally Sasuke was, well, he was doing nothing but looking out the window with a scowl on his face. Seeing them enter, Kakashi stood up from the couch he was comfortably sitting in. "What are you doing here with your team, Kurenai?" he asked, visibly surprised by their arrival. "I need to speak with you privately, Kakashi. Can we step out of the house for a minute or two?" replied the red-eyed Jonin. "Sure, let's go," answered Kakashi, and they both went back outside the house. Outside the house. As soon as they were both outside the house, Kurenai handed Kakashi a scroll with the Hokage seal on it and explained to him the situation and how she was put in command of the mission for the remaining of the mission. Kakashi was not pleased, but there was little he could do about it. The message he received from inside the scroll was clear and effectively gave Kurenai full authority over him on the mission. "Very well, you're in charge, Kurenai," he finally said after giving her back the scroll. "Good, let's go back inside. I need you to explain to me what happened from when you and your team left Konoha to the moment Team 8 entered in this house," said Kurenai as she made her way back inside Tazuna's house. Meanwhile, inside the house. "Hey there, Team 7, how's it going?" asked Kiba in a friendly manner. "What are you and your looser team doing here, dog breath?" said Sasuke as Sakura followed after him. Kiba chose to ignore the Sasuke, much to the prick's ire in his banshee. "We've been here training for a week since we had to fight that missing nin from Kurigakure Inuzuka-san," replied the only polite member of Team 7. "I already told you to call me Kiba, Shino," answered the Inuzuka heir. Naruto's ears perked up at the mention of a fight and meeting missing nins. Who was the missing nin? Was he strong? What move did he use? As Naruto was pestering Shino with his questions, the door of the house opened again and Kurenai made her way back inside the room, followed by Kakashi. "As a matter of fact, Naruto, I was just about to let Kakashi here debrief me about the situation of the mission. Why don't we all get comfortable and listen to his report?" said Kurenai, more like an order than a question. Each members of Team 8 took a seat at the table and let Kakashi give his report about the mission. He told them about how between Konoha and Wave Country they were first ambushed by the Demon Brothers, two missing nin from Kiri with Chunin ranks. The fight was not impressive as Shino and Sasuke quickly took them out. Kurenai's eyes widened when Kakashi mentioned Momochi Zabuza, missing nin from Kiri with Jonin rank. She explained to her team that he was an old member of Kurigakure elite swordsman and the rumors about him murdering all his graduating class fellow students. Naruto wasn't impressed by title or ranks. He knew ranks did not always reveal a ninja's worth. Hell, he just had to compare himself to Sakura. They were both genin and he probably could find more than 100 ways to kill her in his sleep. What impressed Naruto was the fight in itself between Team 7 and the Kurigakure no Kijin. Flashback. Wave Country border, 1 week ago. Team 7 just arrived in Wave when Shino suddenly launched one of his kunai in the direction of the woods. Turned out he only spotted a stray rabbit, but seconds later Kakashi suddenly ordered everyone to take cover as a giant flying sword made its towards them. They narrowly escaped the sword. When they looked up they saw the culprit. In front of them stood Momochi Zabuza, the Kurigakure no Kijin. Team 7 quickly took position around Tazuna and Kakashi engaged the Demon of the Mist. The fight was pretty even up to the point where Kakashi got trapped in one of Zabuza's Suiden jutsu. Kakashi ordered Team 7 to retreat with Tazuna, but Sasuke and Sakura stood there unable to move as Zabuza made some Mizu Bunshins and flared his ki in their direction. The two just fainted after seconds of exposure. Seeing this, Shino suddenly took Tazuna with him and ran backwards towards Fire Country. Zabuza had to applaud the young man for staying conscious and having the clarity to continue protect his client while under high stress. Nevertheless, he had a job to do and used his closest clone to run after them through the mist he created to fight Kakashi. He easily caught up with them, and as he used his enormous cleaver to cut the two, he got surprised as his two targets exploded in a cloud of bugs. Mushi Bunshin no Jutsu, called Shino, as stepped out of behind a tree. "Impressive, boy," admitted Zabuza before adding, "it doesn't change the fact that you will soon die." He was about to charge again when all his clone dispelled. "It seems you didn't notice my trap. You underestimated me, Zabuza-san," said Shino as hundreds of his bugs were seen swarming around the spots where the Zabuza clones stood seconds ago. "Your mist jutsu was a nice cover for my plan," finished Shino as he launched a dozen shuriken towards the true Zabuza, who was still holding Kakashi with his jutsu. Zabuza had no choice but to release his jutsu, effectively allowing Kakashi to resume their fight. After that, Kakashi quickly took the advantage, Zabuza having wasted a lot of chakra to create his water clones. The fight's ending was quite anticlimactic as a hunter nin made his appearance and took the kill, though Kakashi explained that it was probably an act from one of Zabuza's backup. End of flashback. That was a really impressive strategy you used, Shino. You saved all your team and Tazuna's life with your action, said Kurenai. Every member of Team 8 had to agree with their sensei while Sasuke was fuming with jealousy. He and Uchiha had to watch from the sidelines as a lowly bug user took all the glory. Thank you Kurenai-sensei, I did the best I could, answered Shino. Alright Kakashi, tell me where you were with your team training, what are their affinity and how many jutsu do they have? Asked Kurenai. The Cyclops began to sweat as he looked at his team. I only know that Sasuke has a fire affinity and I just started them on the tree walking exercise today. He finally answered. What, you had them for more than a month and you only started the tree walking exercise today? In hostile territory and with at least one Jonin level opponent after your ass? Shouted Kurenai with anger and disgust in her voice. Kakashi could only nod at the crude but pretty accurate description of the situation. Alright, I can't use them, well maybe except for Shino here, but the rest will stay here and protect Tazuna's family with you while my team and I will protect Tazuna on the bridge until it is completed. Declared Kurenai. How dare you treat me like that, woman? I'm a Uchiha I demon. Sasuke was about to continue his rant when Hinata suddenly appeared in front of him and hit some of his pressure points, instantly preventing him from saying another word. It would be best for you to stop right there, Uchiha-san. I will not tolerate you insulting sensei in my presence, announced Hinata before adding, are we clear Uchiha-san? As she released his pressure points. Hearing no answer from the Avenger, she took another step towards him, but he quickly moved back. Whatever, you're just a team of losers, he said as he went back upstairs. That was impressive, Hinata-chan, exclaimed Kiba as Akamaru jumped off his head and landed in Hinata's arms. Thanks Kiba-kun, replied a blushing heiress. Seeing that she said everything she had to say, Kurenai dismissed everyone and they all went to sleep. Wave Country, unnamed bridge. It had been a week since Team 8 arrived in Wave Country. The week passed quickly and the bridge was almost completed. However, when they arrived this morning they saw a thick mist covering the entire bridge and all the workers were unconscious on the ground. Formation, commanded Kurenai as Team 8 plus Shino took position around Tazuna. What's this? I expected to fight the copy ninja, not some woman and her children, said a deep male voice as Zabuza appeared in the middle of the bridge with his associate still dressed in a hunter nin uniform. Hey Aburame boy, where's your sensei? Asked Zabuza, recognizing Shino from their previous fight. You don't need to concern yourself with Kakashi as you will die here on this bridge today, Zabuza, replied Kurenai, miffed at the sexist remark from earlier. Zabuza smirked and took out his sword and his apprentice prepared to attack too. Hinata, Kiba you take the fake hunter nin, Naruto you're with me, we will take down Zabuza, Shino you guard Tazuna, said Kurenai. Hi, everyone said as they took their positions. Haku do not fail me, said Zabuza to his apprentice who nodded. With Hinata and Kiba versus Haku. Cover me and analyze his style, Hinata, said Kiba as he charged at Haku with Akamaru behind him. Hinata nodded and activated her bloodline, Byakugan, and prepared to assist Kiba. The fight was pretty even, Kiba was more powerful but Haku was faster. Akamaru covered Kiba's blind spots as he deflected every Senbon thrown at his master from behind. You are good, better than your comrades from the other team, said Haku to Kiba. It would be pretty hard to be lower than the duck ass and his fangirl Banshee, replied Kiba with a smirk. So true, but I can't stay here with you all day, I have to go assist Zabuza-sama, said Haku as he started to go through hand signs. Hyoten, the Kyohyo show, said Haku. He used a dome made of ice to trap Kiba, Akamaru and himself inside. Hinata was about to go inside and help her friends when Kiba stopped her. Wait Hinata, don't come inside unless you see I can't handle him, we still don't know what he can do. Hinata nodded, she could still see inside the dome with her dojutsu but she was worried for her friends. A good call again, but once inside this dome no one can escape the next jutsu, announced Haku. Hyoten, Sensatsu Susho, he called his jutsu as thousands of ice Senbon were thrown from all directions towards Kiba and Akamaru. Kiba could only push Akamaru away as he took the full blast of death needles aimed at him. I'm sorry buddy, you will have to protect Hinata for me, said a very weakened Kiba to his companion. Akamaru refused to move from his spot and as Haku prepared to move forward a blue blur flashed in front of him. Hinata was enraged at what she just saw. Kiba was taken down by a shower of Senbon and the opponent was also about to finish Akamaru. She made a move to attack Haku, but the ice ninja jumped backwards immediately and fused with his ice dome. Haku started to throw Senbon randomly to test Hinata's defense and saw that she had quite an easy time blocking his Senbon. Hinata decided she had no time to lose and Kiba needed emergency treatment. She tried to think of a way to defeat the ice dome technique and then remembered her training with Team 8 during their journey to Wave Country. Flashback. Konoha Forest, 2 weeks ago. Okay, let's take a break, we'll stop here for the night, said Kurenai to her team as they made their way to Wave Country. Hinata, Kiba, come here, I want you two to perform a little test for me to know how to train you in ninjutsu properly, she said to them as the camp was ready. Turned out Kiba had earth affinity while Hinata had a water affinity like Kurenai. I'm sorry Kiba, I don't have earth affinity like you, but once we get back I can easily get you scrolls on earth elemental manipulation or a teacher to help you, said Kurenai to her student. It's okay sensei, I can wait, I will go sleep, good night, said Kiba as he entered his tent. Hinata, come here, I will show you how to start on water elemental chakra manipulation, she said to her only female student. End of flashback. She did not have much time to practice, but she had to try, it was her only chance to help Kiba. His ice dome is mostly made of water, it seems breaking one of those mirrors won't do any good as it reforms pretty quickly, analyzed the heiress. I only have one shot at this before he realize I can break his ice and then it will be a lot harder to catch him off guard. She finished her plan and prepared to attack, timing herself precisely with her enemy movements using her Byakugan. As Haku was about to use the Sensatsu Susho again, that second of preparation cost him dearly as Hinata instantly got in front of him while he was still inside on the mirror composing his ice dome. Hinata coated her palm with Suiden chakra, the only thing she had managed to do so far with Suiden manipulation chakra, and hit the mirror with all she had in a single Juken strike. She successfully escaped the dome and continued on her path to seal all the tenketsu she could of her opponent. Before he realized what was happening, Haku was immobilized on the ground, unable to get up. That was magnificent Kunoichi-san, you win, I cannot continue the fight now, finish me, said Haku with no emotion in his voice. Hinata was shocked that she managed to beat this enemy, but also shocked that he just asked her to kill him. She was very tempted to honor his wish, but she then heard Akamaru barked behind the dome and she saw that Kiba was starting to come through. She understood what the fake hunter Nin tried to do and deactivated her Byakugan. The fight is over, I will spare your life as you spared my friend's life, she said as she went back to help Kiba stand up. I'm sorry Zabuza-sama, thought Haku as he stayed there on the ground. Meanwhile, with Kurenai and Naruto versus Zabuza. Talk about a disappointment, I get to fight a woman and a boy, said Zabuza as he stood before them. I'm the one who wants to cry here, I was so excited to get to fight the Kiri no Kijin, and what do I get? A eyebrow-less freak with a very doubtful sense of fashion, replied Naruto with a smirk. I see you seem to really take care about your sword too, couldn't you chose something even bigger than that to wield, you freak? He added before a huge grin appeared on his face. Unless it is to compensate for, you know. He finished using his fingers in the universal sign to represent a small manhood. Kurenai couldn't stop herself from laughing at the joke while Zabuza was red with anger and launched himself at the pair. Cover me Naruto while I prepare my jutsu, said Kurenai. Roger that sensei, answered the blonde before taking out his kunai and activating his Futogoke's Ken no Jutsu. As Zabuza arrived on them, Naruto took position in front of Kurenai with his twin blades and tried to block the demon's sword like he did against Yugao. He was not prepared to face the strength behind the hit as Zabuza pushed him back and almost broke his guard. Naruto then went on the offense, charging his K's no Yoroi to stand a chance against the enemy Jonin. As he made his first slash, he was surprised that Zabuza had accurately read his reach. Unlike Yugao, the very experienced swordsman recognized Naruto's technique and evaded the cut. Did you really think you could cut me with those puny kunai of yours, brat? Taunted Zabuza, even though internally he was quite impressed with the young shinobi's skills. That was close, he would have pierced my lungs with that slash if I had not seen a technique looking like that before. Naruto tried to stay calm, but it was proving to be very difficult as his opponent just evaded one of his most powerful attacks. He has even better kenjutsu senses than Yugao-sensei. I can't beat him in a kenjutsu-only fight, but that sword of his, I don't have anything else to block it, Naruto cursed as he remembered Yugao's advice about his defense problem. Zabuza was about to slash at the boy again when his surroundings suddenly felt weird. Megan. Jubaku Satsu, Kurenai activated her genjutsu, Zabuza found himself trapped against a tree that came out of nowhere. Kurenai was about to finish him when Zabuza suddenly freed himself and used the momentum to take his sword and cut her pretty deeply. How did you? Kurenai had troubles to stay up as Naruto ran to her and tried to stabilize his teacher. They then saw that Zabuza had a deep gash on his right leg and Kurenai understood what happened. He used pain to get out of my genjutsu, Naruto, I'm sorry but you have to stall him while I try to heal myself, said Kurenai, and Naruto nodded. As if I'd let you do that, now die, said Zabuza as he launched his jutsu, Suiryuden no Jutsu, and a gigantic dragon made of water rose from the river below the bridge. The water dragon was about to reach its target when the wind around Naruto and Kurenai suddenly picked up. This is the first time I use it. I could never verify its efficiency, but I have no choice. Even if it will deplete me of almost all my chakra reserves, I have to do it in order to protect my precious ones, thought Naruto before calling his next jutsu. Futon. Higuma Otoshi, he called in his mind as the wind in front of him violently picked up. Zabuza's water dragon, instead of hitting them, changed its path following Naruto's wind and rose into the sky. It then moved backwards and started to fall again directly over Zabuza. Damn, I can't move away with that leg, thought Zabuza as his own water dragon flew toward him at an incredible speed, most likely boosted by the blonde mysterious wind technique and gravity from falling from so high. Zabuza was washed away by his own technique and sent to the far end of the bridge, where he collided into a solid stone structure. Naruto, seeing the result, sported a smile before losing consciousness and falling into Kurenai's arms. No chakra left, can't move my leg properly, and Haku most likely lost, or he would have already interfered in this fight. Analyzed Zabuza as he felt a kunai near his neck, Shino ready to finish him. Is this supposed to be a joke? Zabuza called a new voice Zabuza immediately recognized from behind the mist. Gato, said Zabuza. Well, it's all good, in the end I never planned to pay you anyway, replied the midget before adding, kill them all, then we'll go for the village. He ordered his mercenary troops. As Gato's men were about to advance, an arrow suddenly hit the floor in front of them. On the other side of the bridge, Team 7 and all the villagers of Wave stood armed with what they could find, ready to defend their village. We figured you would need some help after 2 of his goons tried to kidnap Tsunami, explained Kakashi before he charged at the mercenary with Sasuke. Gato's men stood no chance against a fully rested Kakashi, and even Sasuke got his first kill during the fight, taking down Gato himself. Sakura though just stayed behind to help the injured. After that the trash was cleared, the Konoha ninja approached Zabuza, who had the time to reunite with the downed Haku. Alright, finish us, we can't escape anyway, said Zabuza. Kakashi was about to oblige when Naruto awoke. Stop, he said as he stood up. This is my fight, I get to decide if its end, as I'm the one who stopped him, said Naruto. Then finish me, repeated Zabuza. No, we have no need to fight anymore today, replied Naruto. Are you sure, Naru? Started Kakashi, but Kurenai stopped him. Let my student finish, Kakashi. Kakashi could do nothing as Kurenai was his superior officer during this mission. Your contractor betrayed you, you are not bound to finish your mission any longer. Continued Naruto. It changes nothing, we shall still be enemies tomorrow when we meet again on another battlefield. Replied Zabuza. We are still enemies right now, Zabuza-san, but even 2 enemies can show respect for each other. I respect your skill as a swordsman, you are the best that I could face so far, and I actually hope that we meet again on the battlefield, said Naruto as everyone around him was impressed at the level of maturity he showed. Zabuza's eyes widened as he listened to the young shinobi's words before him. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then spoke to Naruto. Your generosity and your skill shall reach your enemies even before you have had the chance to meet them on the battlefield, young man. He said cryptically before he took Haku's immobilized body over his shoulder and shunshined out of the area. I'm proud of you, Naruto, and you too, Kiba, Hinata and Shino, said Kurenai as everyone made their way back to the village. 1 week later, Team 7 and 8 made their way back to Konoha. Meanwhile in Konoha, Hokage office. What the hell? Asked Sarutobi as he dropped the newly edited bingo book on his desk. On the opened page could be read. Name, Uzumaki Naruto. Nickname, Konoha's K's no Kami. Age, 12 to 15. Rank, A. Status, Genin. Main attribute, Kenjutsu and Ninjutsu. Affinities, Wind. Bloodline. Description, has a very high affinity to the wind element. Defeated Momochi Zabuza the Kurigakure no Kijin in Wave Country. Action, approach with caution. Zabuza did indeed honor his oath on the bridge, for right now the entire elemental nations could witness the birth of a new legend. The K's no Kami was born. Chapter 8, Chunin Exams, Part 1. Konoha's main gate. The journey back from Wave Country had been pretty uneventful, some bandits but nothing close to the opposition they met during their mission for Team 7 and 8. They finally arrived at Konoha's gate where they had their ID checked, then Kurenai decided to directly go report to the Hokage Tower the results of the mission. On their way to the tower, Naruto could not help but notice the weird looks he received from the villagers. Those were not the looks of fear or hatred he was used to receive. If he had to classify those looks, he would say they were looks of curiosity and, what surprised him a little, admiration. The other team members and their sensei also noticed the strange looks their teammate was receiving and decided to say nothing until further explanation could be provided. Most of them wanted nothing more than go to the tower, debrief quickly then be dismissed to finally go home after what had to be the longest time they had been away from home ever. Hokage Tower, Hokage Office. Both Team 7 and 8 finally made it to the Hokage Tower and were currently standing in front of their leader in his office. "Glad to see you back Team 7 and 8 inches," said Sarutobi as he ordered his subordinates to stay at ease. "It is good to be back, sir. I am here to report the result of the mission for Team 7 and 8 to Wave Country Hokage-sama," replied Kurenai. "Very well, go ahead," the Sandaime said. Kurenai explained everything that had happened during the mission, from when her team left Konoha to join Team 7 in Wave Country to the moment when they left after the bridge was completed by Tazuna and his workers 3 weeks later. Sarutobi listened silently during her report, only giving occasional nods, or frowning when Kurenai explained Team 7's situation when they met, the way Kakashi handled his team training during all the time he had them and what level of skill they had. As she finished her report, Sarutobi dismissed all the genin except for Naruto and also ordered Kakashi and Kurenai to stay. "First, Kakashi, I will address the problem concerning the way you run your team," announced Sarutobi. "I am quite disappointed with your teaching methods, or in this case lack of teaching methods. You will have to show me that you have what it takes to be a Jonin sensei or I will make you a Chunin again," started the old Kage. "But Hokage-sama, Sasuke is," he started as we was immediately cut by his leader. "I am perfectly aware that part of the council is pushing for you to focus more on the Uchiha heir, but I won't allow favoritism from my Jonin, are we clear?" demanded the Sandaime. "Hi, Hokage-sama," replied Kakashi. "I will personally check the progress of all team members of Squad 7 during the Chunin exams that will take place in 1 week, and they better be ready for that, Kakashi, or you will discover the joys of gate guard duty again. You are dismissed," finished Sarutobi as Kakashi left his office. When Kakashi was out of his office, Sarutobi used some hand signs and sealed the room from prying ears. "You most likely noticed a few difference from the way some people look at you since you came back from this mission, Naruto-kun," asked the old man to his adoptive grandson. "Yes, Gigi, what's up with them? It's kind of creepy," replied Naruto as his leader chuckled at the boy's reply. "That would be the cause of your current predicament," said the Hokage as he threw a book on his desk to Kurenai and Naruto. Kurenai instantly recognized the book and opened it to the last edition page and her eyes widened at what she saw. "What is it, sensei? What's in the book?" asked the boy to his sensei as he did not recognize the book. "That's a bingo book, Naruto. It lists all the relatively important ninja in the elemental nations," replied Kurenai. "Really, how important do you have to be to have your entry in this book?" asked the ever-curious blonde. "See for yourself," she replied as she handed him the book open to his page. Naruto's jaw dropped when he saw his entry in the bingo book. All information listed on him were more or less accurate, but there was a lot missing too. Suddenly the last words of Zabuza flashed through his mind and he understood how his name made its way inside this book. "Your generosity and your skill shall reach your enemies even before you have had the chance to meet them on the battlefield, young man." Naruto remembered Zabuza's words. So that's what he meant. "So I'm in this book, what does that change for me?" he asked. "This book gives information on you to the whole elemental nations. Every ninja village has access to it. It gives details on some of your skills and what feats you accomplished in your career. It also shows the different bounties on your head if you are important enough that some village wants you captured or dead," replied his teacher. Sarutobi, who had been silent during all the explanations Kurenai gave to her student, decided to give his input to the current situation. "Yes, Kurenai is right, Naruto. The stunt you pulled in Wave has put some focus on you. This was something we especially wanted to avoid," said the old man. "I know, Gigi, but I had to protect my precious people. I had to use one of my best move to help sensei," said a scared Naruto as Kurenai put a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. "Yes, Naruto, I know you did what you had to do to protect your team and I'm not mad at you. I just wanted you to be older for something like this to happen. Now other villages may try to send ninja to either harm you or try to kidnap you for their own benefit if they suspect you may have a bloodline, Naruto," he said to the blonde. As Naruto was lost in thought with everything he just learned, the Sandaime tried to cheer him up. "Well, it's not like everything is lost in this situation. As you saw, the villagers know of your actions in Wave and many ninja now respect you a lot more." Naruto's eyes widened at this particular piece of information. "Moreover, the fact that your ability to manipulate wind to that extent became public knowledge in this manner, this made you an irreplaceable part of Konoha's forces. That also means that attempts to stop or slow your progress as a shinobi from inside Konoha will become a lot more difficult," continued Sarutobi. "Does that mean that the council won't harass me anymore?" asked a skeptical Naruto. "I wouldn't say stop for sure, more like they will happen a lot less and they will be more discreet," replied Sarutobi. We are also lucky that the file does not say that your ability is a bloodline, it would have been a lot more difficult in that case, added the Sandame. No one knows that this is how almost no attack could hurt Na-chan, and I plan to keep it that way, said Naruto with determination. Alright Naruto, that's all for now. You are also aware from my conversation with Kakashi that the Chunin exams will take place in 1 week in Konoha. I think Kurenai will agree with me that your team is ready, said the old man as Kurenai gave them a nod. I won't give Team 8 any mission during that time and I suggest that you take that opportunity to rest first then train a little bit more before the exams start. Finished Sarutobi as he dismissed the pair of ninja before him. Naruto's apartment. Naruto was finally home after 3 long weeks. He decided to go hit the shower then take a quick dinner and finally he went to bed. He made his way to his mindscape as he slowly let sleep take over him. Mindscape. Naruto joined Natsuki as she was currently laying on the grass in the garden of her house. Hey there Na-chan, he said as he laid at her side. Hey there Naru-kun, what are you doing here? I thought you would be tired after your long mission, replied the vixen. I've missed you so much, it's been so long since I've been able to be all alone with you after all, no one around me in the real world to disrupt us. He told her with a smile on his face. She smiled back at him and the two lovers shared a deep kiss before he broke the contact and spoke to her again. So did you hear the good news? About your entry in the bingo book? She asked as he gave her a nod. Yes, I was listening, that's amazing. I think you should remember to thank that Zabuza guy once you see him again since he basically gave you a solution to most of your problems inside Konoha, she said with a smile. It's all thanks to your training Na-chan, I'm really grateful for all the things you did for me, he said as he kissed her again. I did not forget about my promise to free you from the seal either, there's just not a lot of information about Fuinjutsu that I can easily find in the village, he said with sadness. It is true that I would be very happy to be able to hold you in my arms in the real world, but as long as we're together and that you love me I am already happy. Naru-kun, do not trouble yourself with it. You should focus on the Chunin exams coming in a week first, even if I know you are more than ready, replied Natsuki to cheer him up. Alright Na-chan, but I'll ask the old man if he can help me with Fuinjutsu, I won't say what for, as he may not like the idea of me trying to free you, I will just say that I want to know about the art since I've learned from you that my mother was quite good at it. He said. Okay Naru-kun, now it's almost morning, you should go rest to prepare for the exams, she said as he nodded and left his mindscape. Konoha Academy. The week passed quite quickly. Naruto just took the opportunity to visit the library to find out more about Fuinijutsu. He did not find much except that there was once a nation where the ninja all excelled in it, Uzushiogakure was its name. Unfortunately the village was destroyed during the Second Shinobi War. Naruto vowed to visit the ruins to find if he could salvage some things from it in order to develop a way to free Natsuki. He was pulled out of his musing when he reached the academy's gate where Hinata and Kiba were waiting for him. Hey there Kiba, Hinata, said the blonde as he joined his teammates. Yo Naruto, you ready for this? Asked Kiba. Sure, let's go, replied Naruto as they went to the designated classroom. As they went inside classroom 303, they saw that most the teams were already there. Team 7 stood in a corner with Team 10. Yamanaka Ino and Sakura were fawning over Sasuke while the rest were speaking among themselves. As they joined them, Team 8 heard Sakura talking about how Sasuke was a hero in Wave Country, how he freed the villagers from a tyrant called Gato that he personally killed and how he stopped a Chunin missing nin from Kiri from assassinating their client. Team 8 had to facepalm at the revisited version of the Wave Country mission, though technically Sakura did not lie as all the ninja from Team 7 and 8 were considered heroes in Wave, some more or less, but still, Sasuke did stop one of the demon brothers and he killed Gato, after the battle was already over, but whatever, a kill is a kill, right? Shino had the decency to look embarrassed by his teammates, though you could never tell behind his long coat and his sunglasses. Sasuke though looked smug at the praise and let Sakura tell her tale for the whole village to hear. Naruto was not in the mood for some screeching noises from Sakura, so he let it slide. He was not in Wave for the glory after all. You should keep it down a little bit, said a young man with a leaf headband. He had gray hair and wore purple shinobi clothes and thin glasses. Who the hell are you? Asked an irritated Sasuke that his moment of glory was interrupted. My name is Yakushi Kabuto and I was just giving my fellow Konoha shinobi some advices to not get everyone here in the room to focus too much on you before the exams start, said the Megane ninja before he continued. Well, since it's obviously the first time you take the exam, how about I help you a little? Asked the silver-haired ninja. What do you mean, Kabuto-san? How can you help us? Asked Sakura shyly. Kabuto took out a bunch of cards and put them in front of him. these are my information cards about all the ninja in this room, do you want to know anything from someone inside this room? He asked the rookies 9. Yay, Rock Lee, Sabaku no Gaara and Uzumaki Naruto, said Sasuke as he remembered his encounter with the first two he asked about. Flashback. The day before, Konoha Main Street. A group of Sunanin were harassing a bunch of kids from Konoha in broad daylight when Shino decided to interfere to save one of the children. I suggest that you refrain from causing problem in a foreign village, Suna Shinobi, said Shino as he took Konohamaru from the Sunanin. I told you to drop it, Kankuro, said the female partner of the Sunanin who was harassing the child. Tamari, shut up, I will just. He was about to attack Shino when a stone hit the wall behind him. Sasuke was the one who threw the rock. Get lost, Suna trash, I missed this time but the next will be on target, said the Avenger. Dude, your shot missed me by at least 3 meters, you suck, replied Kankuro. Sasuke was about to throw a second rock when he heard a voice behind him. And I suggest that you refrain from doing what you were about to do or I will be forced to kill you, said a boy with red hairs and murderous eyes just behind Sasuke. The surprised Sasuke fell from the tree he was standing on as the strange Sunanin used rejoined his team with a sand shunshin. Gaara, we were just started, Kankuro as Gaara cut him, shut up, let's go. Before they left, Gaara turned to Shino and said, what's your name? Aburame Shino, and you? Replied the bug user. Sabaku no Gaara, said the Sunanin before he and his team left. Sasuke fumed at being ignored and also left. End of flashback. Rock Lee was a Konoha genin Sasuke lost to during a spar just before the exams. He would have been badly hurt if Lee's sensei didn't interfere, effectively saving Sasuke's ass because Lee was about to use some restricted move that he was no supposed to. That's too easy, you already have their names, said Kabuto. He gave the data about Lee and Gaara but it wasn't that impressive. Gaara just seemed a bit strong since he never sustained any damage during his missions. Then Kabuto took out Naruto's data card and his eyes widened before he read the card's data out loud for everyone in the entire room to hear. Uzumaki Naruto, member of Team 8 under Yuhi Kurenai Genjutsu, mistress of Konoha. Teammates are Inuzuka Kiba and Hyuga Hinata. He has done a total of 20 D ranks and 1 A rank missions. Started Kabuto before taking a deep breath and continuing. Oh my, he is also the only genin to have ever made it into the bingo book, classified as A rank shinobi, to engage with caution. He defeated Momochi Zabuza the Kiri no Kijin in Wave Country where he is considered a hero for his action leading to the fall of the local bandit warlord Gato. He finished his reading about Naruto. Shikamaru frowned before saying, Sakura, didn't you say that it was Sasuke who was the hero of Wave and that he saved them all due to his fight with a Kiri missing nin? He really just killed a bandit. Sakura was cursing at the pineapple-haired boy's perfect memory while Sasuke was fuming with rage once again for being humiliated in front of everyone. Everyone in the room except for Team 7 and 8 was now looking at Naruto like he grew a second head. After that, Kabuto continued to tell the rookies about the exams and the different villages participating. As he mentioned the Sound Village as being a new and most likely weak one, he was attacked by a team from that village. Before things could get too far, they were interrupted by a smoke explosion. Morino Ibiki, proctor of the Chunin exam's first part, silenced them all and threatened to disqualify anyone not following his rules before continuing to explain his part of the exams. When he finished explaining the rules, he said, "May the Chunin exam's first part begin." Chapter 9, Chunin Exams, Part 2. Konoha Academy, Classroom 303. As the genin were starting their written exam, Naruto was patiently waiting for his team to take action. Team 8 was a natural information gathering and tracking team, so Naruto immediately understood what was going on as he read the first questions of the test. Hinata understood as well the true meaning of the test, and she took a look with her Byakugan activated to see that Kiba was doing okay since he had starting writing answers on his exam sheet with the help of his companion Akamaru. She saw that Naruto was looking in her direction and understood what he wanted. She quickly used her bloodline to copy all the answers from a guy in front of her who mysteriously had already filled all the answers for the test. She left the spot where she should have filled her name empty on purpose. When she was done, she signaled to Naruto that she was ready with a fake cough. As he received the signal, Naruto started to channel wind chakra, and suddenly a huge gust of wind appeared in the exam room, effectively disrupting the test long enough for him to make the switch with Hinata's paper before deactivating his jutsu with a smirk. As the exam started again, Hinata just took the time to fill the answers again as she already did minutes before. Team 8 then waited for the end of the test and wasn't fooled either by the last do or die question. As Ibiki was closing the first part of the exams, a purple blur came through the window. Mitarashi Anko was the proctor for the second part of the exams. As she introduced herself to the genins who made it to the second round, she noticed Naruto and got a sadistic grin on her face. "Naru-chan, you made it. It's been such a long time, did you miss me?" she announced in front of everyone, much to the irritation of a certain vixen. "She's still as annoying as ever," growled Natsuki. "Relax, Na-chan. Enko-sensei is my friend, she's just joking," replied Naruto in his mind. "Alright maggots, follow me to training ground 44 for the next part," she said, and left the room the same way she entered, leaving an entire sweat-dropping classroom. Training ground 44. As Enko explained the rules for the second part of the Chunin exams, which would take place in the Forest of Death for a survival test during 5 days, Naruto came face to face with the Suna shinobi Kabuto was talking about earlier. Gaara was his name if Naruto remembered well. "Mother wants your blood, I will kill you during the next part," announced the redhead. "Who?" asked Naruto, seemingly confused. "Moth," replied Gaara as he was cut by the blonde. "Whatever dude, look, trash talk before the game is a sign of weakness," said Naruto as he walked back to his team with a smirk, leaving a highly irritated Sunanin behind. "What did he want?" asked Kiba as Naruto made it back. "I'm not sure, I think he wanted to talk trash," replied Naruto. "Well, let's get ready, the exam is starting," said Kiba as they went to their designated starting area. "Alright, the second part of the Chunin exam starts now," exclaimed Anko as the training ground 44 doors all opened for the contestants. Timeskip 1 day later. Team 8 had quickly disposed of a team from AIM that tried to fool them with henge, and fortunately they had the scroll Naruto's team needed to complete this part of the exam. So they decided to calmly head for the tower, then relax for the remaining time they would have. They were running in the trees for a few hours when Naruto suddenly spoke. "So how long are you two planning to hide to me that you're dating each other?" said Naruto to his teammates as they were starting to slow down from their running to make a camp for the night. Kiba almost lost his balance and fall from the tree he was on, and Hinata had a huge blush on her face. "What are you talking about, we?" started Kiba as he was cut by Naruto. "I may not be as good as you, but my nose never failed me and I can smell Hinata's perfume all over you," said Naruto. Kiba and Hinata looked at each other, then shared a smile, and Kiba was the one to speak. "Alright, we confess, but you can't tell this to anyone?" asked the Inuzuka heir to his teammate. "My lips are sealed, and I want to say that I'm happy for you guys," replied Naruto with a smile. "Thanks buddy," said Kiba. "Thank you Naruto-kun," added Hinata. Hinata had changed a lot since the first time they became a team. Naruto remembered the conversation he had with her that most likely changed the way she saw him. Flashback, after Naruto's evaluation with Kurenai and her friends. Kurenai's friends Anko and Yugao just left the training ground for a few minutes before Hinata and Kiba arrived for their team briefing. Naruto was still a bit winded from his previous test, so he took the opportunity to deal with something else he had planned to do anyway, so he went in Hinata's direction and asked for her to step out with him for a short talk. Hinata blushed madly at what Naruto just said to her but looked at her sensei for permission before she received a nod from Kurenai. She then followed Naruto in the woods. "What is it Naruto-kun?" asked the girl. Naruto took a deep breath and spoke to her calmly. "Hinata, despite what everyone thinks, I'm not an idiot. I saw how you look at me and how you react to me anytime I try to speak to you," he said to her. "I don't think what you feel for me is really love though," continued the blonde. "What do you mean Naruto-kun? Ever since you saved me from those boys all those years ago I," said Hinata, but Naruto didn't let her finish. "That's exactly why, Hinata. What you feel for me is admiration. You admire me standing up to those who oppressed you, something you always wanted to do against your family and their strict rules," he said before adding, "Moreover, you only know the fake me, a mask that I show to the world in order for them to leave me alone. I play the fool and it's not me, not the real me, Hinata. I won't lie to you either, there's someone else in my heart. I've known her for a long time now and she knows me too, the real me. I finally confessed to her yesterday and she loves me back. That's also the reason why I can't return your feelings," he said. "I understand Naruto-kun," said a sad but convinced Hinata. "I hope we can still work together as a team, and I know that with some good training you can become one of the best kunoichi the leaf has ever produced, Hinata. I would be glad to help you train every once in a while," finished Naruto. "Why, you really mean it? You don't think I'm weak?" asked Hinata. "I know that you are strong, Hinata. You just have to realize it yourself and nothing could stop you. You are after all the kunoichi of the year," said Naruto to lighten the mood. "Thank you Naruto-kun," said a surprisingly not stuttering Hinata as they made their way back to the training ground. Unknown to them, Kurenai was hiding in a very discreet genjutsu behind them and heard the whole thing. I was right to request this team, they will do great in the future and I will help them achieve their dreams, thought Kurenai as she dispelled her jutsu and shushined back too. End of flashback. So how long has this been going on? Asked the curious blonde to the still embarrassed pair. Since the wave mission, right after Hinata-chan put that emo king in his place if you want to know exactly when, replied Kiba with a smile. Does sensei know? Asked Naruto again. She started Kiba but a screaming voice interrupted them. It's not far from here, let's go check it out, replied Naruto. They only had to run for a few seconds to reach the origin of the scream. There in front of them stood the team from Suna against another team from AIM. The redhead who tried to speak with Naruto before the exams was holding one of the AIM nin in a strange jutsu involving sand manipulation. Then he suddenly called a jutsu. Sabaku Susu, called Gaara as the sand around his opponent suddenly shrank and crushed the unfortunate nin inside, blood splattering all around them. Hinata almost fainted at the scene while Naruto and Kiba were also quite shocked at the brutality of the kill. The AIM nin's teammates tried to run but also stood no chance against the redhead killing machine. Naru-kun, be careful, I sense demonic chakra coming from him, warned Nitsuki as she felt a presence in this boy she never imagined she'd feel again. Are you sure, Na-chan? Asked the blonde. Yes, I'm positive that's the Ikibi's Jinchuriki. Be very prudent around him, like you he has an ability from his Biju, he can control sand with his chakra like you do with your wind. Replied the vixen. Kiba was now having an unconscious Hinata in his arms bridal style and exchanged a glance with Naruto. They agreed to not confront the psychotic unless they had no other choice and made their way back to their camp. Once they were back, Naruto spoke. We will only rest until Hinata is up, then we will sprint to the tower, there will be more at ease than now. Kiba nodded and started to clear the camp while waiting for his girlfriend to wake up, Akamaru watching over her sleeping form. Naruto was obviously perturbed at the revelation of someone like him turning into a mindless murderer. He could only think about how his life would have been if he never met Nitsuki, and that scared him a lot. Nitsuki, feeling her mate's anxiety, tried to speak to him. Don't stress yourself over what could have been, Naru-kun. Just concentrate on what you are right now and what you have. You have me now, you have your teammates too, as well as the old man your sensei and her friends, though I'm not the greatest fan of the snake lover one these days, ranted Nitsuki in his mind. That calmed him down a little as Hinata was finally coming back. They ran non-stop for 2 hours, then finally arrived at the tower. Once inside they saw that the Suna team was the first to arrive and they were the second. They just went past them and got to the waiting area. 3 days later, more teams had arrived to the tower, the rookies 9 were all there, as well as the team with Rock Lee. Of course the Suna team was already there. Naruto also saw the team from Oto who made such a ruckus during the first exam. Kabuto's team was also there. As all the genin were lined up in the main hall of the tower, Naruto could see Sasuke holding his neck painfully. Seemed like he received a bug bite there or something. Naruto could feel something almost demonic coming from the strange bug bites on the Avenger's neck. Naruto just shrugged it off, thinking that maybe the Uchiha's ego or the pink bitch's screeching voice finally made Shino snap and the bug user sent his Kikai creatures against them. The thought made Naruto smile before he chose to focus at what the old man was saying to them all. Sarutobi just gave the genin some pep talk about the Chunin exams and their signification, then a sickly Jonin began to explain the next part of the exams. Seeing that there's a little bit too many of you, we will proceed to a preliminary tournament to lower the number of contestants who will face each others during the exams finals. Explained the now identified Giko Hayate. Kabuto surprisingly forfeited after Hayate asked if anybody wanted to forfeit for the next part, saying that he was too tired to continue. Okay, if no one else wants to withdraw from the exam, we will start the fights. The Chunin exam finals preliminary round was about to start. Chapter 10. Chunin exams, preliminary rounds. Forest of Death, Central Tower. As the genin and their sensei left the center of the room and made their way to the stairs on the sides in order to reach the watching area, only 3 ninjas stayed down in the ring. The first one was Giko Hayate, the referee, then the 2 others were Uchiha Sasuke and Akato Yoroi, whose names were just called moments before, supposedly randomly picked and currently displayed by a giant electronic screen at the back of the room. Uchiha Sasuke vs Akato Yoroi. The fight went on pretty quickly. Yoroi was using taijutsu only and surprisingly Sasuke too. Naruto wondered why the Avenger was not using his trademark fireball techniques. Sasuke used a strange taijutsu combo to take out Yoroi. I have to admit that last move the Uchiha came up with was quite something, said Naruto to his teammates. That's not something he invented by himself, Naruto-kun, replied Hinata as Naruto raised an eyebrow at her answer. What do you mean? Asked Naruto confused. It is a taijutsu move used by Guy, my cousin Neji's sensei, and Rock Lee, the one Sasuke asked about in the beginning of the exams with Kabuto-san. Said Hinata, as she had occasionally seen Neji's training with his team in the past. I see, he must have awakened his bloodline during the time after the wave mission, and now. To think that the bastard would use it copy one of his own ally technique. Analyzed Naruto. Lee and Guy seemed a bit unnerved by what they saw in the arena but chose to say nothing about it. Kakashi just helped Sasuke leave the ring and then took the Avenger with him somewhere. The board then flashed again and the next fight started. Aburame Shino vs Abumi Zaku. Shino once again displayed his strategical prowess as he came up with a three-part plan to take down his opponent. First, he showed his Kikai bugs around himself to everyone's eyes. This served as a distraction as a swarm of those bugs then discreetly made their way around the unsuspecting Zaku. Finally, as the Oto Nin was panicking at the sight of the first trap, Shino sent a small portion of his familiars to sabotage his enemy's weapons, his arms. The result was Zaku blowing up his arms with his own jutsu, effectively ending the fight. The next fight was then called Tsurugi Masumi vs Sabaku no Kankuro. Again, the fight was a quick one. Kankuro turned out to be a puppet master. His body turned into a puppet when his opponent tried to beat him with a taijutsu move. The real Kankuro was hidden in his strange backpack using chakra strings to operate the fake body. His opponent was beaten quite easily after that. The next fight proved to be amazingly boring. Yamanaka Ino vs Haruno Sakura. The two fangirls ended up in a double KO. No one was impressed by their fight. As none of the contestant can continue the fight, no one shall advance to the next round, declared Hayate as he called the next match. Tenten vs Sabaku no Tamari. Another kunoichi fight, though this one proved to be a lot more interesting. Tenten was heavily dependent on her weapons. Naruto was particularly interested in her ability with sealing scrolls and thought it would be a good idea to ask her about it later. Tamari was using a big-ass fan and used it to deflect every attack made by Tenten by throwing wind attacks with it. It was the first time Naruto encountered someone using wind other than him. Tenten lost after Tamari used another combo of her fan and wind technique, the Ninpo Kamedachi. Then the next fight was called Kintsuchi vs Nara Shikamaru. Shikamaru was not pleased to have to fight a woman, but thanks to a good strategy he did not have to put much of a fight to win his match. Finally, a member of Team 8 was called next. Uzumaki Naruto vs Kinuta Dosu. Naruto remembered his opponent from the first part of the exams. He was from the team who attacked Kabuto after he said Oto was a minor and weak village. This Oto Nin was interesting because even though he did not make solid contact with Kabuto when he punched him, Kabuto still suffered some kind of internal damage. Naruto thought that the special device that Shinobi had on his arms was the cause of all that. Naruto was pulled out of his musing by Dosu talking to him. So you're that kid from the bingo book that Kabuto guy was speaking about. Must be some kind of bull from Konoha Nins banding together to scare the opposition by spreading fake rumors like that. Taunted Dosu, but Naruto just stood in his original position, not showing any signs of irritation whatsoever. Seeing that Naruto did not take the bait, Dosu decided to charge. They ended up in a taijutsu spar. As they were exchanging blows, Naruto occasionally felt the wind around him shifting, almost bending to follow the Oto Nin's movements. The enemy's movements were good but a lot weaker and slower than what he had usually encountered against Kurenai or Anko. He was about to launch his Kitsune Yurei to finish his opponent when he suddenly lost his balance and almost fell to the ground. His vision was also starting to get blurred and his head was killing him. So it seems my attacks are finally starting to affect you. I was starting to wonder if you were immune to them, said Dosu. Naruto then understood what just happened. Why your arms, the sound, replied Naruto. Exactly, the sound. Do you even know what a sound really is? Asked Dosu. Vibrations, replied Naruto, still trying to stay up. Correct, and if you are able to hear a sound, then that means that your ears were able to capture the vibrations in the air, explained Dosu before adding, there is no defense against my attacks, and with my next attack I will rupture your internal hearing system, announced Dosu as he resumed the fight, running straight to Naruto. Shit, I can't let him hit me again with that move or I'm done for, analyzed Naruto before planning for his next move. Naruto started going through hand signs, then he called his technique as Dosu was approaching him. Futon, Sabama Geishi, said Naruto as he threw two kunai away. The experienced ninja around him were a little surprised by what Naruto just called his jutsu. Those were the hand signs for the kunai cage bunshin no jutsu. Why did he call it Sabama Geishi, was the question on every Jonin plus leveled ninja in the room. The kunai went straight around Dosu, missing him from a good meter on each side. I don't know what technique you tried to use, but it obviously failed. You can't even properly throw a kunai straight at me after being hit by my jutsu earlier, taunted Dosu as he continued to run straight to Naruto to finish the job. His arrogance made him miss the looks of surprise on everyone's faces as the two kunai Naruto launched suddenly separated in 10 kunai each. Then the two barrage of kunai changed path and turned back in a curved path, this time to point directly at the back of the unsuspecting Dosu. As a flock of bird, the barrage of kunai took form and dived in a straight path to pierce the back of the Oto nin. Dosu could only blink as the pain took over in his whole body. Fortunately for him, no kunai were aimed at a vital spot, but the pain was still excruciating. He lost consciousness pretty fast. The doctors went to stop the bleeding as soon as possible and Naruto was declared the winner in an absolute silent room. The only 5 people who understood part of what Naruto called Sabama Geishi were Team 8, Enko and the old man. So he did have to use hand signs and call the jutsu out loud after all to perform a jutsu that is not entirely based on wind manipulation, analyzed the Sandame. Yugao will be pleased to know that he put one of the jutsu she taught him on weapons to use in a fight so fast, combining it with wind chakra no less, Enko mused with a grin on her face. A good fight, Naruto, great strategy against something you didn't expect. You turned what he thought as a weakness he created on you into a distraction to prevent him from noticing your attack until it was too late, said Kurenai as Naruto joined Team 8 back in the watching area. Thank you, sensei, replied Naruto. Your turn now, Kiba and Hinata. You have to pass this round too, added Naruto to his teammates as the next fight was called. Hyuga Hinata vs Hyuga Neji. The fight between Hinata and Neji was a demo of Konoha's most noble family taijutsu style. Neji was at first surprised that Hinata was a lot more confident than usual. She also seemed to have increased her overall skill in the mastery of the gentle fist. Nevertheless, Neji was more experienced, and he had seriously practiced the family art for a lot longer than her. So he eventually took the advantage in the fight and blocked a major part of her tenketsus. He was increasingly starting to get annoyed by her attitude to never give up and tried to use a killing blow on her only to be stopped by Jonins who did not want to have someone die unnecessarily. He was declared the winner due to external interference. As he left, he exchanged hard looks with Kiba and Naruto. The next fight was then called Rock Lee vs Sabaku no Gaara. Lee turned out to be a lot stronger than what most of the ninja in the room anticipated. He used very high taijutsu moves and his speed was on par with Jonin-level shinobi. Naruto, though, already knew how the match would end. He remembered his conversation with Natsuki about Gaara being someone like him, Jinchuriki for the one-tailed raccoon Shukaku. In the end, Lee used some ultimate taijutsu move, going above the human body's limits but failed to seriously injure Gaara. Gaara on the other hand did try to kill the Konoha shinobi but only managed to seriously injure Lee by crushing one of his arms and legs. Before the psychotic redhead could go on and finish Lee, Guy saved his student's life by interfering during the fight. Gaara was declared winner by default because of Guy's interference and went back to his team waiting for him in the watching zone. It was then time for the last fight of the day. Inuzuka Kiba vs Akamichi Choji. Kiba and Choji faced each other in the ring for the last spot to the Chunin exams finals. Neither of them lost any time as they launched their special techniques right of the bat in preparation for the fight. Ninpo, Baika no Jutsu, called Choji as he transformed his body in a giant human sphere. Ninpo, Junjin Bunshin no Jutsu, said Kiba as Akamaru transformed into a second Kiba. They then called their attack jutsu against each other. Nikuden Sensha, called Choji as the human sphere he transformed into seconds earlier began to rotate on itself and charged at Kiba and Akamaru. Gatsuga, a double tornado was launched in the direction of Choji as Kiba called his jutsu. As the two jutsu collided, a huge cloud of dust covered everyone's eyes. When the cloud dissipated, Choji appeared the same as before, still in his spherical form, while Kiba and Akamaru were on the ground panting and bleeding a little. Damn, his jutsu has more power than mine. I won't be able to get past him like that, analyzed the Inuzuka heir. I need to slow down his rotation power if I want a chance to defeat him, thought Kiba. Choji charged at Kiba again, but this time Kiba did not launch his Gatsuga immediately. He went through hand signs and then called a new technique, Doden, Doryu Taiga. A huge torrent of mud appeared in front of him as Choji charged at him. It didn't stop completely Choji's movements, but it slowed them down greatly as more and more mud were picked up by the Akamichi's air jutsu. Kiba then used Gatsuga again on the weakened form of the Nikuden Sensha and this time he overpowered it. Choji was knocked out by the power behind the attack, then Hayate declared Kiba the winner of the last qualifying match of the preliminary rounds. Kiba made it back to his team and thanked Kurenai for helping him with Doden manipulation. After that, every contestant qualified for the finals went to get a number to determine the matchups for the finals rounds that would take place in Konoha Stadium in a month's time. When all took a number and announced it, the matchups could be seen on a screen. Match 1, Inuzuka Kiba vs Hyuga Neji. Match 2, Sabaku no Konkuro vs Aburame Shino. Match 3, Nara Shikamaru vs Sabaku no Tamari. Match 4, Uzumaki Naruto vs Sabaku no Gaara. Match 5, Uchiha Sasuke vs winner of Match 4. Every contestant took a discreet glance at his or her future opponents, then the Sandame dismissed them all and wished them good luck and to work hard during the month they had to train. Naruto regrouped with his team and sensei and they finally left the Forest of Death. Chapter 11, Ties to the Past. Training Ground 8. The preliminary rounds of the Chunin exams just ended yesterday. Kurenai was very proud of her students. Hinata was the only one who didn't qualify for the finals, but she didn't have anything to be ashamed of. Kurenai said that even if Hinata didn't win, she fought admirably well against Neji, who is more experienced than her. Kurenai asked her team if they wanted training in any particular subject for the next month to prepare for the finals. Kiba replied that he would spend the entire month learning with his family in order to perfect the jutsu he already had. He said that after his fight with Choji, he realized that he did not master his family techniques to an acceptable level yet, leading to his Gatsuga being weaker than what it should have been. Kurenai suggested that he should come to her if he ever needed more help in his Doden chakra manipulation. Kiba happily accepted his sensei's proposal. Hinata had suffered injuries from her fight with her cousin Neji. She had to rest her body for at least a month before she would be medically allowed to resume her kunoichi duties. Kurenai nodded, then turned her head in Naruto's direction. Naruto thought about what he would work on during the break. He came to the conclusion that he needed a trump card in his arsenal if he wanted to have a chance to be able to fight the other Jinchuriki Gaara. His wind techniques might not be strong enough to overpower the sand-based jutsu of the Suna shinobi. I'm not sure yet about my training for the month, sensei. I had plans to go meet the old man today in order to figure something out. He said to her while pointing at his stomach where Natsuki's seal is located. Kurenai understood his sign and gave him a nod of acceptance. Alright, with Kiba and Hinata going their way, we don't need to hold team meetings every day anymore for the remaining of the Chunin exams. Just come to me if you need anything, she said as she dismissed her students. Hokage office. Naruto made his way to the old man's office and entered the same way he always did, knocking the door open with his foot and shouting as he went inside. Hey old man, you got a minute? Asked the blonde. Yes Naruto, what can I do for you my boy? Shouldn't you be training for the finals? Replied Sarutobi. Naruto explained his problems to the village leader, Gaara being a host like him, and that he didn't know what he needed to focus on in order to compete with the Suna Jinchuriki. Sarutobi thought about it for a moment before he spoke again. As you know, your mother was chosen as a host before you because of the Uzumaki bloodline that allowed her to have some control over the Biju. I don't know a lot about her bloodline other than it was only the female Uzumaki who could do it, but I think that the other Uzumaki should also have had some other way to defend themselves against the powers of Bijus. But there's no record left on the Uzumaki in the village Jiji. How will I be able to find anything relevant to my ancestors? Asked Naruto. Sarutobi seemed lost as well at the blonde's question. Naru-kun, I think I know where we could find information about the Uzumaki. Said Natsuki in his mind. Really? Where? Replied Naruto in his mind. Do you remember Uzushiogakure? It's the place where your mother came from. Even though it was destroyed in the Second Shinobi War, I'm sure you could still find something useful there, replied the vixen. Naruto's eyes widened at this. He did indeed wanted to visit his mother's homeland, where he hoped he could also find a way to free Natsuki from the seal. Jiji, what about Uzu no Kuni, or more precisely what's left of it? I'm sure I could find something useful for me there, and I think that I need to visit the country where my mother was born and all my ancestors before her. Asked Naruto. I think that's a great idea Naruto-kun. However, I can't let you go alone and I don't have any resource left to spare since the village's forces are already under a lot of stress with the patrols and gate duties increased due to the Chunin exams. Sarutobi said to Naruto. I can't ask Kurenai-sensei to come with me for a month-long trip outside the village. Kiba or Hinata may need her more than me during that time, thought a dejected Naruto. Sarutobi was sad that he couldn't help his adoptive grandson, but he had to stay fair. He couldn't order one of his subordinates to travel to Uzu no Kuni with Naruto without a proper reason. He thought about who he could possibly send out in an off-the-record mission, someone that would be able to leave unnoticed. That shinobi would have to be strong enough to protect Naruto and also level-headed enough to bear Naruto's exuberant attitude. Then his eyes suddenly widened as he just found the perfect escort for Naruto. Yes, I think it is highly time that those two meet. He thought. Naruto, I may have someone who could go with you to Uzu no Kuni. He is also strong enough to supervise your training while you try to find traces of your ancestors. Sarutobi said with a smile on his face. Who is it, Gigi? I thought you said everyone was busy at the moment. Asked Naruto. Well, he is not exactly under my direct command and he has free travel rights, so he isn't required to stay to protect the village at all time. It just happened that he came back this morning, replied the old man. Here, you will find him at this address, give him this letter and he will understand the situation. Added Sarutobi as he handed a letter with his seal on it to Naruto. Thank you, Gigi. I'll see you in a month, replied Naruto, and with that he left the office to go find that mysterious man. Konoha's onsen. Naruto made it to the bathhouse, wondering why Sarutobi knew this mysterious man would be here. He was also surprised when the old man didn't want to reveal this man's identity, saying that it would be better if the man properly introduced himself. He was about to enter when he heard strange noises from the side of the building. As he went around he saw a man inside a tall tree looking down into the bathing area. The man was giggling and taking notes inside a small handbook at the same time. Naruto couldn't see his face as the man was hiding pretty high in that tree and only the giggling and scratching were proof of his presence. If there was something that Naruto inherited from Kurenai, it was the hate of perverts. He was thinking of the best way to punish this pervert, then mentally called a jutsu. Futon. Furyuden no Jutsu, Naruto silently launched his jutsu against the tree the pervert was hiding in. The wind dragon slashed through the tree in its midsection, bending the upper section just in the right angle for the unsuspecting pervert to fall into the bathing area on the women's side. Seems like the ladies inside did not take too kindly to be disturbed and peeked during their relaxation time. The pervert must have got the beating of his life if what Naruto heard from the other side of the wall was correct. Satisfied with his work, Naruto decided to go inside, in the men area of course, and find this instructor. According to his Gigi, the man had long white hairs and strange red markings on his face. He was about to enter the men locker room when he saw the pervert getting out of the women area, beaten and hurt but nothing too harsh. Then his eyes widened, long white hairs, those red lines on his face, oh my god, he's the one Gigi was talking about. Thought Naruto as he observed the man. Hey pervert, did you enjoy the beating? Asked Naruto. So that was you, yelled the man as he charged at Naruto, but Naruto just stood there and lifted the letter with the Hokage seal in his hand. The approaching man stopped in his tracks and took the letter. His eyes widened as he read the letter, taking short glances at Naruto from time to time. So that's Minato's and Kushina's kid, sensei is finally letting me take him out of the village, this should be fun. He thought in his mind before giving back the letter to Naruto. Then his face's expression suddenly changed and turned from lecherous and perverted into a serious one as he spoke to the young boy in front of him. Okay, I understand your situation and I'll go with you on your trip, he said. I don't see why the old man would choose a pervert like you to be my escort, much less the instructor to supervise my training for the month to come, replied Naruto. Follow me outside, you'll understand soon enough, replied the pervert. Naruto gave him a nod and they left the bathhouse, then the man took Naruto to the closest empty training ground. Training Ground 17. They reached the center of the field and the man motioned for Naruto to sit down and he did the same after making sure that no one was around for the upcoming conversation. Alright, let me introduce myself first. I'm Jiraiya of the Sennin and I was a student under the Sandame. I'm in charge of Konoha's spy network, so that's why I'm almost never inside the village, said the now identified Jiraiya. That's also the reason why I couldn't look after you before now, he added in his mind. Naruto's eyes widened as he recognized the name. Jiraiya is one of the best if not the best shinobi of the Leaf right now. He along with two others was in the team trained by Gigi a long time ago. It was said in the book he read about them that each of them could fight an entire army by themselves. And you know about my reason to go there? Asked Naruto, scared that this man would hold a grudge against him for holding Nitsuki in him. Yes, the Hokage explained the situation in his letter, that you would face the Suna Jinchuriki in the finals. I also know about your burden, replied Jiraiya. Naruto smiled, he found another person who did not hate him for having Nitsuki sealed in him. He was a little weird and a big-time pervert, but he was strong and seemed reliable too. Deciding to follow his instincts, he made his decision. I would be honored to have you supervise my training for the month to come, and I thank you for accepting to come with me to find my mother's homeland, said the young blonde as he bowed to the Sennin. Alright, drop the formalities, pack your things, we leave tomorrow morning at dawn, said Jiraiya as he stood up. Okay Arrow Sennin, see you tomorrow, replied Naruto as he shunshined out of the area. Jiraiya almost fell back when he heard the nickname but smiled as he too left the clearing. Time skip, 1 week later. It took them 1 week to finally reach Uzu no Kuni. The fastest way was to walk back to Wave before taking a boat in order to reach the ruins of the ancient civilization of Whirlpool Country. They were currently on the boat and the island of Uzu was in sight. During their traveling time, Jiraiya had evaluated Naruto's level of skill in all the ninja arts. He had come to the same conclusion as Kurenai and her friends. Naruto was currently at high Chunin level at least and Tokubetsu Jonin at most. Jiraiya knew Kurenai would work on Naruto's genjutsu issues later, so he decided to improve the boy's basic chakra control. He was astonished at Naruto's control over the wind element and accepted to help the boy in his tests to counter every elemental techniques thrown at him since Jiraiya was able to use all 5 elemental elements. He also started to teach Naruto the basics in the art of fuinjutsu. He's talented, it reminds me so much of Minato, sometimes it hurts, thought the old hermit. Naruto was currently working with a water balloon. Jiraiya said that he needed to make the balloon pop using pure chakra only, no wind allowed. He had started the exercise yesterday. He was making good progress and understood that he needed to spin the water inside the balloon in such a way that it would pop. I wonder what I'm doing wrong, maybe I should work on the path of the water inside the balloon again, wondered the blonde. Both teacher and student were pulled out of their musing when the boat finally reached the coast. They agreed with the captain of the boat to meet again at the same place in 2 weeks, it would give them just enough time to go back to Konoha. Okay, here's how we will work for the next 2 weeks. You will train with me every day from dawn to approximately 5 p.m. then you will be free to explore and do whatever you want from there, announced Jiraiya, and Naruto nodded to him. 2 days after their arrival, Naruto finally managed to pop the water balloon using only chakra. Jiraiya then made him start a harder exercise. This time he had to pop a rubber ball with his chakra. In the meantime, Naruto had started exploring the island. So far he didn't find anything interesting. Nature and time had already erased most trace of the ancient village of Whirlpool. He remembered asking Natsuki if she knew anything but was disappointed by her answer. Flashback. 2 days ago. Alright, training is done for today. Do you know where I should start to search for my mother's ancient village, Na-chan? Asked Naruto. I'm sorry Naru-kun, unlike with you I didn't interact a lot with your mother. The sealing technique seems different too. I wasn't able to access her senses from inside her seal the same way I can with yours. I didn't have access to her memories either, all I know about her is what she told me on the rare occasions she visited her mindscape, replied Natsuki. It's okay Na-chan, I'm sure we'll figure out something. I still have 2 weeks left and I could always come back later, Naruto said. End of flashback. 2 days later, Naruto succeeded in blowing up the rubber ball using his chakra. The key this time was to concentrate his chakra while applying what he learned from the first stage. His search through his mother's hometown ruins also progressed as he was able to find the buried entrance of what must have been the Uzukage Tower, considering the huge whirlpool sign at the entrance. He managed to clear the entrance of the rubble, blocking it with the help of several cage buncheons. Once inside he came to a dead end. The door in front of him had a strange red seal on it. That's a blood seal Naru-kun, most likely only one with Uzumaki blood can go through this door. You have to apply some of your blood on the seal and the door will open, said Natsuki in his mind. He did as instructed and the door opened. Inside the building most of the rooms had collapsed. He only found another room which seemingly resisted the last war. The door to that room was once again protected by a blood seal. This room must have been a library of sort. Most of the books were old and barely readable. In the center of the room stood a strange shrine. On top of it was a scroll with the same blood seal Naruto already saw on the doors from earlier. He opened the scroll, unlocking it with his blood, and his eyes widened at what he read. If you are reading this, then that means that you are most likely the last Uzumaki remaining in this world. Kiri, Kumo and Iwa launched a surprise attack on our village and we did not have the time to call for the help of our allies of the Leaf before they completely surrounded our lands. Even with our best effort we could not hold off an enemy outnumbering us 10-1. We have lost most of our men trying to defend the main gate of the village, but it also fell this morning and now I'm one of the last standing. In this scroll I have sealed our 2 most precious treasures. First is the Uzumaki Scroll of Seals. It contains most of our works on fuinjutsu. Next is our sacred summoning scroll to our loyal allies of old time, the dragons. Be warned that only an Uzumaki can be accepted as a summoner for the dragons, as anyone else who tries to bond with them shall die in insufferable pain. I have sealed these hoping that someone from our blood survived this attack and one day he or she would show the world that the Uzumaki are still alive and take our place back as one of the most powerful clan. Good luck, from Uzumaki Kazuma, the last Uzukage of Whirlpool. Naruto decided to wait before going through the Fuinjutsu scroll since he only started to learn the basics with Jiraiya on it. It was nevertheless a goldmine for his future research on how to free Natsuki from the seal. He unsealed the dragon summoning contract and followed the instructions from the scroll in Nitsuki to sign his name on it. Once done, he felt a weird sensation in his body as he was teleported from his current position to a strange place. Summoning world. It seemed he was on top of a mountain, he couldn't even see the ground from where he was. He was suddenly pulled out of his musing when a huge black dragon came out of nowhere. Who dares to use our old contract with the Uzumaki royal family to come to this sacred place? Roared the creature as it landed in front of Naruto. My name is Uzumaki Naruto and I found the scroll inside the ruins of the ancient village of Whirlpool. Answered the blonde. Uzumaki, you say? Be warned that you will die if you lied to me. Now come here and pass the test to prove your worth, said the dragon. As Naruto approached him, the dragon suddenly lashed at him and bit him on his forearm. Naruto winced at the pain but chose to stay calm as this was most likely part of the test. You have indeed the blood of our loyal friends the Uzumaki flowing through your veins. You may call me Ryo, I am the leader of the dragon family. We will answer to you call each time you ask for us Uzumaki Naruto, said the Dragon King as he bowed to his new summoner. It is my honor to unite once more the Uzumaki clan to our old allies the dragons, replied Naruto with a bow too. I will see you soon young hatchling, said Ryo as he unsummoned Naruto back to his original position inside the ruins of Whirlpool. Back in Uzu. Naruto reappeared in the sealed room. He noticed a tattoo with the form of a dragon on his left forearm where Ryo bit him. The scroll said it was the sign of the dragon summoner. From now on Naruto just needed to spread some blood on it and he could summon dragons. Having found what he looked for, he left the ruins and joined Jiraiya back at their camp. He spent the remaining days they had on the island to master the last chakra exercise Jiraiya was making him perform. Turns out those exercises were the key parts in mastering a technique invented by the fourth Hokage called the rasengan, and Naruto managed to learn it in only 2 weeks. When it was finally the moment to leave the island, Naruto couldn't help but feel a little sad to leave behind the only place in the world where he could feel some sort of bond to his long-lost clan. Time skip, 1 week later. They were finally back in front of the gates of Konoha, just for the day of the finals. Chapter 12, Finals. Konoha Stadium, Public Zone. Every seat in the stadium was occupied. It seemed that every ninja of the Leaf not busy with patrol rounds or gate duty had come to see the Chunin exam finals on this day. Of course there were lots of civilians too, curious to see the most promising generation of genin the Leaf has ever produced since the legendary Sannin. Mixed in the crowd could be seen the remaining members of the Rookies 9+ team guy who did not qualify for the finals, Sakura, Hinata, Tenten, Lee, Ino and Choji with their sensei Kakashi, Kurenai, Guy and Asuma. All were waiting for the match to start, watching the giant screen which was displaying the matchup for the upcoming match. Arena. In the center of the arena stood the contestants who won their preliminary match, and a new referee in the name of Shiranui Genma. There was a question in the mind of everyone though, where the hell is Naruto? Indeed the young blonde had yet to arrive, a good thing that his match against Gaara was scheduled last. Even Uchiha Sasuke, who had been training the whole month with Kakashi, had arrived earlier than expected, Kakashi saying something about not wanting to experience the joys of gate duty again. They all turned their head in the direction of the cage box. Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to make a speech for the opening ceremony of the Chunin exam finals. Cage box. The Sandame stood in the cage box. The cage had also come to watch his ninja compete in the finals. He wore his cage robe and had a veil that hides his whole face except his eyes. Each of them had 2 bodyguards. After his introduction speech, Sarutobi gave the signal for the first match to begin, under the roar of the crowd. Arena. Okay, you know the drill. Everyone except Inuzuka Kiba and Hyuga Neji please leave the arena and go to the waiting room upstairs, said Genma. As they all left for the waiting room, Genma explained the rules to the first contestants. Basically the same rules from the preliminary part applied: winner by forfeit, referee decision, losing consciousness or death. After receiving confirmation from both sides that they understood, Genma authorized the match to begin. Inuzuka Kiba vs Hyuga Neji. As Genma launched the match, Neji immediately activated his bloodline, Byakugan. He said as he fell into the Juken Taijutsu stance. Kiba went through hand signs and Akamaru changed into a second Kiba. Ninpo, Junjin Bunshin, said the Inuzuka heir as his familiar hanged into a perfect copy of himself. You will pay for hurting Hinata-chan, said Kiba. How typical of a loser to seek comfort and revenge from another loser, but today your fate is sealed, you will lose against me, replied Neji. Seeing that Neji was not about to move and simply waited, Kiba decided to launch the first attack, to gauge his opponent's defensive ability. Gatsuga, he yelled as a double tornado created from his and Akamaru's movements made its way towards the Hyuga prodigy. Neji waited for the last moment until he launched his counter, Hake Sho Kaden, he said as he expelled chakra from every tenketsu on his body, forming a perfect sphere of chakra as his body was in a repetitive rotation move. Kiba once again experienced his trademark jutsu being countered, the memories of his match against Choji still vivid in his mind. He decided to try the same strategy he used against Choji and launched another jutsu. Doten, Doryu Taiga, he said as a torrent of mud appeared in the area, covering most of the ground and especially the ground beneath Neji's feet. Kiba then launched another Gatsuga with Akamaru still following him in Neji's direction. Neji waited the last moment again before using his Kaden, and Kiba was countered just like the first time. He could even tell that his mud did not slow the Hyuga down one bit. "Is that all you can do, loser? You will never get through my absolute defense," taunted Neji. "Or did you thought that your ridiculous plan from the preliminary match would work against me? I can perform my Kaden no matter how the ground is, I could even do it while jumping," added the prodigy. "I've lost enough time and chakra with you, my turn to attack now. You're in my circle of divination," Neji said calmly. Jukenhu Hake Rokuju Yansho, as Neji called his technique, he was already in front of the first Kiba who moved directly in his path. Neji then launched a barrage of Juken attacks, effectively closing most of the first Kiba's tenketsus. Turns out this Kiba was the hanged Akamaru, as he dispelled himself at the end of Neji's terrifying attack. Kiba could only watch from his place as his companion sacrificed himself to prevent his master from losing the match. Kiba gritted his teeth in anger and chose to not let his companion's sacrifice go to a waste. "I'll have to use it, it's all or nothing at this point," he thought as he prepared his next jutsu. Kiba then ran towards Neji and dropped a smoke bomb at his feet. "I can see through your smoke, fool," said Neji as he prepared another Kaden. "Gatsuga," yelled Kiba as he started his rotation move. As Neji activated his absolute defense, Kiba suddenly dispelled his jutsu, then, still airborne, started to do new hand signs. "Doten, Kuka no Jutsu," he said as his body turned into stone and he went right into Neji's Kaden. This time Kiba was not pushed back by the Hyuga's defense, and as the rotation ended, the two opponents were still close to each other. Kiba was still standing and had his arms crossed in front of his chest in a protective guard stance. Before Neji could move, Kiba moved his guard up to protect his face, and what Neji saw on the Inuzuka's chest made him widen his eyes. Hinata in the stands, with her Byakugan activated, understood Kiba's plan and tried to tell him to stop. "Kiba-kun. No, don't do this." "I'm sorry, Hinata-chan," thought Kiba as the exploding tag he had planted on his chest detonated. This time Kiba went down, even with his stone body enhancement jutsu activated. He took the full blast of the explosion point blank. His body jutsu had been dispelled and he was bleeding from several spots. Neji wasn't doing really better, even though he was a little further from the blast, he didn't have the time to activate his Kaden again. He was also bleeding profusely and couldn't stand up. Genma, seeing that no contestant could stand up, was about to call the match and declare a draw, but he was stopped as Kiba slowly went back up. He then walked towards the still down Neji. "I may be a loser, but Hinata-chan isn't. During your fight she could have easily ended your pathetic ass if she wanted with a single hand sign, but she didn't. I know all about your family. Hinata-chan chose to fight you fairly and you disrespected her by your actions and your words," he said. "You say that fate determines everything in life, so wasn't it your fate to lose when you had to go against a main house member?" he continued, and Neji still couldn't move. Genma was about to declare Kiba the winner when the Inuzuka surprised everyone in the stadium. "Proctor, I forfeit. My companion is severely hurt, so I won't be able to fight properly anyway in the next match," said Kiba as he took Akamaru's body in his arms and left the arena. "Winner by forfeit, Hyuga Neji," announced Genma as the doctors came to help Neji. Hyuga Hiyashi, seeing his nephew being transported to the infirmary, decided to have a long conversation with him about some family secrets. He thought it was time for the young boy to know about his father's sacrifice and how he too fought against his fate at the end of his life. He hoped it wasn't too late to help Neji realize that fate doesn't control everything in life. After 5 minutes of recess, Genma called the next match. "Sabaku no Kankuro and Aburame Shino, please proceed to the center of the arena, please." "Proctor, I forfeit," suddenly said Kankuro. "There's no way I would reveal my hand right now. We need to follow the plan, and for that Gaara has to be the one who fight first," thought the Suna Nin. "Winner by forfeit, Aburame Shino," announced Genma. The crowd was getting nervous, so, to not get too suspicious, Tamari decided to take action and leapt over the fence of the waiting area to descend into the arena. She landed right next to Genma. "I think it's my turn," said the Suna Kunoichi. "Nara Shikamaru, get your ass over here," commanded Genma. Shikamaru was really close to forfeit since he didn't really want to fight in the first place and he considered very troublesome that the blonde Suna Kunoichi seemed really eager to start. Then the faces of his teammate Yamanaka Ino and his mother scolding him for being a lazy bum flashed in his mind. Deciding that he'd rather get his ass kicked by the blonde woman down there than by his mother or Ino, he slowly made his way to the arena. Nara Shikamaru vs Sabaku no Tamari. As soon as the two fighters were ready, Genma launched the match. The fight was clearly a different type than the first one. When the first fight was a confrontation of power and speed, this one was a game of intelligence and patience. Both ninja were skilled strategists, and both knew of their opponent's offensive capability. Tamari remembered her opponent's Kajimane no Jutsu from his match against the Oto Kunoichi, and Shikamaru remembered his opponent's Wind Jutsu associated to her fan and especially the Kamedachi no Jutsu. Both tried to read the other one's jutsu reach and use the arena's ground to their advantage in doing so. As Shikamaru finally succeeded in capturing Tamari in his shadow manipulation jutsu, he realized that his chakra reserves were critically low and tried to think of a new plan to get out of that situation. Unfortunately, he ran out of time and was forced to forfeit as he used most of his chakra. The winner for the third match is Sabaku no Tamari, declared Genma. The next match will start in 5 minutes, he said as Tamari and Shikamaru were leaving the arena. Sabaku no Gaara vs Uzumaki Naruto. When the time for the fourth match to start came, only Genma and Gaara were in the arena. People were starting to wonder where Naruto was, and Sarutobi allowed a 5 minutes extended time for Naruto to arrive or be disqualified. There was only 5 seconds left remaining when the wind suddenly picked up. Soon a giant tornado appeared in the middle of the arena. Seconds later, as the wind finally vanished, Naruto could be seen standing where the giant tornado was just a moment ago. Jiraiya took this opportunity to shunshin just behind Sarutobi at the same time. "I trust that Naruto is ready," Jiraiya asked the Sandaime. "Of course he is, who do you think trained him, sensei?" replied the hermit before taking a look at his student. "I'm not late, am I?" asked Naruto with a grin. "You're right on time, Naruto," replied Genma with a smirk as he motioned for the match to start. "Get ready, Naru-kun, this will be the hardest one you had to fight until now, even harder than against Zabuza," Natsuki told him. "I know, Na-chan," replied Naruto as he fell into his Kitsune Taijutsu stance. Kei's no Yoroi, called Naruto in his mind as wind chakra flowed through his body. Gaara just stood silent as a cloud of sand started to get out of his gourd, then he suddenly pointed his arm in Naruto's direction and called his first jutsu. "Sabaku Q," he said as a wall of sand made its way towards Naruto. Futon, Furyuden no Jutsu, Naruto used to counter the sand mass aimed at him. The two attack collided in an explosion of sand. Naruto didn't lose time as he immediately called his next jutsu, already going through hand signs. Futon, Sabama Geishi, this time a wave of steel composed by dozens of kunai made its way around Gaara, then randomly changed its path to point at the back of the Suna shinobi. Gaara didn't even blink as all the sand which was blown away by Naruto's attack just seconds ago, moved back behind him to intercept the incoming bird of steel. Naruto's attack was not able to break through Gaara's defense and his shadow kunai were all blocked then dispelled, only leaving the 2 true kunai Naruto used for his jutsu embedded in the ground behind Gaara. Spectators. Everyone in the stadium was stunned at the display of all those high-level techniques. What was even more surprising is that except for those who saw the preliminary fights, no one ever saw any of those jutsu. The blonde was throwing high-level wind jutsu while the redhead used weird sand jutsu, and neither of them seemed to need hand signs to perform them. Sasuke, who had been waiting for his turn, seethed at not being able to copy any of those jutsu with his Sharingan. Arena. Gaara decided to attack again as he charged chakra and launched another Sabaku Q at Naruto. This one though, had a lot more chakra. The wave of sand approached Naruto with twice the speed it had during the first time, forcing the blonde to reveal his true speed as he evaded every tendrils of sand aimed at him and reappeared on the other side of the stadium in Gaara's back. Naruto took out 2 more kunai and coated them with wind chakra. Futon, Futago Kei's Ken no Jutsu, he called in his mind. He then used his Kitsune Yurei no Jutsu high-speed illusion movement as he charged at Gaara, leaving 4 trails of after images. Not able to detect which phantom approaching was a fake, Gaara's automatic defense was not able to block Naruto's attack this time. Naruto's attack managed to connect with Gaara's shoulder, drawing the first blood of the match. The whole Suna delegation was shocked that someone was finally able to injure their weapon. Said weapon was the most shocked of them as he never experienced the feeling of losing his own blood due to an injury. Gaara managed to force Naruto to fall back and drop his 2 kunai as his Sabaku Q was a lot faster when used in close range. He then recalled all his sand and with a single hand sign gave his sand the form of a sphere around him, recovering him completely. A smaller orb of sand started to gather higher in the sky and soon took the form of an eye. Daisen no Mi could be heard from within the sand sphere. Naruto had only a few seconds to stare at the strange eye floating in the air when another jutsu was called from inside the sphere, Suna Shuriken. A barrage of sand missiles were launched from the sand structure and aimed directly at Naruto, who could only dodge while running around. Naruto understood how his opponent's combo worked and was impressed. Gaara increased his overall defense after being hit by the Kitsune Yurei combined to the K's Ken by creating a full sphere of solid sand around him and overcame the drawback of not being able to see outside by having that third eye jutsu spying on the battlefield for him. Those Suna Shuriken were no laughing matter either, being less heavy and more dense than a regular shuriken. Their speed was faster and their power stronger. Naruto tried his combo again as he charged another Kitsune Yurei with two new K's Ken. However, this time the three illusions went through the sand sphere with no reaction from it and the structure only reacted to the real Naruto and sent tendrils of sand in his path. As he was countered, Naruto received a deep injury in his right shoulder and started to bleed from there. He decided to fall back to the other end of the arena in order to think about his next move. His new defense is truly something. The sand in it is a lot more dense than what he showed me earlier and I won't be able to pierce it with any of my wind jutsu. A rasengan wouldn't work either. As long as he has that sand around him I can't get close. Enko-sensei was right, I didn't even notice his counter before it was already too late. I will only try the rasengan if I manage to get past his defense first. I need something to get rid of that sand. Now for the nature of sand. His eyes widened as he finally found a way. He used some blood that was coming from his shoulder injury to coat his thumb with it, then applied it to his tattoo on his forearm. He then went through hand signs and called his jutsu, Ninpo, Kuchio's no jutsu, and pushed his hands on the ground where a puff of smoke appeared. Out of the smoke flew out a huge red dragon, with Naruto on its back. It had 4 muscular limbs and very large wings. In the stands, everyone was shocked at the sight of the mystical beast. Sarutobi looked at Jiraiya and asked, "Jiraiya, where the hell did he get a dragon summoning contract?" "He found it during our training, you know where. One day he came back with a tattoo and the scroll. I was so shocked I couldn't make him the next Toad Sage that I didn't even insist on knowing more. You'll have to ask him for details," replied the hermit looking back towards Naruto. "I am Hiryu, a fire dragon. How may I be of assistance, Naruto-sama?" asked the winged creature to its summoner. "I need you to launch your most powerful fireball in that mass of sand in the center of the arena, Hiryu," said Naruto. "It shall be done, at your command, Naruto-sama," replied the dragon as it was ready to fire. As they flew right above the sand sphere, Naruto gave his summon the signal to fire and launched his own jutsu, Futon, Tenika Furyu and Dan. He called as his wind dragon combined to Hiryu's fireball to form a gigantic blazing dragon of chakra. The jutsu hit the sand dome, covering the whole stadium with smoke. As the smoke cleared out, instead of a dome of sand stood a dome of glass. The more experienced ninja in the crowd understood Naruto's objective and had to applaud his plan. He used science and the reaction of sand turning into glass when heated at high temperature. Naruto jumped out of his dragon and dispelled it, then landed right in front of the glass structure. He then charged another jutsu that shocked everyone knowing its creator, Rasengan, he said as an orb of visible chakra appeared in his right hand. He slammed it into the dome and went right through it, taking a shocked Gaara by surprise. The ball of chakra expanded, then left Naruto's hand and continued its path towards the arena's wall, dragging along a screaming and bleeding Gaara. When the jutsu dissipated, an unconscious Gaara laid with his back to the wall. Chapter 13, Clash of the Titans. Konoha Stadium, Arena. Naruto looked at what his jutsu just did. Sure, he remembered his training and performing it against large trees or rocks, but this was the first time he used Rasengan against another human being. The result was astonishing and terrifying at the same time. He knew he could have put more chakra in the orb before releasing it. The result would have been him tearing a hole inside of his opponent's body instead of just scratching him. He stood there in the middle of the arena, lost in his thoughts and trying to catch his breath. Spectators' seats. Most of the spectators were stunned to see the Rasengan again. That was one of the 2 signature moves of the Yondaime Hokage Namikaze Minato. Few of them knew Jiraiya could also use it, but the old pervert was almost never in Konoha. The rare times he was there, the hermit just visited the Sandaime or went to the red light district. How the hell did Naruto learn Minato-sensei's jutsu, thought Kakashi. What is that jutsu? I couldn't copy it either. How did he progress so much in only a month? Is Kakashi the right sensei for me? What have I been doing all this time? Were the questions flashing through Sasuke's mind. Kushina-sensei would have been so proud of you, Naruto. Show them all your true worth. Thought Kurenai with pride looking at her sensei's son. Arena. Seeing the unmoving form of Gaara, Genma was about to end the match and announce Naruto as the winner when an explosion of chakra shook the whole stadium, a thick cloud of dust and sand preventing anyone from seeing what was happening in the arena. So it has finally come to this, thought Naruto looking in the direction of the demonic chakra leaking inside the arena. The real fight starts now, Naru-kun, be careful and remember the techniques you learned, said Natsuki. When the dust settled down, Gaara's new form appeared in front of everyone. He looked like a chimera, a mix between including his old body, some overgrown sand armor and some bestial features, as could be seen a tail behind his back and his two pointy ears. I'm free after so long, the boy is finally asleep, roared the beast. How unpleasant to finally meet you, Shukaku, answered Naruto as he took off his protection vest and teared his right hand sleeve, revealing a strange tattoo in the form of a fox on his right biceps. Remember, you only control one of my tail so far, Naru-kun, warned Natsuki as she knew Naruto was about to unleash her powers. I know, Na-chan, this Yuki storage seal only contains one tail worth of your Yuki so far. I'll have to read the Uzumaki scroll again to know how to boost its storage capacity up, replied Naruto as he spread some of his blood over his fox tattoo. Once done, another surge of chakra resonated in the arena, this time Naruto was the cause. The activation of his seal, or deactivation depending on how you see it, managed to fuse on tail worth of Natsuki's power to his own. His eyes were blood red instead of his natural blue ones and he had an aura of visible red chakra surrounding his whole body. Cage box. Sarutobi's eyes widened at the display of power in the arena. He then turned to his old student and started to whisper. Jiraiya, what was the seal he released just before that second chakra surge? And is it demonic chakra I feel? Asked the Sandame to his student. Yes, that's a seal we came up with together, while going through the scroll he found on his family's Fuinjutsu. It allows him to store demonic chakra, or Yuki as he calls it, for future use. Furthermore, it is completely harmless for his body since it doesn't come directly from the fox but has been filtered through that special purification seal, replied the Gamma Sennin to his sensei. The Cage, who was of course out of hearing range from the previous conversation, was seething at what he saw. First, the arrival of the Gamma Sennin. He knew he could deal with Sarutobi, but Jiraiya's arrival changed everything. Then his trump card in destabilizing Konoha's forces, the Ikibi, was being pushed around by a mere genin. Finally, it turns out that Mir Genin was most likely the host for the Kyuubi no Yoko and seemed to have some control over his demonic powers, very unlike Gaara. The most logical decision right there was to cancel the invasion and discreetly pull back all his pawns before being discovered and losing the element of surprise. His spies in the stadium were still waiting for his signal to launch the operation, but he decided to wait a little more before making a decision. Arena. Shukaku decided to attack first. He took a deep breath and filled his lungs with air, then violently expelled it while calling his jutsu, Futon, Rinkuden. A huge mass of pressurized air went at Naruto's direction. With his chakra reserves to the max again, Naruto decided to use one of his more chakra-taxing counter as he charged wind chakra to his hands and slammed them to the ground while calling the jutsu in his mind, Futon, Higumo Otoshi. This was the same move he used against Zabuza's water dragon in Wave Country. Naruto was shielded from Shukaku's missile behind his wind wall. The mass of condensed air just impacted the rising wind column Naruto made without dealing any damage. This angered Shukaku, not liking the sight of his jutsu being easily countered, launched the same attack again, only this time instead of one air cannon ball he used 3 of them. Naruto looked at the sky, smirking as he saw a huge dark cloud forming above them as he continued to absorb every air missile the Ikibi was throwing at him and redirecting them into the sky. Naruto then took out a special-looking kunai and threw it in the direction of the raccoon hybrid, going through hand signs as the kunai left his hand. Only a few in the crowd recognized the sequence of hand signs he did, to the others it looked vaguely familiar. As he ended the last hand sign, Naruto called his jutsu out loud, Futon, Ho-Ogeshi. Uzumaki Naruto, I don't know what you're trying to do, but that jutsu of yours won't be able to pierce my defense. I was aware of my surroundings when you were fighting the boy, so even if your kunai reach me back with that strange technique, it won't damage me, said the Ikibi. True to his words, the kunai first divided itself in a dozen of kunai, then they all changed their course and went to target his back like he saw when Naruto first used the Sabama Geishi. He didn't even feel the need to raise some kind of defense to intercept the incoming kunai. To his surprise though, as they were close to hitting him, he could clearly see that those kunai weren't regular kunai. They all had exploding tags attached to them and they were all ready to blow. Before he could react, the exploding tags all detonated, creating a huge flame that combined with Naruto's original wind attack looked like a bird of fire. The fire predator impacted Shukaku in his back. The roar and cries of agony from the beast sent chills down everyone's spine in the stadium, as large flames were surrounding its body. Naruto then used his speed to appear behind him and sent a powerful kick to the back of its head, forcibly sending him in the center of the arena. He then did a single hand sign and the four kunai he seemingly accidentally dropped to the ground during the first part of the fight started to glow, revealing that they were actually placed in a perfect square position all around the Ikibi. Uzumaki Haijutsu, Akuma Sokubaku Wana, called Naruto as his trap was activated and 4 dark chains went out of the ground and each went to tightly restrain one of the beast's limb. Shukaku, with a large part of his body still lit on fire, tried to force his way out of the chains but felt his strength being rapidly drained away, most likely by those chains. Naruto then channeled wind to his hands again and called his next jutsu, Futon, Kirin Otoshi, as he slammed his hands on the ground just in front of his opponent's feet. A new column of air rose from the ground, with the still restrained and burning Shukaku as its base and the large dark cloud as its top. Seconds later a large thunderbolt left the cloud and fell directly on the trapped demon, using the conductive chains as an entry point then dispersing into the ground. The energy behind Naruto's last attack was high enough to literally melt the Ikibi's guard, turning the Suna no Yoroi, recovering most of its body into glass then shattering it into pieces, also taking away the chains and kunai that served to trap it. The jutsu was covered by a blinding white light. When everyone's eyes started to recover from the blinding flash, all they saw in the arena was an unconscious Gaara on the floor. Gone were the extra appendages of sand on his body, gone was all trace of demonic chakra coming from him as well. Naruto was standing a few feet away, his aura of chakra also dispelled and he had recovered his deep blue eyes again. He looked slightly tired but did not seem hurt, his injury from the first part of the match against Gaara already healed. Genma, who had taken refuge in a corner of the arena, made his way back to the center of the arena. He crouched down to check on the status of the Suna shinobi. He was able to feel a pulse from the young redhead and let sigh escape his mouth as he stood up and looked at the audience. Everyone in the stadium was silent, waiting for the referee's announcement. You could hear the wind blow and several noises from outside the walls of the stadium, and the silence was starting to get heavy when Genma finally decided to speak. Sabaku no Gaara is unconscious and consequently unable to continue the fight. The winner of the fight is Uzumaki Naruto, winner by knockout. Finally said the bandana-wearing referee. After a few more seconds of silence, suddenly all hell broke loose as the entire stadium was on its feet, applauding for one Uzumaki Naruto. The pariah of the Leaf stood there in the center of the arena, not knowing how to react to the cheers, admiration looks and cries of joy he saw and heard in the crowd. Spectators' seats. Kiba and Hinata, who had come back just before the last attack, were happy for their teammate and clapping their hands like everyone around them. Kurenai was proud of her student and found funny that he didn't know how to react in that situation. The other students were stunned at the level of skill displayed by their fellow genin comrade. Several Chunin and Jonin made comments about Naruto's growth and how he seemed in full control of the Kyuubi's powers during his fight. They could see firsthand the difference between a host controlled by his beast in the image of Gaara and one who had the control over his inner demon looking at Naruto. The several foreign ninja who came to watch the match, while impressed by the fight just like everybody around them, also noted in a corner of their mind to speak with their leader about this really talented though extremely dangerous new talent the Leaf had, for future reference. The shallow civilians who had hated Naruto for most of his life now looked up to him and cheered for him as if they were long friends. Cage box. In the cage box, the reactions were mixed. The cage was silent. Damn it. With Gaara out of the picture I can forget about the invasion. It was already looking bad with the addition of Jiraiya, but now I just lost my trump card. He thought. I have no choice, I'll have to call it off, mused the masked Cage as he made a discreet sign to someone in the spectators area. At the same time, Sarutobi and Jiraiya were celebrating for the young blonde. It reminds you of another certain blonde-haired blue-eyed boy Jiraiya, doesn't it? Asked Sarutobi to his student. Yes sensei, it certainly does. Replied the Toad Sage before adding, I can't believe he went that far in only a month. I taught him the rasengan in only 2 weeks, it took me months to master that. I only taught him the basics in Fuinjutsu and he was able to create such an intricate trap based on them in the middle of a damn match. Are you disappointed that he will not take over you as the next Toad Sage now that he is the summoner of the legendary contract of the dragons? Asked the Sandame. I would lie if I said that it doesn't affect me, but I know that I can't request anything from him, after all I'm his godfather and I was never there for him when he needed me. Said a serious Jiraiya. You had no choice in the matter, we both know he would have faced the same or worse dangers if he went with you during your travels. said Sarutobi as he continued with a subject he had wanted to talk about with Jiraiya for a long time already. We will have to tell him the truth about his father soon, Jiraiya. I know, sensei, let's wait for the end of the tournament, replied the Sennin. He makes a good chunin, don't you think? Asked the old Kage. He sure does, said Jiraiya with pride in his voice. Arena. Since Uzumaki Naruto has to fight again, it is only fair to have a break now. The finals will resume in 1 hour. Called Genma. As Naruto was granted a 1-hour pause, the crowd also used that time to go refresh themselves, eat and rest from the mentally exhausting match they just saw. When the time was over, everyone was back in their seat. Naruto stood in the center of the arena. He had go home to change his clothes and took a rapid meal at the Ichiraku ramen bar on the way. Genma was also there, but Sasuke was still nowhere to be found. Chapter 14, Respect and Fear. Konoha Stadium, Arena. Naruto was waiting for his next match to start. The break allowed him to replenish some of the chakra he used during his fight against Gaara, but it was still nowhere near his full potential. Thinking about the other Jinchuruki made him remember the words they shared after the redhead finally woke up. Flashback. Stadium entrance, 20 minutes ago. After coming back from the break, Naruto had met the Hokage on his way to the contestants' waiting area. There you are, Naruto-kun, that was a great performance earlier, said Sarutobi to his surrogate grandson. Thanks Gigi, it's all thanks to the training I went through last month. Eros Sennin may seem lazy sometimes, but during training he's a real slave driver, replied Naruto. The Sandaime chuckled at the nickname Naruto gave to his old student. After all, if even he, the shinobi no kami, could not get the boy to call him by a respectful name, there was no way he would accept that Naruto calls Jiraiya by a formal name. Well, it's all good, but I came here to tell you personally that in order to continue the tournament, I want you to check in at the infirmary to see if everything is alright first. You had an incredibly hard fight just an hour ago, announced the old man. But I'm perfectly fine, Gigi, replied Naruto. Due to his traumatic childhood experiences, he never liked hospitals, doctors or nurses. It's alright, Naruto, I selected the staff myself. They all moved in Konoha recently and hold no grudge against you for your burden, said Sarutobi. Fine, I'll go, but I tell you I'm fine, replied Naruto as he made his way to the infirmary. As he went inside, he was surprised to see Gaara in one of the bed. The Jinchuruki was alone with the medical staff. His eyes were opened and he just seemed lost in his thoughts. I see you woke up, how do you feel? Asked Naruto. It's been a long time since I last had a moment of sleep, what happened? Replied the redhead. Naruto told him how the fight went after he had lost consciousness. Gaara was surprised someone the same age as him was able to subdue the beast. He wanted to know more about this mysterious blonde boy. Why did you not finish me when you had the chance? I threatened you on several occasions, and had it been me in your shoes I would have not spared you, he said with no emotion. Because I too experienced the pain, I too felt the loneliness. I am also hated by most of the villagers for something I had no control about. We share the same burden, replied Naruto as Gaara's eyes widened at the revelation. Then why are you not like me? Asked Gaara, still feeling the murderous aura of the Ikibi inside him as they spoke. It all changed when I met her. I realized I wasn't alone anymore. Even me, the pariah, the demon, the monster as they all called me, had some people I could honestly call my family even if we don't share the same blood, Naruto said. So that's why you are strong. I wish I had people like yours, or that we met earlier, said the Suna Genin. Well, I don't know about your village, but at least your brother and sister seemed concerned about you after our fight was over, or during your fight with Lee. Moreover, I think there's something wrong with your seal. I'm a beginner, but one of my teacher is a master in the art. He could take a look at it one day, to see if we can get you to have some control over your burden and maybe catch a good night of sleep, replied Naruto with a smile. I would like that, said Gaara with the first smile he ever showed to anyone. The smile disappeared almost immediately and he spoke again. I think there's something you and your leader needs to know. It's about some ex-ninja of yours trying to destroy the leaf with the help of Suna, started Gaara. End of flashback. Naruto ran off to the old man right after his meeting with Gaara. He told him everything, how Orochimaru had allied himself with Suna and had planned the destruction of the leaf, where all the enemy forces were hiding, and their strategy. Naruto also told Sarutobi that even if Konoha was a primary target of his old student, Sasuke was the secondary target. The snake planned to have him kidnapped during the confusion. Sarutobi was shocked first. His peaceful and trusting character could not believe that Orochimaru would sink so low and that Suna was also working with the traitor. That second thought made him frown. He knew the Kage for a long time and this course of action did not look like what the man would do. Adding to the fact that the man's chakra signature sitting right next to him during the finals felt highly familiar, the old man understood everything. He mobilized his Anbu immediately and called for a meeting with Baki, the second highest ranking officer in the Suna delegation. Said man already had his doubts and noticed a few strange events around the current case cage but could not prove anything. What definitely convinced him was Naruto coming into the meeting with all the three Suna siblings, all attesting that their father had been effectively acting strangely in the past weeks. A plan was devised very quickly with the help of Shikaku Nara, Konoha's most brilliant strategist, and the participation of Baki and all those he could reach and convince from their troops that their leader was not the man they thought. Uchiha Sasuke had also been pulled off the grid and placed in a secured place by a patrol of Anbu. Back in the arena, Naruto was pulled out of his musing as he saw the Sandaime back in the cage box. The old man gave him a discreet nod. Cage box. As the Sandaime was taking his seat, Orochimaru was seething that his plan was foiled by the intervention of Jiraiya and the Kyuubi brat. The snake couldn't even leave since he supposedly still had a ninja fighting in the exams. That would be highly suspicious. Moreover, his spies reported that they lost the trail of Uchiha Sasuke as the boy was making his way to the stadium. Everything seemed to go wrong on this day, and calling off the invasion was most likely the best thing he did today. Sarutobi then decided to play a little game and definitely verify the man's identity. That was a great performance earlier, a shame your shinobi lost. Indeed, I was sure my son would have won his fight and then faced the last Uchiha in the following fight. Speaking of that, I don't see the Uchiha, replied the veiled cage. No doubt about it now, the case cage I remember never calls Gaara his son, confirmed Sarutobi as he gave Jiraiya a nod. The case cage felt a strange sensation and immediately recognized the effect of what seemed to be a large-scale genjutsu cast all over the stadium. He knew he had given the signal to abort the operation, so it couldn't be his subordinate's jutsu. Then his eyes widened. He understood Konoha had discovered his plan and tried to use it against him. All of a sudden, a smoke bomb was thrown in the room. Both Sarutobi and Jiraiya leapt back from the fake case cage and his bodyguards in surprise. They were about to try to arrest them but were not fast enough as Orochimaru and his men managed to fall back and then escape to the rooftop of the stadium. Rooftop. What they saw as they reached the top made them frown. All over the village and even inside the stadium, Odo shinobi were being slaughtered by both Konoha and Suna nins. Orochimaru realized the situation just went from bad to worse. He was joined by Kabuto after a few seconds. Our forces are targeted and destroyed all around the village, Orochimaru-sama, reported his right-hand man. How about the troops outside the village? It's the same as inside. Suna has turned against us and they can't get into the village, replied Kabuto. Go ahead and order them to fall back to Otogakure, announced Orochimaru. How about the troops inside the village, my lord? Asked Kabuto. You have your orders, said the snake Sennin. Very well, Orochimaru-sama, answered Kabuto as he shunshined away. Orochimaru then turned to his elite guard. Have you done what I asked of you? Hi Orochimaru-sama, replied the four shinobi kneeling before him. Good, now leave, I will join you soon, he ordered, and they all left without a word. Just then, Sarutobi, Jiraiya and a team of Anbu arrived on the roof. This is the end, Orochimaru. I will finish what I started years ago, but this time I won't let you escape, declared Sarutobi. The end. Your old age must be getting to you, sensei. You may have won today, but I promise you Konoha will burn. I will come back another day for your head, you old fool, replied the snake. Do you honestly think I will let you get away after all this? Said Jiraiya. I see you are still the loyal dog of Konoha you always were, Jiraiya, replied Orochimaru. As they were about to charge at him, Orochimaru did a single hand sign and suddenly detonations could be heard all over the village. This is what he ordered his men to do. They planted exploding tags that could be activated with his chakra all over Konoha. The traitorous snake then used this distraction to shunshin away from there. Leave him be, we don't have the time to run after him. At this rate, a full-scale fight with him inside the village would cost us a lot in terms of human lives and repairs to be done after that, said the Sandaime. He then turned to the Anbu commander. After dispatching the enemies inside the village, do not pursue them outside and just help stabilize the situation inside. The Anbu immediately departed from the roof to relay the new orders. He will come back, you know, sensei, said Jiraiya in a serious tone. Yes, I know, that is why I wish to give you a new mission after everything is over here, replied an equally serious Sarutobi. Inside the stadium, almost every disguised Odo nin had been neutralized by the combined forces of Konoha and Suna. The large-scale genjutsu used earlier was in fact the work of Kurenai. It was a simple sleeping genjutsu. Everyone under the rank of Chunin had been put to sleep for their own safety, including the civilians and the nobles' guests. A small number of genin did manage to resist the jutsu, Shino, Shikamaru and the San siblings. Naruto had been awakened by Kurenai after she finished her jutsu. All of them assisted in dispatching the enemy shinobi forces. Time skip, council chamber, 1 week later. 1 week had passed since the day of the failed invasion of Konoha by Orochimaru. Sarutobi was currently debriefing his council about the aftermath of the battles. We lost 31 civilians, 57 shinobi and we have over 200 wounded. Suna lost 48 shinobi and it has been confirmed by Jiraiya-sama himself that the Kazekage has been murdered weeks before the day of the finals. Reported the Anbu commander to the council. We estimate that Orochimaru lost more than 300 shinobi and we captured 117 of his men. Announced Ibiki. The damage to the structures all around Konoha were extensive. I estimate that the repairs will be complete in approximately 3 months. Added Shikaku. Sarutobi took a moment to think then addressed the council. Very well, we have confirmation that Suna has been played by Orochimaru and was not voluntary in this invasion. For the duration of the repairs, all genin will be confined inside the village to help and their jonin will be re-affected to higher missions outside the village to maintain our position of the strongest ninja village. Announced the Hokage. Furthermore, it has come to my attention that within the lives we lost in our shinobi forces, most were Chunin ranks. Therefore, I will now announce the nominations for Chunin promotions from the current exams. Added the Sandame. The contestants nominated are Aburame Shino, Hyuga Neji, Nara Shikamaru and Uzumaki Naruto. Said Sarutobi. Every council member was nodding until they heard the last name, which caused an uproar from the civilian side. What? Why him? We cannot let that thing advance in the ranks, were the things shouted from the civilian side. Sarutobi then flared his chakra in the room, silencing them. Did you fools not see his skills at the exams? If I only had one spot for the Chunin promotion, it would go to him automatically. He managed to subdue by himself an enemy Jinchuriki who went berserk. And do I need to remind to you that promotions of my shinobi only concerns the ninja side of the council? I do not require your permission. Moreover, Naruto was the one who saved all your lives again, as he is the one who warned me about the invasion after he talked to the Suna Jinchuriki after their fight. Finally, not only you fools were looking at him in the finals. Foreign shinobi were also in the stadium as we open our gates to everyone during those times. Who do you think they will all report to their leaders about first when they come back to their village? No one could find any argument to counter the Kami no shinobi and he then dismissed them all. Time skip, Hokage office, 1 week later. True to his words, Sarutobi had to sigh again as he opened the last edition of the bingo book when he saw that Naruto's profile had been updated. It read. Name, Uzumaki Naruto. Nickname, Konoha's Kase no Kami. Age, 13. Rank, A+. Status, Chunin. Main attribute, Kenjutsu, Ninjutsu and Fuinjutsu. Affinities, Wind. Bloodline, unknown. Description, has a very high affinity to the wind element. Holder of the mythical dragon summoning contract. Defeated Momochi Zabuza the Kurigakure no Kijin in Wave Country. Defeated Sabaku no Gara the Suna's Ikibi Jinchuriki. Action, engage with caution. Bounty, 30 million Ryo dead or alive in Iwa. Apparently, news of Naruto's progress traveled fast. Iwa had the habit to target any promising shinobi from Konoha, so that wasn't really a shock either. Just then he was interrupted from his reading by the appearance of Naruto and Jiraiya in his office. Good to see you both here, I have an important mission for you too. Chapter 15, The Price of Glory. Hokage office. Sarutobi sat in his office, in front of him were standing Naruto with his new Chunin vest and Jiraiya. Naruto-kun, sit down please, we need to talk. Now the last events from 2 weeks ago taught me one thing, do you know what I learned? Asked the old man. That you shouldn't let masked men sit near you during official meetings. Replied the blonde with a smirk, making the 2 other people in the room chuckle at his reply. No Naruto-kun, I learned that I'm getting old, too old in fact to continue to keep this hat. Said Sarutobi as he took off his Hokage hat. Naruto's eyes widened at the sight, why you're finally giving me the hat Gigi? Asked an astonished Naruto. After a few seconds where both Sarutobi and Jiraiya had serious faces, almost too serious in fact, all of a sudden all hell broke loose, ha 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 ha. That's not nice to laugh Jiraiya. Ha 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 ha, started Sarutobi. But did you see his face, ha 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 ha, this is too much Naruto, you are the best. Continued the pervert. The poor Naruto was red in anger and embarrassment, he could also hear the hidden Anbu behind the walls laughing their hearts out as well. After a few moments, the older people in the room and in the walls finally calmed down. No Naruto, as much as I would like for you to become my successor, you are not quite ready for that yet. Don't let it get to you, this may not be your time yet but I know that time will come and I'm sure Jiraiya feels the same about this. Said Sarutobi getting a nod from the hermit. Naruto then gave them a bright smile and then let Sarutobi continue. I called you both here today for an important mission Naruto, a rank at least. Naruto's eyes widened at this, his first A-rank mission is an official chunin. Your mission is to go find my old student and teammate of Jiraiya, her name is Senju Tsunade and she is the one chosen to replace me. Finished the cage. Okay, if she's Ero Sennin's old teammate then I guess she's strong enough to have the hat and to protect Konoha. When do we leave? Said Naruto making the two men smile. The mission will start in 2 hours, now there's something else we must discuss. Started Sarutobi as he made hand signs to seal the room from any spying activity. Naruto raised an eyebrow at this, what could be more secret than the identity of the next Hokage? Naruto, you have to promise me to stay calm and let me finish talking before you say anything. Asked Sarutobi with the most serious tone Naruto ever heard from him. Good, now I know Natsuki already explained you who your mother was. He got a nod from the blonde. Well, this is about your other parent, Naruto, this is about your father. At this point Naruto jumped up from his seat with his eyes wide open, looking at the Hokage, a million thoughts crossing his mind. Seeing this Jiraiya came up to him and put a hand on his apprentice's shoulder before saying, I know you were always told that no one knew who your father was, that your mother never told anyone, but that was a lie. Said Jiraiya as he felt Naruto's body starting to shake under his hand. Naruto, your father was Namikaze Minato, the Yondaime Hokage and my student. Finally said Jiraiya looking into the blonde's eyes. But, then, how, why, were the only words coming out of Naruto's mouth. I'm so sorry my boy, I know you always wanted to know about your father. Learning that your father, the man who you consider as your idol, the one who sealed Natsuki in you and condemned you to a life of misery are one and the same person must hurt you terribly but you have to understand the reasons. Pleaded the old man. Minato was a man loved by all inside the leaf but he was also a man feared by all throughout the world. He was the only shinobi with a flee on sight recommendation on his bingo book profile in every village that was considered hostile to Konoha. Added Jiraiya. If any of those villages had learned about you being his son, regardless of the means we would have taken to protect you, they would have sent countless assassination missions to take you out before you could even say your first word. That is also the reason why we couldn't let Jiraiya, your father's sensei, take you with him as everyone would have been able to understand the link between you and your father. Said Sarutobi. This is how much your father and his legacy were feared, the price of his glory. Finished Jiraiya. Are you going to be okay Naruto-kun? Asked a worried Sarutobi, we could always postpone the mission or assign it to someone else. Naruto took a deep breath before he spoke. I'm not fine right now Gigi, but I want to be. I want to be someone my father would be proud of when we finally meet again. He put his trust in me and he gave me what most consider a curse, but to me Natsuki is not, she is a blessing. He said those words with determination. Natsuki who was listening to the whole thing had tears in her eyes, how she wished she could be out of the seal at this moment and take her mate in her arms. I love you so much Naruto-kun, I know we ended up together through odd events but I'm glad we did. Before I was sealed in you, I never experienced those emotions. It was only thanks to the seal your father created, that through our link I learned the feelings of love and compassion. I know that you will find a way for us to be together in the real world one day and I can't wait for that day to come. Naruto heard Natsuki through their link and it only fueled his desire to become a better man. I understand the price of glory Hokage-sama, Jiraiya-sensei, it took from me my family and my childhood. I will not let it take away my future. Said Naruto with conviction in his voice as he bowed to the two men before him and left the office to prepare himself for his next mission. The two veteran shinobi were so stunned by the wisdom displayed by the young Chunin that they didn't even register that it was the first, and most likely the only time he would address them with a respectful honorific. It took them a moment before they could move from their spot. He will go far sensei, further than any of us and probably even further than his father. Said Jiraiya with pride. I'm sure he will Jiraiya, all we can do now is to look after him and help him achieve his dreams. I'm counting on you Jiraiya, don't let anything happen to him, he may not be ready right now but he is the future of Konoha and most likely the future to change this terrible world too. Replied an equally proud Sarutobi. I will sensei, and don't worry I will also bring Tsunade back. Announced Jiraiya as he also left the office. Sarutobi's eyes suddenly widened, he forgot to tell them about the new bingo book and Naruto's heritage. Konoha main gate 2 hours later. As he made his way to the gate Naruto could not help himself, as he took a long look at the Hokage mountain. The fourth face carved in it now held a whole new signification to him. He held his fist in its direction, silently taking an oath. I'll make you proud, Dad. I'll become a man you will be proud to call your son when the time for us to meet again comes. I'm sure he's already proud of you, Naru-kun, watching over you from the afterlife," added Natsuki. He then arrived at the gate where Jiraiya was already waiting for him and they immediately left. Small village 4 hours later. As Jiraiya went in an information gathering mission, Naruto was left alone in a room they booked in a hotel to pass the night. He was about to go to sleep when someone knocked at the door. This made him frown. The pervert had a spare set of keys and no one should have been up to date with their mission. He used chakra to strengthen his vocal cords and talked in a more masculine voice. "Yes, what is it?" he asked first. "Room service, I have a message for a man called Jiraiya, can you open the door?" replied an unknown voice. Naruto understood the situation immediately. They had made sure to use fake names for their check-in. He was proud about the name they came up with. He went with Uke-imo while Jiraiya went with Orochi Pito. The names made the receptionist frown at them, not that they cared. The man behind the door was obviously up to no good and Naruto understood he had to get the hell out of there. "I think you have the wrong room, sir," he said, then made his way to the window of his room. He was about to escape when the door violently opened, revealing two men dressed in strange black robes with red clouds on them. One of them looked like an overgrown Sasuke while the other looked like he was constipated or something with the look he had on his blue face. "Naruto-kun, I need you to come with us," said the Sasuke look-alike. "You have the wrong person, my name is Uke-imo, though with how you just called me you may be a friend of my roommate who goes by the name Orochi Pito," replied a grinning blonde. That was enough of a taunt to make the raven-haired stranger develop a twitch in his left eyebrow. "You have become quite famous, Naruto-kun, we came for you before you can get stronger or someone else tries to take you out for your bounty," said the same man while his partner was still laughing at Naruto's earlier reply. "What bounty? What are you talking about?" asked a genuinely surprised Naruto. "Looks like you don't know that Iwa offers 30 million ryo for you, dead or alive," finally said the second man. Naruto's eyes widened at the news. He was a marked man. People actually wanted him dead outside of the village, not even knowing about his father yet. He would have to think about it later, for now he knew none of his more powerful techniques were useful in a confined place like this hotel room and those two clowns seemed to have some skill too. He then remembered a new jutsu he developed just after the exams, thinking about an opponent who gave him troubles during the preliminary fights. Futon, Shishi Kokuo no Nakigo, he thought in his mind before taking a deep breath and charging chakra into his lungs. As he expelled the mass of air and chakra from his lungs, he directed the blast in the direction of his two opponents who did not imagine that he could perform jutsu with no hand signs or calling them out loud. Naruto managed to perform an attack that reproduced what the Oto Shinobi Dosu had done to him, using air vibrations to attack his internal hearing system. The two mysterious men in front of him were obviously not expecting that kind of attack and did not protect their ears before it was already too late. The wind attack broke their balance for a short time, allowing Naruto to run past them in the corridor to try to run away until he could get his hands on the damn pervert. Naruto had to smile at the success of his new jutsu. No matter how experienced a shinobi may be, there was no way to train or subconsciously protect one's internal hearing organs. Unfortunately, he only made it halfway to reach the end of the corridor when the two men got out of the room. He understood that experienced shinobi could still recover quicker than others from that kind of attack. He cursed that he didn't have the time to perfect the jutsu. He imagined that at full power he could eventually permanently destroy an opponent's internal hearing organs with his jutsu using the right chakra output. "Well, I'll admit that you're stronger than what your file says about you, Naruto-kun," said the first man before adding, "Kisame, take him out, we can't have someone of his level running freely." The larger man turned to Naruto and began to charge at the young blonde with his large sword. Before he could reach Naruto, who had left his weapons and gears inside the room, a man-sized frog appeared before Naruto and shielded him from the sword slash. Naruto turned his head and was relieved to finally see his sensei. Jiraiya had an unconscious woman on his shoulder and seemed a little embarrassed. After putting her down against the wall, he addressed the two mysterious men. "Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame, how pleasant meeting you there," he said. "Jiraiya of the Sennin, supposed to be as strong as he is a pervert," one of them replied. "Eros Sennin, how did they immediately find your weak point?" asked Naruto. A still embarrassed Jiraiya scolded Naruto for the nickname but then turned immediately serious after that, took a fighting stance and called his technique Kuchios, Gamaguchi Shibari, called the hermit as the walls of the corridor turned into a strange organic substance. "Kisame, we're leaving," calmly said Itachi as they started to run to the other side of the corridor. As they were about to get trapped by Jiraiya's jutsu, Itachi used a strange black fire jutsu to dig his way out. Jiraiya sealed a portion of the strange black fire into a scroll to study it later, then returned to his student. As he dispelled his jutsu, Jiraiya was suddenly attacked by a green blur. Naruto recognized the man as being Lee's sensei and asked what he was doing there. "I'm so sorry Jiraiya-sama, I came here on a mission from Hokage-sama to warn you that young Naruto here may have new enemies after him," said Guy as he explained the new bingo book update to them. "Okay Guy, your mission is done, you can return to Konoha," said Jiraiya, dismissing him. "Hi Jiraiya-sama, I heard about your mission, please bring her back to heal my student too, I beg of you," said Guy as he bowed then left. Jiraiya and Naruto then returned to their room. "Okay Naruto, I've got Tsunade's last known position. It's a town not far from here called Tanzaku-gai. It will take us 2 days to get there. I'm sorry I wasn't there immediately for you today, but you did good against them alone," said Jiraiya. "Thanks Arrow Sennin," replied the blonde. "Time to up your training, while we travel we will work on improving your rasengan," said Jiraiya as they called it a night. Chapter 16, Princess Hunt. Tanzaku-gai. Naruto and Jiraiya arrived in Tanzaku-gai at noon. It was a pretty huge town, and since the last accident Jiraiya decided it would be a better idea to stay close to his disciple at all time. That also meant that the old hermit could not go on his solo, information gathering, missions anymore. They decided to start looking for Tsunade in the more touristic part of the town, known for its cultural monuments and mostly in this case for its gambling houses. According to Jiraiya, Tsunade was supposedly a big-time addict on gambling games. This made Naruto wonder if this was really the right person to succeed his Gigi in becoming the next Hokage. When they arrived in the touristic area, they came across the ruins of what was supposed to be a huge historical castle from before the shinobi era. This surprised Jiraiya since it was still here the last time he went here. They spent the whole afternoon looking for Tsunade in the several gambling houses in the area but did not find her. It was starting to get dark outside and Jiraiya decided to stop looking for the day. They made their way to a local inn to eat dinner. Inside the inn. As they went inside the inn, Jiraiya suddenly stopped in his track and stared at the back of the room, his eyes widened at the sight of the person they had been looking for all day. "Tsunade," said Jiraiya with a loud voice. "Jiraiya, what are you doing here?" replied a young woman who stood up from her table in the back of the room. Naruto was stunned. This woman was their target, the last person on Arrow Sennin's team with the traitorous snake. She did not look to be in her 50s at all. Naruto could honestly admit that she was extremely beautiful and that she could give Natsuki a run for her money. There was another woman sitting next to her. She appeared to be younger, most likely her assistant. "Please, if she's really the pervert teammate then she's probably using a henge to hide her true appearance," said Natsuki. Naruto followed Jiraiya and they all sat at the same table. After ordering some food, Jiraiya started to engage the conversation with his old teammate. "It's been a long time Tsunade, Shizune," started Jiraiya. "Indeed it has, nevertheless I can't help but feel a little nostalgic. You're the second ghost of the past I've met today," replied Tsunade. "Orochimaru huh, what did he want?" asked Jiraiya. "Nothing much, it was just a greeting. What do you want with me though?" said Tsunade as she exchanged a look with her disciple Shizune, telling her to keep quiet for now. "Sensei has issued an order for you to come back to Konoha. You are to become his successor as the Godime Hokage," replied Jiraiya bluntly. Tsunade's eyes widened for a second before she closed them and took a deep breath. "I refuse, I'm not going back to that place. Besides Hokage is a shitty job, only a fool would want to become one," said Tsunade with a mocking tone. Naruto suddenly snapped. He jumped from his seat on the table and tried to punch Tsunade. Jiraiya stopped him in time. "Why did you stop me? I won't let anyone badmouth Gigi or any other Hokage in front of me, even if she is your ex-teammate," said Naruto with rage. "Calm down Naruto, she is the best person to succeed the old man, she's the granddaughter of the first Hokage and the best medic ninja in the whole world. Don't you remember there are still lots of injured people back in the Leaf that need her help, including that mini-guy clone," said Jiraiya. "Who is this boy Jiraiya?" asked an irritated Tsunade. "That's Uzumaki Naruto, newly promoted Chunin and my part-time apprentice," replied the Toad Sage. Tsunade was surprised to meet the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Yoko, son of the last Hokage and her distant relative Uzumaki Kushina from her grandmother's side Uzumaki Mito. "I don't know about her medical skills but we could probably find much better than her to be Hokage. Look at her seriously, a 50-year-old drunk who uses a henge to look young and spends most of her time gambling," said Naruto. You've got some guts, Gaki, want to take this outside? Replied Tsunade. Fine by me, said Naruto as they all left the inn. Outside the inn, Tsunade and Naruto faced each other on a deserted street outside the inn. Jiraiya and Shizune were on the side of the road. I only need one hand to beat you, Chunin, said Tsunade. Naruto ignored the jab and charged at her. Unfortunately for him, she proved that she was indeed one of the legendary three. Her taijutsu skill was a lot better than his own. She managed to evade all his hits. She immediately took advantage of a moment of hesitation from him to send a devastating punch to his ribs. He flew 50 meters backwards and could feel that she most likely broke some of his ribs. Before I send you to the afterlife, tell me, why do you care so much about the Hokage? Said the medic as she made her way towards him. You wouldn't understand, because unlike you, to become Hokage is my dream. He replied with conviction as she stopped for a second, seemingly lost in her thoughts. Seeing an opening and despite the pain he felt in his chest due to some broken bones, Naruto managed to stand up and charge at her. It's still in the development phase, but I have to pull it off. She will see through everything else I may launch at her, thought Naruto as he charged a rasengan in his hand, then started to channel wind chakra in it. Tsunade was pulled out of her musing when she saw the approaching orb. Thinking fast, she decided to punch the ground in front of her using a special taijutsu move, Okasho. She said. The hit pulled large rocks out of the ground, blocking Naruto's path. Naruto managed to pull through the first rock but was stopped by the second one. His technique lost stability, then dispelled, leaving him unprotected as an avalanche of rocks buried him. Shizune quickly pulled him out and started to heal his body as Jiraiya made his way to Tsunade. That was overkill, Tsunade, you didn't need to go all out against a Chunin, said Jiraiya. It's your own damn fault, Jiraiya. Why did you teach him the rasengan, a move he obviously can't master at his age? That's why he sprouts shit about the being Hokage, replied Tsunade. Naruto, who had been healed by Shizune, joined them at that moment. That wasn't rasengan, you old woman, that was my elemental version of it. I just mastered the rasengan last month. I only started training to add elemental chakra to it since yesterday. Just give me 3 days and I'll master the new one. Tsunade was so stunned by the fact that Naruto already mastered the rasengan and that he was trying to add elemental chakra to it, a feat that even its creator the Yondaime could not achieve, that she completely forgot he just called her an old woman. A man doesn't go back on his words, Gaki, she said with a smirk before adding, want to make a bet? What kind of bet? He asked. If you manage to complete that jutsu of yours, you win. I'll even let you 5 days to do it. If you can't complete it after that time, then you will admit that the position of Hokage is shit, and then you with Jiraiya will leave me alone, she said. What if I win? He replied. Then I'll come with you, I will even give you this, she said as she showed him her necklace, making Jiraiya and Shizune gasp. After Jiraiya explained to him where the necklace came from, Naruto accepted the bet and they all left the street to retire for the night. Time skip 4 days later. Naruto was training just outside the town. Several holes in the trees, ground and surrounding rocks could be seen. Shizune had chosen to stay with him, to help him if he injured himself during his training. Jiraiya and Tsunade were in town, most likely drinking in some bar at the moment. Shizune had a kind and caring attitude. She was a great medic like her mentor. Naruto enjoyed spending time with her. It felt like he was with the sister he never had. He sighed as he just failed again, another attempt to mix wind chakra to his rasengan. Can I help you in anything, Naruto-kun? Asked the brunette. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I can make a perfect rasengan and my control over wind chakra is top-notch, replied a dejected Naruto. I see what you mean. It's like you're trying to look left and right at the same time. Maybe your brain is just no supposed to work that way, she replied, trying to give him a medical or scientific point of view on his problem. Naruto's eyes widened at her remark. The solution was so simple he didn't even consider it. You rock, Ne-chan. How could I not think about it? Thank you so much, he said, then made a swarm of cage bunchins and started to train again. Not understanding what she did for him but seeing that he cheered up, Shizune smiled and continued to watch over him. Hotel room. That night, Shizune made it back after she just healed Naruto. He trained until he had chakra burns on his hand and lost consciousness after using too much chakra. She thought that he would be out for 2 days at least, a little sad that he would lose the bet. As she was about to go take a shower, Tsunade came back. She asked her master if she planned to accept the mysterious deal Orochimaru proposed. Seeing Tsunade hesitate, she tried to threaten her against betraying the leaf. It only served to anger the blonde medic as she sent a powerful punch into her apprentice's stomach, effectively knocking her out. The next morning, as Naruto woke up, he saw that he was back in the hotel. He immediately jumped out of the bed when he saw an unconscious Shizune lying on the floor. He managed to wake her up but she panicked, thinking that it was already too late to stop her master from going to Orochimaru. She was relieved when Naruto told her that only a few hours passed since she brought him back to the hotel. She was about to run out of the room by the window when Jiraiya stopped her. He had been drugged by Tsunade, most likely to prevent him from following her to Orochimaru. Shizune told them everything. Orochimaru needed Tsunade to heal someone for him and he offered in exchange to bring back to life the two people Tsunade lost in the previous war. They decided to head out to the place where Tsunade was supposed to meet Orochimaru. With Tsunade made it to the place where she met Orochimaru and his henchman the last time. The snake was already there waiting for her. "Have you come to accept my offer, Tsunade?" asked Orochimaru. Tsunade closed her eyes, the faces of her little brother and her fiancé flashed through her mind. She took a deep breath, opened her eyes and then replied, "No, I refuse. I may not have always hold Konoha in high esteem but I will never betray what my brother and my fiancé died for. Now I will kill you for even trying to make that deal with me." As she finished she threw a punch to a wall behind her, shattering it into dust as if it was made of glass. "Come to think of it, we never seriously fought against each other in the past," said Orochimaru. As he was about to charge, Orochimaru was interrupted by his subordinate Kabuto. He was following Shizune and discovered that she was on her way, but what worried him was the people who were coming with her. He told his master of the incoming interruption and they tried to flee, only to be pursued by an angered Tsunade. Naruto and the others arrived a few minutes later only to see the damage caused by Tsunade and deducted that she refused the deal and Orochimaru did not take her answer well. They then followed her trail. Familyguy outskirts. Tsunade was getting tired. Fighting a fellow Sannin and his assistant at the same time proved to be a lot more complicated than she thought. Orochimaru found that they lost too much time so he used a weakness of Tsunade to incapacitate her, her fear of blood. She was instantly paralyzed at the sight of blood, and rapidly took several hits. As they were about to take her out, a smoke bomb was thrown between them. When the smoke cleared out, Naruto and his group were all around Tsunade. Orochimaru gritted his teeth at the sight of the two men who prevented his invasion plan from working. His old teammate the Toad Sage and the Fox Brat. Shizune started to heal her master immediately. Tsunade was still in shock due to her phobia of blood. Jiraiya was not ready to fight either, the effect of the drug Tsunade gave him still hindering his movements. Naruto knew he was the only one at 100% on his side. "Kukuku, nice seeing you again so soon Jiraiya, and you must be the Kyuubi brat. Uzumaki Naruto, it is really nice to finally meet you," started Orochimaru. "Naruto, you take the assistant, I'll handle Orochimaru," said Jiraiya as he saw Shizune still healing her master. "Shizune, cover us as soon as your master is better." Orochimaru immediately summoned two giant snakes. He jumped on top of the first one while Kabuto took command of the second one. Seeing this, Jiraiya tried to summon his battle frog too but failed miserably, not being able to use his chakra correctly. "You are still an idiot, Jiraiya. Well, I guess this is Tsunade's work since even you wouldn't mess up that kind of jutsu," taunted Orochimaru. Seeing his master being insulted, Naruto decided to participate in the battle as well and went through hand signs, Ninpo, Kuchio's no jutsu. He chanted as he slammed his hands on the ground, then two giant dragons appeared. The first one was the fire dragon Hiryu that he already summoned during the Chunin exams. He didn't know the second one. It had a very long green serpentine body with short limbs and large claws. It had two long horns on top of its head and red piercing eyes. "It is an honor to be summoned again, Naruto-sama," said Hiryu. "Greetings, Naruto-sama, I am Sharon, a venom dragon. How may we serve you?" said the second summon. "I need you to assist me and my master in defeating our enemies on top of those two snakes right there," replied Naruto, showing Orochimaru and Kabuto. Naruto jumped behind Hiryu while Jiraiya went with Sharon. Chapter 17, The Will of Fire. Outskirts of Familyguy. As the smoke resulting from Naruto's summoning technique cleared out, Orochimaru cursed as he remembered that the blonde could also summon. Tsunade and Shizune were stunned to see Naruto bring out not one but two large dragons, mythical creatures that were thought to be long gone. Naruto was riding on top of Hiryu, a flying fire dragon. They were high in the sky above the position of Tsunade and Shizune. Jiraiya was standing on the ground in front of Tsunade and her apprentice. He was surrounded by the long body of Naruto's second summon, Sharon the crawling venom dragon. With Naruto used his chakra storage seal immediately since summoning two huge dragons did take a lot out of him. As he felt his reserves go up again, he then addressed his dragon. "Okay, looks like Arrow Sennin is in position as well. Hiryu, let's try some fireball against them first, we'll try to separate them and then engage the silver-haired one. Said Naruto to his dragon. Very well Naruto-sama, hang on tight please, we're going down. Replied the fire dragon as he started to dive in the direction of Orochimaru and Kabuto on the ground. As they reached his firing range, Hiryu slowed down their speed and then gathered some air into his lungs to prepare for his assault. The fire dragon launched a huge fireball, targeting the space between Orochimaru and Kabuto. As the fireball impacted the ground, Orochimaru and Kabuto quickly moved away from it in two different directions. Naruto could analyze that those snake summons were pretty fast in their evasion movements, making it hard to hit them with Hiryu's fireballs. Cover me Kabuto, I'll go finish Jiraiya and Tsunade while they're still not at 100%. Said Orochimaru. Hi Orochimaru-sama, replied Kabuto as he positioned himself and his snake mount between his master and the approaching form of Naruto on his dragon. Naruto saw Orochimaru and his snake's retreating forms and smiled as the first part of his plan was done. He could now focus all his attention to Kabuto as he commanded Hiryu to continue bombarding their target from the sky. Kabuto cursed at the blonde, even if he was following the orders of his master he was pulled further and further away from the side of Orochimaru. His original plan was just to temporarily distract Naruto while allowing his master to finish the other group, but always with the possibility to assist him in the event that fighting two fellow Sannin members proved to be too hard. Now he was dragged too far from Orochimaru to possibly help him. With Jiraiya. Naruto did his job, Orochimaru is coming alone this way. Prepare yourself Sharon, I'm counting on you, I still can't mold my chakra properly thanks to Tsunade's drug in my system. Said Jiraiya to the dragon Naruto summoned to assist him. Very well Jiraiya Dono, I shall assist you in fighting off enemies of Naruto-sama. My abilities allow me to throw acid or poison blasts, my claws are coated with a very strong neurotoxic agent that can kill an average human in seconds and my scales are pretty resilient to any elemental or physical attacks. Replied Sharon. Jiraiya, Tsunade and Shizune were all impressed at the dragon's ability. However, before they could discuss further about the dragon's powers, Orochimaru arrived on top of his giant snake summon. Still trying to play the hero and protect Tsunade, Jiraiya. You are both so pathetic, it disgusts me that people would put us three on the same level. No matter, after today I will be the only one of us to stay alive. Said Orochimaru. Jiraiya exchanged a nod with Shizune and she suddenly took her master and fled the area, leaving Orochimaru and Jiraiya alone. Seeing this, Orochimaru tried to cut their retreat but had to stop to avoid an incoming blast of acid launched by Sharon. The attack missed but everyone could see when it fell to the ground the damage it did, melting concrete rock like it was nothing. Sharon charged air in his lungs to prepare for another blast of acid aiming at Orochimaru. Seeing this, Jiraiya tried to help with his currently limited powers. As the spray of acid left the dragon's mouth, Jiraiya went through hand signs and called his jutsu, Doden, Yomi no Yuma. Orochimaru was ready to evade another blast of acid when he suddenly felt the ground shake. Looking down he saw the ground had transformed into a swamp. Seeing his summon trapped in the incoming spray of acid upon them, Orochimaru cursed and abandoned his snake. The creature was hit this time, the acid spread all over its body killing it instantly. As he landed, Orochimaru went through hand signs and then took a crouching position, Mandara no Jin. He called his jutsu. From his mouth thousands of snakes came out, slithering as they made their way towards Jiraiya. The swarm of snakes took the form of a giant living wave as they approached Jiraiya's position. When they were close enough, each of them opened its mouth and the tip of a sword could be seen in each of their mouth. Jiraiya was aware that if he tried to evade the attack, it would continue its path and reach Tsunade and Shizune. As he was trying to come up with a jutsu to stop the incoming attack, Sharon suddenly took position around him, shielding the toad sage with his own body. The attack hit them hard, Jiraiya could feel the ground shaking all around him. When the ground stopped shaking, Sharon moved his body so Jiraiya could get out. What Jiraiya saw made him widen his eyes, the snakes dispelled but not without leaving a present. Sharon's body was covered by stab wounds by the swords they had, he was bleeding profusely. I'm glad you're alright Jiraiya Dono, I'm sorry I cannot help you further though. Said the dragon as he was about to dispel himself. That's quite alright Sharon, you did more than enough. It seems Tsunade's drug effects on my body finally wore off, I have full control again on my chakra. Thanks a lot for your assistance, I will tell my student that you fought admirably, you can go back now. Replied Jiraiya as Sharon dispelled himself after bowing his head. Jiraiya now faced Orochimaru, both of them lost their summon protection and were ready for the second round while Tsunade was still recovering from her previous fight. With Naruto. Naruto and Kabuto were currently in a stalemate. Naruto could not hit Kabuto and his snake because they were faster and Kabuto could not reach Naruto and his dragon since they could fly. They could hear the sounds of the battle between Jiraiya and Orochimaru still going on. Kabuto was even worried for his master when they saw the snake summon die after being hit by the other dragon. He decided to try to change tactics to catch the inexperienced Chunin off guard. Kabuto waited for Naruto to get close again before he went through hand signs, Kaden, Kasumi Enbu no Jutsu. He said as he expelled a huge cloud of burning ashes all around them. Hiryu was fine inside the opponent's jutsu but Naruto wasn't. He had to lower his guard to protect his airways and gave Kabuto the opening he needed. Kabuto launched another jutsu on the blonde, Sanae Jashu. He called as he launched snakes at Naruto that managed to catch him and throw him off his dragon. Naruto landed hard on the ground, and still found it hard to breathe due to the ashes in the air. Kabuto was about to charge at Naruto to finish him when he heard someone launch a jutsu at them, Dokujiri. As dark cloud of smoke appeared out of nowhere and surrounded him. He was fast enough to jump out of the cloud but the snake couldn't. Kabuto turned his head in the direction of the voice who called the technique and he saw that it was Tsunade's assistant. They had unknowingly reached Tsunade and her apprentice during their fight. His snake suddenly vomited blood and fell to the ground dead. He knew that her previous attack must have been based on poison being a medic himself. Seeing Naruto still down, Shizune prepared herself for another attack and launched a second Dokujiri in Kabuto's direction. When the smoke cleared out, Kabuto was nowhere to be found. Shizune's eyes widened as she realized too late where he was. Kabuto jumped out of the ground and used his chakra scalpel to sever the nerves in Shizune's legs, effectively preventing her from moving away as he went to kick her to the side. Seeing an unprotected Tsunade not far from him, he decided to go finish her off before she had the chance to regain her strength and composure. As he was about to land a hit on the still unmoving Tsunade, he was kicked out of the way by Naruto. "Are you alright, Tsunade Bakken?" asked a still panting Naruto. "Naruto, what are you doing? He is too strong for you, and you have barely any chakra left. You must flee, leave me alone here and save yourself," replied an emotional Tsunade as flashes of her younger brother and fiancé dying went through her mind. "Don't worry, none of you will leave this place alive," said Kabuto as he stood up and charged in their direction but had to fall back after Hiryu landed in front of him, preventing him from going further in that direction. "Hiryu, can you stall him for a bit? I need some time to prepare my next move," said Naruto to his dragon. The dragon nodded and started throwing fireballs at Kabuto while staying on the ground to cover his master and Tsunade, spreading his large wings to prevent Kabuto from seeing Naruto prepare his attack. Naruto ignored Tsunade's pleas for him to leave her and save himself and made a single hand sign, Kage Bunshin. He said as his clone appeared. He then turned his head in Tsunade's direction and gave her a smile. "Don't worry Ba-chan, until I become Hokage I will never die," he said with conviction as he charged a perfect rasengan while his clone channeled wind chakra in the chakra orb. As he arrived running behind Hiryu who was still blocking Kabuto, he ordered his dragon to fall back. "Now Hiryu," he yelled as the dragon suddenly jumped in the air then dispelled himself since he used most of his chakra to fire continuously at Kabuto. Kabuto saw that it was too late to fall back and decided to take on the attack head-on. He went through hand signs and called a jutsu, Kuchios, Rashomon. He called as he placed his hands to the ground. A huge structure rose from the ground in the shape of an enormous door with demonic markings all over it, while Kabuto was in a crouching position behind it. Naruto also decided to go through with his new technique and launched it against the strange structure in front of him, Futon, Rasengan. He called as he slammed his jutsu against the door. As Naruto's jutsu touched the Rashomon, a huge flash blinded everyone, then the sound of an explosion could be heard. Naruto's Rasengan expanded upon impact and completely vaporized the defensive structure. It then continued on its original path behind it, catching Kabuto off guard and dragging him along. It finally stopped 50 meters later against a huge rock. As the jutsu finally dispelled, Kabuto appeared crushed against the rock that stopped it. He was cut in several places, he was heavily bleeding as he laid there unconscious on the ground. Tsunade was stunned. Naruto did complete his jutsu in only 5 days. The results were astonishing. This Rasengan had to be 10 times more powerful than the original one, judging by the look of what it did to the Rashomon. Naruto took a peek at the results of his first successful attempt to make the wind version of the Rasengan, then looked back at Tsunade with a grin. "I win the bet Ba-chan," he said before falling to the ground unconscious due to chakra exhaustion. Tsunade rushed to him and saw that he was fine. She smiled, took off her pendant and attached it around Naruto's neck. She saw that she also finally stopped shaking due to her crisis earlier after seeing blood. "Yes, you win Naruto, it seems I'm finally free of my past and from my old demons too," said Tsunade as she took the unconscious body of Naruto in her arms and hugged it with tears in her eyes. With Jiraiya. Both Sannin were in a high taijutsu battle when they saw the flash of Naruto's jutsu. Their eyes widened at the sight of the damage done by that jutsu. Looks like Naruto finally did it, I knew he would, thought Jiraiya. To think that he could go through the Rashomon, even if it was a low version of the true Rashomon. Jiraiya has recovered from whatever Tsunade did to him, and Tsunade herself looks like she's back in business as well. It's a shame I couldn't get her to heal Kimimaro-kun for me. I will have to go with the original plan and get Sasuke-kun after all. Analyzed Orochimaru. I can't let that one get stronger either, he is already close to Kabuto's level. He could prove to be troublesome later if I let him grow further. As Orochimaru finished his thinking, he managed to catch a still unfocused Jiraiya off guard and temporarily paralyzed him. He then charged in Naruto and Tsunade's direction with his sword drawn. With Tsunade. Tsunade was healing the minor cuts Naruto had all over his body when she felt the killing intent of Orochimaru behind her. She turned in time to launch herself between the snake and Naruto, taking the hit instead of the young blonde. I didn't target you, why do you put your life on the line for him, Tsunade? Asked Orochimaru. Because he is the future of Konoha. He is a bearer of the will of fire and I will save him even at the cost of my life, because from now on I am the god, I am Hokage of Konoha. Roared Tsunade as she stood up and used her technique. Infu and Kai, Sozo Seisei. Said Tsunade as she glowed, her chakra healing every injury she had. Orochimaru was at a disadvantage now, he had already used a lot of chakra against Jiraiya and the other dragon summon, so he took several hard hits from Tsunade who had had the time to recover. Seeing that drawing the fight further was pointless, first Tsunade would never help him now, and second he couldn't match the firepower of two Sannin at the moment with Kabuto down, he decided to pull back. He jumped back towards the down form of Kabuto and then fled the area. After some time Jiraiya and Shizune finally managed to get back to Naruto and Tsunade. Are you alright? Asked Jiraiya to Tsunade. I'm fine, I will recover after a good rest. Replied Tsunade before adding, he did it, Jiraiya, he really finished what Minato started all those years ago. Yes, I saw the result of the jutsu, his parents would be proud of him. He has the will to never give up, he is a true shinobi of Konoha, a bearer of the will of fire. Said Jiraiya looking down at his disciple with pride. Let's go home, she finally said. Chapter 18, Leaving the Leaf. Naruto and his group decided to take the long route to go back to Konoha. As none of them had really recovered from their battle with the traitorous snake, they decided to take it easy until they reached Konoha. Consequently, they stopped at every hot springs, taverns and gambling houses on their way back to the Leaf. Jiraiya usually disappeared as soon as they arrived in a new town, supposedly going to scout the area for any potential danger, but you could almost always find him near the hot springs. Tsunade just went for the taverns to order their most expensive sake or just spent her time losing money at the local gambling houses. That only left Naruto and Shizune trying to prevent their master from doing those stupid things. As they finally made it back after 2 long weeks in front of the main gates of Konoha, everyone had different reactions at the sight of the giant doors. Jiraiya had a lecherous smirk on his face, most likely ready to go explore the less recommended area of the village. Naruto was relieved to have finally come home after successfully completing his first A-rank mission as a chunin. For Tsunade and Shizune, however, it was the first time in more than a decade that they set foot in the village. Shizune tried to comfort her master as memories of the past and her losses came back rushing at her. The chunin guarding the gates were surprised at the sudden appearance of not one but 2 of the legendary Sannin. They informed the group that Sarutobi had been expecting them for quite some time now and ordered for them to immediately report to the Hokage Tower as soon as they arrived. Hokage Office. They all arrived in front of the office of the Hokage using Shunshin, and before Shizune could require a meeting with the Sandaime with his secretary, Naruto just kicked the door open as usual before going inside. Jiraiya just followed his disciple with a smirk while Tsunade and Shizune were stunned at the blatant disrespect towards the shinobi no kami. Hello Gigi, I'm back from my mission, yelled Naruto as he stepped inside the office. Nice to see you back, my boy, I assume the mission was a success seeing the guests you have with you. Replied the old man. It has been a long time, sensei, said Tsunade as she saw her old teacher. It's good to be back, Hokage-sama, added Shizune. Very well, I welcome you all back. Now Naruto, I know you weren't the highest ranking shinobi on this mission, but I'd like to hear your report anyway. Consider it a training as your new duties as a chunin will have you lead your own teams in the future, you will also have to do this at some point. Announced Sarutobi. Naruto was not used to receive all the attention like this, from a room full of people of cage level no less. He was red with embarrassment while the others were looking at him with smirks on their face, realizing that there was indeed something that could effectively shut the young exuberant blonde up. Naruto finally managed to regain his composure, took a deep breath, then started to report on what had happened on his mission. The meeting with Itachi and Kisame, then the tracking of Tsunade that led them to Tanzagugai to finally finish with the battle against Orochimaru and Kabuto. As Naruto finished his report, Sarutobi had to frown again at the interference of Orochimaru. He was already aware of Naruto meeting Itachi and his associate when Guy came back. He took a moment to gather his thoughts, then addressed the people in front of him again. "You did good, Naruto-kun. I'm very proud of you, and the mission will go on your record not as an A rank but as AS rank 1 due to the interference of 2S class missing shinobi of our village. Tsunade, as you already know, I am stepping down. You will be the next Hokage after me, and the official coronation ceremony will take place next week. We need time to get the officials to arrive in Konoha to announce it. I have a few things for you to do in the meantime, we will discuss about them in a moment. Jiraiya, I want you to investigate the group that Itachi belongs to. Their goals are obviously linked to Naruto, so I want to know more about them. You are to leave as soon as possible, but we need a report at least in a month. Tsunade and Shizune, you will both head to the hospital as soon as possible. There are still lots of injured people there waiting for treatment, and especially a group of genin and chunin who just came back yesterday after some disturbing events I will reveal to you now." After this, Sarutobi motioned for everyone to get comfortable, then started to report the event that went on during the week that led to the situation they were in right now. Apparently in the same time Orochimaru tried to get Tsunade to join him and heal whoever he wanted her to heal. He also sent a group of shinobi called the Sound 4 here in Konoha in order to convince Uchiha Sasuke to join him. It seems they managed to infiltrate the village quite easily and successfully convinced the last loyal Uchiha to join their master. He was seen leaving the village freely by one Haruno Sakura, his teammate and longtime loyal fangirl. In her defense, the girl did try to stop him, but he easily knocked her out and she was found the following morning unconscious by a patrol. Sarutobi then took a short pause in his tale to let everyone assimilate what happened so far. Tsunade had to frown at her old teammate who once again tried to harm the leaf, while Jiraiya was wondering what the snake wanted to do with the Uchiha heir. Naruto had no particular reaction to those events. Sure, he didn't really like to associate himself with Sasuke, but he never wished for anyone to become slaves to Orochimaru. After the short recess, Sarutobi continued with the report. According to Sakura's testimony, Sasuke and the Sound 4 had less than a day ahead, so he organized a track and pursuit mission with the sparse elements he had at his disposal. Team 9 and 10 were available. Aburame Shino would temporarily replace Naruto in Team 8 while Sakura would replace Lee in Team 9. This made a total of 3 genin teams with a newly appointed Chunin to lead them in the person of Hyuga Neji for Team 9, Nara Shikamaru for Team 10 and Aburame Shino for Team 8. The Jonin sensei were all occupied with other mission at that moment. According to the reports, the track and pursuit teams managed to catch up with the fleeing group in less than a day. Apparently the Sound 4 had to carry Sasuke's body, who was inside a wooden box with strange markings on it, making their pace much slower than normal. As to why Sasuke was in that box, no one really knew. The Konoha's forces even came in contact with the team from Suna who took part in the Chunin exams by pure coincidence. As a sign of good faith between allies, the team from Suna joined them in their mission to recover the Uchiha. With the firepower they had and the advantage in numbers, they managed to wipe out the Sound 4 members. However, as they were about to retrieve the box containing the body of Uchiha Sasuke, it suddenly opened and from it came out a very different Sasuke. He was a lot stronger and faster than what they could remember of him. Team 8, who was the only one around him when the box opened since all the teams chose to split in order to neutralize the 4 bodyguards, was not able to stop him from leaving. Sasuke managed first to incapacitate the surprised Hinata and Kiba. The final fight took place at the Valley of the End at the borders between Fire and Rice Country. Shino was the one to face his teammate from Team 7. Sasuke ended up injuring critically Shino with a lightning jutsu that made everyone in the room frown, knowing who he learned it from. Sasuke ended up leaving towards Rice Country where the Konoha forces could not follow him. The rest of the rookies were escorted back to Konoha, some more injured than the others, but the one needing the most attention was Shino. Sarutobi finished the report, then urged Tsunade and Shizune to head to the hospital and take charge once there. He dismissed Naruto and Jiraiya after that. Konoha Hospital. Naruto decided to follow Tsunade and Shizune to the hospital, guessing that most of his comrades were there and especially his team. Jiraiya decided to go his way, though he took the direction of Konoha's hot springs. Once at the hospital, every medical staff immediately recognized Tsunade. She decided to go to the central office and from there organize her work for the following days with Shizune. Naruto went to the receptionist and asked for the rooms of the rookies and especially his teammates. It turns out that thanks to Gaara's intervention and his siblings, most of the rookies were safe with only minor injuries. The only one who really needed Tsunade's help was Shino. He had been stabilized but he still needed emergency treatment. Naruto had been happy to see Gaara again. It seemed that he was on much better terms with his family that last time. He thanks them all for their help even if Gaara said that he didn't need to, saying that Suna was Konoha's ally. The Jonin sensei started to arrive too. Kurenai was relieved to see that her team was alright. Kakashi though had a sad look in his eyes. He realized that he failed his team as a teacher. His student betrayed the leaf and in doing so he also critically injured his own teammate. Guy and Asuma tried to cheer him up but he just went to visit Shino then left without saying a word to anyone else. After seeing that everyone was alright or in good hands, Naruto finally decided to go home. Naruto's apartment. That night Naruto couldn't sleep. He thought about the last events, his meeting with Itachi and Kisame, his fight with Kabuto and then how Orochimaru almost killed him if it wasn't for Tsunade. "You can't sleep, Naru-kun?" asked Natsuki through their link. "I was thinking about my dream, Na-chan. To become the Hokage has always been my dream, even before I knew that my father was the fourth," replied Naruto. "What about it? Is it not your dream anymore?" Natsuki asked a little confused by her mate's words. "It's not that, I still want to become Hokage, the best there ever was. I just can't help but feel that I'm not strong enough. I need to become much more stronger than this if I want to be able to protect my precious one. The day I finally find a way to free you, I don't want to be a burden to you. You are the most powerful Biju but there's a man with powers strong enough to control you. I can't let this happen, I won't let this happen," confessed Naruto. "So that's what on your mind and keep you from sleeping. Listen to me. You will never be a burden to me. There is no risk of that man ever using his powers to control me again either. When I was forced out of your mother, I was weak and unprepared. That's how he could surprise me. I will not fall for the same attack twice, believe me," she replied to him. "Okay, I believe you, but I still want to become stronger. You may feel that I'm strong enough as I am but I can't help but feel the need to know that not only you but everyone that's precious to me is safe too," Naruto said with conviction. "Then there is only one way, you have to train. It may be a good idea to distance yourself from Konoha, from your life as a ninja for a while. You've come a long way in your mastery over your bloodline, but there is still more to be done. If you stay here you will be constantly interrupted in your training to become stronger," analyzed Natsuki. "But where should I go? There are some strong people out there who want my head, and now that Sasuke has gone to Orochimaru only God knows what the snake is doing with his new toy. They both pretty hate my guts," replied Naruto. "We will think about it later, try to get some sleep for now. There's still some time before you have to make a decision," said Natsuki as they both went to sleep. Hokage office, 1 month later. It's been a month since that night where Naruto vowed to become stronger for the sake of his loved ones. During that time, Tsunade took charge and became the 5th Hokage. Sarutobi became her only advisor as she decided to fire the 2 others while Danzo managed to integrate the civilian council by some loophole with his youth centers. Tsunade was currently sitting behind the Hokage desk. Jiraiya had just come back from his investigation mission this morning. As the news also concerned him, Naruto had been summoned by Tsunade to her office to hear the news from Jiraiya. Sarutobi was also present in the room as Naruto arrived oblivious to why he was there. After sealing the room, Tsunade motioned for Jiraiya to start his report. "From what I could gather with my spies, it looks like there is an organization called Akatsuki whose goal is to gather all the Biju, for what objective I don't know yet. They are composed of S-rank missing ninja from all villages with no distinction. I can only say so far that we know Uchiha Itachi from the Leaf and Hoshigaki Kisame from Kiri are active members while Orochimaru was at one time a member as well but decided to leave them," started Jiraiya. "Now about our friend the snake, it seems he managed to successfully open the door to immortality. By a complex process, he is able to transfer his soul into the body of a host. Then he takes total control of that body and the soul of the previous host simply vanishes as a result. My guess is that he wanted Tsunade to heal whoever he had planned to take as a host in the event that he couldn't get the Uchiha," continued Jiraiya. "According to my spies, both sides require long and complex preparations in order to perform what they intend to do. Therefore my estimation is that we have a 3-year preparation time in front of us before any side decides to move again," finished Jiraiya. "Did he, took Sasuke's body?" asked Naruto. "It seems the Uchiha did not arrive on time and Orochimaru had to transfer into another body in the meantime. So it's safe to say that he too has 3 years before him," replied Jiraiya. "That's also one of the reason we are all here today, Naruto," spoke Tsunade. "Seeing what's ahead of you in the future, we feel it is essential that you two prepare for the future," added Sarutobi. "Consequently you will become my full-time apprentice for the 3 years to come. I will take you out of the village and will train you to become Konoha's best during that time. I have already informed Kurenai about this and you will be placed on the reserved list from Konoha's ninja during that time. Finished Jiraiya. Naruto's eyes widened at all this. It was perfect, he would get to do what he discussed about with Natsuki. With Jiraiya by his side he would not have to fear all the time that others might come to harm him even if he seemingly had 3 years of peace from his worst enemies. When do we leave? Asked Naruto with a smirk. We leave tomorrow at dawn. Go pack and take a good look at the village, you won't be see it again for quite some time after that. Replied Jiraiya. I'm going to miss you Gigi, Ba-chan. Said Naruto as he went to give Tsunade and Sarutobi a hug. We, LL miss you too brat, and I hope that when you come back the pervert will have teach you how to properly address your superiors. Tsunade said with a smirk while Sarutobi chuckled. You're not my superiors, you're my precious ones. Said Naruto as he finally left, no to be seen around Konoha again for the next 3 years. Chapter 19, Return of the Wind. Konoha, Hokage office. Tsunade was sitting behind her desk inside her office. It was late in the morning and she was finishing some paperwork from the pile of papers that Shizune, her assistant, just brought in yesterday. Taking a break from her current activities, she saw a picture on her desk. It was a picture taken from before she took the job of Hokage, when Naruto and Jiraiya were escorting her back to Konoha. Seeing the picture made her remember that it had already been 3 years since Naruto left with Jiraiya to improve his skills. The pervert had regularly sent her reports on the blonde's progress during the first year but it mysteriously stopped after that. It had then been 2 long years after that before she got news again about them. She received last month a short letter saying that they would come back the next month. According to their letter, Jiraiya and Naruto were scheduled to come back to Konoha during this week. She knew nothing of Naruto's current level of skill though. Jiraiya only told her in his letters from the first year that he was training Naruto in ninjutsu, fuinjutsu and basic genjutsu. Tsunade thought that she would need to organize a test to know Naruto's true level as soon as he comes back. She suddenly felt tired, the 2 empty bottles of sake behind her most likely being the reason. She slowly closed her eyes and then fell asleep with a smile on her face, thinking about the last living blood relative she had left in this world. Konoha main gates. As the sun was high in the sky, 2 chunin were seated at the main gate's checkpoint. Today was a slow day, no one except the regular merchants and occasional Anbu patrols had come through the gate since this morning. Suddenly, from far away on the horizon, could be seen 2 figures slowly making their way towards the village. As they approached, Kotetsu and Izumo could finally identify one the 2 shadows as Jiraiya the Toad Sage, the other one though was wearing a white mask with a fox design and his outfit was unusual. Seeing as the mysterious man was escorted by the great Jiraiya, no one seemed too anxious at letting him in. The 2 men quickly went through the gate and took the direction of the Hokage Tower using the rooftops, most likely not wanting to deal with anyone's curiosity just yet. All the civilians could see was 2 white and gray blurs traveling at top speed on top of the buildings, even shinobi had trouble seeing them moving. They did not stop once on their way and soon arrived at the feet of the Hokage Tower. Hokage Tower. The 2 men arrived in front of Tsunade's office. Shizune was at her desk in front of the door and took some time to notice their presence. Once she was finally aware of the arrival of the 2 men, she immediately recognized Jiraiya but the other man though, didn't ring any bell. She granted them access to her master's office, saying that she was currently doing some non-important paperwork and then followed after them as they went inside. Hokage office. As the group went inside, they could see that Tsunade was indeed not doing anything important. The woman was actually asleep, drooling all over the paperwork she was supposed to fill, and 2 empty bottles of sake could be seen behind her. Shizune was about to go wake her master up when Jiraiya put a hand on her shoulder, signaling her to wait. The second man then went ahead and tried to shake the blonde woman's shoulder in order to wake her up. His action made Tsunade throw one of her chakra-powered punch at him. Shizune was already fearing the worst for the stranger but what she saw made her jaw drop to the ground. When Tsunade's punch was about to reach his face, he just used his free hand to catch it, not feeling any recoil as his hand did not even tremble. A finally awake Tsunade frowned at the man in front of her, not recognizing him, and she did not see her assistant or Jiraiya behind him either. Who the hell are you? I've never seen you before. You've got some guts to come in here and touch the leader of this village in such a rude way. Roared the blonde woman, visibly not enjoying that wake-up call. A chuckle could be heard behind the man's mask, but before Tsunade could say more he finally decided to speak. I'm hurt, I've been gone for only 3 years and you already forgot all about me, Ba-chan. He said in a mocking tone before taking out his mask. Tsunade finally saw Jiraiya behind, then the man in front of her who again was very rude to her could only be one person. After 3 long years he was finally back. Naruto. The shout could be heard from each side of the blonde as he was tackled into a giant hug from both sides by Tsunade and Shizune. I'm glad you did not forget about me, but could you let go? It's kinda hard to breathe like this. Naruto said with a grin on his face. The two women immediately let go of him, with both a blush on their faces. Now that they could take the time to look at him, they realized how much he changed in the last 3 years while Jiraiya was exactly the same. Naruto was extremely tall now, as tall as Jiraiya in fact. His hair grew longer and his bangs were falling on each sides of his face. He wore a white jacket with a high collar, a white hakama with a black sash and white zori with black tabi socks. He didn't seem to carry any weapon except for what looked like a small katana or wakizashi hanging on his sash. All in all, Naruto became what could only be resumed as a blonde Adonis in the span of those 3 years, the two women in the room wondering if assuming the role of mother and sister figure for the young man in front of them was really such a good idea anymore. When the shock of the meeting finally passed, Tsunade spoke first. Naruto, Jiraiya, why did you only contacted me once in the last 2 years? She demanded. Well, let's just say that training was crazy and some other things too prevented us from contacting you more, said Naruto before Jiraiya could open his mouth. Master and disciple exchanged strange looks with each other, then Jiraiya just shrugged and let his student continue. This did not went unnoticed by Tsunade, but she chose to let it slide for now. Anyway, I've been gone for a long time now and I can't wait to start taking on missions again, Ba-chan, said Naruto with a grin while Tsunade was getting angrier by the second at the repetitive use of that nickname. Well, before that I need to know more about your current level of skill, Naruto. I was actually thinking about scheduling you a test in order to observe your level as soon as you get back to Konoha, replied the Hokage. That's fine, what do you have in mind? Asked Naruto. What's his general level of skill right now according to you, Jiraiya? She asked her ex-teammate. I would say definitely higher than Jonin, but other than that you will have to test him in each field to know for sure, answered the Toad Sage cryptically. Tsunade once again felt that something was going on with Jiraiya's vague answer and took notice to ask more later. Alright then, it seems you're still lucky as ever, Naruto. I know the perfect people to test you and most of them are available this week. I will let you rest for the rest of the day, then tomorrow morning you will come to the stadium in order to get tested by them, announced Tsunade. Very well, if that's all, I'd like to go rest for my test tomorrow then, replied Naruto. Getting a nod from Tsunade, he then left her office with a shunshin. I'll be going too, Tsunade, I'll see you tomorrow at the stadium, said Jiraiya as he also left in the same manner. There's definitely something going on that those two didn't tell me. We'll know more after the test tomorrow, thought Tsunade as she returned to her paperwork and prepared the summons for the people who would test Naruto. Naruto's apartment. This night as Naruto went to sleep, he immediately accessed his mindscape. Once there, he was immediately tackled to the ground by a red blur. So how does it feel to finally be back home, Naru-kun? Asked Natsuki. I guess it feels okay. I thought I would miss the village more, but that wasn't the case, he replied. Do you really plan to not tell anyone about your project? She continued. Yes, they would try to stop me if I told them and I cannot let that happen, Naruto said with conviction. Please just be careful, I don't want you to get into troubles over this, she replied, obviously worried for him. Everything will be fine, don't worry, Na-chan, let's go back inside, he reassured her as they made their way into her mansion. Konoha Stadium. It was 9 in the morning as Naruto made his way to the stadium. This brought back memories from the first time he went there for the Chunin exam finals. This made him wonder how everybody else was doing these days. He directly went home yesterday to rest and did not have the opportunity to catch up with anyone. As he went inside the arena, his eyes widened as he took a look at the spectators area. It seems like word of his return and subsequent testing had spread around. In the stands could be seen lots of familiar faces. All the rookies were there except for him and Sasuke. Surprisingly, Temari of the Sand was also there. He also saw Anko and Asuma. His Gigi was also there, with a kid that must have been his grandson. He recognized the last group of people as the Council of Konoha. Finally Tsunade arrived with Jiraiya and Shizune behind her. He decided to wear his mask until the fight and slowly made his way to the center of the arena. Cage box. Tsunade was surprised to see so many people in the spectator seats but chose to ignore it, though the presence of the council made her wonder how they knew of the event so fast. Uzumaki Naruto, you have been summoned here today to be tested on every field of the ninja arts before I can safely put you back on the active list of Konoha shinobi, announced Tsunade, getting a nod from the still-masked Naruto. Your opponents for today's test will be Meidagai for Taijutsu, Yuhi Kurenai for Genjutsu, Azuki Yugao for Kenjutsu and finally Hitaki Kakashi for Ninjutsu. Any objection? She said to him as he remained silent. Very well then, let's begin. Concluded the godime. Spectators area. The spectators were currently discussing about the upcoming fights. I can't believe that Naruto gets to fight with our most powerful shinobi in each of the shinobi arts. Started Choji. He looks nothing like the old Naruto with those new clothes. Said Ino. Troublesome. Added Shikamaru. I wonder how he will fare against Guy-sensei. Said Lee. That short katana of his intrigues me. Tenten said as she observed his weapon. It will be interesting to see what his training under a Sannin gave him. Analyzed Neji. There is no way he can beat any of his opponents and especially Kakashi-sensei with his Sharingan. Said Sakura. Shino, Kiba, Temari and Hinata decided to remain silent, already knowing to never underestimate Naruto. Arena. Naruto stood in the center of the arena waiting for his opponents to arrive. A Shunshin suddenly popped in front of him, revealing one Shiranui Genma. As you can guess, I'll proctor again for the duration of your test. Declared Genma. 4 more Shunshin appeared, this time in the contestant waiting zone. Naruto's opponents all stood there with their ninja gears, ready to fight. Guy was the first to go out and made his way towards the center of the arena to join Naruto and Genma. Meta Guy vs Uzumaki Naruto. As Guy arrived in front of Naruto and Genma, he gave his opponent the nice guy pose, then signaled to the referee that he was ready to start. Naruto also gave a nod to Genma and the man finally started the match. Naruto immediately launched his trademark Kitsune Yurei against his opponent, but Guy easily blocked him and knew perfectly which one of the illusion was fake or not. Before Naruto could fall back, Guy hit him with a powerful spinning kick as he called it Konoha Senpu. Guy was about to charge at him but Naruto held up his hand, asking for a moment, to which Guy nodded and stopped his course. As expected of Meta Guy, Konoha's taijutsu specialist. I'm sorry I underestimated you, it won't happen again. Just give me a second please. Said Naruto respectfully. Naruto then took some steps towards the spectators area and first took off his mask. Some gasp could be heard from the spectators as several women saw how handsome he looked under his mask. Naruto then started to slowly take out his vest, showing that he was wearing nothing under it. Every woman in the stadium started to blush at his action. Having a good look at his body, they could see that he was quite muscular but no overly so, the perfect balance between power and speed. This also showed the different marks he had on his upper body. Most already knew about 2 of his tattoo, but it seemed he had a new one placed just above his heart. The first mark on his left forearm was the tattoo of his dragon summoning contract, the second was the mark of the fox on his right biceps, and finally the last one over his heart had the form of a small circle with 3 smaller marks inside that looked like koma and were placed in a triangular way. Naruto finally took out the katana he had on his hips and placed it with his vest and mask on the ground in a safe place before making his way back towards the center of the arena. When he got there he did a single hand sign, then called his technique, Futon, Muga no Kyachi. The air around them started to feel strange and heavy for Genma and Guy, as if someone had given them additional weights to wear over their clothes. People could also see that the strange tattoo over Naruto's heart changed, the circle disappeared leaving only the 3 remaining koma, and even the spectators could feel the air around them getting warmer. Naruto then signaled to Guy that he was ready with a bow, thanking him for his patience. The 2 fighters resumed their match, exchanging blows in a high-level taijutsu match. Naruto changed his strategy, opting to only try to counter Guy's attempts and dancing all around his opponent. The fight went on like this for several minutes, but to the more experienced shinobi in the audience, whatever Naruto did earlier worked, since he was increasingly getting faster than Guy and managed to connect more and more counters against his opponent. After another high-speed exchange, the 2 finally separated. Guy was seen panting and trying to catch his breath while Naruto seemed perfectly fine. How did you do this, Naruto? You seem so much faster than in the beginning of our fight, my youthful opponent. Asked a confused Guy. Now that would be telling, wouldn't it? I may be convinced to tell you after our fight if you defeat me, Guy-san. Replied Naruto with a smirk. Guy replied with his eternal nice guy pose, then took a strange stance, making those who knew of it in the stands widen their eyes. Hachim and Tonko, Kai, yelled Guy as his body radiated with chakra. He then charged at Naruto with godlike speed, leaving a trail of dust in his path. The taijutsu exchange resumed, but this time Naruto was hard-pressed and took a few very powerful hits without even once being able to counter his opponent. Knowing that he had to somehow change the flow of this match, Naruto decided to unleash more of his powers and fell back for a moment. So that's the ultimate form of your Gakken taijutsu style. I'm deeply impressed, but let me show you one of the ultimate forms of my style. Announced Naruto as he closed his eyes and called his next technique, Futon, Seiki Kanpatsu no Kiwami, once again his new tattoo changed, and this time it was one of the koma that disappeared. With his eyes still closed, he told Guy that he was ready. Knowing better than to underestimate his opponent, Guy simply charged at Naruto again. To his great surprise though, before his punch even reached halfway of the distance to Naruto's face, the blonde had already launched his counter and kicked him in the sternum. With both their speed greatly increased, that counter did its job. Guy was down and had trouble to get up or even catch his breath. Before Naruto could further press his advantage, Guy held out his hand and signaled the end of the fight, stopping Naruto in his tracks. I've seen enough, Naruto. With our current level of skill, going any further would place this fight in a life or death situation, which we don't need. Your taijutsu skill is most likely close to mine, though we can't be sure. I know I didn't defeat you, but could you explain to me what those two jutsu of yours did during our fight? I'm most impressed by the second one. Even Sharingan and Byakugan wielders can't predict my moves when I open my inner the gates. The first one was impressive too, that speed bonus it gave you was surprising," said Guy. "I suppose there's no harm in telling you, Guy-san, no one should be able to copy or break them anyway. You are both right and wrong on my techniques. The first one didn't get me a speed boost as you said. It is actually the opposite. It is no my speed that increased but yours that dropped," started Naruto, but seeing Guy frown, not understanding or maybe not believing his claims, he continued his explanation. "What I mean by that is that while I sustained my speed, I used my jutsu to slow yours down. Muga no Kyochi is the absolute control over the wind element. What you felt in the beginning was me applying pressure to the air all around us in the arena in order to replicate the environment of a high-altitude place by releasing high quantity of my chakra in the air. As a consequence, the level of oxygen in the air decreased and every effort you made only served to tire you out faster. While I was aware of all this, and more importantly, I trained my body to work in this kind of environment," explained Naruto to an astonished audience. "Now as for the second move, I know that your style is great against Jujutsu users, but mine had nothing to do with it. Seiki Kanpatsu no Kiwami gives me the absolute understanding of the air flowing around me. I don't need to see, hear or even smell my opponent. In the field of my jutsu I am able to feel any movement made by my opponent and then adjust to it. The faster or stronger my opponent is and the more damage he will receive when countered. As soon as you charged at me and moved your arm by even an inch, I knew how to counter you. Me closing my eyes is just a way to confuse or destabilize my opponents," finished Naruto, leaving Guy and the audience gasp at the infinite possibilities that his style offered, though some already planned to discover how to reproduce it for their own gains, even if he said that it was supposedly impossible to copy. "That's amazing, Naruto, to think that someone so young could perform those things. You said that Seiki Kanpatsu no Kiwami was one of your ultimate forms, then am I correct to assume that you have other forms of that level?" asked Guy. "That's correct, Guy-san, but I'll let you and the others discover them if I ever feel like I have to use them today," replied Naruto with a grin. Guy simply smiled and left the arena to join the spectators after giving him a final, "Nice guy" pose. "We will have a small pause, then the next fight will begin," announced Genma. Chapter 20, Genius of Hard Work. Konoha Stadium, spectators area. As Naruto was taking a highly deserved break, people were commenting on his first fight with the taijutsu specialist of Konoha. The most impressed were of course the shinobi whose style are heavily based on taijutsu as the Hyuga and Izuka. Hinata and Kiba were happy for their teammate, while Neji had to admit that Naruto did once again surpass fate. He, a non-dujutsu holder, was able to go above his limitations in order to achieve what even the most powerful Byakugan or Sharingan users couldn't in defeating the Gakken. For Lee, it was a more complicated issue. Thanks to the return of Tsunade, he had been able to resume his duties as a shinobi after she healed him. He trained hard and non-stop, following the footsteps of his sensei. To see someone his age perform on the same level as his teacher made him question if hard work was enough to achieve greatness. Sensing his students' turmoil, Guy, who had joined the spectators, told him that even Naruto, someone considered a genius like the Uchiha or Hyuga, most likely also trained hard to reach his current level despite his natural talents. This cheered him up and soon the duo started to exchange "nice guys" poses and "spring of youth" declarations. The others were simply in awe, prostrated in silence at the display of skill from Naruto. Even Sakura, who had been studying under Tsunade for the last 3 years, now felt respect for Naruto. On her master's orders, she had regularly trained with Guy and his student in order to perfect her medical taijutsu style and knew firsthand how powerful Guy's Gakken style was. The break finally ended and Naruto stood up ready for his next test. Cage box. Tsunade, who was silently enjoying a cup of sake, also stood up and announced the next part of Naruto's test. "You will now be tested in your genjutsu proficiency, Naruto. Kurenai, please start the test," declared the blonde Hokage. She was about to sit down again when Naruto interrupted her. Actually Hokage-sama, if it's not a problem I would like the next test to be on genjutsu and kenjutsu at the same time. Asked a surprisingly polite Naruto. Tsunade quickly regained her composure from being called by a respectful name by Naruto and narrowed her eyes before speaking again. Are you implying that you won't be able to fight seriously if you're facing only one kunoichi and not two? I thought you would be more respectful about women, especially since this is your teacher that was chosen to test you. Said an irate Tsunade. Naruto stayed calm and bowed his head before replying. I assure you that it is nothing like that. Surely you are aware that I never could perform the simplest genjutsu in my youth because of reasons out of my control. He started getting a nod from his leader, perfectly aware of his chakra control problem. Well, instead of trying to fix it, I found a way around my problem. But as a consequence, my genjutsu techniques don't work like the classical ones. I have to rely on other shinobi arts to take full advantage of them, and kenjutsu is a perfect one for that. He continued. Finally, as you said, Kurenai-sensei is my teacher. Yugao-sensei also taught me a lot in the past. I have the utmost respect for both of them as women and as kunoichi. They are both very beautiful and deadly in their own field of expertise. I am perfectly fine with staying a chunin should I fail to perform adequately against both of them at the same time. Finished Naruto as he bowed before Kurenai and Yugao this time. Both women blushed at his last argument on their skill and feminine charms, and knew he meant no disrespect towards them. They nodded to Tsunade, signaling they were fine with what Naruto asked. Seeing as Kurenai and Yugao agreed to your idea, I see no reason not to allow it as long as you know that you will be doing lots of gate guarding time should you fail this test. Finally announced Tsunade with a smirk when she got a nod from Naruto. Arena. As the two women made their way towards him and Genma, Naruto once again started to unzip his jacket and then took it off and put it aside with his mask, but kept the katana this time. He got the same reaction from the women in the audience he got the first time, and especially from the two in front of him right there. Do you have to fight almost naked again, Naruto? Said a blushing Kurenai, having the chance this time to observe Naruto's new stature up close, while Yugao, who did not have her usual Anbu gear in order to not reveal her identity, chose to watch a surprisingly interesting ground. Hi, I do. I promise there's a good reason and you will understand why soon, sensei. Replied an embarrassed Naruto while scratching the back of his head. Seeing as everyone was ready, Genma gave approval for the test to start. Yuhi Kurenai and Izuki Yugao vs Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto immediately did a familiar hand sign and launched his Muga no Kyochi wind field, then took a defensive stance with his short katana in his right hand ready to pierce his target. It was a beautiful wakizashi, with a blue handle, while the tsuba was composed of two golden metal pieces that seemed to form a S symbol when placed together around the blade. Kurenai chose to stay relatively close to him, having heard of his new aptitude to drain his opponent's stamina. She wasn't too concerned about that since her art didn't rely strongly on stamina. She then prepared her next move against him. Yugao, however, decided to put some distance between them and wait for the right moment to charge, and as Kurenai would no doubt give her an opportunity to strike at Naruto once he shows an opening in his guard. She decided to send chakra to her feet and be ready to jump in when she could, since contrary to her friend, Yugao needed the stamina to support her kenjutsu. Seeing his two sensei in position and ready to exploit any opening he would show, Naruto decided to prepare himself in order to launch his first genjutsu technique. He used his katana to lightly cut the skin on his thumb, then used some blood over his fox tattoo. The tattoo glowed once, then suddenly an explosion of chakra radiated all over the audience. The wind picked up violently, dragging lots of dust all over the arena. Byakugan holders could see that Naruto's chakra output practically doubled. To the rest, the air felt a lot warmer to them high in the stands. As he took back his defensive stance, Naruto finally launched his genjutsu, Futon, Maboroshi no Sakai. As everyone waited to see what Naruto's jutsu would do, they were surprised that it actually did nothing, as both Kurenai and Yugao were still up with their guard raised. Everyone then assumed he failed at catching either of them in his technique. Kurenai immediately took this opportunity to launch her own genjutsu, Magen, Jubaku Satsu. All those who had already been subjected to that jutsu knew Kurenai would trap her victim in an illusion that would make it seem like a tree out of nowhere was coiling itself around them, making them unable to move from that spot and thus completely defenseless. It looked like her jutsu managed to catch Naruto off guard, since he suddenly dropped his guard. His eyes looked empty and he had both his arms loosely hanging on each side of his body, though he still held his katana. Seeing the opportunity she was waiting for, Yugao immediately dashed towards the defenseless Naruto in order to incapacitate him in a submission hold before signaling to Kurenai to drop her control over him. Both were a little sad that their prized student would fail so fast against them when he announced that he wouldn't. No one in the stadium was expecting Naruto to get out of that situation except for one smirking pervert who couldn't wait to see the face of everybody once the trick is revealed. As Yugao appeared in a blinding speed right behind Naruto, ready to put her katana close to his neck to show that he lost, she was surprised at the moment she touched him. Instead of making contact with his skin, her blade continued and went through what looked like an illusion that did not even dispel. Another Naruto then slowly appeared out of thin air right in front of her. He held his blade back although pointing the tip in her direction. Then she heard him slowly say, "Futon, Kase Shinso." The blade of Naruto's katana instantly glowed as he pronounced those words. Then in a flash, it seemed to extend itself at an amazing speed as everyone could see the tray of light leaving the handle of his katana then traveling in Yugao's direction. Years of experience allowed the Anbu operative to narrowly escape the flash of light coming her way, but her eyes suddenly widened when she saw the smirk on his face. She wasn't his real target. She tried to warn Kurenai of the incoming danger but was too late already as the ray of light was already in front of her friend. Kurenai was not expecting such an attack and in a reflex, she closed her eyes at the last moment, seeing the approaching blade aimed at her neck. When she reopened her eyes she saw that she was fine but heard cracking sounds from the tree just behind her. She understood that if Naruto wanted his blade would have killed her just a second ago. She simply smiled then stood back deciding to not interfere anymore in this test. Seeing that his sensei retired from the fight, Naruto bowed to her then charged at Yugao with his katana. As she saw him approach ready to slash in a vertical swing, she held up her own katana to block him but suddenly felt something cold against the back of her neck. Slowly turning around she saw the smirking face of one Uzumaki Naruto holding his katana against her neck. "I yield Naruto, congratulations," said Yugao with a smile. "Thanks Yugao-sensei," replied Naruto as he relaxed his body and cancelled all his jutsu. Kurenai then joined them in the center of the arena and spoke first. "Before we start, I would like confirmation that you only used genjutsu and kenjutsu in this test," she said receiving a nod from Naruto. "He's telling the truth sensei, I had my Byakugan activated at all time during the test," said Hinata from the stands. "I see, then I'm ashamed to ask but could you explain how you caught us both in your genjutsu and how it works since I didn't even felt any disturbance in my chakra system. I would also like to know how you escaped one of my most powerful genjutsu since the last time we tried you couldn't even resist the most basic ones," said Kurenai. "When did you assume that you were not caught in my genjutsu sensei?" asked Naruto with a grin. "You once taught me that genjutsu is the ability to manipulate one's flow of chakra in the victim's brain, thus causing a disruption in their senses. Basically you take something fake and plant it inside the mind of your victim. Now, as you know I never had the chakra control to perform that, so I went the other way around and managed to find a way to create my own genjutsu art. What if instead of disrupting my enemy's senses, I made it so that what he really senses from the outside is fake? Inside my wind field, you cannot trust your brain or senses," started Naruto as everyone around him was oblivious to what he said. "I can control what you see using the refraction phenomena that applies when you see mirages in the desert by overheating the air in certain spots. I can also control what you hear using the vibration in the air in order to create any kind of sound I wish to make you hear such as incoming footsteps in a wrong direction. I can also make you feel the wind generated by the movement of something around you, whether it is real or not. Obviously I can also do the opposite and mask my true presence to you in all of those aspects," explained Naruto leaving once again the entire audience speechless. "There is no dispelling against this technique since I do not feed you any of my chakra to tamper with your brain. In fact, as far as you know everything you sensed in that field was real and your brain never lied to you. Same about dujutsu users or mind blocks, none of them can counter this," finished Naruto with a smirk while some of the Hyuga and Uchiha lovers had to scowl at that assessment. "That was amazing Naruto, you went above everything I thought was possible and made your own way in an art that was supposedly not made for powerhouse chakra holders like you. How did you escape my jutsu?" said Kurenai. "For one you were focusing your jutsu on a mirage, even then in order to reach me you have to cast your genjutsu by expelling your chakra in the air and as you know I can disrupt anything that comes at me by using air as a medium inside my field," replied Naruto. "Very well, seeing how you countered me and then caught both of us in your illusion field I think it is safe to say that you have at least reached elite Jonin level in genjutsu skills," analyzed Kurenai before turning her head towards Yugao. "I see that you opted for something slightly longer than those kunai you used to wield to improve your defensive stance as I said that it was one of your weakness. I also heard about your fight with Momochi Zabuza the Kiri no Kijin, and how he was able to read your reach even when you used your K's no Ken. It seems you also overcame that weakness by constantly changing your weapon's reach with that strange piercing technique of yours," said Yugao getting a nod from Naruto. I will concur with Guy and Kurenai, you also have at least elite Jonin level in Kenjutsu skills. Yugao said, finishing her analysis. Thanks Yugao-sensei, replied a smiling Naruto. We will take a break to allow everyone to have lunch and then finish with the last test this afternoon, announced Genma. Cage box. Tsunade was about to leave and go back to her office when a Chunin suddenly shunshined in front of her. Hokage-sama, emergency transmission from Suna, the cage has been kidnapped and Akatsuki is most likely behind it according to them. They require immediate assistance and the return of their ambassador Tamari, said the Chunin. Chapter 21, Race Against Time. Konoha, Hokage office. Tsunade sat behind her desk with a cup of tea in her hand. She was reading the scroll sent to them by Suna, asking for Konoha's help in dealing against Akatsuki who abducted Gaara the cage. She knew that time was a critical factor for the rescue mission she was about to program. Out of all her shinobi, she knew that only Naruto and Jiraiya had experience in fighting against Akatsuki. She would also need a good tracking team to go with them as well as a good medic. Having made her choice, she called for Shizune to start summoning the people who would take part in the mission. She also summoned an Anbu team to go to the stadium and tell all those present there that the tests were cancelled. She had already seen enough of Naruto's abilities and knew which rank he would assume now that he's back in active duty. Time skip, half an hour later. Inside Tsunade's office now stood several people. Tamari, ambassador of Suna, was wondering why she was summoned by the Hokage, and apparently she wasn't the only one. Team 8 with their Jonin sensei Kurenai as well as Jiraiya the Toad Sage and Sakura were also here. Naruto was the first to break the silence as usual. Why are we here, Ba-chan? I thought I had 1 hour before the test resumes. He asked, clueless as to why he was called here while in the middle of a meal eating his 10th bowl of ramen. Your test has been cancelled, there's an emergency. 30 minutes ago, we received a coded message from Suna saying that Gaara had been kidnapped. They spotted at least 2 enemies, wearing black robes with red clouds on them. They are aware of our past experience in dealing with Akatsuki and have asked for our help. Ambassador Tamari, you are also to return to your village with the team I will send, replied Tsunade. Tamari was speechless, a million things flashed in her mind. Someone was actually strong enough to come inside her village and kidnap her brother. Hinata had a hand on the Suna representative's shoulder trying to comfort her. Kiba and Kurenai stayed silent. Is it Itachi and Kisame again? Asked Jiraiya in his serious spy mode, gathering as much intel as he could. Sakura's ears perked up at the mention of the Uchiha member. We're not sure yet, it was night time there when the attack took place. All we know is that one of them was using a strange creature to fly and he also used high-level explosives as his main attacks, replied the Hokage. I thought you wouldn't let me take missions again before the end of the tests, said Naruto. It's an emergency, you and Jiraiya are the only shinobi who have prior experience with Akatsuki. Team 8 will be the tracking team while Sakura will be the medic support, started Tsunade. In fact, I've seen enough of your abilities this morning. You were already highly skilled in ninjutsu before you even left with the pervert. So with my power as the Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto, it is my pleasure to promote you to the rank of Jonin of Konoha, finished Tsunade with a smile. Not to sound ungrateful, but are you sure the council will roll with that? I don't want to cause you any additional troubles, Naruto said with concern in his voice. He knew how the council was always trying to harm him one way or the other. Gigi could never completely protect him against them. He didn't want to have Tsunade deal with those imbeciles. You're 100 years too young to worry about me, brat. For your information, since I took the hat after Sensei retired, I fired all of the previous Elder Council. Since then the civilian council had a lot less political power than in the past since they lost the support of the old fools. Sarutobi Sensei is the only member of the new Elder Council now, replied Tsunade with a smirk. Very well, I suppose Ero Sennin is in charge then, and when do we leave? Asked Naruto. Yes, he is, and you leave in half an hour. Dismissed, said Tsunade as everyone started to leave her office. She had a really bad feeling about this mission and hoped nothing wrong happens to the team she just sent out. Wind Country borders. It had been 2 days since the Konoha team had left. They were about to cross the border over Wind Country. Naruto took this opportunity to catch up with everyone since he had been too busy to do it before now with the testing and all. He was pleased to learn that Hinata and Kiba were both Chunin rank. He still couldn't believe that Sakura started to train seriously and even became Tsunade's apprentice. Apparently, after Sasuke's betrayal and with him being gone for 3 years, Team 7 was dismantled and Shino was placed as his temporary replacement in Team 8. He also leaned about the other rookies. Everyone became Chunin except for Neji, who was already Jonin. He tried to speak with Tamari, to keep her from thinking too much about her missing brother. Kankuro and her were also Jonin, and of course Gaara was their cage. She told him about the events that led her brother to change from an unstable killing machine to the highly respected leader of her village. It all started when they came back from the failed invasion of Konoha. After being debriefed by their council, it was revealed to everyone that it was thanks to Gaara's intervention that their alliance with Konoha was still holding. How he managed to prevent their troops from being slaughtered along with Odo, and then the discovery of the traitorous snake who fooled them into participating in that war by impersonating their previous cage. At first, Gaara was lost and didn't know how to deal with all the praise he received. Then, he slowly but surely changed and opened up to more and more people. He even took a student and often put his life on the line to save the life of others during missions. After a while, everyone came to respect and like him. Being the strongest shinobi in their village and coming from the family of the previous leader, he was naturally chosen to become their new cage. Her tale made Naruto smile. He was happy for his fellow Jinchuriki. Though he wondered if the same thing could one day happen for him in Konoha. How many lives would he have to save? How many allies would he need to bring in before people acknowledged him for being something other than the demon reincarnated? How much more would he need to sacrifice before the village finally sees him for a human being and not a monster? For the benefit of the village, he still held his true lineage secret, fearing that Iwa would try to invade them again if they learn about his ties to the Uzumaki and Namikaze households. Sunagaku. The group finally made its way to Suna one day later. They were immediately directed to the hospital where Kankuro was currently being treated after his fight with one of the enemy. He was suffering from a case of severe poisoning and none of the local doctors were able to help him. It was apparently a new type of poison they never encountered before, and none of the antidotes they had seemed to work on slowing down the progress of the poison. Sakura proved that she was indeed the student of Tsunade when she took charge of his case and succeeded in curing him. She demonstrated some impressive healing skills and jutsu. She also quickly took command of every medical personnel that was present and worked with them in order to produce an antidote for Kankuro. She also made additional doses for the rest of the team, should they need it when facing the same opponent's poison again. When Kankuro recovered enough to speak, he gave them all the information they needed in order to rescue Gaara. Apparently one of the Akatsuki member was Akasuna no Sasori, ex-member of their village and expert in the art of puppetry. Kankuro provided them with a small piece of Sasori's puppet he was able to detach when they were fighting in the desert. Naruto promised him that he would bring Gaara back alive. They were about to leave when Temari was held back by the council. Her sensei Baki explained that the council would not allow her to leave for the rescue mission and that she had to stay in the village to help increase the defenses in case of another country attacking them while their leader was down. This greatly angered the Suna princess. She was about to disobey when another person jumped in front of them. It was Chiyo, the retired puppet mistress of Suna. Sasori was her grandson and she wanted to be the one to stop him. Seeing that Suna would also send someone powerful enough, Temari finally decided to stand down and stayed in the village as ordered. She could only look helplessly as the ninja from Konoha left Suna, with their tracking ninja following the trail Kankuro gave them in order to save her brother Gaara. River Country. The trail left by Kankuro led them directly into River Country. Naruto was glad to finally leave the desert. They were now jumping from tree to tree in a huge forest following the scent left behind by Sasori. Hinata suddenly stopped on a branch and signaled for everyone that they had company. She had activated her Byakugan as soon as they left the desert and entered the dense forest. Two huge chakra sources right in front of us, one of them has so much chakra it feels like looking at Naruto-kun. Explained Hinata. They did not have to wait long as 2 minutes later two familiar faces appeared in front of them. Naruto and Jiraiya immediately recognized those faces, for in front of them now stood Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi. So we meet again Naruto-kun, Jiraiya-sama, said Itachi in an emotionless voice. What's with the cool attitude, not running away again today? Asked Naruto with a smirk. Still cocky as ever, Gaki, replied Kisame with a murderous look in his eyes. You seriously think you can defeat me with just you two against us all? Jiraiya joined them in their conversation. We will see, won't we? Replied Kisame as he took out his huge sword, ready to slice everything in his path. However, Jiraiya was not fooled by them and knew they were merely stalling, trying to delay them in their mission to save the cage. So he formed a strategy and informed the others. We don't have time for this. Naruto will take care of Itachi while I go against Kisame. I want the rest of you to go ahead and locate their base, but do not engage them. Be careful, they may have set some traps along the way. Ordered Jiraiya, getting nods from everyone as they ran past them. Kisame tried to stop them, but Jiraiya appeared in front of him instantly and delivered a powerful punch to his head, sending him backwards, nursing his jaw, then went after him. With Naruto. During the time Jiraiya went to stop Kisame, neither Naruto nor Itachi moved from their spot, still facing each other in silence. "What was Jiraiya-sama thinking, leaving you alone against me?" said Itachi, strangely pointing his finger at Naruto. This was in fact his first move, as he called his jutsu in his mind, Udakata. It was a hypnotic attack that left his opponent at his mercy. By merely pointing his fingers at someone he could direct this genjutsu against that person. It seemed to work since his blonde opponent suddenly lost his focus and relaxed his arms, signaling that the jutsu most likely caught him. Itachi drew a kunai and ran towards his opponent ready to incapacitate him. As he tried to pierce his target, the kunai went right through it. The Akatsuki operative's eyes widened, shocked to have been caught in what must have been a genjutsu as the illusion in front of him slowly disappeared. "Very impressive, Naruto-kun," he said stoically as he activated his Sharingan, not wanting to be deceived again. As his Dujutsu activated, he was extremely surprised to see chakra flowing everywhere around him. "I always thought you would never be able to cast a genjutsu with your high chakra reserves," added Itachi, trying to fish for information out of the young man in front of him. "I guess your file on me is outdated then," called Naruto as he came out from behind a tall tree, without his jacket and his katana in his hand. Itachi immediately launched a new jutsu as he confirmed with his Dujutsu that the Naruto in front of him was real. "Kaiten, Gokaku no Jutsu." He expelled a huge fireball in Naruto's direction. The fireball ran its course perfectly in Naruto's direction, but the Uchiha prodigy had to frown as the jutsu hit what looked like an illusion again. He was sure the one in front of him was real. There was no way someone could hit him with a genjutsu while he had his Sharingan activated. He was pulled out of his thoughts by the sounds of footsteps coming from his right, but his eyes widened as he felt the blade of a katana suddenly piercing his body from the left. He turned his head to the left and saw a smirking Naruto holding his katana. Naruto thought he had succeeded, but Itachi suddenly smiled. All Naruto heard was, "Bunshin Dai Bakua." He cursed as he knew the blast would hit him point blank. Seeing no other choice, he called his next jutsu, Senpo, Ryu no Hata. There was a short flash, then an explosion shook the entire area. When the dust settled down, Itachi went out of the woods where he had used a kawarimi to substitute himself with a log. He raised an eyebrow at what he saw. Near the center of the explosion stood Naruto unharmed, two huge black wings spread around his body in a protective stance. Naruto cursed himself for underestimating his opponent's tactic. He had to reveal something he didn't want to be known just yet. Still hidden behind his dragon wings, he prepared his next move as he drew his katana in the direction of Itachi. "Futon, Kei's Shinso," was all Itachi heard when he felt his heart explode. Slowly looking down, he only felt a gush of wind from where his heart used to be before he fell to the ground dead. From his original position, Naruto fully retracted his wings, revealing the same stance he had in his test against Yugao when he used his long-range wind spear jutsu. When he made his way to the down body of Itachi, he was surprised to see the face of a completely different man he never saw before. The man still wore the Akatsuki outfit just like the Itachi he fought just moments ago. Deciding to not lose more time than he could afford, he sealed the body in a scroll, then moved on after dispelling all his techniques. "I have to catch up with the others, hope the pervert is fine," said Naruto as he jumped in the direction the rest of the team took earlier. Chapter 22, Brethren. River Country, Unknown Cave. In a huge and dark cave stood a strange structure. It looked like the upper body of a humanoid form. Aside from the bust, a head and two hands could be clearly identified. The two hands were opened and had their palms facing up, in a beggar position. On each fingers but one, stood the members of the Akatsuki organization. In the center of the cave was the floating body of the case cage, threads of chakra linking it to the statue. "They're here, right in front of the cave entrance as we speak," announced a voice from the group. He had a strange complexion, and from the top of his body could be seen what looked like the mouth of a carnivorous plant. "How many of them, Zetsu?" asked another voice. "I saw 5 of them, they're from the same group with the toad and the Jinchuriki. The seal on the door will not hold them forever," Zetsu replied. "We can't move from this spot until the sealing is done. Geto Mazo still needs 1 hour to absorb the essence of the Aikibi," said the unknown voice. "It seems I failed in slowing down the invaders. Jiraiya saw right through our plan to stall them and gave orders for their group to split. I fought against Uzumaki Naruto while the Toad Sage himself went for Kisame," reported Itachi to his group as he came out of his meditation trance. "What do you mean you failed? The Kyuubi Jinchuriki should have been an easy match for you. How could a mere Chunin defeat you?" replied the first voice. "The data we have on him before he disappeared 3 years ago are greatly outdated. Even if I was not using my full force against him, he was able to quickly defeat me with unknown techniques. I don't think I even managed to injure him," said Itachi, greatly surprising the other people in the room. They were interrupted by the awakening form of Kisame, most likely done with his fight against Jiraiya too. "Report Kisame," yelled the same voice. "I failed to stop Jiraiya, damn that old man is crafty," snarled the ex-swordsman of the Hidden Mist village, leaving the audience in the room hanging for his input on the Sennin. Flashback 30 minutes ago. As Kisame recovered from the hit he just received from Jiraiya, the Toad Sage joined him. They faced each other in the middle of a clearing. "Doden, Yomi Numa," yelled Jiraiya as he was the first to move. Kisame suddenly found himself sinking into the ground. As he looked down he saw that a small swamp appeared out of nowhere at his feet, dragging him down in the process. While he was distracted, Jiraiya was already in front of him. Jiraiya leapt at him with a rasengan already formed in his right hand, ready to finish him. Kisame instantly took out his sword Samahata and put it in front of him in opposition to the incoming rasengan. The swirling chakra orb lost some of its power at the contact, much to Jiraiya's amazement. The recoil produced by the two clashing techniques allowed Kisame to get free from the swamp that Jiraiya created to stop his movements. The mist-missing shinobi then took the opportunity to attack. He went through his own hand signs in preparation. "Suiten, Dai Bakusui Shoha," said Kisame as he expelled an enormous wave of water out of his mouth, completely submerging the area around them. Jiraiya simply jumped in the air and then stood on top of the water surface once the jutsu settled down. He couldn't relax though, since Kisame wasn't finished and was going through hand signs again for another jutsu. "Suiro Sei Modori no Jutsu," Kisame said. As he completed his technique, all the water around them gathered in one point, taking the form of a gigantic water bubble. It trapped them both inside. The strange technique also allowed Kisame to fusion with his sword. The result was a grotesque hybrid form between a shark and a man. Jiraiya stood in his spot inside the giant water prison, not moving, with his eyes closed, holding his breath in order to not suffocate. He had two small frogs on both his shoulders which Kisame never saw him summon. As Kisame in his hybrid form swam close to Jiraiya to finish him off, the Toad Hermit suddenly opened his eyes. Kisame could see a strange transformation on the Gamma Sennin. His eyes looked weird and his nose was somehow bigger. Not wanting to wait, Kisame went to attack the still unmoving Toad Sage. As he was close to his target, he was surprised when his fist was suddenly caught by his enemy. The strength displayed by the Sennin was no laughing matter either, as he couldn't even remove his fist from Jiraiya's solid grip. Then the strangest thing happened. Kisame felt a chakra source escaping from Jiraiya and entering his own body, resulting from him merging with Samahata. However, as he continued to absorb Jiraiya's chakra, he started to feel weird. Then seconds later, his hand slowly turned into stone, his whole body soon following the same process. The last thing Kisame saw was the grinning face of the Toad Sage and him calling his next jutsu, Senpo, Cho Udama Rasengan. Then all went black. End of flashback. And that's it. All I know is that he was somehow able to use a jutsu to transform my body into stone, Kisame said as he finished his report to the group. "I see, that's most troubling. Itachi, finish your report. How did the Jinchuriki defeat you?" ordered the apparent leader's voice. Then Itachi did the same as Kisame and gave a summary of his fight against Naruto to the group. "Well, at least we know a bit more about him than what we could learn from Kisame about Jiraiya. Uzumaki Naruto has very powerful genjutsu skills, on par or even better than the perception of the Sharingan. He uses a wind-type sword and has reached the Sennin level of the Dragon Clan," analyzed the leader. "Both of them are strong enough to easily defeat the underpowered shadows of Itachi and Kisame. We will not engage them again until we have more intelligence on either of them. However, I have a plan to draw out more of the Jinchuriki hidden skills, so we may know more about him the next time any of us has to face him." "They're back. It seems they took care of the external seals too. Jiraiya and the Jinchuriki are coming too," interrupted Zetsu. "Damn, we don't have enough time to complete the sealing. I don't want them to see the Geto Mazo. We can't risk them destroying it." "No choice, dispel the technique and sever your connection. Deidara and Sasori, try to take the cage with you but escape without it if you can't," ordered the leader. Every figure stopped channeling chakra to the statue. With the jutsu incomplete, the mass of chakra accumulated dispersed and went back to Gaara, who screamed in pain. Then slowly, one by one, the members disappeared into the shadows, leaving the two who were the only ones physically inside the cave. The statue also dispelled, leaving the body of the still unmoving but alive Gaara on the ground. Outside the cave 15 minutes ago, Kurenai, Chio, Sakura, Hinata and Kiba were in front of an enormous boulder blocking their path towards what looked like a huge cave. "Are you sure Gaara is inside Kiba?" asked Kurenai. "Yes, sensei, I can smell his scent as well as the one from the Akatsuki member we were provided with by Kankuro just behind this stone wall," replied the Inuzuka. "He's right, sensei, I can also see him with my dujutsu." It's really dark so I can't see who else is inside but he's the closest to the entrance. He's floating mid-air and he seems in pain but alive. Reported Hinata with her dujutsu activated. Then let's go, I'm sure Akamaru and I can easily destroy that huge rock. Said Kiba preparing a jutsu with his dog. Wait, you won't break it so easily. There's a seal protecting it. Said Chiyo. What type of seal? Asked Kurenai. It's a Gofu Kekai, in order to break it we need to destroy the 4 other seals placed all around the cave that protects it. Answered the old kunoichi. Hinata gave them the location of the 4 protection seals, then they all left to disable them except for Chiyo who stayed in front of the cave. It took them 15 minutes to get rid of all the seals then they all returned to the cave entrance. Present time. As the scouting group made it back to the cave entrance, they met Naruto and Jiraiya who also finished their opponents. They quickly explained the situation then prepared themselves to invade the cave. Naruto immediately activated the first level of his bloodline, the Muga no Kyochi. Na-chan, are you sure you can still feel his chakra behind this rock? Naruto asked Natsuki, worried about Gaara. Yes, I can still feel the Ikibi, he seems extremely weak though. Whatever is inside this cave was strong enough to hurt him that much, be very careful Naru-kun. Replied the vixen. You know I'm never going to betray a promise I made, I'm not going to die here, there are still so many things left for me to do in this world. He replied. Just be careful, and stay focused. Natsuki said with worry in her voice for her chosen mate. Naruto then activated his Yuki storage seal and felt his chakra reserve rise to their max again, finally he took out his katana. Sakura was the one tasked to take out the giant rock, so she charged her jutsu and ran towards her target. Okasho! Yelled the kunoichi before her fist impacted the giant boulder. The effect was immediate as the rock was completely destroyed and collapsed. Inside the cave lay the body of Gaara, in front of him were the 2 members of Akatsuki who attacked Suna. The smaller one was identified as Sasori since the tail of his puppet was clearly seen behind his back. The other one was identified by Jiraiya who remembered him from the bingo book as Deidara the Mad Bomber, missing ninja of Iwa. Naruto will create an opening then Kurenai, Hinata and Kiba will escort the cage back to Suna. Sakura and Chiyo-san will fight Sasori since she knows him best, being his grandmother and Sakura has a cure to his poison attacks. Finally, Naruto and I will deal with the blonde one. Ordered Jiraiya as they all nodded and went there to execute their missions. Futon. Kei's Shinso. Naruto called before his wind spear suddenly extended and went right between Sasori and Deidara. The 2 experienced shinobi were able to evade the slash but failed to stop Kurenai and her 2 students who immediately took the chance to get the body of Gaara from them. They could only curse as they saw the retreating forms of Team 8 minus Naruto taking off towards Suna with their target. Naruto was relieved, Gaara was safe, he was able to save one of his brethren. Looks like we lost the target, said Deidara. Shut up, don't you see we got bigger problems right now? Growled Sasori as he not only saw the 2 men their leader told them to avoid at all cost, but Chiyo his grandmother and puppet mistress of Suna was also there. Well then, I'll see you later. Katsu. Deidara suddenly said as he formed a ram seal. There was a sudden explosion inside the cave and taking advantage of the confusion, Deidara was able to escape from the cave, riding on top of a strange-looking bird. That's our target Naruto, yelled Jiraiya as the 2 also left the cave and ran after Deidara. With Chiyo and Sakura. Thanks to that idiot bomber, the chances of getting out of this mess alive just increased exponentially. Thought Sasori looking at the 2 remaining people in front of him. I'm hurt, they think so little of me they would pit me against an old lady and a little girl. Taunted Sasori. Both kunoichi stayed silent and prepared themselves to fight the puppet master of Akatsuki. Sakura managed to surprise the puppeteer with her superior taijutsu and her strength, destroying his main puppet. However, he then summoned a legion of new puppets and she was quickly overwhelmed by their sheer number. Chiyo took charge and used chakra threads to take possession of Sakura's body like a puppet and then managed to pull through. In the end, it came down to Chiyo summoning her own private elite army of puppets against the army of her grandson with Sakura giving the last blow. With his last breath, Sasori told them a strange secret about an old partner of his inside Akatsuki and a meeting they scheduled in 2 weeks from now. With Jiraiya and Naruto. Jiraiya and Naruto were jumping from tree to tree following Deidara. Damn, he's getting further away, we won't be able to catch him at this rate. Said Jiraiya. Naruto suddenly stopped on a tree then went through hand signs for a jutsu, Ninpo, Kuchiyo's no jutsu, then continued his pursuit on top of Hiryu his fire dragon. The dragon was a lot more faster than whatever creature Deidara was riding on. Preparing for his next move, Naruto drew more chakra from the fox storage and conversion seal. Naruto was soon in striking range and took position to use his technique. Futon, Kamishini no Yari. He called as he was in the basic stance he used when forming his divine wind spear technique with his katana. Deidara never saw it coming. The Akatsuki member felt a strong gush of wind to his left before a blinding pain took over and he finally saw he was missing his entire left arm. He was bleeding profusely and had trouble to keep the balance to stay on top of his creature. To Jiraiya, who was still following them on the ground, it was even more impressive. After seeing Naruto take off on top of his dragon, he saw his disciple position himself right behind the fugitive. There was a distance of several kilometers between them, but Naruto still used his wind spear technique. The speed of the cut had to be very high, judging by the fact that Naruto's blade only blinked for a second before he saw the impact on Deidara's arm. Seeing no possible escape from such a jutsu in his current condition and not wanting to take more risks, Deidara decided to try his chance on the ground inside the thick forest area below him. He took a rapid dive with his bird, then dispelled it and tried to mask his presence inside the forest. Naruto was flying in circles around the last seen position of Deidara and Jiraiya soon joined him. With neither of them being good sensors nor trackers, Jiraiya decided to go for the more direct approach and went through his own hand signs. "Naruto, get ready, I'll flush him out," said Jiraiya, receiving a nod from his student. "Doten, Yomi Numa," he yelled as the ground began to sink in a very wide area. Deidara cursed seeing the ground disappearing into the giant swamp but decided to stay a little longer inside the tall tree he was hiding in. Seeing no result, Jiraiya then continued his plan, Ninpo, Kuchio's no jutsu. He was now on top of Gamabunta, the toad boss. "Give me a large quantity of oil bunta," he said to his giant summon. Gamabunta patted his huge belly, then did as ordered and spat a huge pressurized spray of oil in front of him. "Kaiten, Gamayu Enden," roared Jiraiya as the whole forest in front of him was mercilessly lit on fire. Seeing the ground slowly disappearing and the fire rapidly eating away the tree from above, Deidara had no choice this time but to move out of his hiding place. Unfortunately for him, the moment he left the tree, he experienced the same pain he felt earlier as Naruto used his death spear technique again, this time taking the right arm away. Deidara managed to drag himself to a safe zone, out of Jiraiya's swamp or fire jutsu. The moment of peace did not last, however, as he was joined a second later by both Naruto and Jiraiya. Seeing his opponent's state, missing both arms, Naruto dispelled his dragon and made his way towards the Akatsuki member. "Surrender, it's over," said Naruto with no emotion. "You think it's over, Deidara said before adding, "I'll show you my greatest creation and why art is a bang." The body of the mad bomber then began to rapidly shift, swelling from the inside. Jiraiya's eyes widened, understanding what was happening. Then in a flash, everything went blank. Naruto only felt something wet coil around him before the sound of the explosion reached him. After the explosion died down, Naruto found himself in a dark place. He tried to take a few steps and used his hands in front of him to guide him. The ground suddenly shifted and forcefully lifted him up, then the place became less dark. Naruto's eyes widened as he understood where he was, as Gamabunta spat him out of his mouth. An angered Naruto covered by toad spit slowly stood up before he heard the voice of his master. "How many times did I tell you to never underestimate your opponent, Naruto?" Jiraiya said seriously, though he had a smirk on his face. Naruto snarled at his master but understood that he was just saved from certain death, thanks for the save arrow Sennin. He said. "Alright, let's go back to the cave," said Jiraiya as they both went back. On their way to the cave, Jiraiya saw Naruto smiling and asked him about it. "I'm just happy for Gaara and I kept my promise to bring him back alive," said the blonde, thinking about his brethren. Chapter 23, Seals. Suna, Hospital. Today was a hot day again in Suna. Nurses and doctors were running around the corridors of the hospital. The reason for this sudden rise in tension inside the building was simple. On the last floor, and heavily guarded, was the room of Sabaku no Gaara, the cage. It had been half a day since the rescue mission led by Konoha ended, fortunately in success. Team 8, under the command of Jonin Yuhi Kurenai, was the first to return. Running across the desert with the cage on top of a huge dog, and the 3 team members in a triangular formation around him. They were immediately escorted to the hospital. Emergency rooms had been made ready for any wounded that would need medical treatment. Fear, anxiety but also relief and joy could be read on the faces of the Suna shinobi as they saw their leader back and alive. Gaara still suffered numerous wounds from his battle against the Akatsuki member who kidnapped him. Furthermore, he had a severe case of chakra exhaustion. In addition to all this, he also showed signs of malnutrition as he most likely did not have anything to eat or drink during his captivity. Anyway, it was a miracle that those were the only things he had to deal with considering what he just went through. A good rest was everything he needed right now in order to get better. Village gates. Security was still in a high alert state since the kidnapping happened even after the cage was rescued. As a consequence, the number of gate guards and the patrols were doubled until further notice. Suna did not possess the same detection field barrier that Konoha had. The village defense system consisted in its high and thick walls, with sentinels posted all over the perimeter at all time. It was now the end of the afternoon. The members for the night shift were about to take their post when a Chunin saw some activity. Slowly making their way back to the village, Naruto and the rest of the rescue mission members appeared at the horizon on top of a huge dragon. The creature landed near the village entrance and let its passengers off. "Thanks for the lift, Suzaku. I didn't have the courage nor the strength to cross the desert again after that fight," said Naruto as he dismissed his transport dragon. "Anytime, Naruto-sama," replied the summon before dispelling itself. "Welcome back," Baki said as he joined the guards at the gates. "I trust that the other team safely came back with the cage," asked Jiraiya. "Yes, thank you so much for your assistance. Please follow me, I will guide you to him and your friends," replied Baki. Hospital, Gaara's room. After letting Chio and Sakura examine Gaara to confirm that he was fine, people made room for Jiraiya and Naruto to check his Jinchuriki seal. "What do you think, Ero Sennin?" asked Naruto after they both took a look at the seal. "Whatever they did to him in that cave has tampered with his old seal. Unless we do something about it, the Biju will extend its domination over him even more when he wakes up," replied Jiraiya, receiving a nod from his blonde disciple. "What do you think, Na-chan?" Naruto asked the vixen. "Ikibi was left mentally unstable after a fight he had with the Hachibi a long time ago. I'm not pleased at the prospect of silencing one of us permanently, but for the good of the host it is the best solution," replied Nitsuki. "I promised Gaara we would look at his seal and maybe find a way to make life easier for him. So instead of restoring it to its original state, I want to strengthen it," Naruto announced as the Suna shinobi in the room were speechless. "You can really do that? You would even upgrade his seal, why?" asked Chio in a surprised and shameful tone, as she was the one who performed the original sealing ritual on Gaara. "Yes, I would. He is one of the few who knows what I've been through because he has practically lived the same life I did. Furthermore, he saved Konoha in the past when he told us about Orochimaru. That's the least we could do," Naruto said with conviction while the people in the room had different reactions to his speech. The rookies from Konoha were all aware now of Naruto's burden, they however never thought that his life was so bad. Hinata and Kiba put their hands on Naruto's shoulders while Sakura looked down in shame, remembering all the things she said to him in their childhood. "I can guarantee Naruto's skills in Fuinjutsu. I taught him and he has Uzumaki blood running through his veins. I will let him perform the sealing and only supervise," said Jiraiya to support his student. After getting the approval of Gaara's family, Naruto and Jiraiya asked everyone to leave the room and started the preparations for the ritual. Chio was allowed to stay to make sure everything was in order since neither Jiraiya nor Naruto were Suna shinobi. 1 hour later, the three left the room and allowed family only to visit their cage. Chio confirmed that everything went well. The seal was now operational and had been upgraded in order to completely cut off the influence of the Ikibi over Gaara. The cage would now be able to enjoy as everyone else the pleasure of a good night of sleep. The Konoha ninja decided they would stay for another week in Suna, in the event of unwanted after effects of the new seal on Gaara. They were escorted to a hotel by Baki and all went to sleep after that. River Country, place of the battle. The previously identified Akatsuki member Zetsu was going through the remains of the battle that took place earlier. He was with another unidentified person, wearing an odd orange mask. Both were looking for something inside the cave where Sakura and Chio fought against Sasori. After some time they finally found what they were looking for. It was the ring that each Akatsuki member seemed to wear and they just found Sasori's. When they made their way to the place where Deidara died, they easily found the detached arm of Deidara. They were about to take it off the ground when they were interrupted by Deidara himself. Apparently the jutsu he used to detonate himself was just a decoy. He performed a substitution just before activating the suicide technique. Taking back his arm, Deidara then left with the other two. Hotel, Naruto's room. After a good night of sleep, Naruto felt rejuvenated. The events of yesterday were still fresh on his mind though, he knew that he was still too weak to take on Akatsuki alone. Itachi managed to surprise him inside his wind dome, then in the fight with Deidara, he would have died without the intervention of his sensei Jiraiya. There had to be more shinobi out there, of that level or even stronger, that were after Natsuki and that thought terrified him. He vowed to train harder and study more in order to achieve his goals. Sensing Naruto's turmoil, Natsuki decided to speak. I know you're worried about me Naru-kun, but I don't want you to kill yourself over it. Started the vixen. You were there too yesterday. If I don't get stronger, they will take you away from me. I will not allow that, replied Naruto. How about your friends and sensei? What about your dreams of becoming Hokage? You must think about them too before you rush into anything, asked Natsuki. I know they are strong, but I can't let them risk their life each time Akatsuki is out for me. Naruto said. I'm not making enough progress with the seal. As of now I can only safely use 5 tails worth of your Yuki. Each time I activate the Muga no Kyochi, it already saps 1 tail away. This only grants me access to one of the higher level of my bloodline after that, seeing as each upgrade uses 4 tails of power. Analyzed Naruto. I just can't understand why the converter seal won't absorb more. Finished Naruto. The seal your father placed on you is powerful, maybe it was not made to be used that way or something else is blocking you. Supplied Natsuki with her limited knowledge on the sealing arts. The only ones who know more about the Shiki Fujin are the Sandaime and Jiraiya, maybe you should ask one of them about it. She added after that. Gigi would never let me experiment on my father's seal and I'm not too sure about Erosenin. I guess I'll have to find a way to ask him more about it. Mused Naruto. That's also the only way to find a solution to get you out of there without killing me in the process too. I know we have lots of fun together inside and all, but I want more for us. I want to hold you in my arms in the real world, like a real family. Naruto said with sadness in his voice. Natsuki knew that family was a sensible subject for Naruto. She never bothered with human emotions before she was sealed inside him. Even inside her 2 previous hosts, their interactions were minimal. She never developed the feelings of love nor loneliness before she was placed inside Naruto, all thanks to the particular seal that currently caused them so much troubles. You don't need to rush it Naru-kun, your enemies won't be so hasty to attack now that they lost 2 of their members. Natsuki finally said. I guess you're right. We'll talk more later Na-chan, I have to go see how Gaara is doing. Said Naruto as he went to prepare himself for the day. Hospital, Gaara's room. As Naruto was granted access to Gaara's room, he saw that the cage had no visitor currently. It was still early in the morning, so he guessed everyone was still sleeping. He went to inspect the modifications he made to Gaara's seal, nothing seemed out of place. Seeing the cage still asleep, he was about to leave the room when he felt a sudden spike of chakra. Looking back, he saw the reed head slowly opening his eyes and moving in his bed. Hey Gaara, how are you doing? Asked Naruto. Naruto, what's going on? I don't remember, were the confused questions of Gaara. Slow down a little, you're safe now. I'll tell you everything, Naruto replied calmly. Then Naruto told him everything, from the moment they left Konoha with his sister 5 days ago to when he repaired and fortified his Jinchuriki seal yesterday during the night. Gaara was stunned to learn about everything that happened after his kidnapping. Then he suddenly got up and looked around the room. Is everything alright? Asked a worried Naruto at the sudden reaction. I can't hear it, the voice, it stopped. It finally stopped. Never a day in my life did I not lay awake at night, as I was forced to listen to that voice. And now it's gone, Gaara said. It's a good thing, right? Asked Naruto. I will never be able to repay you and your people for your kindness. Ask for anything and if it is within my power, I will see it done. Gaara replied with a serious tone. I'll settle down for a simple IOU from the cage, I may need it one day when I become the Hokage. Naruto said smiling. Gaara simply nodded, he knew the blonde would not accept anything. Their conversation was interrupted by the entrance of a doctor, coming in for Gaara's checkup. Naruto then left the room to let the medical staff do its job. Suna, village gates. The week passed quite quickly, no visible signs of malfunction from the new seal were found. Gaara left the hospital one day after waking up, though he still stayed in his mansion during that time, letting Temari run the village for him. It was finally time for the Konoha group to go home, everyone was ready. A large number of ninja and civilians were at the gates to say goodbye to them, among them were Gaara, Temari and Kankuro of course. After an awkward goodbye and handshake between Naruto and Gaara where the redhead gave the blonde a piece of paper with the letter on it, the Konoha ninja finally departed. Konoha, Hokage office. Tsunade was enjoying a calm afternoon in her office, no paperwork and no council meeting scheduled for today. Everything was good. She received a message from Suna a week ago, relaying the news of success from the team she sent there to rescue the cage. She was relieved to learn that their side suffered no casualties while 2 Akatsuki members were taken down. Suddenly the door to her office opened, Shizune running in with a worried expression on her face. She was panting and had to take some time to catch her breath. What the hell is going Shizune? Asked Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, it's terrible, you have to take a look at this. Replied her assistant holding a peculiar handbook. Tsunade's eyes then focused on the book and she saw it was a bingo book. What's so important about the bingo book Shizune? Asked the blonde. It's about Naruto-kun, look at his profile. Shizune almost yelled. Tsunade opened the book and went to see Naruto's profile. She remembered him being on the watch list of the A-rank section. Her eyes frowned for a second when she didn't find it. What's the meaning of this? I don't see it, why did they suddenly remove his profile? Asked a curious Tsunade. They didn't. Please look at the next section of the book. Replied the brunette. Tsunade's eyes widened, understanding what her disciple just said and then opened the book again. She dropped it seconds later, having finally found what caused Shizune to panic like that. The book was still opened at the right page on her desk. It read. Name, Uzumaki Naruto. Nickname, Konohasuke's no Kami. Age, 16. Rank, S. Status, Jonin. Attributes, Kenjutsu S, Ninjutsu A, Genjutsu S, and Fuinjutsu B. Affinities, Wind. Bloodline, unknown. Description, has a very high affinity to the wind element. Sage of the mythical dragon summoning contract. Casts unbreakable genjutsu. Defeated A-ranked Kiri Nukenin Momochi Zabuza the Kurigakure no Kijin is a genin. Defeated Sabaku no Gara the Suna's Ikibi Jinchuriki is a genin. Defeated S-rank Konoha Nukenin Uchiha Itachi the Sharingan prodigy. Defeated S-rank Iwa Nukenin Deidara the Mad Bomber. Action, kill on sight. Bounty, 100 million ryo in Iwa, Aim and Kiri. Impossible, how did it spread so fast? Said a shocked Tsunade. Her precious day of peace had just ended. Unknown place. In a dark place stood two shadows, talking to each other. The book is out, it has been done as you asked leader Sama. Said the first. Very well Zetsu. Replied the leader. Why did you leak those information about the Kyuubi? Asked Zetsu. This way and with such a bounty on his head, hunters are bound to try to take him down. Replied the leader. And why is it good for us? I thought we wanted them alive. Said Zetsu. It is good because we know none of them will succeed. If he is strong enough to take down S-ranks members like Itachi or Deidara, then he won't die so easily. Even if we both know that he didn't actually kill those two. Then the next time we see him, he would have already revealed a lot more of what he can do. Information is often the key to success. Explained the leader. I understand now, so that's what you had in store for him. Said Zetsu as they both disappeared in the darkness. Chapter 24, Homecoming. Konoha, Main Gates. It took Naruto's group 3 days to reach Konoha from the moment they left Suna. They did not meet any difficulties during their trip back, deciding to only take minimal short breaks, since all were eager to get home. They were greeted by the eternal Chunin combo at their arrival, namely Kotetsu and Izumo. Upon verification that everything was in order, they were told that Tsunade was waiting for them in her office immediately. Jiraiya felt that something wrong must have happened. He had made sure to send Tsunade a preliminary report on their mission as soon as they brought Gaara back to his village. Therefore, having Tsunade impatiently waiting for them could only mean one thing: something important must have happened after he sent her the first report. The group lost no more time than needed and all used Shunshin to reach the Hokage Tower. Hokage Office. Tsunade was going through paperwork since this morning. It helped her to focus on something else than her last relative's situation. To her, Naruto was still going back from his mission to Suna, but he didn't know about the last developments on his profile in the bingo book. She feared that with such a high bounty on his head, the most skilled hunter nins would try to get him before she had the chance to warn him. They were already well on their way back to the leaf when she received the news. Naruto's group arrived in front of Tsunade's office. Shizune stood up from her desk then let them in immediately, knowing how anxious her master had been about this whole thing. Opening the door, Naruto and Jiraiya were prepared to see a sleeping Tsunade with some opened bottles of sake. They were surprised however to see her working and sober. Naruto, you're finally back, I was so worried, you idiot. Yelled the blonde Hokage as she jumped up from her seat, not even noticing the other people inside her office. We're fine to Heim, said a smirking Jiraiya as Tsunade finally composed herself. She cleared her throat, then calmly sat down. Good work everyone, I will take the time to read all your reports once you submit them. Now you're all dismissed except for Naruto and Jiraiya, announced Tsunade. Kurenai, Hinata, Sakura and Kiba bowed their head to their leader, nodded to Naruto and Jiraiya, then all left to go back to their respective homes. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Shizune and Naruto were the only people left in the Hokage office. Tsunade quickly sealed the room then looked at Naruto. "What's going on, Tsunade?" asked a curious Jiraiya. "Show them the book, Shizune," said Tsunade as her disciple took a book on her desk and put it in front of them. "What's with the bingo book? I already know that I have an entry in it. Apparently Iwa is still mad at us, about the ass whopping my father gave them in the last great ninja war," Naruto said, recognizing the book in front of him. Putting two and two together, Jiraiya understood why Tsunade looked so worried and decided to see for himself. He opened the book to the A-ranked shinobi section, frowned, then continued to the next section. Once he found his student's profile, he slowly put the book back in front of Naruto. "Look again, Naruto, they updated your profile with the latest data," Jiraiya said with a heavy sigh. Naruto did as instructed, his eyes widened when he saw his updated file. It had almost everything right about his current skills. However, the most important part was his new ranking status. He was now considered as AS rank shinobi, furthermore not only Iwa but also AIM and Kiri wanted him dead now. "How is that even possible? There are things mentioned in my file, that happened not even a week ago," asked a worried and confused Naruto. "I was wondering about the same thing, actually," added Tsunade. "It's quite simple really, if you take the time to think about it," said Jiraiya. "How is that so, Aro Sennin?" asked Naruto nervously, not understanding what his master was talking about. "The only people who knew about those events besides us are Suna and Akatsuki," replied Jiraiya. "Suna wouldn't leak out info on me, I'm pretty sure Gaara would see to that," said Naruto with conviction, believing that his fellow Jinchuriki friend would never betray him. "Then, that only leave one possibility, Akatsuki did it. Why would they broadcast their loss to us and therefore increase the competition in getting Naruto-kun though? This came from Shizune this time. Information gathering. They want to force our hand, or more precisely, Naruto's," said Tsunade finally getting it. "Exactly. The more high-level enemies Naruto has to fight, the more data about him will be revealed to them. They have the confidence that Naruto won't die. It's probably because he already beat some of them," confirmed the spy master of Konoha. "What will I do now? I was never a popular guy in Konoha, you know. With such a bounty even I would be tempted to sell myself to one of those villages that want my head," said a dejected Naruto. "I think I have a solution for you, leave it to me. Just be here in 1 hour, I will call for an emergency council meeting. This will probably solve your problem inside Konoha," Tsunade said, getting a nod from the younger blonde. "There's one thing I don't get though, I can understand for Iwa but why do Kiri and AIM want my head too?" mused Naruto out loud. "AIM has always been at odds with us, Naruto. It was their leader, Hanzo the Salamander, that gave us the title of Sannin when we fought against him in the last great ninja war. We don't know much about that country, even today, so it wouldn't surprise me that they still resent us. Taking out one of our most promising shinobi must be their goal," said Jiraiya. "Kiri is a little different though, it's not really Konoha they fear but you, or more specifically your name. The Uzumaki clan, as you know, is in fact from Uzushiogakure. Kiri was one of the countries that plotted the destruction of the land of our ancestors, Naruto. My grandmother, Uzumaki Mito, used to tell me stories of her homeland. The Fuinjutsu of the Uzumaki clan were greatly feared, especially by their close neighbor Kiri," supplied Tsunade. "I see, for the time being it would be best for me to avoid those countries, at least until we get more information about them," Naruto said getting nods from both Jiraiya and Tsunade. "I'll see what I can do with my spy network, we need to gather more accurate info on them. Kiri is supposedly in a civil war between the Bloodlines holders side and the Mizukage faction led by Yagura. However, AIM is a very secretive country, I may have to infiltrate it myself," said Jiraiya. "Now listen to what I have in mind for the council meeting later today." Tsunade explained her plan to Naruto. She then dispelled her room sealing jutsu and called an Anbu team to go gather every member for the upcoming council meeting. Council meeting room. Every member of the council was present in the meeting room. As usual, the room was divided in 3 sides. The shinobi, elder and civilian sides were all seated in their designated area. Tsunade was in her Hokage seat higher than everyone else, with Shizune standing right behind her. Naruto stood outside the room with Jiraiya at his side. The Anbu guarding the room closed the doors, signaling the start of the meeting. "Before we start, I will establish some special rules for this meeting," announced Tsunade. "Sensitive information will be disclosed during this meeting. None of you will interrupt me until you are given the right to speak. Should any of you disregard this simple rule, you will be removed from the room for the remaining of the meeting, regardless of your clan or status. Is that clear?" Tsunade said, daring anyone to protest against her rule. The room stayed silent, people knew that Tsunade had quite a temper, and unlike Sarutobi she would not hesitate to go through with her threats. Very well, the meeting shall start then. We are gathered in this room today to discuss the status of one of Konoha's most powerful clan, the Namikaze. Declared Tsunade. The Namikaze were one of the first shinobi families to have joined Konoha after its founding. They produced many powerful shinobi and kunoichi in the past, our late Yondaime Hokage being the most striking example. However, during the last Great War, they lost all of their members except for the one who put an end to the war itself, Namikaze Minato. She reminded everyone. Now, with no official successor and as a standard procedure, all the funds and possessions of the Namikaze family have been frozen for the last 16 years. According to the law, if no official successor has claimed this inheritance before 18 years have passed, then the Hokage has the authority to seize it and everything become the village's property. Continued the Hokage. We are here to discuss about this inheritance before the deadline is over. Finished Tsunade before nodding to Danzo who stood up from his seat on the civilian side. I think it should be equally distributed among the civilian side. Started the old manipulator before Tsunade cut him. It won't be necessary, the ninja clans can also forget about the Namikaze scrolls that were sealed in the Hokage vault. Tsunade said. What gives you the authority to decide such things, Tsunade? Last time I checked, even the Hokage wasn't above the laws that were signed by both the Shodaime and the Fire Lord. Replied the old war hawk, with blatant disrespect in his tone and a smug look on his face. The old fool is at it again, she may have fired Homura and Kaharu but Danzo managed to stay by the civilian side. Let's see how she deals with him. Thought Sarutobi as he looked at his student. You can cut the crap with your empty threats and even then the Fire Lord won't be of any use to you in this case. A Namikaze heir has been identified, now sit down if you don't have anything else relevant to say. Tsunade said as she sent him a glare, defying him to protest. Danzo smartly sat down, without showing any expression on his face. However inside he was fuming with rage, he had planned for a long time to secretly seize the Namikaze inheritance for himself, hoping that everyone would forget about it. Hyuga Hiyashi stood up and Tsunade gave him a nod. Could you tell us more about this successor you've identified for the Namikaze clan, Hokage-sama? Asked Hiyashi. Of course, that's the reason I called this meeting anyway. The Namikaze heir has been among us since the beginning actually, he is of course one of our most powerful shinobi and has the rank of Jonin. Tsunade replied with a smirk. He has been summoned today in order for you all to meet him, he is behind those doors right now as we are speaking. Tsunade added before giving a nod to the Anbu guarding the doors. As the doors opened, two sets of footsteps could be heard from the people in the meeting room. As the two mysterious shinobi finally reached the meeting room, people's eyes widened, realizing who they were. Naruto sat in the middle of the room, Jiraiya chose to stay behind him. Impossible. It can't be. There is no way that demo. Started one of the civilian council member before his head exploded in a shower of blood, his headless core falling to the ground. Until proven otherwise, the law about my Jinchuriki status is still in effect. It is perfectly within my right to punish anyone who doesn't follow that law. Announced Naruto as he put his sword away. Do you have any proof that this boy is the Namikaze heir, Tsunade? Said Danzo as he didn't even wait for Tsunade to give him the authorization to speak. She does, and you better know your place when addressing her civilian. Started Naruto, putting a big emphasis on the last word, as he flicked his sword as his hand. You will address her as Hokage-sama during the meeting or I will remove you myself from the room for insubordination. Naruto continued. Danzo had no choice but to stand down after apologizing to Tsunade, knowing full well that Tsunade was in her right to remove him from the room, if she wanted to. This made every member of the Shinobi Council smirk, as well as Tsunade, Sarutobi and Jiraiya. As I was about to say, I have here Naruto's birth certificate, his blood test exam and finally, Sarutobi-sensei here can also testify that Naruto is indeed who I say he is. Tsunade said getting a nod from her old teacher. Naruto-kun was supposed to know about his lineage when he reached the age of 18 or the rank of Jonin. Minato also wished for him to live his life without having to fear the scorn of Iwa or any of the other numerous enemies he made during his shinobi career, be it outside the village or not. Sarutobi supplied, giving a glare to his old rival Danzo. He then turned to Naruto, took a scroll out of his robe and then gave it to Naruto. However, before he did, everyone could see that the scroll indeed had the famous seal of the Yondaime Hokage. This, Naruto, is your father's will. It is protected by a blood seal that your father placed in order for it to not fall into the wrong hands. Only someone carrying his blood can open it, Sarutobi said as he handed him the scroll. Biting his thumb, Naruto spread some of his blood over the seal that glowed for a second before disappearing. Naruto then read the letter, tears forming in his eyes, then gave it back to Sarutobi. Scanning quickly its content, Sarutobi in turn decided to read the letter, out loud this time for everyone. In the letter, Minato gave everything to his son Naruto: family funds, bank accounts, lands and the compound. It confirmed the previous statements. Naruto would get all of this once he becomes a Jonin or at age 18. Sarutobi then handed the letter to Tsunade. Very well, I, Senju Tsunade, hereby validate the content of this will. With my power as Hokage of Konoha, I am pleased to announce the homecoming of the Namikaze clan back in our village and the nomination of Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze as its clan head. Tsunade announced. No one dared to protest against the ascension of Naruto to the clan head position. There were solid and material proofs that he was indeed the son of Namikaze Minato. The meeting soon ended after that. Hokage office. Naruto and Tsunade were back at her office. Jiraiya said he was going to start information gathering, then left abruptly, and finally Shizune went to take her shift at the hospital. So now that you are officially the new clan head of the Namikaze clan, we can safely assume that attacking you inside the village will become much more difficult. The Namikaze compound is heavily protected with seals, so you should be safe inside its walls, said Tsunade. Alright, thanks Ba-chan. That solves my problem inside Konoha, said Naruto with a smile. What happened to Hokage-sama and respect, you damn brat? Replied Tsunade. You know I'll never disrespect you in an official meeting. Nevertheless, you just officially acknowledge me as your distant relative during that meeting, so it is also within my right to call you by that name, you know. Naruto smirked as he told her. Rice Country, unknown location. In a dark place, Orochimaru and Kabuto were discovering the newly edited version of the International Bingo book. They were interrupted by the arrival of a third person. Uchiha Sasuke joined them and Orochimaru tossed him the book. His Sharingan flared in anger as he read the profile of Naruto in the book. The line about Naruto defeating his brother Itachi made his blood boil. He dropped the book to the ground and was about to leave the room when Orochimaru called him. Where do you think you are going like that, Sasuke-kun? Asked the snake. I'm going to teach that fool a lesson, roared the Avenger. Everything in good time. Kabuto is going to meet someone in a very powerful organization next week. Their goal is to capture every Jinchuriki as Naruto-kun, and your brother was one of their member. We may learn more information about all this. You want to tag along? Orochimaru baited him, knowing very well that anything related to Itachi could be used to influence the fool in front of him. Very well, I'll see that contact of yours, Kabuto. He will reveal his information about Naruto to me or I'll kill him too, said the Avenger as he deactivated his dujutsu and slowly left the room. Kukuku, soon, very soon I will get what I want, mused Orochimaru. Chapter 25, Snake Hidden in the Grass. Namikaze Compound. Naruto was inside his family house. He was remembering the events from yesterday that led him here, the council meeting and then unlocking his parents' house. He had sent clones to explore in order to get a basic layout of the entire place. The house was huge. He easily found the master bedroom, with his parents' stuff still inside, but decided to not touch anything and chose another room to use for himself. There was another room that got him interested, the library. That's where he was right now. The library room was also protected by blood seals, for inside was all his father's research and theories on every jutsu he ever made or planned to create. He also found his mother's notes about the Uzumaki female ability to control Biju, using chakra chains. He frowned at the thought of someone trying to restrain Nitsuki using chains, even if it was his mother. Nitsuki reassured him by saying that the context was different and that she too was different at the time. He found the notes on the rasengan and the haraishin, but decided to put them aside for the moment. He already knew the rasengan inside out and, of course, he also knew that the haraishin was a formidable jutsu, a space-time technique allowing his father to travel distances instantly. There was however something else he wanted to know more about, the Shiki-Fujin. The room was really big. He was starting to wonder if his father left anything about it. While searching, he found the notes on the seal system protecting the house, how to add or remove any blood signature he wanted on the list of the authorized people to come inside. Suddenly, he heard the bell from his gates. Looking through the window, he saw an Anbu waiting for him at the limit of his compound. This was something new for him. He was used to them using shunshin and appearing out of nowhere inside his old apartment. Of course, the seal protecting the perimeter of his home prevented such intrusion from now on. Cursing in his head that he did not find the notes on the Shiki-Fujin, he then left the library room after sealing it again and made his way to the gates. Namikaze-sama, Hokage-sama requires your presence in her office immediately, reported the Anbu kneeling in front of him as they met at the gates. He figured he would have to get used to being treated with such reverence, not enjoying people kneeling in front of him. Very well, I'll go see what she wants, replied Naruto. His task done, the Anbu left. Naruto made sure to lock his compound, then used Shunshin to get to the Hokage tower. Hokage office. Upon arriving in Tsunade's office, Naruto saw that Jiraiya and Sakura were also there. What did I miss, Ba-chan? He asked. Sakura, tell him what you know, Tsunade said to her apprentice. Sakura told them about the end of her fight against Sasori, during the rescue mission in River Country. Apparently, Sasori was supposed to meet a spy he had in Orochimaru's ranks in 3 days from now on. The meeting is scheduled to take place near Kusagaku, on the Bridge of Heaven and Earth. We also confirmed with Suna that Sasori is most likely using a mind-control jutsu to activate dormant agents he places in enemies' camps. The victim is not aware of its conditioning, and Sasori can activate his jutsu anytime he wishes as long as he is in range. That's how they bypassed Suna's defenses so easily. The captain guarding the gate was his sleeping agent and also the man you killed that looked like Itachi, added Jiraiya. I assume from my presence that you want me to take part in this mission, asked Naruto, looking at Tsunade. He was very reluctant to stop his search for clues on the Shikifujin, not that he could admit it to Tsunade or Jiraiya. Yes, I want you in for that mission. The objective is to collect any relevant information you can on Orochimaru, especially what he's been up to during the last 3 years. Someone will have to take the place of Sasori, be it you or not. Your unique genjutsu skills will come in handy for that task. Jiraiya will lead the mission, so I'll leave the strategy to him, and Sakura will be the support medic, just like she was for the last mission in Suna. Tsunade explained. I don't know, I was actually into the middle something, replied Naruto, but he stopped talking when Sakura moved in front of him. Please Naruto, I know you don't owe me or Team 7 anything, but I beg you, please help us, she pleaded. Tsunade decided to intervene when she saw her disciple's state. That wasn't an invitation, Naruto. You are a Jonin now, you don't have the luxury to choose which mission you will or will not take anymore. You are leaving in 1 hour, go home and pack, you are dismissed, announced Tsunade. Very well, Hokage-sama, Naruto said as he made his way out of Tsunade's office. The tone he used to call her tittle clearly signaling that he wasn't happy with the way she just forced his hand. One last thing though, if we meet the Uchiha traitor on our way, don't expect me to go easy on him. I am not a lackey of the council, the Uchiha blood doesn't represent much to me, quite the opposite actually. Should he get on the way of our mission, I will put him down, Naruto said as he finally left. Sakura left too after some time to recompose herself. Tsunade and Jiraiya were stunned at the scene that just played out before their eyes. Tsunade remained silent while Jiraiya just closed his eyes and sighed heavily. What's up with him? Why was he so aggressive all of a sudden? Asked Tsunade. I don't know, the last time I saw him like that was in the 2nd year of the training trip. We were working on advanced level Fuinjutsu formula and he was still trying to develop the seal he now has on his heart. He was really annoyed by his lack of progress and used to snap a lot, replied Jiraiya. Jiraiya, Tsunade started. Don't worry, I'll bring them both back, Jiraiya said. Namikaze compound. Naruto was currently packing for his upcoming mission, still angered at his last conversation with Tsunade. Calm down Naru-kun, don't let your anger control you, said Natsuki. I know, it's just that I'm so close to find some clues on how to free you, replied the blonde. You can always do that after you're back, I'm not going anywhere, nor is this house, Natsuki said in a reassuring tone. I guess you're right, but I can't believe I have to go just so they can get clues on how their precious Uchiha is doing. After what they've done to you, I won't take any risk with the Emo King if we meet him, replied Naruto. Alright, I also hate the Uchiha, but you still have to be careful and remain in control, Natsuki insisted in a worried tone. Fine, I promise I'll be careful. We'll talk later Na-chan, it's time I leave for that damn mission, Naruto said as he cut their link and left his compound. Kusagaku, 2 days later. The group arrived in Kusagaku in 2 days' time and decided to prepare for the meeting. They went on a recon mission to the place where the meeting is supposed to take place, the Bridge of Heaven and Earth. Jiraiya decided that Naruto would play the role of Sasori, Sakura and the hermit would take cover and give assistance if needed. Consequently, Naruto trained for the remaining time to act like Sasori with the help of Sakura. He would use his ultimate genjutsu Maboroshi no Sakai to cover his appearance and voice and then extract anything he can from the spy. The day of the meeting finally came and the group was in position. Bridge of Heaven and Earth. Naruto posing as Sasori was standing alone in the middle of the bridge. Jiraiya and Sakura were hiding in the forest behind him. They did not have to wait too long as a shadow soon appeared in front of Naruto. It's good to see you again, Sasori-sama, said the shadowed figure wearing a dark robe with a hood hiding its face. As the shadow finally took the hood off, everyone was surprised. The spy was Kabuto, Orochimaru's most trusted subordinate. "How are you feeling?" asked Naruto. "My mind is still a bit clouded from when you released your jutsu, it took me some time to remember who I was," replied the now identified Kabuto. "We don't have much time, if Orochimaru realizes my absence, I'm as good as dead," added Kabuto. "Tell me everything you know about the hideouts in Uchiha Sasuke," asked Naruto. Kabuto told him about some of the secret bases and that Orochimaru never stayed in the same hideout for long. He also said that he was currently in a base not too far from there, and that Sasuke was with him too. Kabuto then started to ask some tricky questions, questions which answers only the true Sasori would know. Seeing his mission done and the enemy soon discovering his identity, Naruto prepared himself to take down Kabuto. Before he could act, out of nowhere appeared two more figures, much more interesting ones actually. Before Naruto, on the other side of the bridge now stood Orochimaru and Uchiha Sasuke. Sakura's heartbeat accelerated when she saw her childhood crush after 3 long years. She was about to charge in when Jiraiya stopped her. "What's the meaning of this, Kabuto?" asked Orochimaru with a smirk on his face. "So that's Akatsuki, he doesn't really look that strong to me," bragged Sasuke. Kabuto instantly turned back and stood next to the fake Sasori in a guarding position, ready to face the snake Sannin and his new disciple. "You were followed, Kabuto," Naruto said, still playing his role. He was surprised though when a smirking Kabuto suddenly lashed at him and tried to take him out with a chakra scalpel jutsu. Both Orochimaru and Sasuke also smirked when they saw Kabuto's scalpel go through the fake Sasori Akatsuki's robe, most likely aiming for his heart. However, their eyes widened when they saw the body of Sasori slowly fading away after being hit by Kabuto. That was Genjutsu. The same thought went through the minds of the 3 Oto members. "Things are finally getting interesting, not going to flee today, I hope, Orochi-chan?" asked a voice in a mocking tone. Orochimaru frowned when he heard the voice. He was sure he already heard it from somewhere but couldn't place it. After some time, his eyes widened as he finally realized who they were facing. "Show yourself, demon brat," spat the snake Sannin. "So you did remember me after all, I'm moved," said Naruto as he slowly appeared on the other side of the bridge. He was already in his first stance, the Muga no Kyochi with his vest off and his tattoo already missing the original circle around the 3 comma. "Naruto," growled Sasuke as he saw the murderer of his brother. "So that's Konohasuke's no Kami. I have to admit I'm impressed, you have accomplished quite a lot since the last time we met, Naruto-kun. It seems the rumors about you taking out all those S-rank shinobi are true since you're here instead of Sasori," Orochimaru said as Kabuto jumped back and took position beside the snake Sannin. "You're still the same creepy snake you were the last time we met too, though I learned you tried to kill Itachi too in the past. Are you sure you really tried hard enough?" "It wasn't really difficult for me," Naruto replied with a grin on his face. Not being able to contain himself any longer, Sasuke launched himself at Naruto with his Sharingan flaring in anger. Orochimaru gave a nod to Kabuto, signaling him to make sure his precious future container would not be accidentally damaged. Naruto's eyes never left Orochimaru and did not even pay attention to the incoming forms of Sasuke and Kabuto. As they were about to reach the blonde, out of nowhere Sakura appeared in front of Kabuto and used a super punch to send him flying aside. The ground below Sasuke started to shake and the Avenger felt himself being dragged into the ground, courtesy of Jiraiya also appearing at Naruto's side. Orochimaru was distracted for a second when he saw his old teammate popping out of thin air. That's the time it took for Naruto to cross the bridge and deliver a powerful punch into the snake's jaw. The result was Orochimaru flying backwards for at least 100 meters. "I'll deal with the snake, those 2 are yours," said Naruto before powering up a standard rasengan and completely annihilating the bridge with it afterward. "Naruto, wait." Jiraiya tried to stop his disciple but it was in vain as Naruto was already gone. With Naruto and Orochimaru. Naruto appeared in front of Orochimaru who stood back up very slowly. The face of the Sannin was showing a weird scar from Naruto's punch. It was as if it was peeling away, revealing the face of someone completely new under it. However, Naruto saw a few photos of the Sannin in the past and knew what the real Orochimaru looked like. "Who the hell are you?" asked the blonde. "Kukuku, I am the real Orochimaru, you are just looking at my current container," replied the snake. "So that's the jutsu you were developing that earned you the Get Out of Konoha card from Gigi," analyzed Naruto out loud. "Very perceptive, that's indeed my immortality jutsu," bragged Orochimaru before he replaced his fake visage back and charged at Naruto. They then engaged in a taijutsu exchange, gauging each other levels. Naruto thought that Orochimaru was not as powerful as Guy but fast enough to attack and evade him in his original released form. He also recognized the snake taijutsu style that Anko showed him during their spars, that helped him to keep up with the Sennin. You are quite good Naruto-kun. Sasuke-kun actually needs to activate his Sharingan with the 3 Tomo in order to match me in taijutsu, said Orochimaru while trying to catch his breath. I see, how about we kick it up a notch then? Naruto said as he took a step back. He took out his katana in his right hand and lightly cut his thumb with it. He then applied some blood on his fox tattoo and moved his katana back in its sheath. He did the single hand sign and then called his jutsu, Futon, Hyakuren Jitoku no Kiwami. He said as the wind around him violently picked up and a kama disappeared from the tattoo on his heart. With that, Naruto charged at Orochimaru again. This time, Orochimaru was completely dominated. Naruto appeared to be much faster and stronger than before. The snake noticed that every part of his body felt heavier, even breathing was becoming a difficulty. What did you do to me? Snarled the Sannin before going through hand signs. Kaden, Ruka no Jutsu, yelled Orochimaru. A dragon of fire was launched at Naruto. As it was about to reach him, it strangely went around its target, turned back and then raced towards Orochimaru with twice the speed and power it originally had. Orochimaru narrowly escaped the giant fire dragon by jumping at the last moment. As he landed he found himself really tired again. You're starting to feel it, and did you really expect me to answer you? Replied Naruto as he continued his assault. Orochimaru was starting to take more and more hits while Naruto did not even look tired. Naruto managed to catch him off guard again, then hit him with a devastating taijutsu combo, leaving the broken body of the snake Sannin on the ground. As he went to finish him, Naruto saw the mouth of his enemy suddenly opening wide. In front of him, the broken core of Orochimaru spat another, healthy-looking body of himself. Orochimaru, in his new body, decided to create some distance with Naruto. He then went through hand signs and launched a jutsu, Mandara no Jin. He called his jutsu as thousands of snakes came out of his mouth, targeting Naruto. Interesting, looks like some Kuchiyos just you, it still looks creepy though, thought the blonde before preparing his own jutsu. He made a single clone and hold out his right hand. He performed a rasengan while his clone charged wind chakra in the orb. After some time, with the addition of the wind chakra, the rasengan changed and took the form of a giant Fuma shuriken. You fool, I know about your jutsu and how you defeated Kabuto with it. You will never be close enough, reach me with it, taunted Orochimaru as his snakes were about to reach Naruto. Who said I needed to be close? Naruto replied with a smirk and then launched his jutsu. Futon, Rasenshuriken, he said as the wind-powered chakra orb left his hand. Orochimaru's eyes widened as the flying Rasengan completely annihilated the wave of snakes approaching Naruto. The Mandara no Jin did not even slow it down. I have to act fast or even I could die if it hits me, mused Orochimaru as he prepared his next move. Biting his thumbs, he then slammed his hands to the ground and launched his jutsu, Kuchiyos, Sanju Rashomen. Similar to what happened during the fight against Kabuto during the rescue of Tsunade, Orochimaru's absolute defense appeared out of the ground, but instead of one door, 3 were summoned. When the Rasenshuriken impacted the first door, everything went blank. Chapter 26, New Assignments. Bridge of Heaven and Earth. Near the destroyed bridge could be seen 4 figures. Sasuke was currently trapped in Jiraiya's Earth Jutsu. When he charged at Naruto and went through the blonde's illusion field, he did not notice Jiraiya's jutsu until it was already too late, even with the Sharingan. The Avenger's body was completely buried and only his head was floating above the muddy ground. Jiraiya made sure he wouldn't get out by quickly applying a chakra restriction seal on his forehead. Jiraiya was now standing next to his prisoner. A rope in his hand was the only thing preventing Sasuke from completely sinking into the mud trap and drown. Kabuto wasn't doing any better. When he followed his master's next container, he didn't see the incoming punch of Sakura until it was too late. He also bitterly regretted underestimating the Leaf Kunoichi. The last memory he got of her was her frail and useless self in the Chunin exams 3 years ago. Consequently, when he was hit with the first punch, he didn't activated his high healing ability, thinking that she wouldn't deal him any serious damage. How wrong he was, as now he could barely stay on his 2 feet. His healing technique was finally activated, but the damage was done. He was trying to evade Sakura's hits, but in his current condition it proved to be very difficult. He decided to run and evade until his healing was complete. The 4 ninjas suddenly felt the ground shake and turned their heads towards the other side of the bridge. They saw quite far away from their current position, Orochimaru's ultimate defense jutsu rapidly rising from the ground. A few seconds after that, a blinding light erupted from the same position, and as fast as they appeared, the 3 demonic gates also completely vanished. The reactions were diverse from this side of the bridge. It was Orochimaru-sama Sanju Rashomon Jutsu just now, he only uses it in extreme situation. Kabuto mused. I wonder what the idiot used to destroy those gates. Were Sasuke's thoughts. That's Naruto's Rasengan, I wonder how the snake dealt with it. Jiraiya wondered. What the hell is going on? Sakura was completely oblivious to what was happening on the other side of the bridge. With Naruto and Orochimaru. The landscape was totally devastated by Naruto's jutsu. The wind generated by his Rasengan was so powerful it leveled a huge part of the forest they were fighting in. A huge cloud of dust was currently floating in the air. The blonde was calmly standing, on the exact same spot he was when he launched his jutsu. The recoil from the wind technique apparently not affecting him one bit, he just observed the results. There was no trace of Orochimaru, but he doubted that it was enough to kill the traitorous snake. After some seconds, the cloud of dust finally settled down. In front of him laid an ocean of dead snakes, their bodies shredded by the slicing wind blades created by Naruto's jutsu. A little bit further from there, was a gigantic crater at the spot where Orochimaru summoned his 3 gates of hell. As Naruto made his way towards ground zero, he saw the unmoving body of his enemy. Just like the snakes, Orochimaru's body was covered with deep cuts. Naruto was about to take a step further when he was forced to stop and put up his guard. The exact same scene of Orochimaru spitting another body as he did earlier happened, though this time the new body didn't seem as healthy as the previous time he switched. Orochimaru, in his 3rd body, slowly stood up. He was panting, unable to catch his breath, and his body was covered with slicing wounds, though not as deep as the previous body. His jutsu did something to my chakra circulatory system, I can't properly mold my chakra. I've used most of it anyway with the successive body renewal jutsu. He doesn't even look tired, I can't stay here any longer. Thought Orochimaru. The snake Sennin then suddenly did a single hand sign and looked into Naruto's eyes, Kanashibari no Jutsu. He yelled. Naruto did not expect the sudden sneak attack and lost control of his body for a second. He quickly overcame the paralysis jutsu, but when he looked up, he saw Orochimaru's extended sword ready to pierce his heart. Without thinking, Naruto launched a defensive move. Senpo, Ryu no Hata. He called as his wings instantly appeared from his back and went to cover his body. Everything went really fast. The Kusanagi went through the double protective layer provided by Naruto's wings. It stopped its course 1 inch away from Naruto's skin, the tip right above his heart, then instantly retracted. When Naruto removed his guard, he saw the retreating form of Orochimaru trying to make a run for it. The snake wasn't as fast as he was at the beginning of their fight, though Naruto was wounded too, his wings were actually hurting him quite a bit. To think he was able to block that attack, that's the move I used against the previous cage, damn it. Thought Orochimaru as he went to collect his 2 subordinates on the other side of the bridge. Bridge of Heaven and Earth. Jiraiya was still guarding the trapped Sasuke while Sakura and Kabuto were in a heated taijutsu exchange fight. His plan worked. Kabuto's healing technique repaired the damages he sustained earlier while he stalled Sakura with taijutsu. He was about to go on the offensive and take her out when he felt his master's presence. Out of nowhere, the extended Kusanagi appeared, aiming for Jiraiya's heart. The Toad Sennin had no choice but to let go of his hold on the prisoner, and moved backwards. Taking advantage of the moment of confusion, Kabuto backhanded Sakura and threw her aside. He then ran to the drowning Sasuke and pulled him out. We're leaving, hurry up, we have no time to waste anymore. Ordered Orochimaru as he emerged from the spot where the Kusanagi appeared. Kabuto immediately complied and dragged the numbed body of Sasuke Uchiha with him, following his master. Jiraiya cursed as he saw the unmoving body of Sakura on the ground. Remembering his promise with Tsunade to bring back their 2 disciples, he went to assist the Kunoichi, rather than pursuing the group of Oto ninja. It was at this moment that Naruto appeared from the same direction Orochimaru came from earlier with his dragon wings still deployed. He slowly flew down to the position of Jiraiya and Sakura before looking in the direction where their 3 opponents just fled to. He took a deep breath and then closed his eyes. Senpo, Rugen, he yelled before opening his eyes. Instead of the usual oceanic blue color, they had golden-colored iris, with long slitted black pupils. Naruto then took a familiar stance before pointing his katana in the snake's direction. Futon, Kamishini no Yari, he said as his blade glowed. It was only luck and mostly years of experience that allowed Orochimaru to sense the impending doom. The millisecond it took him to maneuver his body in order to look back, allowed him to avoid Naruto's long-range divine spear technique hitting him right in the center of his back. He only felt a gush of wind above his right arm before it exploded in a shower of blood. The attack and the pain it caused made Orochimaru miss a step while tree jumping. He was about to fall to the ground when Kabuto caught him. The medic ninja now had to carry his two companions, not an easy feat with his already weakened body. However, he somehow managed and the three of them could finally leave the area without further troubles. Seeing that his attack failed, Naruto sighed heavily before turning back to join Jiraiya and Sakura. "So that's your dujutsu, you never showed it to me before," Jiraiya said looking at his disciple's eyes. "More like body enhancement due to my Sage mode, just like your resistance and strength in Gamma Sennin mode," replied Naruto truthfully to his master. "What does it do exactly? I mean other than giving you a mean look in the eyes?" Slightly joked Jiraiya. "Haha, really funny, seen your face lately when you use that Sennin mode of yours," Naruto taunted before adopting a serious demeanor again. "The dragon eye gives me near perfect vision. I can see in high details on much higher lengths than the human eye. Then I also have an easier time to follow objects moving at high speed with it than normally. Finally, because of a wider wavelength spectrum sensitivity than for the human eye, it also allows me night vision," said Naruto to his master. "Impressive, so that's how you were able to hit them just a moment ago, even if they were so far away," replied Jiraiya. "Yep, there's really no point in having this long-range jutsu if I can't pinpoint my opponent's position," said Naruto as he slowly deactivated his Sage mode. "Well, now while we wait for Tsunade's apprentice to wake up, why don't you tell me all about your fight with my ex-teammate?" ordered Jiraiya. "Alright, but I'll tell you something right now, that teammate of yours is one sick freak," Naruto started and Jiraiya chuckled at his disciple's antics. "Anyway, it went like this." Naruto told Jiraiya the details of his fight against Orochimaru, from the moment he destroyed the bridge to the moment he reappeared before using his long-range piercing technique. "Well, it seems this mission will end in failure. It can't be helped, it was a trap all along. Kabuto was most likely freed from Sasori's control by Orochimaru a long time ago," announced Jiraiya. "I seriously doubt that anything he told me about their bases is the truth either," added Naruto. "Let's not worry about that for now. There's something else I wanted to talk to you about," said Jiraiya. "What is it?" asked Naruto. "I wanted to talk about the scene you made in Tsunade's office. Why were you so reluctant to be in this mission?" Jiraiya demanded. Naruto sighed and then went to check Sakura's status to make sure she was still unconscious. After confirming it, he turned to his master. "I'm trying to find my father's notes on the Shikifujin in order to find a way to free Natsuki without killing myself in the process," Naruto finally confessed. Jiraiya's eyes widened at Naruto's answer. It all made sense now. He was also working on this topic the last time he was like that, during their training trip. "I suppose you're not making any progress then?" Jiraiya asked, getting a nod from Naruto. Jiraiya pondered for a moment the consequences of telling Naruto about the key to his seal, but in the end decided that it was still too soon. "Don't give up, I'm sure you'll find a way. Your father was very secretive about those things, so I don't really know," Jiraiya said. After 2 hours, Sakura finally woke up and directly looked for the Uchiha Avenger. "What happened? Where is Sasuke-kun?" she asked while slowly standing up. "The mission is a failure, we could not get any intelligence on Orochimaru and Uchiha Sasuke also escaped again. When Kabuto knocked you out, he and Orochimaru were able to free him and fled the area. Naruto managed to severely wound Orochimaru, though I'm pretty sure it was not the last of him we will ever see," Jiraiya replied as Sakura looked down. "What now, Ero Sennin?" Naruto asked Jiraiya. "I doubt Orochimaru and his goons left any exploitable tracks, and it wouldn't be a good idea to charge after them either, now that they know about us. We have no choice but to cancel the mission and go back to Konoha," announced Jiraiya. "You two will go back after you're fully rested, I have another mission waiting for me," added the hermit. "What? Where are you going?" Naruto asked. "To AIM, it's about your new status there," Jiraiya replied, and Naruto understood it was the infiltration mission his master was talking about. It made sense since Omegakure wasn't really far from where they were right now. Naruto frowned, then thought back about what Natsuki and Jiraiya told him. He then decided that they were right and that he could still work on the seal when he gets back. "I'm going with you, it's about me after all," Naruto said with conviction. Jiraiya looked at his godson with pride and then spoke again. "I'm afraid you can't go with me this time. It's a sensitive mission, every spy I sent there was discovered and disposed of shortly after. It is best if I do this alone this time, it will lower the chance of being discovered. Plus I promised Tsunade that you and her disciple would get back to the leaf safely, and I too, am a man of my word," Jiraiya said with a smile. Seeing the logic in his master's words, Naruto complied, and shortly after, he and Sakura went east back towards Konoha while Jiraiya went south, in the direction of AIM. "Be careful, Rasengan, I'll see you in Konoha," yelled Naruto to his master as they parted ways. Konoha, Hokage office. Tsunade was currently seated in front of two people inside her office. They both looked quite young. "So let me get this straight, your leader wants me to send you a ninja in order to help you win your civil war against Yagura," Tsunade said. "My name is Hikuyuki and my partner is Chojuro. And yes, you are correct Hokage-sama, but we don't want any ninja, we want the K's no Kami, we want Uzumaki Naruto," replied the now identified Haku. Tsunade sighed, the brat is not going to like this but it is a good opportunity to know what's going on in Kiri. She thought as she prepared herself for the upcoming confrontation with her favorite blonde Jonin. Main gates, 2 days later. As Naruto and Sakura made it back to Konoha, 2 days after parting ways with Jiraiya, they were again greeted by Kotetsu and Izumo. Same as last time, they were asked to report immediately to the Hokage Tower. Naruto sighed at the deja vu but complied and used Shunshin to reach Tsunade's office. A megacur. At the same time, in the country where the rain never stops, in the middle of a small lake a toad slowly emerged. From its stretched mouth, a man appeared and slowly made his way to the ground. Infiltration successful, Jiraiya thought. Chapter 27, Reunions. Konoha, Hokage office. Naruto and Sakura were granted access to Tsunade's office immediately as they arrived. Shizune followed the duo into her master's office and then closed the door behind her. Tsunade had a smile on her face when she saw the two of them come into her office, relieved that they both came back safely as Jiraiya promised. Seeing the look on Sakura's face, she already knew the mission ended in a failure. Nevertheless, she ordered Naruto to give his report, as he was the one with the highest rank in Jiraiya's absence. "Glad to have you both back, I already know about Jiraiya's next mission. Now give me a report on your mission Naruto," she said to the blonde. Naruto told her everything, how Kabuto was in fact a double agent, the fight against Orochimaru and finally how they escaped. "I see, then this mission will be classified as a failure, I'm sorry Sakura," announced Tsunade with an comforting look to her disciple. "Is there anything else Tsunade-sama?" asked the kunoichi to her master. "No, good work both of you. You are dismissed Sakura, Naruto you stay," replied Tsunade. Sakura bowed to her leader then left the office. Tsunade then had Shizune go summon some guests and told Naruto to take a seat. They stayed like this just the two of them, silent for a moment before Naruto decided to speak. Ba-chan, there's something I wanted to say to you," he started. "What is it, and how many times did I tell you to stop calling me that already?" replied Tsunade. "I wanted to apologize for the way I acted before we left for the mission last time. I was preoccupied with something and let my temper get the best of me, I'm sorry," Naruto said. "It's alright, I know you've been involved in a lot of things lately, and you never asked for any of those to happen. Jiraiya and I wanted for you to live a peaceful life too, but some things in this world are just impossible," replied Tsunade with a smile. "Speaking of that, do you know anything about the place where Rasengan went to?" asked Naruto. "Well, I've been there before. We faced their leader there once, with Jiraiya and Orochimaru. His name is Hanzo the Salamander and he is the one who named us the Sannin after he defeated us. We don't know much about their current status, every spying mission in that country ended in failure. I told him it was too dangerous but Jiraiya insisted to go. He told me that he would do everything in his power to protect you," Tsunade said as Naruto had a smile on his face. "So why did you wanted me to stay here anyway?" asked Naruto. "Actually, it is linked to the mission Jiraiya is currently undergoing. Let's wait for the guests I told Shizune to summon and you will understand everything," finished Tsunade. Then she continued her paperwork while Naruto just relaxed in his seat. Time skip 30 minutes later. Naruto was about to doze off when the door to Tsunade's office suddenly opened. Shizune was back and she brought two people with her. Naruto was still a bit out of it but instantly recognized one of them when he finally looked up to them. "Haku, is that really you?" the blonde asked. "Yes it's me. It's been a long time, Uzumaki-san," replied Haku. "What are you doing here? And more importantly, where is that old fool Zabuza? I still have to thank him for putting me inside that damn book," Naruto said. "It's a long story, why don't you sit back and let me tell you the reason I'm here," Haku said. "Sit down Naruto and listen to him, this is the reason I told you to stay back after all," Tsunade ordered. Naruto nodded and then sat back down. Haku then started his story. Apparently, after they left Wave Country, Zabuza decided to go back home and try again to overthrow Yagura. Not in the same way he did the last time though, this time he needed to have better preparations. His last attempt failed because he didn't have enough men and tried to attack the Mizukage frontally. Consequently, he joined the rebellion, the side of the bloodline users. After the revolt of the Kagaya clan, Yagura became paranoid and started to purge every bloodline user clan they had in Kiri. The clans had no other choice but to flee their homes and form the rebellion to resist extermination. Their leader is quite mysterious and only a few know his true name or face. The only known fact is that he is wielding not one but two powerful bloodlines. The civil war has been going on for years now. The rebellion managed to achieve some victories over the Mizukage, but they still lack something crucial in order for them to win once and for all. They do not have anyone capable of matching the firepower of the Mizukage Yagura, the Jinchuriki of the three-tailed demon. And that is why our leader wants you to join our side, Uzumaki-san. It is a well-known fact that you once defeated the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed raccoon when you were only a genin. We also know of your more recent achievements. Would you please lend us a hand in stopping this war that has plagued our country for years? Asked Haku as he finished his story. It's up to you, Naruto, I won't force you to go this time. But don't forget that this may be a good lead to what Akatsuki has been up to since your name has come up in the bingo book with Kiri also wanting your head. Tsunade said as Naruto was looking in her direction for her orders. Naruto thought about it for a moment, he then remembered that Jiraiya was currently risking his life in a similar mission, just to protect him. He took a deep breath then gave his decision to the people waiting for him in the room. Fine, I'm in, Naruto replied with a smile. Tsunade was proud of her Jonin and last living relative, but she had to warn him about something else too. Before you leave, there's something you must know. Konoha cannot officially support the rebellion, it could provide the Mizukage with a reason to declare war on us. We do not have the resources nor the will to go at war with another major village right now. Therefore, if you take this mission, you will have to leave anything that would identify you as a Konoha shinobi here before you join them. Tsunade announced. She got a nod from Naruto. The last thing he wanted for his village was a war where countless lives would be lost. That would be all, you are to leave in 1 hour. Dismissed. Tsunade finished as everyone left her office. Namikaze compound. Naruto was finally home after the failed mission in Kusagaku. Fortunately for him, packing went fast since he was practically a master in Fuinjutsu, everything he needed went into scrolls. Thinking about Tsunade's warning on keeping a low profile, he made sure to leave his leaf headband home. Nothing else in his current gear was betraying his affiliation to Konoha, so with that, he was done with the packing. He decided to relax a bit, seeing that he still had some time before he had to leave. Na-chan, what do you know about the Sanbi? Asked Naruto. It's been ages since I last saw that overgrown turtle. His Jinchuriki should have a very high affinity to the water element. Replied Nitsuki. How is his personality? Do you think it has something to do with the Mizukage's sudden change of attitude towards the bloodline holders? Naruto asked, thinking about Gaara's case and the harmful influence Shukaku had on him. I've been thinking about it too, but something is strange. Sanbi was never an aggressive one, he always sought peace and tried to coexist with the human race. Nitsuki said with confusion in her tone. Then if it doesn't come from the Biju, something must have happened to the host. Before the Kagaya incident, Yagura was supposedly a gentle and peaceful leader. Something doesn't add in this story. Naruto analyzed out loud. Remember to be very careful, Naru-kun, it doesn't matter that you can control up to 5 tails. Even a genin could kill a cage with a lucky shot, never underestimate your opponents. Nitsuki said to him, worried that he would be overconfident. Don't worry so much, Na-chan. I promise I'll be careful. You'll be there to scold me anyway if I'm not. Naruto joked. When the time to leave for the mission came, Naruto made sure to lock his manor, then made his way to the gates. Konoha Gates. Naruto was the last to arrive at the gates, not that he was late though. Tsunade and Shizune were there to see him off. Haku and Chojuro were ready to leave and waited for him. Well, I'm off again, Ba-chan, Nei-chan. Naruto said to the two kunoichi. Be careful out there, Naruto, you are a Jonin now, I trust that you will do well in your mission. Tsunade said. Go and make us proud, Naruto-kun. Shizune added. And with that he left, following Haku and his companion. So what's the plan? Where do we go first? Naruto asked Haku. Our destination is Wave Country, from there we'll take a boat that will take us to one of the smaller islands surrounding Kurigakure. Our main camp is located on one of those islands, you will meet our leader there. Haku replied and Naruto nodded. Unknown location. In a huge dark cave, another meeting between the Akatsuki members was taking place. Report, Zetsu. The leader said. The Aikibi is under good guard now that we failed the first attempt on him. It won't be easy to go after him now. The security of Suna has been completely upgraded and the same tactic won't work again. The Nibi and Hachibi are both hidden in Kumo, we never had any contact inside and they don't trust any foreigner. We don't have much info on either of them. Sanbi and Rokubi are still in Kiri, though it seems the rebel faction is gaining territory over Yagura lately. It may be wise to take them out now. Yonbi and Gobi should be the easiest to get, they are left alone in Iwa and no one really cares about them. They live like hermits in the outskirts of Iwagakure. Nanabi is still hidden in Takigakure, the village defenses are weak so we should have an easy time capturing it. Finally, the Kyubi is still a problem. I managed to spy on him during his fight with Orochimaru. Our ex-member was utterly dominated by him, in addition to what we already knew about him, it seems he completed a new version of the rasengan. It is a jutsu he can throw, contrary to the version developed by the 4th Hokage. Orochimaru deployed his Sanju Rashomon against it but was still overpowered. Right now, he's in Konoha. Zetsu finished his report. We will concentrate on the easier targets for now. Itachi and Kisame will go to Iwa. Kakuzu and Hidan will go to Kiri. Deidara and Tobi will go to Taki. Konoha, Suna and Kumo are still out of our reach for now. Announced the leader. With that every member cancelled his communication jutsu and faded into the darkness. Otogakure, underground base. Orochimaru was in his room, bedridden, with Kabuto at his side. I have the results of your medical exams, my lord, said the medic. What did that damn brat do to me? Why can't I properly mold my chakra even after regenerating my body? Asked Orochimaru. The analysis have shown that you suffer from damages to your chakra circulatory system. His wind attack seems to act like a poison that slowly disables your capacity to use your chakra network. I've never seen anything like that, it interacts with your body to the cellular level. There's nothing you can do against it in your current body. Even with the body renewal jutsu you used during your fight with him, it would be the same. The disease is spreading through your chakra, replied Kabuto. I see, so there is only one solution to this. Orochimaru said. Yes my lord, you will need to transfer your soul again to a new container. That's the only way to escape that curse, confirmed the medic. Speaking of that, what is he up to right now? Asked the Sennin. He's training as usual, he does nothing else than that nowadays, aside from brooding of course. Replied Kabuto. How are the preparations for the ritual? Orochimaru demanded. Everything will be ready in 3 weeks, Kabuto said as he changed a bandage for his master. Good, restrict his movements to inside this base only and never let him out of your sight from now on. I've gone this far, it's finally time I collect, said a smirking Orochimaru. As you command, my lord, Kabuto replied as he left the room. Small island, south of Kurigakure. It took 3 days for Naruto and the 2 rebel members to reach the main base of the rebellion. Everywhere around them, the lands were covered by a thick mist, providing a natural protection for the rebel camp. At the main gates of the base, they were greeted by a middle-aged man wearing an eye patch. His name was Ao and he seemed to be someone of high ranking among the rebels. They were about to go inside the main building when Ao stopped them. I will have to ask you to hand over your sword and put on those handcuffs before you are presented to our leader, he demanded from Naruto. Naruto saw the seals engraved on the handcuffs and realized that they would completely block his chakra the moment he put them on. Listen now old man, I came here to help you win a war, not to become your bitch. Now you have a choice, you will let me pass and go meet that leader of yours or I'll simply turn back and leave the same way I came. I wouldn't advise you or your men to try to stop me either, if you thought Yagura was a cruel man you surely won't enjoy what I can do. Naruto said in a cold voice, unleashing killing intent. Anyway, I may be alright with handing over my sword but you sure as hell can be sure that I will never put those cuffs on, he added. Haku and Chojuro didn't know what to do, they completely forgot that Ao was a really prudent man when it came to security but they also understood Naruto. He would be completely defenseless if he accepted to put on those cuffs. The guards around them tensed immediately at the confrontation, they were about to reach out for their weapons when a new voice interrupted them. That's enough, stand down, all of you put your weapons down, ordered a voice that Naruto instantly recognized. As a man slowly made his way out of the main building, the guards moved away from his path and Naruto was greeted with a face he didn't see for 3 years. Zabuza, growled Naruto, remembering the man he spared during the wave mission but mostly the man who gave him his moniker and his first profile in the bingo book. Chapter 28, Rebellion. Southern Island, Rebel Base. The tension was at its peak when Naruto saw Zabuza making his way out of the building. The ex-Kiri shinobi just walked calmly towards the blonde and stopped when he saw Naruto putting a hand on his katana. Relax, there's no need to blast your killing intent all over the area like that, it will only serve to alert Yagura and his forces that our base is here. Started Zabuza. So we finally meet again, Momochi Zabuza. Don't think for a second that I forgot the wonderful present you gave me 3 years ago, after I went through the trouble of sparing your life on that bridge. Replied Naruto, still in a defensive stance. You didn't complain at the time. I believe I said something like, your generosity and your skill shall reach your enemies, even before you have had the chance to meet them on the battlefield, young man. And that's exactly what I did. You, on the other hand, still letting me leave after I said that, kinda gave me the authorization to proceed. Zabuza said with a mocking tone. Naruto's eyes widened as he was replaying the scene in his mind. He relaxed his stance and moved his hand away from his katana before speaking again. Alright, I will concede with you on this. However, you guys can keep on dreaming if you think for a second that I will let you seal off my chakra. Speaking of that, I sure hope you aren't the mysterious rebel leader Zabuza, or this war won't be a long one. Naruto said in his own mocking tone. Zabuza chuckled at the jab, but let it slide. The tension was finally going down, and that was a good achievement. The last thing they needed was to fight someone of Naruto's rank right now, if the hit list in his bingo book profile was a good indication. I see you're still cocky as ever, but don't worry, I may be of high ranking in the rebellion, but I'm not the leader. Come with me, I'll introduce you to the real leader, and you don't need to put the chakra restriction cuffs on either. Replied Zabuza. I cannot allow this, Zabuza, we don't know anything about him, you can't be serious about him meeting the leader with no restriction. Yelled Ao. I will vouch for him, don't worry. We're the ones asking for a favor after all. Unless you want their meeting to happen here in the open, I could always bring the leader here instead. Zabuza baited, knowing in advance how to push his comrade's buttons. That would be even worse. Alright, fine, he can go inside without the cuffs, but I still want the katana gone. I'll put his foot down this time. Zabuza knew it and turned his head to Naruto, who sighed. Naruto took out and tossed his katana to Haku, then finally followed Zabuza inside the building. Main Island. Two shadows were slowly walking through the thick mist, on the main island of Water Country. They both wore black robes with red clouds, signaling their allegiance to Akatsuki. The first one had medium-length silver hair and purple eyes. His robe was slightly opened around his neck, revealing a forehead protector he wore as a choker with the slashed emblem from Yugakure on it. He was carrying a triple-bladed scythe on his back. The second was tall, dark-skinned, and had a muscular build. He wore a white hood with a black face mask, only his eyes were visible on his face. Those eyes had a strange coloring, green iris with no pupils and red sclera. He wore a forehead protector with the scratched emblem of Takigakure. Who are we going after first? Asked the first one. If you used your head for a moment, Hidan, you would realize that one of the target will be way easier to get than the other one. Replied the second. Which one is it? Wait, did you just call me an idiot, Kakuzu? Hidan yelled at his partner. You think? Anyway, the easier target would be the Rokubi, since he is isolated, while the other one is the Mizukage and has a personal army at his disposal to protect himself. Replied Kakuzu, ignoring his associate's rants. I'll kill you one day, you hear me? Where are we going to find him? Hidan said. You wish you could. Zetsu spotted him on one of the eastern island of Water Country. Kakuzu reminded him. I'm sure I'll find a way, Jashin-sama will have your head. Said Hidan. We lost enough time on this island, let's go. Finished Kakuzu as they disappeared in the mist. Rebel Base, Meeting Room. Naruto was led to a room that looked like the one they had in Konoha for the council meetings. Haku and Chojuro were still with him, while Zabuza and Ao were following just behind them. In the center of the room stood a woman who immediately caught Naruto's attention. She was a slender woman, apparently in her 30s. She had ankle-length, auburn hair. Her eyes were light green. She was dressed in a long-sleeved dark blue dress that fell just below the knees. Underneath, she wore a mesh shirt that covered more of her upper body than her dress, but stopped short of covering her shoulders and still leaves a sizable cleavage. She also wore shorts in the same color as her dress and, underneath those, mesh leggings reaching down over her knees. Finally, she had high-heeled sandals and shin guards reaching up over her knees. Mei-sama, we brought back reinforcement from Konoha as discussed, said Haku as he bowed to the woman. I trust that there was no trouble during your mission to bring him back here. Replied Mei while looking at Naruto. Well, we encountered no problem in Konoha nor on the road to get here, but started Haku, but he was hesitant to relate the heated conversation they had at the gates earlier. Cyclops here, wanted to force me to wear those lovely handcuffs of yours, though I politely declined. I was about to force my way back to Konoha when Zabuza arrived and kindly invited me in, on the condition that I surrender my katana, which I did. Naruto cut in as he looked back at Ao. Receiving a nod from Zabuza, Mei sighed heavily and turned back to Naruto. I'm sorry for his behavior, but he was only thinking about my safety. In the past 3 years, Yugura sent countless assassins to kill me. He managed several times to come close to achieve that objective, planting his agents in my army. The only ones I fully trust with my life are in this room. My name is Terumi Mei and I am the leader of the rebellion. She replied with a smile. I understand, I'm also sorry for overreacting like that, but I had no reason to trust any of you guys. For all I know, this could be a very elaborate plan from Kiri or Akatsuki to take me down. Let's work on that trust thing then. My name is Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. I am also the one named Kase no Kami in the bingo book, courtesy of our common friend Zabuza here. I'm here on a mission to assist the rebel forces to take down Yagura the Mizukage. Naruto announced. Everyone in the room was stunned by the Namikaze name. Mei was the first to regain her composure. Namikaze as in Namikaze Minato? She asked. Yes, the fourth is my father. Not many people outside Konoha's High Council are aware of that, but I'll trust you with that information on me. Naruto replied. The people in the room were surprised he would openly trust them with such a sensitive information. Now that they were told, they could all see the face of the famous Yondaime Hokage while looking at Naruto. Haku, give him his katana back. Mei ordered, and Haku was about to hand over the katana back when Ao protested. Is it really prudent, Mei-sama? Asked the man. Yes it is, he trusted us with his real name and lineage, the least we could do is to trust him back. Replied the redhead as Naruto got his weapon back. Now that it's settled, why don't you tell me how we're gonna take down Yagura? Naruto said with a smile. Mei gave him the statu quo between the loyalists and her rebel army. In the last 3 years, Yagura lost control over most of the islands around Kurigakure. Only the main island remains fully under his control. The final assault has been planned for weeks now, but they needed a trump card in order to win the final battle. They needed someone powerful enough to match the power of a Jinchuriki fully in control of his tailed beast. So that's where you come in, Uzumaki-san. Finished Mei. I see, I do have a way to deal with a Jinchuriki, but I'll need your assistance. Replied Naruto. It will take a couple of days to gather the troops and equipment needed for the final battle. You can stay and rest in this base while the preparations are in progress. Mei said. She was about to leave the room when Naruto interrupted her. Just one last thing, I thought Kiri also had the Rokubi Jinchuriki, what about him? Naruto asked. Utakata escaped years ago, all we know is that he's hiding somewhere in one of the islands surrounding Kurigakure. We tried to find him and make him join our cause, but we never encountered him. Mei replied and then left the conference room. Kurigakure. It had been 2 days since Naruto joined the rebels. Today was the day of the final battle. The rebel forces had been divided in 4 equal groups and would attack the main island from 4 different angles. While the troops under Yagura set out to defend their borders, a smaller task force was supposed to infiltrate the village and go directly for Yagura himself. The plan was simple: take out the head and the rest would follow shortly after. Naruto was in the advanced group that was infiltrating Kurigakure, of course. Ao, Zabuza, Haku and Mei were also with him, while Chojuro was leading the main army's attack. They were currently observing the battalions of loyalists Kiri nins getting out of the village to join the front lines. How is it going so far? Asked Meidao, who surprisingly had a Byakugan under his eye patch. Naruto decided to let it slide for now. Very good, Mei-sama. Yagura is sending out most of his troops to defend the island. I estimate that only 1/10 of his army is still within the village. Ao reported. Alright, start the operation then. Mei ordered as their squad came closer to Naruto, who activated his Maboroshi no Sakai Genjutsu field, hiding everyone's presence. They were nearly at the Mizukage Tower when a voice stopped them. Suiden no Jutsu. A gigantic water dragon made its way towards Naruto and his group. The size of the water beast had to be at least twice the size of the one Zabuza used against Naruto in Wave Country. The technique crashed right into Naruto's wind dome, washing away those who weren't fast enough to evade it. From the group of 15 elite shinobi, only 5 remained: Naruto, Mei, Zabuza, Ao and Haku. The others had their neck broken by the power of the water current. Naruto's genjutsu was affected by the surge of water-charged chakra and dispelled. How did you notice our presence? No one should be able to see past my genjutsu. Asked Naruto, looking at the roof of a building, where the water dragon was launched from. Yagura, Zabuza said, taking notice of where Naruto was looking. No matter how powerful your genjutsu is and how it affects my human senses, there's one thing you can't hide from me. Yagura answered. My Yuki, Naruto said with widened eyes. Exactly, what are you doing in my country? Kyuubi, Yagura replied. The others were surprised at Yagura's revelation. None of them knew Naruto was a Jinchuriki, much less the one for the most powerful demon, the Kyuubi no Kitsune. They had to keep their questions for later though, since they just lost the element of surprise. I came to kick some turtle's ass, of course. Naruto yelled as he took out his katana. At this moment, a squad of Kiri Anbu arrived on the scene and directly attacked Mei and her guard while Yagura went for Naruto. With Naruto and Yagura was wielding what resembles a large, hook-ended staff with one end being larger than the other. They were engaged in a high-level kenjutsu fight. Naruto tried to use his genjutsu to confuse Yagura, but it failed again. Thanks to the slight yuki present in each of Naruto's thrusts, Yagura could predict and counter them. When close contact fighting seemed useless, Naruto tried to put some distance between them and pointed his blade towards his opponent. Futon. Kei's Shinso. Naruto said as his wind blade extended itself instantly to attack Yagura. Suiten. Mizukagami no Jutsu. Yagura said as a strange circle made of water appeared in front of him. Naruto's jutsu was blocked halfway from its target, strangely enough by the exact same jutsu Naruto launched. The blonde theorized that whatever Yagura did with his mirror jutsu reflected his jutsu or copied it. Naruto tried another approach. He kept launching single kunai that were aimed at his opponent's vital organs, but Yagura easily evaded them all. Naruto then purposely missed with the next one and did some hand signs while Yagura simply let the badly thrown kunai pass him by. Futon. Sabama Geishi. He yelled as the kunai suddenly divided itself into 15 copies and changed trajectory towards Yagura's unprotected back. Suiten. Suinjinheki. Yagura said as an enormous water column rose from the ground and protected him from the kunai. Naruto cursed as another of his signature move was blocked by the Mizukage. He won't block what he can't see. Naruto then thought as he launched his next jutsu. Futon. Furyuden no Jutsu. Naruto called his wind dragon. The wind beast was aimed at the base of the water column and effectively hit its target, completely annihilating the spot where Naruto aimed. Unfortunately for the blonde, no one was blasted out of the water protection. Did you really thought that I had to stay at the base of the wall to fuel it with my water chakra, like a sitting duck? Yagura said as he appeared on top of the column, his arms extended with chakra feeding the water jutsu while keeping him floating above the ground. Suiten. Sushoha. Yagura then yelled from his higher position as a giant wave of water was formed and made its way towards Naruto. Senpo. Ryu no Hata. Naruto said as his dragon wings shielded him from the water attack. Naruto was getting tired in this fight, something that hadn't happened in a long time. He prepared for his next move. Yagura was slightly surprised at the sight of the dragon wings and their defensive power. His moment of hesitation cost him as he missed Naruto launching his next move. Futon. Kamishini no Yari. Naruto launched his divine spear technique from a small hole in his guard between his wings. The Mizukage used his experience to dodge at the last moment but took a hit nevertheless. He was quickly falling to the ground with his shoulder bleeding profusely. When he touched the ground, he was about to look up and put his guard on when he saw that Naruto's next move was already approaching him. Futon. Rasenshuriken. Was all Yagura heard before all went blank. The wind-powered chakra shuriken tore through Yagura, cutting him all over his body in so many places that even a Sharingan wouldn't be able to tell how many hits it generated. When the jutsu died down, Yagura's body was on the floor, unmoving. Naruto was about to reach out for him when he suddenly jumped back, after feeling a huge spike of yuki. Yagura slowly got up and was covered with the Sanbi's chakra. He was in a hybrid form, a chakra shroud covering him while 3 tails of chakra were floating behind his back. What did you do to me? I can't regenerate as I usually do when I activate my yuki. Roared the transformed Yagura. You really expect me to answer you? Anyway, let's kick it up a notch, shall we? Naruto said as he activated one of his ultimate form. He's finally drawing out yuki, no point in battling a Jinchuriki in a stamina contest, I'll have to use the other form. He mused as he called his jutsu. Futon. Seiki Kanpatsu no Kiwami. Naruto said as the wind violently picked up. Yagura charged at him and engaged the blonde in a taijutsu fight. Be careful, Naruto, in this form everything he hits is instantly trapped into coral prison structures from the initial point of contact with his Sangosho. Yelled Mei as she and the other 3 just finished with their opponents. Naruto nodded to her and gave them a sign with his hand lifting 3 fingers. They understood what he wanted and moved from their position. It doesn't matter if they help you, no one ever came out of this alive. Yagura roared as Naruto continued to evade his every hit with his eyes closed, the ground and walls around them turning into coral structures as Yagura kept missing. Naruto counted to 3 and suddenly leapt back and yelled, now. As he did so, Mei, Ao, Zabuza and Haku appeared out of nowhere and positioned themselves around the transformed Yagura in a perfect square formation, with Yagura being the center. Naruto then called his jutsu as each of the 4 rebels suddenly took out a special-looking kunai and planted it strongly into the ground. Uzumaki Haijutsu, Akuma Sokubaku Wana. Naruto yelled. 4 dark chains appeared from the ground and instantly attached themselves around Yagura's body. The draining effect did its magic pretty quickly as Yagura could not move anymore. Naruto then launched himself in front of the Mizukage and prepared his final move, his right hand ready for an open palm thrust with his fingers radiating a purplish-looking chakra. Gogyo Fuin, he yelled as he slammed his right hand in Yagura's stomach. The result was immediate, the chakra shroud around Yagura's body dispelled before he fell to the ground unconscious. Naruto deactivated all his techniques and laid down on the ground exhausted. I guess the was is over, he said as he slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep in the middle of the street. Chapter 29, Savior. Kurigakure, Hospital. Naruto slowly opened his eyes and wondered where he was. The distinctive chemical smell and the white color all over the room immediately told him what he needed to know: he was in a hospital. He quickly got out of the bed and tried to communicate with his girlfriend Natsuki. "Na-chan, are you here?" asked the blonde. "I'm here, Naru-kun, it's good to hear your voice again," replied Natsuki. "What happened? The last thing I remember is me fighting Yagura in Kurigakure and then nothing," Naruto said in confusion. "You won the fight and then lost consciousness after you used all of your chakra. You were so low in chakra and energy that your body simply shut down and you couldn't even access your mindscape. I'm not sure how much time has passed since that moment, since my perception of the outside time in here is a bit vague," Natsuki told him. "No point in worrying about it alone in this room, let's go find Mei and the others," Naruto replied. He then unsealed a spare set of clothes and changed into them. He noticed that his katana had been put on a small table on the left of his bed. Once he had all his equipment back on, he left his room in the hospital. Remembering what the Mizukage Tower looked like, he slowly made his way there. He didn't feel the need to use Shunshin and did not want to strain his body just after recovering from chakra exhaustion, so he took the safe and long way. On his way to the tower, he was a little surprised at how the people around looked at him. Those weren't looks of fear or hatred he was used to get in his own village. The population looked at him with nothing but admiration and awe. Naruto decided to keep his distance and only discreetly smiled back to them, still not sure of what was going on. He picked up the pace and then arrived at the tower. Mizukage Tower, Mizukage Office. Naruto was immediately allowed access to the Mizukage office when he arrived in front of the leader's room. He was relieved to see Mei sitting behind the desk when he got inside. In his days he could recognize 1 or 2 familiar faces on his way there, but most were new ones he never saw before. "It seems you're finally awake, Uzumaki-san. I was starting to think you would never wake up after you lost consciousness at the end of the fight against Yagura," Mei said to him as he went inside the room. "Just call me Naruto please, and I kinda came here to talk about that." "How long did I sleep and what's the situation?" the blonde asked. "Sure Naruto-kun, if you say so," Mei said with a grin on her face while a certain vixen in his mind had a tick mark appear on her head. Mei then told him everything. "First of all, a week passed since your fight with Yagura. As expected, after the defeat of their master the loyalist army completely collapsed in a matter of hours and our forces were able to best them easily," Mei started. "Most of them are currently being held in a temporary camp we created just outside of the village. They will all undergo physical and psychological exams before we can decide which one can be reinstated and those who can't. For those who perpetrated crimes against us, bloodline users, they will be trialed, then if they are found guilty they will be executed. For the others, they will be exiled from Water Country," she continued. "Moreover, it seems that most of the civil population of the village was terrified by Yagura and his men. No one could oppose him and they all lived in fear that he would suspect any of them to be on the side of the bloodline users and kill all their family. They were relieved to see our troops overrun the loyalists and were very helpful and cooperative with us since we took the village back," she said with a smile. "Finally, after everything was over and we captured every last one of them, a temporary council has been created and I was elected to be their leader and the new Mizukage of Kurigakure. Yagura, being a special case, is currently detained in a cell of the basement of the Anbu headquarters. His chakra is completely sealed off and he is watched by guards at all time. He woke up 2 days ago and it seems he doesn't remember anything, no bloodline purge, no civil war, nothing. It is as if he was in a dream world during all those years. Our best interrogators seem to think that he is genuinely convinced that all those things never happened," Mei finished. "So I guess he won't remember anything about me being in the bingo book with a huge bounty for my head in Kiri," Naruto said. "I'm sorry, I know you also came here to know more about that. That's why I decided that he cannot be executed, even if his crimes are real we still have a use for him," Mei said. However, she saw that Naruto did not enjoy seeing a fellow Jinchuriki treated like an object to be used or disposed of and she reassured him. "Rest assured that I didn't mean to use him as a weapon or anything, I'll give you the 2 reasons I have to keep him alive. First, we are not sure about the process of a Jinchuriki dying. Killing Yagura off could easily doom us all if the Sanbi was released at the death of its host. Secondly, by keeping him alive there's always a chance to know what happened to him that turned him from a gentle and peaceful leader to the crazy monster he became. We could at the same time discover what made him put such a high bounty on your head in the bingo book. Mei explained to him. I understand and apologize to you for judging you too fast. Naruto said, bowing down in shame. Don't worry about that, we're friends, right, Naruto-kun? Mei said with a smile. Of course, Mei-chan, Naruto said with conviction and a huge smile of his own. And don't worry about the bingo book either. Even if we can't learn more about it from Yagura, I'll make sure to remove the bounty on your head from Kurigakure. I'll make it even better if you let me, of course. The redhead said to him. What do you mean by that? Naruto asked. You may have noticed on your way here how the people looked at you. Asked the new Mizukage, getting a nod from Naruto. Well, it turns out some of them saw you fight Yagura, and by the end of the week every single soul in the village knew who the one that defeated the tyrant was. I know that you were supposed to act under the cover of secrecy for this mission, but now that the previous Mizukage is out of the equation, there is no risk for Konoha anymore. I also know that you are really proud to serve Konoha, but I'd like to offer you a position in Kurigakure. I would like you to join the 7 swordsmen who will call themselves the 8 swordsmen if you accept. Mei announced to her friend. But I can't. Naruto tried to speak. Before you say no, please listen to me. What I proposed is an honorary position. I would have loved for you to really join us, but I know where your heart is. What I want is for you to become the 8th blade of Kurigakure. It is the highest rank I can give to one of my shinobi. You would have the same authority and power of all the 7 other members but still be a Konoha shinobi. Mei explained. Why would you bestow such a powerful position to me? I am a nobody, most of my own village hates and fears me. Asked an incredulous Naruto. You are our savior, we won't be satisfied with anything less, Naruto-kun. Don't worry, we will also officially open negotiations for peace and alliance with Konoha, but the people of Kurigakure want you to become one of them, even if it is only an honorary position. Mei replied. Then I will also honor your people by becoming the 8th blade of Kurigakure. Naruto announced as he bowed again in front of Mei. Thank you, Naruto-kun, now I know that you want to go back to the leaf as soon as possible. The doctors said that you were good to go, but I would advise you to pass one last night here and then leave tomorrow. Mei said with a smile. I think I'll follow your advice, Mei-chan. I'll visit the village since I've never been here before, and then tomorrow morning I'll head back to Konoha. The blonde replied before leaving her office. Water Country, Eastern Island. At the same moment, in a deserted island to the east of Kurigakure, Hidan and Kakuzu were slowly getting out of a thick forest, with Hidan holding the body of a young man over his shoulder. Damn, that one sure was a pain with his strange bubble techniques. Whined the silver-haired man. It is your own fault, saying that you could take him out alone, you idiot. Replied his partner. I've never said anything about the other two though. You could have prevented those 2 pests from interfering in the fight, you know. Yelled Hidan. It's not like they could kill you anyway, what are you complaining about? Calmly said Kakuzu. You let them escape. And that damn Jinchuriki stopped me from following them too. Jashin-sama will have your soul, I promise you. Hidan continued to rant. The Jinchuriki was the only one with a value, the other 2 were worthless. Replied Kakuzu. There you go again with the money, Hidan said. Just shut up and let's go get our next target. Kakuzu continued. How will we get him? You said that he was protected by his army. Hidan asked. It seems the rebellion won the war. They won't take the risk of killing him since it could release the 3-tailed beast within him. They will transfer him to somewhere safe. When the time comes we will get him. Replied his partner. Why the hell am I the one carrying this one anyway? Yelled Hidan. You're the one who defeated him, so you're responsible for him, until we deliver him to the leader. Kakuzu replied. You're lucky I can't kill you, bastard. Hidan said as he moved on. The lucky one is you. Kakuzu said as they both disappeared again in the darkness. Kurigakure, main gates. Naruto exited from his hotel at dawn and made his way to the village's gates. The streets were empty. He still remembered visiting the village yesterday and how everyone treated him with respect and admiration. He wondered if the time would come for him to one day receive the same kind of treatment in Konoha. He absent-mindedly made his way to the gates, lost in his thoughts. He didn't notice until he was close that he wasn't alone. Naruto's eyes widened when he looked up. In front of him in the gates stood Mei, Ao, Chojuro, Zabuza, Haku, and almost every villager of Kurigakure. They all wanted to say goodbye to their savior. Take care of yourself, Naruto-kun, said Mei as she kissed him on his cheek, again causing Natsuki to curse in the seal. I will, Mei-chan, you two take good care of your people. Naruto replied to the redhead. I'm sorry I was rude to you when we first met, Naruto. said Ao as he bowed down. It's forgotten already, Ao, you only did your job. Naruto reassured him. It was a pleasure meeting you, Naruto-san, shyly said Chojuro. You are a member of the 8 swordsmen too, Chojuro, be more confident in yourself, said Naruto with determination in his voice to show the young swordsman the way. Be careful on your way back, Naruto-kun, Haku said. Don't worry, I will. I'm not so easily taken down, you can ask Yagura, Naruto said with a smirk. You better not screw up, Gaki, now that you're a member of the 8 swordsmen, even an unofficial one, your actions reflect on us all, don't forget it. Zabuza said seriously. You can rest assured that I will never tarnish the name of the swordsman of Kurigakure, Naruto replied. And with that, Naruto left the village of the Hidden Mist, under the cheers of the crowd and the smiles of his newest friends. Konoha, Hokage office. Tsunade was not having a good day. She was not one to believe in superstition, but today she kept having strange things happening to her. First, she broke her favorite mirror while fixing her makeup in the morning. Then when she arrived at her office, she dropped her favorite sake cup on the floor and it broke in several pieces. Finally, when she was about to go out to get lunch, she accidentally pushed away a picture of her, Jiraiya and Naruto away from her desk, making it fall to the ground. It was now the afternoon and she had finished most of the paperwork she had to do for the day. Shizune suddenly entered her office, trying to catch her breath. Apparently she had a scroll for Tsunade from the Mizukage. With only Shizune and her knowing about Naruto's latest mission, they were both anxious at the content of the scroll. Is Naruto-kun alright? I hope his mission is a success, thought Shizune. It's too soon, something must have gone wrong. I hope Yagura didn't catch him, were Tsunade's thoughts. The Hokage verified that the scroll had the seal of the Mizukage and then opened it. As she scanned the content of the letter, both hers and her disciple's eyes widened. Dear Hokage Dono. It is with great pleasure that I send you this scroll to announce that the civil war in Kurigakure is finally over. I am Terumi Mei, former leader of the rebellion and the one who sent Haku and Chojuro to Konoha to enlist the help of one of your shinobi to help us win this war. From now on I am the new Mizukage of the Kurigakure village. Your subordinate served you and us well, his participation was a key factor in our victory against Yagura and his forces. He is leaving Kiri today and shall arrive in Konoha in a few days. We would like to formally open negotiations with Konoha about alliance and peace treaties. Please find sealed inside this scroll a small show of our gratitude towards your village and this shinobi you sent. Regards. Terumi Mei, Godime Mizukage of Kurigakure. He did it, that damn brat did it. In only 2 weeks he helped them win the war, I can't believe it. Tsunade said. What's sealed in the scroll, Tsunade-sama? Asked a curious Shizune. Tsunade used chakra and unsealed the item that was sealed inside the scroll Mei sent. Both master and disciple's eyes widened again when they saw what the item was, the new edition of the bingo book. Setting aside the déjà vu, Shizune opened the book to the S-rank section and showed Naruto's profile to her master. It read. Name, Uzumaki Naruto. Nickname, Konoha's K's no Kami. Kiri's 8th blade. Age, 16. Rank, S. Status, Jonin. Attributes, Kenjutsu S, Ninjutsu S, Genjutsu S, Taijutsu A, and Fuinjutsu A. Affinities, Wind. Bloodline, unknown. Description, has a very high affinity to the wind element. Sage of the mythical dragon summoning contract. Casts unbreakable Genjutsu. Member of Kurigakure's 8 swordsmen. Defeated A-ranked Kiri Nuken and Momochi Zabuza the Kurigakure no Kijin. Defeated Sabaku no Gara the Suna's Ikibi Jinchuriki. Defeated S-rank Konoha Nuken and Uchiha Itachi the Sharingan prodigy. Defeated S-rank Iwa Nuken and Deidara the Mad Bomber. Defeated S-rank Kiri Yondaime Mizukage Yagura the Sanbi's Jinchuriki. Action, kill on sight. Bounty, 100 million ryo in Iwa and aim. They removed the bounty on his head from Kiri. Analyzed Shizune. That's not all, it says member of Kurigakure's 8 swordsmen, and his stats have been upped again. Tsunade added. Well, isn't he already a S-ranked shinobi, why is it important? Asked Shizune. You may not know about it since their profiles have long been removed from the book, as they are all dead, but there is another rank above S-ranked shinobi like Naruto or me. In Konoha only one man ever reached that rank, Namikaze Minato, Konoha's Kuroi Senko and SS-ranked shinobi with a flee on sight order. Tsunade told her disciple. So Naruto-kun may one day reach that level if he continues to improve. Demanded the brunette, worried about her surrogate little brother. I don't know, Shizune. I don't know, Tsunade replied. They were about to close the book when the ground shook. Looking outside, the Hokage and her disciple could see Gamabunta, Jiraiya's summon. With him was a smaller toad, Fukasaku the elder. What are you doing here, Fukusaku-sama? Where is the pervert? Tsunade asked. I'm afraid I am the bearer of bad news, Tsunade-chan. Fukusaku replied. Chapter 30, Prophecy. Konoha, Main Gates. It only took 2 days for Naruto to come back to Konoha from Kiri. He decided to use one of his dragon summoned transporter to travel instead of taking a boat when he left. Now that he was finally back in front of Konoha's gates, he wanted to go back to his compound and continue his search for his father's notes on the Shiki Fujin as soon as possible. He could tell that even if Natsuki didn't say anything about it, she was starting to feel quite frustrated, if her reaction to Mei teasing him was a good indication. He was however disappointed that Jiraiya didn't have more information on the seal. His only hope now was to find his father research on it. Even though freeing Natsuki was his main goal, he also knew that the Shiki Fujin was somehow related to his current problem concerning his power growth. To unlock the next level of his bloodline, he needed to be able to use more Yuki than the seal currently allowed him to. His fight with Yagura made him realize that he was still too weak. He would not be able to defeat more than one opponent of Yagura's level at the same time. He knew that Akatsuki always had 2 members moving together for their missions. He was terrified at the thought of them hurting Natsuki because he was too weak to protect her. He was pulled out of his thoughts as he reached the checkpoint. The Chunin guard Izumo told him that he needed to immediately go see Tsunade at her office. It was starting to become a routine for Naruto to be summoned in Tsunade's office as soon as he set foot in Konoha after a long mission. Consequently, he absent-mindedly made his way to the Hokage Tower without further delay. Hokage Office. Naruto entered Tsunade's office to see her seated behind her desk, talking to a small toad in front of her. Shizune, who had been surprisingly quiet when she saw him, was right next to him and closed the doors to her master's office behind her. I'm back, Tsunade-ba-chan, my mission is accomplished. Naruto loudly said. I already know, Naruto, the Mizukage sent me a scroll earlier. I will read your mission report later, but for now there's someone you need to meet. Tsunade replied in a low voice. Sure, who is it? And what's with the old toad? I thought you were summoning slugs while Ero Sennin was the one summoning the toads. Naruto said, taking a better look at Tsunade's guest. Watch your mouth, Naruto. He is one of the 2 elder toad sage Fukusaku-sama, from Mount Myoboku. Tsunade yelled. I see, please forgive me for my rudeness. What do you need me for, and where is Jiraiya-sensei? Naruto replied while bowing to Fukusaku. So this young man here is Jiraiya's last student? Fukusaku asked, his eyes analyzing Naruto. Yes, Fukusaku-sama. This is Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, son of Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato, another one of your previous summoner and our 4th Hokage. Naruto traveled the world with Jiraiya for 3 years and was also taught by him during that time. However, he already had another summon contract with the Dragon Clan from his mother's side, so he never signed the Toad contract, much to Jiraiya's regret. Tsunade replied. I see, there is no easy way to say this, but Jiraiya is dead, Naruto, replied the elder Toad sage. What? Naruto was stunned, unable to process the information. Naruto-kun. Shizune put a hand on his shoulder, but he just stood there, unmoving and lost in his thoughts. How? He said, regaining his composure after some time. Fukusaku then told him everything. Jiraiya was spotted not too long after infiltrating a Megakure. He fought against an Akatsuki members but couldn't tell if one of them was the leader of the mysterious group or not. The opponent possessed the Rinnegan, a legendary dujutsu said to be directly inherited from the sage of the Sixth Path himself. The most surprising fact was that not 1 but 6 shinobi with the Akatsuki robes had the Rinnegan. Jiraiya used everything in his arsenal to fight them, going as far as summoning the 2 elder toad sages in battle. He could somehow discover that one of them only used summoning techniques and another one could deflect or absorb ninjutsu techniques. Jiraiya managed to catch the one using summons in one of his toad trap jutsu, as well as a random shinobi from a Megakure who knew a little about them. Their bodies were currently in the toad's possession. Jiraiya could have fled, but in the end, he chose to stay and fight. He made an important discovery at the last moment, but his throat was instantly crushed by his opponent before he could voice his finding. On his last breath, Jiraiya was able to carve a coded message on Fukusaku's back using chakra before the Akatsuki members silenced him forever. That's how it happened, I was right there with him until the end, said Fukusaku as he finished his story. Naruto couldn't handle it, he felt like he was suffocating, he needed to get out of Tsunade's office. He abruptly left the room without saying anything. Shizune tried to stop him, but Tsunade told her to let him go. Leave him be, Shizune, he needs to have a moment alone. Tsunade said. I can see in his eyes that he really cared about Jiraiya. Fukusaku added. I'm sorry, Fukusaku-sama, I know you wanted to tell him more about the prophecy, but he wasn't in the right state of mind. Tsunade replied. It's quite alright Tsunade, I'll come back again tomorrow. The elder toad said before he left the room too. Shizune decided to go back to her duties and left Tsunade alone in her office. The blonde Hokage then sealed the room. Finally alone, she stopped holding back her emotions and shed her first tears in a very long time. The pervert died without ever knowing how much he really meant to her. She was too stubborn to admit her feelings for him, and now it was too late. With Naruto. Naruto aimlessly wandered Konoha's streets for hours before he arrived inside Training Ground 7. It was not used anymore since Kakashi's team had been disbanded after Uchiha Sasuke's betrayal. Naruto stopped in front of the memorial stone, a large stone tablet where Konoha's heroes' names were carved for eternity. The last edition was what caught his attention. It was his master's name. He just stared at it for several minutes without moving. I had a feeling I'd find you here, said a voice from behind Naruto. It's been a long time, Gigi. Naruto replied to his surrogate grandfather. How are you doing, my boy? Asked Sarutobi. Not so good, Gigi. I assume you've been told about rasengan. Naruto said with a sad voice. Yes, I learned about Jiraiya. I guess I also came here to collect my thoughts about my former student. Replied the Sandaime Hokage. And how is it going on your end? Naruto asked without looking at the old man. Not so good either, I'm afraid. I only took one genin team in my long shinobi career. Jiraiya is the first student that I lost. I feel that it shouldn't be that way. Students aren't supposed to die before their sensei. Sarutobi said. It's all my fault, Gigi. I should have insisted to go with him when we split in Kusagaku. I knew it was a dangerous mission. I could have helped him against that Akatsuki member. Akatsuki. It's my fault again that we're investigating them in the first place. If it wasn't for me, Rasengan would have never fought them to the extent of losing his life in order to discover their weakness. Naruto said with tears rolling down his cheeks. Sarutobi gently put a hand on his surrogate grandson's shoulder and then spoke to him. Naruto, even though losing a student is new to me, I also lost both of my sensei when I was younger, so I can somehow understand your train of thoughts right now. The old man started. First of all, I'm sure Jiraiya told you that the Omegakure mission was an infiltration one. That means that he had more chance to success by working alone. Furthermore, nothing about Akatsuki is your fault, Naruto-kun. You are also a victim. You never chose to have the Kyuubi sealed in you. He continued. Finally, I think I understand what motivated Jiraiya in his fight against the Akatsuki member. It is true that he could have easily fled the area with his skills, but he chose to remain. He knew that a confrontation against such a foe would have certainly resulted in death for anyone who would have come unprepared. He decided to stay and gather everything he could in order for you to win the fight next time against that enemy. The Sandaime finished. Me, I don't know what to do anymore. Naruto said. I have no doubt that the encrypted message he left with Fukusaku-sama was for you. Teachers always try to leave something behind for their students when they die. Before Tobirama-sensei died, he entrusted his will of fire to me. I'm sure Jiraiya did the same with you, Naruto. The old man replied with a smile while remembering his own teacher's last words. Saru, protect those who love the village and those who believe in you, and nurture those to whom you can entrust the next generation. Starting tomorrow, you are the Hokage. Naruto then remembered a conversation he had with Jiraiya during their training trip 3 years ago as Jiraiya's words flashed in his mind. Even I can see there's too much hate in our ninja world. And I wanted to do something about this hatred, yet I'm not sure what must be done. But I have faith that there will come a time when people can truly understand one another. And if I can't find the answer, perhaps I will entrust you to find it. Naruto then clenched his right hand fist and raised it to the sky. I'll find a way, I promise you, Jiraiya-sensei. He yelled. Thanks, Gigi, I think I know what to do now. The blonde said before he used Shunshin to leave. Sarutobi then looked back at the memorial stone and stopped his eyes on two other names, Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato. You would be both so proud of him, Minato, Kushina. Thought the old man before he slowly made his way back to his home. Namikaze compound. That night, when Naruto arrived in his family compound, he was physically and mentally exhausted. On his way back, he had met Iruka, who invited him to go eat ramen, but the blonde was not really in the mood. Naruto simply got inside his room, took a shower and then went to bed. There was only one person he wanted to be with right now, and he was currently making his way to her house. Mindscape. Naruto joined Natsuki in his mindscape. The vixen was patiently waiting for him in front of her house. When she saw him approach, she ran straight to him and embraced him in a warm hug. Naruto was the one who broke the hug and spoke first. Henna-chan, I know you're still mad at me about the kiss thing with Mei, but I really wanted to see you tonight. Naruto said in a low tone. Shish, it's all right now. I'm not mad at you at all, I was just frustrated that she could hold you in the real world while I can't," replied the vixen. "I'll resume my research on the seal as soon as possible. Missions be damned, Ba-chan won't be able to force me to take any additional mission until I find my father's notes on the Shiki-Fujin, even if I have to use my clan head privileges for that," Naruto told her. "Freeing me is not the most important thing right now, you have to discover what Jiraiya wanted to say in his dying message," Natsuki said back to him. She saw the sadness in his eyes when she mentioned his master. The redhead then took his arm and pulled him inside the house. They made their way to her room and she then went to her bed and pulled him close to her. She smiled when she felt his arms around her as Naruto pulled her into a tight hug. "I love you Na-chan, I wish we could stay like this forever," Naruto whispered in her ears. "I love you too Naru-kun, that will never change. Our whole lives in front of us, you need to focus on defeating the Akatsuki first. To do that you need to decrypt your master's last words," Natsuki said. "I will, but not tonight. I just want to hold you in my arms tonight," Naruto replied. They fell asleep like that, in each other's arms. Hokage office. Naruto arrived in Tsunade's office the next afternoon with Shikamaru and Shiho, a scientist working for the decryption department of Konoha's Intel division. They took the entire morning to crack the coded message that Jiraiya left behind for Naruto. Turns out the pervert used his own book as a reference for Naruto to be the only one to understand his message. It said, "The real one is not among them." Fukasaku was there too, but the message still seemed too vague for him to know what Jiraiya actually meant. The Elder Toad then decided to reveal to Naruto the great prophecy Jiraiya was told. A long time ago, when Jiraiya-chan was still as young as you are right now, the great sage announced that he would journey all over the world, writing books. He would then one day take an apprentice, and that apprentice would later either become the savior or the destroyer of the world. Fukasaku said. "And you think that I'm the one mentioned in this prophecy?" asked Naruto. "There's no doubt about it, you are Jiraiya's last living apprentice. He believed in you and sacrificed his life for you to defeat Akatsuki. We, of the Toad clan, will believe in you too. I'm sure that you are the one who will become the savior of this world," Fukasaku said. And with that, the Elder Toad left Konoha. Since Jiraiya did not choose and train a successor to be the next Toad summoner, Konoha just lost one of its most powerful summoning contract. Unknown location. Akatsuki was meeting again in one of those dark caves they usually use. The giant ceiling statue was there too. In front of it were the 5 core of their victims. "That's the last of them, good work everyone. You all accomplished your missions and brought back your designated targets," the leader said. It was a piece of cake. The Rokubi Jinchuriki had some nice moves, but in the end he stood no chance against our immortal powers. The Sanbi was even easier. Apparently the Kyuubi brat took him down at the request of the rebels, we just waited for them to transfer him to a secure place to kidnap him. Hidan bragged. "Everything went as I anticipated, we used his fame against him," the leader replied. "What now?" Zetsu asked. "You will continue to monitor the remaining Jinchuriki from afar. Don't let them notice you. Everyone else is on standby until further notice," the leader announced. They all left after that and the leader dispelled the Geto Mazo before disappearing in the darkness himself. Namikaze compound. It had been a week since Naruto came back. He was still searching the house for his father's notes. He already verified every corner of the library room 10 times, and he was getting more and more desperate. "Maybe you are looking at this from the wrong point of view. Are you sure the library room was the only place your father would have been working inside when he developed his techniques?" Natsuki asked. "If we follow your reasoning, those notes could be everywhere inside the compound, and it's pretty damn huge," Naruto replied. "It must have been his latest work since it's not inside the library," Natsuki added. "Then it should have taken place close to my day of birth. Where would he work during those days?" Naruto said. "If he's anything like you, I doubt he would have left the mother of his future child out of his sight for long," Natsuki supplied. "If that's the case then there's only one room where they would most likely pass those days," Naruto said as his eyes widened. Naruto ran straight into his parents' bedroom. It was a room that he left untouched since he arrived. Inside the room was a huge bed, lockers and a small desk in a corner of the room. There was no visible trace of his father ever using the desk, but Naruto decided to inspect it anyway. Finding nothing out of the ordinary, Naruto sat down behind the desk and tried to imagine himself working there. He closed his eyes for a second and then he suddenly stood up. He looked at the desk again, and then he found it. A seal was carved under the desk. It was a blood seal again. As he unlocked the seal, a poof of smoke appeared on the table, revealing what he had been looking for since he came into this house, his father's notes on the Shiki-Fujin. Chapter 31, The Key. Namikaze compound. Naruto sat in the library room, he felt safe there inside the sealed room that only his blood could bypass. In front of him, on a desk, were the notes his father left on the Shikifujin. After a first reading of the scroll's content, Naruto had to admit that it was the pinnacle of the sealing arts. Its complexity was pushed to a level no one has ever reached before. The young Namikaze clan head had to thank Jiraiya again for his teachings, for without him Naruto would have never been able to even comprehend how incredible that particular seal his father made is. He had in the past already studied his fair share of high-level sealing jutsu, through the Uzumaki clan scroll. Developing the Yuki converting seal he currently had above his heart was also achieved from upgrading an old Uzumaki sealing jutsu. Judging from the notes he had before his eyes, Naruto could tell his father was a genius when it came to fuinjutsu techniques. The Shikifujin was designed to store half of Natsuki's Yuki inside Minato, the caster, while the other half was sealed inside the target, Naruto. However, like everything on Earth, there is a way to counterbalance the seal, the key. It was created at the same time the seal was formed and has the ability to open the lock of the seal without instantly killing Naruto in the process. That's it. The reason I never could access more than 5 taels of your power, I only house half of your Yuki na-chan. Naruto said. That makes sense, no matter how you look at it, you were too young and fragile at the time for your father to seal all of my Yuki inside you. Replied Natsuki. I need to find out what my father did with that key though. According to the notes he shouldn't have had the time to really go far away with it since the jutsu cost him his life as soon as the process was complete. Naruto added. Then the only possible explanation is that he gave it to someone trustworthy who was also there that night. Natsuki continued. Gigi was there that night. He was the one who took me back to the village, my father must have entrusted the key to him. Naruto said as he stood up and made his way out of the room. What are you planning to do? Asked the vixen. I'll go to the old man's family compound and ask him about it. Naruto replied. What will you tell him? I thought you said he would be against you experimenting on the seal. Natsuki asked. Just the truth, Gigi already knows about you anyway and I think we can trust him with the plan to save you and upgrade my power to the last level of the bloodline. Naruto replied as he went out of his house and ran to the Sarutobi clan compound. Sarutobi compound. The old man's compound was not very far from his own house. Naruto had only been there once in the past when he was running away from a mob of civilians trying to harm him. The Sandame found him in the streets and brought him inside his house. As he arrived, Naruto saw Hiruzen tending to his plants in the garden. Hey Gigi, how are you doing? Naruto asked. I'm fine my boy, what are you doing here? The former Kage replied. I need to speak with you about something personal, can we go to a secure place to talk about it? Naruto said with a serious tone. Sure, follow me inside, Hiruzen said as he went inside his manor. Naruto followed shortly after him. They went through the manor, the Sandame then finally stopped inside a huge room, it was the family dojo. When Naruto entered the room suddenly glowed, signaling that his Gigi just sealed it. This should be good enough, we can freely talk here, I often used this room when I trained or developed new jutsu in secrecy and the seal is as powerful as the one in the Hokage office. The old man said getting a nod from Naruto. Thanks Gigi, now I'll go straight to the point, I found my father's notes on the Shikifujin. Announced the blonde Jonin. I see, what can I do for you? Surely you know better than me about fuinjutsu nowadays, I'm no beginner but it was never my forte either. Replied Hiruzen. Naruto sighed, judging from his reaction, the old man was obviously not aware of the existence of the key. Naruto decided to trust his instinct and told him the whole story anyway, the key, what he needed it for and his previous assumptions about its whereabouts. I'm sorry Naruto-kun, I was indeed there the night of the attack 16 years ago but Minato never entrusted me with this key you speak about. When I found you, after the barrier your father used dispelled, there was nothing that looked like a key. Hiruzen told him. If it's not you then who? Eros Sennin was not there that night, he told me he was in a spying mission at the time. My mother died that day too so it cannot be her either. Naruto analyzed out loud. Hiruzen replayed the scene in his head, from the moment everyone in the village heard the explosion noises caused by the rampaging Kyuubi to the moment when Minato appeared on the battlefield, riding on top of Gamabunta. Of course, how could I forget? Another ally was also there with your father that night, when he arrived on the battlefield, he was on top of his toad summon, Gamabunta. Hiruzen said. Then it's the toads, they have it. Thank you so much Gigi, now I know where to look for the key. Naruto added with a smile. Do you, now? May I remind you that since you didn't sign the toad contract, you lost the only chance you had to contact them when Fukusaku-sama left. The Sandame replied. Naruto's eyes widened, he completely forgot about that. Seeing his surrogate grandson's sad face, Hiruzen chuckled and then spoke again. Well, there's still a way to get to them even without their contracts. I'm not sure whether it will work or not though. The Sandame said. Really? Please tell me, Gigi. Naruto pleaded. I've heard stories about the summoned creatures that we call into our world with the summoning contracts. A legend says that they all come from the same world. It is a sealed place only accessible via summoning or reverse summoning techniques. If it's true, then I assume that this summoning world must be divided in area where each type of summoned creature rule over one area. The ruler of the monkey clan is Enma while the one from the toad clan is Gamabunta and finally the dragon king is Ryuo. Each of them controls an area of that summoned world. Sarutobi explained. So if I could somehow able to convince the dragon king to help me, then I may still be able to reach the toad's realm. Naruto finally said, getting a nod from the Sandame. The blonde then left and made his way towards his own home. Otogakure, underground base. It had been 3 weeks since Kabuto started the preparations for his master's soul transfer jutsu. During that time, the snake's health just kept getting worse, as Naruto's Rasengan damages were spreading inside his body. Orochimaru had been bedridden ever since they came back from the fight with Naruto and Jiraiya in Kusagakure. I have good news, my lord, the preparations are finally over for your soul transfer technique, announced Kabuto as he came into the room. Good, have you poisoned his food and water as plain too? Replied the Sannin. Yes, the first symptoms shall appear when you confront him, Kabuto said with a smirk. Kukuku, the moment of my resurrection has finally come, today I shall obtain the Sharingan. Orochimaru said. I will summon Sasuke to your room immediately then, Kabuto said as he left his master's room. As Kabuto reached the door of his master's room he stopped right outside, in the corridor. The medic then knelt to the ground and bowed his head down in front of a person. Is everything ready, Kabuto? Asked the shadow. Yes, my lord, Orochimaru has been fed the poison as you ordered and he won't put much of a fight. His body has now been weakened to the max from his last fight, to the extent that he can barely channel any chakra anymore. Kabuto replied. What about the other bases and their commanders? The mysterious voice asked again. They have all been killed and replaced by new commanders, loyal to you only, my lord. Kabuto informed him. How long do I have once you activate the temporary counter seal to his curse seal? Asked the voice. You will have 1 hour before he can use the seal against you again. Kabuto replied. Alright, stay here. I will go deal with Orochimaru once and for all, the shadow said as he slowly moved out of the dark corner and his face was finally visible. Yes, Uchiha-sama, Kabuto said, still kneeling in front of his new master. Chidori Iso, Sasuke said as a lightning beam left his extended hand and went through the wall of Orochimaru's room. The lightning spear pierced Orochimaru's body and the Sannin started to bleed profusely. As Sasuke went inside the room to finish his opponent, Orochimaru tried to use the curse seal to force Sasuke to obey him, but it didn't work. Surprised that your little seal doesn't work anymore, Sasuke taunted. How? Asked Orochimaru as he felt his body go numb, most likely from the lightning spear that pierced his upper body. You should really pay more attention to your subordinates, and to never trust someone who already betrayed his last master to join you. The Uchiha replied. So you betrayed me too, Kabuto, slowly said the snake Sennin as he tried to play his last card. Orochimaru tried to summon his last forces and go for the jutsu anyway, but it failed. Whatever Kabuto gave him during those 3 weeks, it was not healing him, quite the opposite. You should start feeling it now, you have been fed with the poison you planned to use on Uchiha-sama. Now you have no more chakra and no energy left either, Kabuto said as he entered the room too. Why? Asked Orochimaru. You wanna know why? You've changed, you're not the strong person you were in the past anymore. Lately every plan you set in motion ended in failure. I've decided to follow a stronger man, your era is over, you will now join your ex-teammate in the afterlife. Replied the medic shinobi. Before Orochimaru could reply again, Sasuke took the kusanagi that was laying on the floor besides the snake's bed and cut off his head. I did not come here to hear your talk with your former master, I am the new leader here now. Clean this up and go gather everyone, said Sasuke as he made his way out of the room. Yes, Uchiha-sama, said Kabuto as he looked back at the retreating form of the Nadaime Otokage. Namikaze compound. Naruto was inside his compound's walls, in his personal training ground. He went through hand signs and called his jutsu. Ninpo, Kuchio's no jutsu, he yelled while slamming his hands on the floor. As the smoke generated from the summoning jutsu settled down, Hiryu the fire dragon made its appearance. What can I do for you today, Naruto-sama? Asked the dragon. I need to speak with Ryuo-sama, could you ask him to reverse summon me to your realm please? Naruto replied. Very well, Naruto-sama. I will go inform our king of your request. The dragon said back, then it dispelled itself. Naruto forgot to ask how long it would take for Hiryu to actually get an audience with its leader. The blonde was about to get back inside his house when he disappeared in a poof of smoke himself. Summon World, Dragon's Realm. Naruto reappeared in a familiar place, the mountain where he met Ryuo the Dragon King for the first time when he signed the contract 3 years ago. What can I do for you, Naruto? Asked the Ryuo as the Dragon King landed right in front of the blonde. Naruto bowed down as he greeted the leader of the dragons, then he told him the reason of his visit. Yes, you have been well informed, all the summoned creature come from this world. They all belong to one of the numerous lands like the one we're currently in. Ryuo announced, making the blonde in front of him smile. Then can you show me the way to the Toad's area? Naruto asked. You are very lucky that the Toad are a part of the alliance we the Dragon Clan belong to. Had it not been the case I would have not been able to help you in meeting them. It is usually highly forbidden for us to bring our summoner out of our area of control. Replied Ryuo. Thank you for your help, I will immediately take my leave then. Naruto said as he called Hiryu. Summon World, Toad's area. It took 2 hours from the Dragon's Realm to reach the area of the Toad clan for Naruto and Hiryu. As soon as they landed, the moment Naruto's foot reached the ground, they were surrounded by toads. Identify yourselves. What does a dragon do here, with a human no less? Asked one of the toads. Shut up, Gamatsu. They are the guests that came to visit us as the great elder sage has predicted. Yelled another toad. Sorry Gamakichi, I've never seen a human before, I was a bit scarred. Replied the first toad. Naruto was about to yell at both of them to stop arguing with each other when a familiar voice spoke. Shut up both of you. What are you doing here, Naruto-chan? Asked Fukusaku as he appeared on the scene and dismissed all the other toads. I came to ask you about something. My father may have entrusted one of you the day of my birth, he calls it the key in his notes. It's important, I really need to know who my father summoned among the toads on that day. Naruto explained. I see, you are correct in your assumption that your father entrusted us with the protection of the key. However, just because he was your father, we won't give you the key until you can prove that you deserve it. Replied the elder toad. I understand, what do I need to do in order to prove that I deserve it? Asked Naruto respectfully. Come with me, our great elder sage foresaw your arrival, riding on one of our allies from the Dragon Clan. Listen very carefully when we reach his place, he will reveal to you your destiny. Added Fukusaku. Did Rasengan had his fate revealed to him in the same manner I'm about to? Naruto asked. Yes, Jiraiya-chan came here in the past, he had his fate revealed to him in the same manner you are about to in a few moments. Replied Fukusaku. Great, then I can't wait to see that mega elder toad that already met Rasengan in the past. Naruto said with conviction in his voice. Chapter 32, Strategy and Preparations. Summoning World, Toad's Area. Naruto followed the elder toad Fukusaku as he went into a huge cave. The inside of the cave consisted on a unique room with a throne seat in the center and 2 smaller seats on each side. Fukusaku took one of the 2 seats while the other one was already occupied by another small toad like him, a female one, most likely his wife. On the center Naruto saw a much larger toad, probably the great elder sage that was going to reveal his destiny to him. Naruto-chan, here is my wife Shima, the other one of the 2 elder sages of Mount Myoboku. In the center is our great elder sage, the oldest and wisest of us all and also the one who can read your future. Announced Fukusaku. It is a great honor to be introduced to you all, but I came here in order to retrieve the key to the Hake no Fuin Shiki that my father entrusted to you. Fukusaku-sama said that I needed to speak with the great elder sage first. Naruto said, trying to be as formal as possible. It is great to see you again. Who are you again? Said the great sage. Naruto couldn't say anything. This is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, great elder. You said that he would visit us and that's why I brought him here in the first place. Fukusaku said. So this is Jiraiya's latest disciple, he really looks like the last one you brought here before him. Shima added. Oh Uzumaki Naruto, yes, I remember now. I have seen a vision about you, are you ready for it? Asked the great elder. I am ready, please tell me what you saw. Naruto replied. In my vision, I see you fighting in a great battle. The vision isn't clear though, your body is covered by a thick mist and I can't say who your enemy is, all I can see are his eyes, they hold great powers. At the end of the war, you will be given a choice. From your answer the fate of the world will depend, if you chose wrong the world will come to an end. The great elder said, stunning all the others present in the room. I see, that's a lot to take in. From my actions, the world can either be saved or come to an end. Did you see anything else in your vision, Great Elder? Naruto replied. Yes, during your journey you will meet new friends. I see you training with an octopus and a cat, they will help you in your future endeavors. I also saw you opening the seal holding back the powers of the fox, was the sage's reply. Meeting an octopus and a cat, that's quite mysterious even for you. So you saw me opening the seal, does that mean you will give me the key then? Naruto asked. Garotora, come in here. My vision is absolutely clear on this, you will store the key in him, said the elder. Another toad immediately appeared as the great sage called him. It was Garotora. Naruto already saw him once when he was training with Jiraiya. It was when the pervert was trying to help him use Yuki before Naruto had the chakra converting seal. So you had the key, how are we doing this? Naruto asked. The scroll toad opened his body, unrolling the scroll he was holding. Inside was a very complex looking seal with a central square mark at the center. Naruto's eyes widened at the sight, he never expected the key to be another Fuinjutsu scroll. You have to put your hand right here inside the square mark and channel chakra through it. Then I will store myself inside your body. You will be able to apply the key to your seal at the moment of your choice after this. The key has the power to weaken, strengthen or completely remove the seal, replied Garotora. After that the toad ordered Naruto to open his mouth and directly dived inside. With a well-placed kick from Fukusaku and Naruto almost throwing up, the storage operation was a success. Now you have the means to tweak the seal as you see fit. I would wait a little bit more if I were you, before completely removing the seal. Think carefully about the location and choose some trustworthy allies to cover for you when you decide to do it, Fukusaku told him. Thank you, old toad. You don't need to worry about that, I will remember your words, Naruto said with determination as he made his way out of the room. His dragon Hiryu was waiting for him outside, ready to leave. After saying goodbye to the toads, Naruto climbed on top of the fire dragon and they flew back in the direction of the dragon's realm. Konoha, Hokage office. Tsunade was currently inside her office, thinking about the latest problem her favorite blonde relative had caused. It had been a week since Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto mysteriously disappeared without a trace from the face of Konoha. Tsunade and Shizune, the only two who were allowed access in the less restricted area of the Namikaze compound, found no evidence of his presence. In the living room, a simple note said that he left for training and would be back as soon as possible. His absence was immediately noted during the weekly council meeting that took place yesterday. Everyone saw the Namikaze clan seat unoccupied. She could not lie about sending him out on a mission since the council had access to the mission reports, so she told them that due to internal family affairs he could not join them for that day. It was a good thing that Konoha's clan had such privilege, no one could question internal family matters of the leading clans seated in the council. The ruse would not work for much longer though, and Naruto had better come back before the next council meeting or they would start to get suspicious. The civilian side of the council, Danzo especially, would not miss the chance to get him removed from the council or worse, mark him as a missing ninja. During the conversation about the missing Namikaze's clan head, Tsunade could see that her sensei seemed to know something about it. The old man had a smile on his face. Tsunade knew that the professor most likely knew about Naruto's whereabouts. It was a good thing, in the sense that if the Sandaime knew about Naruto's location and didn't make a fuss about it, then the younger blonde was probably safe, wherever he was. However, Tsunade felt a little hurt too. As a relative she would have preferred if Naruto had warned her about his sudden trip. Furthermore, as a Hokage she was also entitled to such information. Training Ground 7. It was a very calm day for Haruno Sakura. Her shift at the hospital ended and she had nothing more to do for the rest of the day. Tsunade's disciple decided to go train herself in her old Team 7's training ground. The pink-haired Chunin decided to train in her taijutsu style first and went through the movements she learned from Tsunade. Ever since Uchiha Sasuke deserted the Leaf, she took her training very seriously. For 3 years, she studied under the best medic Kunoichi in the elemental nations, becoming one of the best herself after her master and her fellow student Shizune. When asked about her motivation to become stronger, she always told the same lie, saying that it was for the benefit of Konoha and to help its people. However, deep inside her heart she always knew why she was so focused on her training. She finally understood that if she wanted to have a chance with the Uchiha heir, she needed to have what he seeks in a woman, power. She trained for the better part of the afternoon, taking small breaks in order to not strain her body too much. She was about to call it a day and go back to her home when she saw a hawk landing in front of her. Intrigued by the creature's apparent fearless attitude, she closed the distance between them and observed the bird. It had a small message rolled up and attached in its left leg. After unrolling the paper, the hawk dispelled itself away and she read the content of the message. Her eyes widened at what she saw. Sakura, I need to speak with you. Meet me tonight. I'll find you as soon as you step outside the village's walls. Channel chakra into the paper as soon as you're done reading it. From Uchiha Sasuke. Sakura was stunned at what she had in her hands. Her conscience and loyalty to her master dictated that she should go to the Hokage office right now and show Tsunade the paper. Her heart, however, told her to do as said in the message and destroy any evidence of its existence. She remained at the same spot for quite a long time, lost in her thoughts. She saw herself at the academy, looking at the last Uchiha with love in her eyes. She also saw the hard work she did under Tsunade's tutelage, how fulfilling it felt to finally have someone believe in her. As Sakura finally came back from her trance, her hand holding the piece of paper with Sasuke's message suddenly glowed blue and the paper disappeared in a small flame. Then she slowly made her way towards the gates. That night, Tsunade lost another one of her precious people and the leaf lost one of its most promising medic Kunoichi, as Haruno Sakura easily defeated the two Chunin guarding the main gate and disappeared in the darkness of the night. Unknown location. A new gathering of the Akatsuki group was taking place again in their usual setup, dark cave and every member using their long-range communication jutsu, though the Geto Mazo statue was not out this time. Good, everyone is here. Let's begin the meeting then. Zetsu, make your report. The leader said. I have continued my spying mission since the last time we all met, as ordered. The remaining targets are the Ikibi, Nibi, Hachibi and Kyubi. Ikibi and Kyubi are well aware of our intentions in capturing them and they have not appeared without a good protection insurance ever since. Our best chance for now is to target the other two, the Nibi and Hachibi. Reported Zetsu. Knowing the leaf, they most likely tried to warn Kumo about us, but the Raikage is a prudent and stubborn man. They will not act based on some info sent to them by their old enemy. Uchiha Itachi said in his usual monotonous voice. It's a shame we never managed to get a spy inside Kumo. They are highly suspicious of foreigners and watch their borders tightly. Infiltration won't work easily against them, but it's still the best option we have so far. Replied the leader. Who's going this time? Asked an excited Hidan. Before that, do you have anything else to report, Zetsu? Asked the leader. Yes, it seems our former member Orochimaru is dead. Answered the spy. Who did it? Immediately asked Uchiha Itachi. It seems your brother managed to surprise the snake. He even turned Kabuto against his former master. Together they plotted Sasuke's takeover of Odogakure, eliminating any obstacle in their path before they finally attacked Orochimaru. Zetsu replied. So that slithering freak finally died. A shame really, I wanted to show him who the real immortal is. Added Hidan with a smirk. What of his ring? The leader asked. Neither Kabuto nor Sasuke have been seen wearing it. It seems they don't know its worth or what it really does. It is most likely still inside Orochimaru's former room. Zetsu replied. Very well, I have decided of a strategy to follow for the next few weeks. I will give you all your assignments and team placements, so listen well, I don't wish to repeat myself. Started the leader. Hidan, Kakuzu and Kisame will go to Kumo and capture the Nibi and Hachibi. It is isolated from the rest of the world and unlike Konoha or Suna, they aren't really expecting us to make a move against them. Both targets have complete control of their tailed beast, consequently, your mission will require power, that's why I chose these members. He explained first. During that time, Itachi, Deidara and Tobi will go to Oto and take back Orochimaru's ring. Same as Kumo, with Orochimaru's death no one in their group will expect us to go against them, and more importantly they don't know that we're after the ring. Zetsu with his special ability will assist both groups in information gathering and infiltration. That will be all, dismissed. The leader finished. With that, every member of the group disappeared in the shadows. The next few weeks will be eventful to say the least. Summoning World, Dragon's Realm. On the highest mountain of the Dragon's Realm, the young Namikaze clan head was continuing his training, completely oblivious to the plans, strategies and machinations taking place in the elemental nations during that time. It was night time already, however the blonde was still going on with little trouble. Even the darkness wouldn't stop him from achieving his goals. The dragon's sight could be seen activated in his eyes, enabling him to perfectly see in the dark. Another blinding flash and wind wave could be felt through the whole air, most likely preventing every dragon in the area from sleeping. Not that any of them would dare interrupt their summoner, as Ryuo, the Dragon King himself, was patiently supervising the young sage's training. Naruto was suddenly seen flying backwards and crashing into a hard rock. He cursed at something as he slowly stood up again. Damn it, I now have enough chakra to perform the final level of my bloodline, but the control to achieve it is too damn high. Yelled the blonde to no one in particular. You have to calm yourself down, Naru-kun. With the modifications you made to the seal, you can now call forth all 9 tails worth of my Yuki. It is the double of what you are used to wield, so it is perfectly normal that you need to refine your control a little bit more in order to open the final door to our bloodline," Natsuki said, trying to help him regain his composure. "I know, thank you for helping me, Na-chan," Naruto replied. The moment Naruto came back from the Toad's area with the key stored inside himself, he decided to use it to weaken the seal in order to be able to use more Yuki. He used every precaution possible, evacuating the area to the max and having Ryua looking after him in the event he lost himself to his power. They decided to proceed with caution, only weakening the seal enough each time to only increase the number of tails he could summon by one at a time. After a week of training, Naruto finally reached the 9th and last tail, though his control over it was still quite low. Natsuki explained to him that to achieve the last level of his bloodline, it required from him the mastery of both the Hyakuren Jidoku no Kiwami and Seiki Kanpatsu no Kiwami at the same time. Naruto could perfectly launch each of his ultimate modes separately, but combining the two seemed impossible to perform for him. Unlocking the 9th tail should have allowed him to succeed, with each mode consuming 4 tails of Yuki while the initial Muga no Kyochi only needed 1 tail worth of Yuki. There was nothing wrong mathematically, Naruto just needed more concentration. Otogakure, main base. Sakura slowly opened her eyes, only to find herself in a room she did not recognize. The last thing she remembered was leaving Konoha in the middle of the night after knocking down the 2 guards that were posted at the gates. She had been running for 15 minutes when she heard a sound behind her. Turning back, she was expecting to see Sasuke, however the one she saw was a smirking Kabuto before all went dark. She left the unfamiliar room and made her way in the corridor to another room, wider and with people inside. She immediately saw the object of all her desires, Uchiha Sasuke. He also saw her as he immediately spoke. "You're finally awake, Sakura. Come with me, there's someone I need you to heal." Chapter 33, The Red Dawn. Kumogakure, Reikage office. The Yondaime Reikage was sitting behind his desk, going through his daily paperwork. His eyes fell on a scroll sent to him a month ago by the Godime Hokage, Senju Tsunade. The message mentioned the existence of a secret organization named Akatsuki, exclusively composed by S-rank missing nins, whose goal was to kidnap and extract the Biju from all 9 Jinchuriki. Tsunade offered a temporary alliance to deal with it, information gathering, joint trainings of the remaining Jinchuriki, and asked for a meeting with him. The Reikage was a very cautious man. Behind his external rough appearance, he was also a very intelligent man. He was of course aware of the past tensions between Kumo and Konoha, with the Hyuga incident. He even had to face their famous Yondaime Hokage when he was younger, and Tsunade was someone he respected for her strength and skills. All those things made his decision harder, whether to believe what the scroll said or not. On one hand, it could be a ploy from Konoha to have their own Jinchuriki trained by his brother, as it was well known that Killer Bee had completely mastered his Jinchuriki powers. On the other hand, the threat could be real. Tsunade didn't strike him as someone who would use such a lame strategy, and it was his brother's and adoptive daughter's lives he had to protect. Would he take the risk of refusing Konoha's help, putting his family at risk, and for the sake of what? Past grudges and irrational fears. He didn't have much time to think about it as he was suddenly interrupted by the arrival of a kunoichi in his office. She had long, straight, blonde, hair bound with taut bandages and dark eyes. She wore a short-sleeved black and purple blouse, black pants, both of which had a design similar to clouds on them, purple fingerless gloves, and a chain of white beads wound around her left hand. She also wore the standard Kumo forehead protector, sandals, and kunai holster which was strapped to her right thigh. She also wore bandages around her arms and legs as well as a red belt around her waist. The kunoichi was trying to catch her breath, something very unusual coming from her as everyone knew she had an almost endless stamina. Immediately knew something was wrong and his eyes widened as he looked at the scroll in front of him again. "Yugito, what happened? Why are you so tired, and where is B? Weren't you supposed to train with him today?" the Reikage asked her. "Intruders, Reikage-sama. They were after B and me and he stayed there to hold them back while I escaped to warn you about them," Yugito said. "How many of them? Did you recognize any of them? Where are they right now?" asked A, already fearing the worst for his brother. "There were 3 of them, all wearing the same strange dark robes with red clouds. I didn't recognize any of them, but they are very strong and they're most likely still fighting at the Valley of Clouds and Lightning. I ran straight to here from there, after B ordered to fall back and call for reinforcements," replied the blonde woman. "Very well, you stay here. I'll go help him." "Anbu!" yelled the Reikage as he jumped through the window, not caring that it was still closed. One squad of Anbu followed after him as fast as they could, since the man was actually the fastest man on earth. "But I left him there, I have to go back too. He stayed there all alone to save me," yelled Yugito, but the Reikage didn't flinch and didn't turn back. Yugito cursed her lack of strength. The kunoichi was too tired to go home and chose to lay down in the raikage office's couch. Yugito then closed her eyes, and slowly fell asleep, victim of chakra exhaustion. Valley of Clouds and Lightning. When A and his men arrived, all they could see was the destruction and chaos the fight between Killer Bee and the mysterious invaders had caused. The raikage could not feel the chakra from his brother nor from the intruders, only evidence of their fight remained on the ravaged battlefield. Raikage-sama, there are strong evidence of Killer Bee using his Yuki and his transformed state. Said one of the Anbu specialized in tracking. Impossible. Who could be strong enough to push Killer Bee to release his Biju form? Only Raikage-sama is powerful enough to match him in that state. Replied another Anbu. I can see traces of high-level elemental jutsu from every element. There's also blood samples we can take back with us to Kumo for further analysis. Said a third one whose specialty was forensics. I can only detect our chakra signatures in the area, no trace of Killer Bee or the intruder's chakra in my range of detection. Reported the last Anbu on the squad, as their sensor expert. The raikage gritted his teeth, cursing his dismissal of the warning note from Konoha. He knew his pride may have cost him his brother's life. He didn't have enough forces to go against multiple shinobi with enough strength to match Bees and Yugito's nor the logistics to track them outside Lightning Country, as they no doubt already crossed the borders. Take every sample you need and prepare to go back. Ordered his men. But what about you, brother Raikage-sama? Asked one of his operative. We do not have the means to follow after them right now, we have to regroup and think of a solid plan first. Replied a dejected A. After the Anbu gathered everything they needed, A and his men left the scene and made their way back to Kumo. Rice Country, Forest. At the exact same time, on a cliff stood 3 Akatsuki members looking down towards the entrance of Otogaku's main base. What's taking him so long, yelled Deidara. Will you calm down, he should be back soon. Replied the ever-stoic Itachi. Toby is a good boy, so he won't whine like Deidara-senpai. Said the third member, behind his orange mask. Will you all shut up, I swear I could hear you from the other side of the base. Said a fourth voice. They all turned back to see Zetsu slowly rising from the ground. What do you have on them? Asked Deidara. I've marked the strategic positions you will need to bomb. The explosions should be enough to make several of their tunnel collapse, and it will make it easier for Toby to make his way to the room we need to access. Replied Zetsu. Orochimaru was really retarded to build his base like this. I will show you all why art is a bang. Announced Deidara. I'll be the bait is planed. I'm pretty sure my foolish little brother will blindly follow me once I show my face at the entrance of his base. Added Itachi. You should all get in position. I'll deploy clones with you all to synchronize our actions. We should engage at dawn, it is the time their security is the most vulnerable. Announced Zetsu. Every member nodded and left with a clone to their designated positions. Otogaku's main base. Sasuke made his way to the medical wing of his base, wanting to check on the progress his latest ally made. As he entered the room, he saw Sakura working behind her desk. Sakura, report, said the Otokage. Sasuke-kun, I mean Otokage-sama, I've started to administer the proper treatment to Subject X. His body is responding quite well and he should be completely healed in a week at most. Proudly replied the new head of the medical staff of Otogaku. What about Subject Y, how is the treatment going for him? Asked Sasuke. He is still in an artificial coma as you ordered, but why do you need to keep him in such a state, or even alive for that matter? Asked the pink-haired medic. He is of no consequence, his adoptive mother though, holds great power. She will follow my orders as long as I keep her little pet alive. Replied the Avenger with a smirk. I see. I wanted to ask you, will you go on a date with me? Asked the delusional Kunoichi. Before Sasuke could reply, a loud sound of explosion resonated through the entire base. Protect the patients and stay here, ordered the Otokage, while running out of the room. Once Sasuke made it to his control room, he saw Kabuto with a panicked expression on his face. Report, Kabuto, yelled Sasuke. We're under attack, Uchiha-sama. There are at least 2 enemies, we managed to identify one of them though. Said Kabuto. Well, who the hell dares to attack me? Asked the Otokage with venom in his voice. It's your brother, Uchiha Itachi has been spotted near the main entrance. We don't know who his accomplice is yet though. Answered Kabuto. Sasuke's eyes widened at the news of his brother still alive. He thought that the blonde Uzumaki idiot already killed him. This made his blood boil and he immediately ran towards Itachi's position. You're in charge until I come back. Have our troops move out and engage my brother's accomplice outside the base, but whatever you do, do not get in my way. Yelled the Avenger as he left the room. With Itachi. As soon as Sasuke reached the base's entrance, he saw his brother, waiting for him outside. The younger Uchiha activated his Sharingan and ran outside, the Kusanagi in his hand covered in lightning chakra. As he was halfway from his target, another round of explosions could be heard. Sasuke looked back for half a second before continuing on his path to kill his brother. "You are still foolish as ever, my younger brother," said Itachi as he saw Tobi discreetly going inside the sound base. "Shut up, you don't know anything about me," roared the Nadaime Otokage. Itachi easily evaded his brother's sword and jumped back. Of course Sasuke followed without a care in the world for his base or his men. "I know all about your little coup and the death of the Sannin Orochimaru at your hands," replied Itachi while dodging Sasuke's attacks and going further away from the base. "So you know about Orochimaru. I killed one former member of your secret organization quite easily, just as I'm about to kill you," Sasuke said with a smirk on his face. "How naive of you, Sasuke. He was only interested in you because he couldn't get me. I am the reason he left the organization all those years ago. He lost a fight against me and vowed to get the body of a full-blooded Uchiha with a fully developed Sharingan after that," replied Itachi in his usual calm voice. "It doesn't change the fact that I beat him," yelled Sasuke. "You'd be surprised at how effective our spying network is. I know all about Orochimaru's state after his fight with Naruto-kun. All you did was waiting for him to weaken enough to attack like the coward you are. I bet you even needed help considering the hickey he left on your shoulder," said Itachi with a rare smile on his face. That was it for the younger Uchiha. He lost all inhibition and blindly charged at his older brother. Seeing no point to this fight, Itachi prepared his Mangekyo Sharingan, but before he could launch any jutsu, he was interrupted by the arrival of a Zetsu clone. "The operation is a success, follow the plan and meet us at the hideout," announced Zetsu. Itachi nodded before he disappeared in a high-speed movement from Sasuke's view. The younger brother only had the time to turn back when he came face to face with Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. "Tsukiyomi," was all he heard before the world became red. With Deidara. The mad bomber from Iwa was currently fighting against a kunoichi from Oto. She had fair skin, dark eyes and light blue hair which she kept in a spiky ponytail with long strands of hair framing her face. Her outfit consisted of a green dress with a long left sleeve and a short right one, a red turtleneck which had a white, fluffy collar and brown gloves. Under the dress, she wore a one-piece red suit. For shoes, she wore calf-length brown sandal boots. All around them were countless corpses of the victims from Deidara's bombs. There were also lots of collapsed tunnels and rooms that could be seen from the surface. "You guys are so weak, it's a wonder how Orochimaru survived so long, taunted the blonde shinobi. They were interrupted in the same manner Itachi and Sasuke were, as Zetsu made his presence known. "Retrieval is a success, proceed to the next phase," said the plant-like shinobi before disappearing again. "It's your lucky day, We will meet again but I'll leave you a present," said Deidara to Gurren as he made the ram hand sign. "Don't forget that art is a blast," yelled the Akatsuki member as a new series of explosions detonated all around them. Gurren immediately yelled, "Shoten, Susho Ro no Jutsu." She had to use one of her jutsu to protect herself from the blast as she was completely covered by a crystal wall. When she dispelled the jutsu, the intruder had already vanished. Kabuto appeared in a shunshin a couple of minutes later, with an unconscious Sasuke on his shoulder. "We're moving to another base, Gurren. This one is compromised, we can't stay here any longer," announced the second in command. Konoha, Hokage office. It had been 2 weeks since Naruto went off on his training trip. Tsunade was worried about him but she currently had bigger issues to deal with. On her desk stood a reply letter from the Raikage, a reply she did not expect anymore since her original scroll was sent more than a month ago. She thought that he wasn't interested in her offer but apparently things changed, not for best though, if the contents of the letter were true. The Yondaime Raikage was asking for a 5-cage meeting in 3 days in the Land or Iron, a neutral country known for its samurai. Each cage was allowed to have 2 bodyguards and the subject of this meeting was Akatsuki and the kidnapping of his brother, Killer Bee the Jinchuriki of the 8-tailed ox. "Bad news Tsunade-sama," asked her assistant Shizune. "See for yourself Shizune," replied Tsunade as she tossed the scroll to her apprentice. The brunette read the scroll and her eyes widened at what she saw. "Who will you bring? I mean apart from me, of course," asked Shizune. "You're not coming Shizune," replied Tsunade and before Shizune could protest she added, "You will act as the Hokage during my absence. I don't want Danzo or anyone else trying to get any funny ideas while I'm away and you're the only one I trust for this job." "I would have bring Sakura and Kakashi but," finished Tsunade. The loss of her last apprentice was still a sore subject for her. The Chunin Sakura assaulted were clear in their reports. Sakura had betrayed the leaf and openly attacked them before leaving the village. "I understand, Tsunade-sama. Who shall I summon to go with you then?" Shizune said. Get me Kakashi and Guy, replied the blonde Hokage. 1 hour later, the Godime Hokage was gone, her escort being Konoha's taijutsu and ninjutsu specialists. Namikaze compound. A poof of smoke suddenly appeared inside the Namikaze training ground. As it cleared out, a tall blonde man could be seen. Home sweet home, said the blonde with a happy tone. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze is finally back. Chapter 34, Cage Summit. Unknown location. 9 cloaked figures stood inside a dark cave, once again performing a Jinchuriki sealing ritual with the giant structure Geto Mazo. In the center of the room, was the unconscious body of the 8-tailed ox Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. I am quite satisfied with the recent success we achieved. Not only did we get Orochimaru's ring back but we also managed to take in the Hachibi. Now let's begin the sealing. With our 9th ring back, the procedure should take less time to complete than it previously did, announced the leader. Every Akatsuki members started to channel chakra to their rings, waking up the Geto Mazo. Soon tendrils of chakra started to reach out from it, aiming for Killer Bee's body. The Jinchuriki's body started to levitate. However, the moment the chakra absorption should have started, a poof of smoke appeared in the place previously occupied by host's body to be replaced by one of the severed tentacle of the Jinchuriki's transformed state. It seems the Jinchuriki managed to trick you, Hidan, Kakuzu, Kisame. I can't really blame you though, even with my Sharingan I did not detect any genjutsu from this fake body. Furthermore its chakra level was consistent with a body tired from an all-out fighting with the 3 of you. Uchiha Itachi said in his usual stoic voice. So 4 Jinchuriki still remain. Zetsu, how did Kumo react after our intrusion in their territory? Asked the leader. That's most troubling. From the information I managed to gather the Raikage was furious about his brother's kidnapping and asked for a 5-cage meeting. The meeting is scheduled in 3 days and will take place on the neutral grounds of Tetsu no Kuni. Replied Zetsu. If the Jinchuriki is not with them and all we managed was to capture a stupid clone, then where the hell is that damn octopus idiot? Yelled Hidan. You will continue to monitor Kumo's actions, Zetsu. Still no news from the Kyuubi Jinchuriki either. Replied the leader. Not since he disappeared without a trace inside Konoha. He may still be inside the village though, there are several places that I cannot penetrate with my blending powers. Replied Zetsu. Very well, what do you know about that cage meeting? Which cage is coming and who are they bringing with them as escorts? Asked the leader. Every cage has accepted the invitation. The Tsuchikage is coming with Kuretsuchi and Akatsuchi, the Hokage is coming with Kakashi and Guy, the Mizukage is coming with Zabuza and Haku, the Raikage is coming with Yugito and Darui and finally the Case Cage is coming with Tamari and Konkuro. Zetsu said. They are going to gather 2 of our targets in one place with little security and a handful of samurai to protect them, Deidara said. That's indeed a great opportunity, said the leader. Iron Country. It took 2 days for Tsunade and her escort to arrive in Tetsu no Kuni. The journey was quite calm though the constant challenges between Guy and Kakashi really started to get on her nerves. Nevertheless, she just found a perfect way to unofficially punish Naruto when he gets back. She would send him on a long-term mission with those 2. The blonde Hokage and her staff reached their destination, a huge samurai fortress. They were escorted to the meeting room where every other delegation was already waiting for them. Guy was already shouting how shameful it was to arrive last and how he would punish himself for that. Upon entering the meeting room, Tsunade was directed to the center of the room while Kakashi and Guy took the stairs to join the observation seats. Tsunade took her seat and placed her Hokage hat in front of her as every other cage did before her. The only non-cage seating with them then stood up and spoke up. Now that Hokage Dono has arrived, this meeting can start. I am Mifune, general of the samurai from Iron Country and it is my pleasure to host this meeting between the cage of the 5 great ninja villages. Said the samurai leader. Mifune had long gray hair, which almost reached down to his waist, with bandages wrapped around his head. He had black eyes with distinct wrinkles underneath them. He also had a gray goatee and mustache. Finally he wore a simple purple kimono-like outfit. Now, Raikage Dono will be the one to speak first, as the one who originally asked for this meeting. Announced Mifune before sitting back down on his seat. The Yondaime Raikage stood up and looked across the meeting room, eyeing every cage for a few seconds and then sighed before he spoke up. The reason I called for this cage meeting is the recent incursion of the terrorist group called Akatsuki inside the borders of Lightning Country. They attacked 2 of my subordinates and kidnapped one of them, my younger brother Killer Bee Jinchuriki of the 8-Tails Ox. Said with anger in his voice. I don't trust any of you and I didn't plan to meet with any of you in the first place, much less cooperate with your villages. I called you here to ascertain everyone's position towards that rogue group. Konoha, Suna, Iwa and Kiri, Akatsuki has member hailing from your villages. Furthermore, I even have proofs that some of you actually used their help in the past. Announced the Raikage. Surely you didn't make me come all the way to this forsaken place and in such a short notice to start pointing fingers at me or the other cage, Raikage Dono. I can assure you that this meeting will end very soon if that was the case. Tsunade calmly said to him. I made sure to send an advanced warning to every shinobi village about them more than a month ago, though the message was mostly for you Raikage Dono. Suna had already been attacked by them in the past, so they were already aware of the threat that Akatsuki represents. Kumo on the other hand, still had 2 Jinchuriki at the time and never faced Akatsuki, nor were you aware of them since you correctly mentioned that there is no Kumo missing nin in their ranks. Tsunade added while the Raikage looked down in shame. What do you propose we do then, Hokage Dono? Asked Gaara. The same thing I already asked in my letters to all of you, temporary truce among us and cooperation in defeating a common foe once and for all, Kazekage Dono. Tsunade replied. What do you say, Raikage Dono, Mizukage Dono, Kazekage Dono and Tsuchikage Dono? Mifune asked to the other leaders. Kurigakure will cooperate with the alliance. We already lost both of our Jinchuriki recently, but we will help in any way we can to put an end to Akatsuki. Mei replied. Sunagakure will also join the alliance. Konoha already helped us in the past against Akatsuki. No one can tell when they will come back. I refuse to let my people suffer from it. Gaara said. Everyone's eyes then focused on the 2 last cage that did not answer yet about the alliance proposal. The Raikage decided to speak first. Even though I still don't trust any of you, I have my people and my daughter to consider too. Kumogakure will also participate in the alliance against Akatsuki. Announced with a sigh. The Tsuchikage slowly moved out of his seat, then to everyone's surprise inside the room, he started to levitate above the ground. The old cage then closed his eyes and just stayed there, floating in the air while meditating. I will never become Konoha's ally, suddenly roared Onoki. The Tsuchikage then extended his arms towards the other cage and called a jutsu. Jinten, Genkei Hakuri no Jutsu, yelled the Tsuchikage as a transparent cube appeared with a sphere located at its center, between the palms of his hands. The structure expanded rapidly in size when being propelled towards its intended target and trapped every cage inside its confines. The sphere then seemed to explode with a tremendous amount of force, while the exterior walls of the structure effectively restricted the size of the blast radius, resulting in the destruction of everything and anyone caught within as they were pulverized into particles of dust. That was at least the intended goal of the jutsu, but every cage found a way out of the death trap. Kakashi appeared behind Tsunade and used a new jutsu of his with the Mangekyo Sharingan, literally bending space around the Hokage to deflect the blast away from her. Gaara simply raised his Suna no Yoroi, shielding him completely from the Tsuchikage's technique. The moment things went out of control, an ice mirror appeared behind Mei, courtesy from Haku and his Mikio Hyosho. The Mizukage used the mirror to transport herself out of the dust jutsu. A for his part activated his Raiden no Yoroi and moved out of the cube at blinding speed before it exploded. What's the meaning of this, Ryotenbin no Onoki? Yelled the Raikage only to find out that the man already left with his 2 guards. Well, it seems Iwagakure will not join your ridiculous alliance, Raikage Dono. Announced a new voice. Everyone in the room turned around to see the arrival of a new face. Zetsu appeared in the middle of the conference room. Akatsuki, yelled the Raikage as he jumped in front of Yugito and Darui. Protect the Kazekage and Yugito, Akatsuki is after them, Tsunade said to Guy and Kakashi. The Mizukage and her 2 bodyguards also joined them. Calm down a bit will you, we did not come here to fight and I'm just a clone, said the intruder. What do you want? Asked Tsunade. Our leader has an offer for you all. We now have more than half of the Biju at our disposal, hand over the rest of them and we will stop attacking your villages. Failure to comply will result in your total destruction, replied Zetsu. You will pay for taking my brother, I will never hand over Yugito to you either, yelled the Raikage. Your brother? There seems to be a misunderstanding, we failed to capture him. He is a Jinchuriki with total control over his Biju after all, replied the Akatsuki member. The Raikage was fuming in anger as he understood Killer Bee took the opportunity to escape from Akatsuki to go fool around somewhere while Kumo is in turmoil over his disappearance. I will never let you get Naruto, the Kazekage is our ally and we won't let you take him either, Tsunade announced. Then you will all meet UN today in this place, replied Zetsu, but before he could say anything else, the Raikage appeared in front of him with his lightning armor activated and took him out with a very powerful punch across the face, instantly breaking his neck. Suddenly a bunch of samurai went inside the room and their captain made his report to Mifune. Mifune-sama, Iwagakure is marching against us. 5 battalions have crossed our borders and they are taking position all around this place as we speak, said the samurai. Borders of Iron Country. Onoki joined his troops and ordered them to launch the attack. He gave the following specific orders: no prisoner except the Cage and the Raikage's woman bodyguard. You must destroy Konoha and their allies. Today we will avenge all our brothers and sisters who fell during the last war against them. Yelled the Sandame Tsuchikage. Is it really safe to declare war against so many villages at the same time, Gigi? Asked Kuretsuchi, his granddaughter. She never liked Konoha, but to declare war against the whole world seemed reckless even for her grandfather. There's nothing to worry about. If we manage to take out every Cage at the same time, they won't have the leadership to organize themselves against us. Replied Onoki in a trance. The young Iwa Kunoichi was not convinced, but she knew better than discussing the Tsuchikage's orders. She left it at that and decided to go join the front lines. Unknown location. Zetsu made it back to the cave where the leader and Tobi were waiting for him. Report, Zetsu, said Tobi in a strangely serious voice, quite different from his usual joking tone. Everything is going as scheduled, Madara. Iwa is going to engage them at any moment now. Replied Zetsu. I can't believe my suggestion jutsu worked so well on Onoki. I forced him to reject any idea of an alliance with Konoha just like I forced Yagura to seek and destroy any bloodline wielder. Said the masked Akatsuki. On another note, Nagato, have we located the Hachibi yet? Asked Tobi, the now identified masked man as Uchiha Madara. We have a lead, I've sent Kisame and Itachi there. Replied the fake leader named Nagato. Very well, said Madara before slowly disappearing in the darkness. Meeting room. What should we do? Those samurai don't stand a chance against Iwagakure's troops. 5 battalions, that's 500 ninja. Said Mei, worried about the incoming invasion. We form an alliance and help them to win that battle. This is what we came for after all, before the Tsuchikage betrayed us and that freak Akatsuki appeared. Replied Tsunade. I agree with Hokage Dono, let's do it. Added Gaara with determination. Very well, the sooner we end this the sooner I can go get my brother and kick his ass for his deception. The Raikage said, relieved that Killer Bee was alive somewhere. This place is a fortress built to resist against such attacks. I will direct you to strategic points to defend. Announced Mifune as he showed them where they would fight. Every Cage nodded to each other and made their way out of the meeting room. Samurai's fortress walls. Each Cage and their 2 bodyguards took position on a corner of the fortress. They were all waiting for Iwagakure's ninja to arrive. Mifune had 200 samurais under his command, equally placed all over the walls and ready to fight off the invaders. The odds were not that great though, fighting more than 2 to 1 and with samurai against shinobi. It would all come down to how well each ninja in the alliance would do. Suddenly, the entire area was blasted by a very powerful wind. The ninja had to channel chakra to their feet to hold their ground, while samurai had to grip the ground in order to stay on their feet, even with their heavy-looking armors. When the wind died down, on top of the main gate appeared one shadow. The Konoha, Suna and Kiri delegations immediately recognized the one standing there. Naruto, you're back, yelled Tsunade. You guys seem quite nervous, what's going on? Did I miss something, Ba-chan? Replied the blonde Jinchuriki. You're right on time, as usual Uzumaki Naruto. Said Gaara while smiling at his friend. It's nice to see you again, Naruto-kun. Mei said with her seductive tone. So that's the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. I have to say he knows how to make an entrance. Said the Raikage with a smirk. I don't know if you're aware of that or not, but on my way here I came across a bunch of Iwa nins. They were quite aggressive and attacked me out of nowhere, so I had to take them down. I hope the Tsuchikage will understand it was self-defense. Naruto said, earning a face palm from everyone inside the fortress. Chapter 35, The Siege, Part 1. Samurai's fortress walls. Naruto was standing on top of the main gate, facing the samurai and shinobi delegations. He quickly recognized his fellow Jinchuriki friend Gaara the Cage as well as Mei from Kurigakure, each of them standing in a corner of the base with 2 bodyguards. When his eyes fell on the group from Kumogakure, he could feel the Yuki from Yugito. Nitsuki told him that he was facing the Jinchuriki from the Two-Tail Cat. Naruto could see that the Kumo Kunoichi also felt his Yuki, and most likely her Biju also told her about him being with Nitsuki, from the surprised look on her face. After she regained her composure, Tsunade decided to get everyone on the same page. Raikage Dono, this young man here is Uzumaki Naruto, one of the most powerful Jonin from the Leaf. You may already know him from his bingo book moniker, the Kase no Kami. Kage Dono and Mizukage Dono have already met him in the past. The blonde Hokage said. Uzumaki. Are you perhaps related to Uzumaki Kushina, Naruto-san? Asked Naruto. Before Tsunade could change the subject, Naruto answered the Raikage. Yes, she's my mother. While we're on the subject, my father was the Yondaime Hokage, Namikaze Minato. It is a pleasure to meet you Raikage-sama, Naruto said, while bowing his head. Tsunade wanted to scold the younger blonde for his truthful answer, but she knew it was his secret to tell. Iwagakure was already their enemy. At this point it didn't really matter anymore if the whole world knew about this. The audience though was far more affected by Naruto's confession. In front of them stood the son of the Yellow Flash of Konoha, a man known throughout the elemental nations. The man's reputation was even known to Mifune and his samurai. Mei already knew but her bodyguards didn't. Zabuza simply chuckled at the revelation, knowing he lost to the second coming of the Kuroi Senko somehow softened the blow from his previous defeat to the blonde. Gaara's eyes widened at the news, once again being able to identify himself through the blonde. Both sons of Kajin both hated and isolated for the burden they carried. Yet Naruto could rise above his fate. Gaara's admiration for his friend increased even more after learning his lineage. The Raikage thought he would have to speak with Naruto about Kumo's attempt to kidnap Kushina in the past, now he would also have to speak with Naruto about his encounter with Minato. He simply smiled to the blonde before speaking again. Nice to meet you too, Naruto. We have things to discuss about, it concerns both your parents but this isn't the time nor the place to. Now what is it that you said about taking out Iwa Nins on your way here? Said A. Yes Naruto, what are you doing here? When did you get back from your training trip? Tsunade asked her subordinate. Naruto took his trademark pose, grinning and scratching the back of his head before he answered his leader. Well, yes sorry about leaving without warning you first but I needed to leave as fast as possible. I went to a place where I could not contact you, anyway my training is completed now and I came back yesterday. Shizune explained the situation to me and I left as soon as she told me about the meeting and what you were discussing. I think she tried to say something before I left but I didn't really pay attention. Started the blonde Jonin. On my way here, I saw shinobi troops from Iwagakure advancing towards this position. They did not even let me talk and started to attack as soon as they saw me. I thought that maybe I was intruding on a restricted zone reserved to Iwa and did not want to cause diplomatic issues with them. I decided to just knock them out and then I came here as fast as I could, and you know the rest. Where's the Iwa delegation by the way? I swear it was auto-defense. If you let me speak with the Tsuchikage Jiji, I'm sure he'll understand, Ba-chan. Naruto said. Those who didn't know Naruto could only gasp at the blonde's blatant disrespect towards his leader and the way he simply decided to leave his own village to come here alone. The others just chuckled at Naruto's antics. Tsunade decided to brief him on the current situation, fully knowing that no one except her or a whole army could have stopped him from getting here, much less Shizune alone. There will be no need to explain yourself with Onoki, Naruto. Iwagakure suddenly attacked us during the meeting and ran away after their surprise attack failed. The men you met on your way here are their backup plan. They are currently blocking our retreat and they will launch an attack on this fortress very soon. It's a shame you only knocked out those you encountered, we are severely outnumbered. Tsunade said to Naruto. I see, what about the meeting, did you guys reach an agreement about the Jinchuriki and Akatsuki? Naruto asked, knowing the agenda of the cage meeting. Yes, an alliance has been formed between Suna, Kumo, Kiri and Konoha. We will share any information we receive about Akatsuki and we will assist each other in the fight against them. Jinchuriki will be protected and you may even get to train with them, though it will have to wait until the Raikage finds his brother. Mei decided to answer this time. Naruto's eyes widened at the redhead's announce, the words from his sensei resonating in his mind. The Wolves was almost united against a common foe, this was what Jiraiya wanted to achieve. Naruto did not forget about Iwagakure's betrayal and wondered what made them act so foolishly. Anyway, how many of them did you take out during your skirmish? The Raikage asked him. Not that much, I'm afraid. I think it was a group of 50, I didn't really stop to get a head count you know. Replied the young shinobi. His reply once again caused the audience to face palm. Taking out 50 of Iwagakure's elite was no small feat, contrary to what Naruto's tone seemed to imply. Iwagakure's vanguard. Kuretsuchi joined the troops and a Jonin suddenly appeared in front of her. Kuretsuchi-sama, we lost contact with our men from Sector 1. Said the Iwa Jonin kneeling in front of the Sandaime Tsuchikage's granddaughter. Have one squad investigate the zone, in the meantime send men from Sector 2 and 3 to cover the hole dismayed in our lines. Replied Kuretsuchi, not showing her surprise to the man in front of her. The brunette had a terrible gut feeling about this whole operation, there was no way Iwa could get away with what they were about to do. Even if they somehow managed to capture the 2 Jinchuriki and kill the rest, facing the combined force of 4 of the 5 great ninja village was too much. She knew her grandfather held a deep grudge against Konoha since the last Great War, however the old man never put his personal emotion before the good of his village. The village had nothing to gain from this, something was terribly wrong in this but she didn't know what. Akatsuchi decided to stay with the Tsuchikage. That man was completely loyal to the old man, never letting him out of his sight. Those two were leading the main assault wave that would clash with the samurai's base main gates. The kunoichi was left in charge of the secondary troops that would surround the rest of the samurai's base. The troops still had 1 hour before they would reach their target. With nothing better to do, Kuretsuchi decided to join the investigation squad on Sector 1. Unknown location. Zetsu and Pain were still in the cave where they received instructions from Madara. Zetsu suddenly broke the silence and then spoke to the organization's apparent leader. "It seems like the Kyuubi Jinchuriki is back in the game," he reported. "Where is he?" asked Pain. "He just broke through Iwagakure's lines, taking out several shinobi along the way and joined the others at the cage meeting." Zetsu replied. "We have to seize this opportunity to get him, send Kakuzu and Hidan in," ordered Pain. "What of the two other Jinchuriki?" Zetsu asked. "What about them?" Pain said. "Who do we target first?" replied Zetsu. "Iwa is already going for the Ikibi and Nibi, we will focus our efforts on the Kyuubi. Relay these orders to Kakuzu and Hidan. They are to specifically target Uzumaki Naruto, the Kasukage and Yugito are secondary target." Pain gave out his instructions. "It shall be done," announced Zetsu before disappearing. Samurai's Fortress. The alliance was once again waiting for the battle to start. According to Mifune and his scouts, they should be in range really soon. Naruto decided to position himself at the main gates, leaving his fellow ninja comrades with the task to defend the base's corners. True to the predictions, Iwagakure's troops were spotted not too long after that. The night just fell when they started the siege, most likely using the darkness as a cover to decrease the defenders' accuracy in shooting them down from a distance. The samurai were using bows, however, the lack of light clearly worked against them as the invaders easily evaded their arrows. The fortress was not built for a ninja's battles either, as none of the walls had any decent protection against long-range ninjutsu. The enemies were clearly taking advantage of this, as many dodenjutsu were used to launch various size of rocks against the walls of the base. Northern Corner, Konoha's team. Tsunade knew it was only a matter of time before the walls of the base would crumble under the sheer power of Iwagakure's assault. Unlike in Konoha, this fortress did not have seals embedded in the walls surrounding them to deflect ninjutsu thrown at them. Iwa was most likely waiting for a breach in on of the walls surrounding the base to charge in, not exposing themselves before that. Their corner was doing fine, with her deadly taijutsu and the support of Kakashi using his Sharingan and Guy opening his inner gates, they easily destroyed anything that came their way. They had no other choice but to wait though, trying to get out right now was downright suicidal. The Konoha team continued to hold their position, not allowing Iwa to breach their side of the base. Eastern Corner, Kiri's team. The Mizukage and her two guards also stood their ground quite easily. Haku was using his Hyoten bloodline to freeze the enemy's missiles while Mei or Zabuza simply destroyed them once frozen. Mei was using simply her Yoden bloodline to annihilate the incoming frozen projectiles. Due to the great thermal differential between the frozen rocks and her lava bullets, she had no trouble to counter even the biggest of them. Zabuza for his part, used his giant cleaver, the Kubikiribocho, to cut down the smaller and faster rocks. Southern Corner, Suna's team. The Kasukage and his siblings were doing their job too. Gaara used his sand to cover their side of the base. There was no way in hell the invaders would outrun him in chakra capacity, so they basically knew their corner was safe for now. This didn't prevent Temari from helping her younger brother and leader, using sharp wind techniques to slice down the smaller rocks when she could. Kankuro, however, was pretty useless during that time. Long-ranged fighting had never been his forte. The puppet master would however be extremely useful in close range, once Iwa decides to charge in. Western Corner, Kumo's team. The Raikage, Yugito and Darui also managed to hold off the invaders. A and Yugito were mainly using their superior reflex and advanced taijutsu forms to defend their spot. The Yondaime Raikage, activating his lightning armor, enhanced his body's synaptic transmission, thus increasing his response time and overall speed. His adoptive daughter used her cat-like features to increase her senses and efficiency. Yugito could make her finger and toenails grow to become long claws. It allowed her to slash at anything she wanted to with deadly precision. Darui was the wielder of the Rantan bloodline, allowing him to fire superheated and charged plasma beams. Needless to say that his ability came in handy to deflect or destroy the incoming rocks thrown at them. Main gates. Naruto stood with Mifune and some of his men behind the main gates of the fortress. The blonde chose this position since scouts announced that the main assault force would come for the gates, supposedly led by Onoki himself. True to the reports, Iwa concentrated most of their firepower on the gates. The bigger and faster rocks were thrown this way. Mifune turned out to be a pretty decent swordsman, using his katana to cut through the stones with no difficulty. Naruto only used mid-class twin jutsu to defend their position. Naruto was surprised that the Tsuchikage did not take part in the battle yet. Something was off, but Naruto could not figure out what. Is that it? Is that really what Iwagakure's elite can offer? The Raikage said with a smirk on his face from his corner of the base. Unable to ease his discomfort, Naruto decided to activate his superior sight, the Rugen. The dragon's sight allowed him to scout the base's surroundings. What he saw, however, out of the normal human eye range made him frown. The young sage suddenly yelled, surprising his comrades. "Take cover immediately. Get away from the gates," yelled the Konoha Jonin as he dragged Mifune away with him. What nobody could see was the Tsuchikage, that Naruto recognized due to the cage hat he was wearing, applying some kind of ceiling tag on a huge rock that his subordinate, a very tall man, easily lifted. The taller man then prepared himself to launch the giant boulder towards them. Naruto deducted that the seal was some kind of explosive or charged with some nasty jutsu that would obliterate its intended target. "Everyone, destroy that giant boulder that's coming towards the gate with any long-range jutsu you have," Naruto yelled, catching the ninja's attention from every corner of the base. The 4Kage immediately understood why the blonde seemed so panicked, cursing that they did not see that one coming. Mei and Gaara tried to stop or deflect the boulder, but it was too late and it came in too fast. As the boulder came close to the base's gates, the ceiling tag attached to it glowed for a second before expanding into what looked like a bigger version of Onoki's previous jutsu, the Jinten, Genkei Hakuri no Jutsu. The boulder impacted the gates, causing damages but not destroying them. The jutsu, however, encompassed its target and seconds later totally destroyed it, leaving a giant hole in the fortress. Thanks to Naruto's advanced warning, the defenders suffered no casualties after that attack, but they just lost one of their only edge in this battle. Iwagakure did not miss this, as the assaulting forces immediately stopped their bombardment of the sides of the base. Most likely preparing themselves for a final frontal charge, now that the walls of the fortress were breached. And thus truly begins the first battle of the alliance, grimly announced Mifune. Chapter 36, The Siege, Part 2. Samurai's Fortress. Onoki's attack managed to open a giant hole inside the alliance's defensive line. It was a complete chaos inside the base, as Mifune's men were panicking at the prospect of soon being overrun by Iwagakure's elite forces. Most were actually ready to leave their stations and surrender. Silence. This came from someone standing close to where the gates used to be. Everyone turned their heads to see Naruto looking at them. The blonde closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then he started to speak. "My sensei once had a dream. He dreamed that one day the world would be united as one in peace, that men would finally be able to understand each other. He sacrificed many things along the way, just trying to reach that goal: friendship, love and family. Everybody wrote him off as an idealistic fool, everybody. And yet here we are, united in this place, ninja and samurai, representing every village in the elemental nations against a common foe," Naruto said, gaining the attention of everyone inside the base. Tsunade knew about Jiraiya's dream, the prophecy given to him by the toads, and how he lived his life to accomplish his destiny. "Those 500 Iwa shinobi out there have also written us off. There are a few in this world who do still believe in us, who will never give up on us, family, friends or lovers. You go back to your positions, and those are the people I want in your minds, those are the people I want in your hearts." The Namikaze continued his speech. Everyone could see the truth in his words. They all had someone to go back to, someone they would fight till their dying breath for. Every man at some point in his life is gonna lose a battle, he's gonna fight and he is gonna lose. But what makes him a man, is that amidst that battle, he does not lose himself. The fight is not over, this battle is not over. Let's win this together, let's go back to our loved ones, help me show the entire world that my master was not an idealistic fool. Naruto roared, followed by everyone's cheers. All those who knew Namikaze Minato could see his shadow behind Naruto for a moment. They realized it was the beginning of a new legend. Naruto would surpass them all and even his father. "Those were great words, Naru-kun, very inspiring," Nitsuki told him. "Thanks, Na-chan," replied the Namikaze heir. Outside the base, the Sandaime Tsuchikage and his bodyguard joined his men on the front lines, as his battalions were reforming the ranks around him for the final assault after the gates were destroyed. He saw his granddaughter appearing behind them in a shunshin a few moments later. "Report, Kuretsuchi," said the old leader. "Our troops from Sector 1 met a mysterious shinobi from Konoha. They tried to prevent him from reaching the samurai's base, but he managed to force his way through, knocking down a good number of our men in the process," replied the kunoichi. What did he look like and what moves did he use? Asked the cage. White clothes, blonde hair and blue eyes, nothing more accurate than that. The men don't even know what kind of jutsu he used back there, all they said was that everyone suddenly lost control of their body and lost consciousness shortly after that. Reported Kuretsuchi. Very well, you will stay here at the rear while I lead our men inside. Onoki said to her, leaving no room for her to argue with him. They were about to join their positions when they heard the cheers and roars, coming from inside the fortress. Quite optimistic, aren't they? Said Onoki with a smirk as he made his way towards his army. Looks like they won't surrender after all, replied Kuretsuchi, watching her grandfather leave. Remote location. Two shadows were watching the battle from afar, they were wearing Akatsuki clothing. Why the hell can't we just go in and join the battle? Asked the first one with an irritated voice. Can't you shut up already, Hidan? We will remain here and wait until each side wears each other out. Replied the second. Aren't you a little bit too cautious, Kakuzu? It's not like anything down there could actually kill us, you know. Hidan said to his partner. Our target is quite the tricky one, we can't let him know that we're here until it is already too late for him to escape from us. Replied Kakuzu. Fine, but I call dibs on him. I'll show that fake kami that Jashin-sama is the only true god. Said the silver-haired man with a smirk. Samurai's fortress. The defenders regained their confidence and fighting spirit while listening to Naruto's words and they all returned to their previous positions. Mifune ordered his men to switch to close contact weapons, putting their bows away for katana in anticipation for the fight to come. The shinobi remained on their positions, defending the base's corners from their higher grounds. As Mifune remained near the place where the gates used to be, Naruto joined the aged samurai general. I will let you and your men handle the gates, old man. Naruto said to him, getting a nod from the samurai. What are you planning to do, Uzumaki Dono? Mifune asked him. I found a weakness in their attack patterns, I'm counting on you to stall them for as long as you can. Naruto replied with a smirk. Will you be alright on your own? I can always have some of my men go with you. Asked Mifune. That won't be necessary, let's just say that most of my more powerful attacks have a wide area of effect, you wouldn't want your men to be too close to me when I launch them. Naruto said as he took some steps back and went through hand signs. Ninpo, Kuchio's no jutsu, yelled the blonde as he slammed his hands on the floor. A poof of smoke announced the arrival of one of Naruto's summon. As the smoke cleared out, everyone gasped at the sight of Ryuo, the Dragon King himself. Unlike the other boss summon, Ryuo was not a gigantic creature, barely bigger than Hiryu. His body was entirely covered by black scales, he had two large muscular wings and his eyes looked like Naruto's when activating the Rugen. This is the first time you've summoned me, Naruto. I do hope for you that you didn't call me here for one of your stupid pranks. Roared the beast, staring at his summoner. I assure you that it's not the case, if you just took a look outside the base, you would understand how serious the situation is. Replied Naruto while pointing at the destroyed gate and Iwagakure's troops advancing towards them. Very well, I will lend you my powers. Let's go, it's been quite a long time since my last battle in the human world, I hope they will put up a good fight. Said the Dragon King as Naruto nodded and jumped on his back. Mifune now understood Naruto's earlier words and the younger blonde's analysis was correct. Their enemy didn't have any aerial support and would be hard-pressed to defend against the dragon's attacks, while trying to get inside the base at the same time. The samurai leader smiled as he saw Naruto and Ryuo disappear into the night, the Dragon King's black body offering them perfect stealth. As soon as Naruto and his dragon disappeared, the first Iwa nins were already at the doors, trying to get through the samurai's defense lines. They were faster than Mifune's men but the samurai were more disciplined and organized while the ninja were just randomly jumping in. Their charge having been stopped, the Iwa nins tried to run upside the walls around the hole, only to find the shinobi from the alliance waiting for them. Most of the samurai had been moved downstairs, in order to hold off Iwagakure's charge so the shinobi had to cover the entire higher levels. Having the advantage of fighting from higher grounds they managed to prevent any intruder from getting inside the base. Outside the base. Onoki was not pleased, his plan was not working. Report, Commander, yelled the old cage to one of his leading officer. We did not manage to get through, Tsuchikage-sama. Our men met heavy resistance behind the gates and going above the walls was a failure too. Replied the Jonin. Onoki was about to give out new orders to his Jonin when he felt a strong gush of wind around his body. The older shinobi trusted his battle instincts and yelled to his men to move away from the spot as he jumped back himself. The Tsuchikage managed to leap back but his men weren't fast enough, as not a second later the 5 men that stood in that place had their body instantly cut in half. Every Iowa shinobi on the field looked up in the sky to see something they had hoped to never see again. Up in the sky stood the Yondaime Hokage, Namikaze Minato. The man came back from the dead, trying to finish what he started all those years ago during the Third Great War. Namikaze Minato, you will pay for your crimes against Iwagakure, roared the Tsuchikage. Naruto looked amused by his opponent's confusion, but chose to formally introduce himself, not wanting to stay in his father's shadows. Are you going senile, old man? I am Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, do not mistake me for my father, said the blonde with a smile as he sheathed his blade before going through hand signs. Protect Tsuchikage-sama, yelled Akatsuchi as he moved in front of his leader. Others followed his example and moved around the Tsuchikage shortly after. Futon, Dai Tenika Furyu and Dan, yelled Naruto as he expelled a giant wind dragon towards the earth cage. He was followed with perfect synchronization by Ryuo, as the Dragon King took a deep breath before releasing a huge torrent of black flames on the same target. Seeing the speed and size of that attack, the Iowa Nins decided to hold their position and went through hand signs too. Doden, Doryuheiki, they yelled, as several stone walls rose from the ground, creating a multi-layer protection for their leader. Naruto's combo attack impacted the stone walls, however, instead of dispelling itself, it started to melt the defensive structure. Foolish humans. Did you think you could block the black flames of the Dragon King? Now burn, roared Ryuo. Before the Tsuchikage and his men could escape, Ryuo came closer and started to flap his huge wings, stirring the fire attack around the stone wall, completely cutting off any chance of retreat they had. Cries of the suffering Iowa Nins behind the wall could be heard and the foul smell of burnt flesh as well as lots of smoke rose from there. Naruto was about to turn around and go attack the remaining Iowa Nins when he saw a shadow rapidly exiting the cloud of smoke. A greatly burnt and bleeding Onoki could be seen, thrown by his personal bodyguard Akatsuchi, with the last force the big man had before he fell down and died from his multiple injuries. Doden, Kengan no Jutsu, called Onoki, as his fist was encased in rock, then with his free hand he made another hand sign before calling a new jutsu, Doden, Chokajigen no Jutsu, dramatically increasing the weight of his punch. With the momentum given by his bodyguard's throw, the Sandaime Tsuchikage managed to deliver a highly powerful punch to Naruto. The blonde was knocked off his summoned creature and was falling to the ground in great speed. Onoki did not stop there, he went through hand signs and called another jutsu. Jinten, Genkei Hakuri no Jutsu. The same dust technique that almost took out every cage during the meeting and the technique that destroyed the gates of the fortress was used to trap the giant dragon. Before the Iowa leader could activate the destruction phase of his technique, Naruto made a single hand sign to dispel Ryuo. Kai, yelled the young man as the Dragon King was sent back to the summoning world before Naruto continued his fall and impacted the ground with great velocity. Finish him, do not let him any chance to stand up again, yelled Onoki to his troops on the ground. A large group of Iowa Nins started to run towards the spot where Naruto fell, only to be blasted away by a strong gush of wind. When the blonde stood up, he didn't have his jacket on anymore and his two dark wings were rising behind his back, as he used them to slow down his fall. Futon, Muga no Kyochi, yelled Naruto as he opened his initial bloodline mode. The blonde then unsheathed his blade and started to cast his personal genjutsu field, Futon, Maboroshi no Sakai. As the Iowa Nins were surrounding him again, his enemies stood no chance. Upon entering the illusion field, they lost control of most of their senses, allowing the blonde leaf Jonin to easily kill them. From outside the field, Onoki was analyzing the fight, seeing his shinobi randomly missing their target, or totally oblivious to the Namikaze's movements, as he went to kill them from behind. The old cage somehow knew that those were the famed genjutsu skills of the Kase no Kami that could not be detected nor dispelled. Samurai's Fortress. From inside the base, the Alliance was doing fine, holding off the successive waves of Iwagakure's elite forces. The shinobi could see Naruto fighting outside the base, most were unaware of his skills and looks of admiration and disbelief could be seen on their faces. Still powerful as ever, Naruto-kun, smiled the Mizukage, remembering his fight against Yagura. Look at him going, he is definitively that man's son, said the Raikage. Seeing it during a spar was one thing, but to see him using his skills in a real fight is really something else, mused Tsunade as she saw Naruto killing of dozens of Iwagakure's bests. I'll never be able to repay him the IOU at this rate, said Gaara looking at his friend. Mifune was silently watching Naruto's actions, still keeping his men in line. Battlefield. Seeing his men slaughtered by the Namikaze heir, Onoki ordered his men to stop their advance on the blonde. It was at that moment that Kuretsuchi joined her grandfather on the front line, her eyes widened at the sight of the countless dead bodies on the ground, including Akatsuchi. "Gigi, what the hell happened?" yelled the brunette. Onoki instinctively turned back his head to see his granddaughter, however that moment of inattention cost him dearly. Naruto saw the old cage looking away and fell into his long-range kenjutsu style. "Futon, Kamishini no Yari," said Naruto as his blade glowed. Feeling the familiar gush of wind, Onoki cursed as he saw that Kuretsuchi was just behind him. Evading the attack would most likely spell the death of his granddaughter. The old cage stood his ground and took Naruto's attack with his already weakened and burnt body with no intention to evade. The deadly wind spear went right through his heart, leaving a gaping hole in its place. Then he slowly fell to the ground. Kuretsuchi ran to him, only to see that she could not do anything to save him anymore. "Gigi, wake up please," yelled the kunoichi with tears in her eyes. "Kuro-chan, where are we? What is going on?" asked the old man. Naruto's eyes widened at the scene in front of him, starting to understand what was happening. "Remote location. Looks like it's time for us to go, Hidan," said Kakuzu. "Finally, let's get wild," replied Hidan as they both used Shunshin. Chapter 37, The Immortal Brothers. With Naruto. Naruto watched as Onoki was living his last moments, held by his granddaughter. Onoki raised a hand trying to reach Kuretsuchi's face. The kunoichi lowered her head in order to help him. The Sandame Tsuchikage slowly caressed her cheek as he used to do in her childhood. "Kuro-chan, you need to lead our people now, B." He had to stop in the middle of his sentence as he started to cough out blood. "Be careful of the masked one," said the old man. "What are you talking about, Gigi?" asked a confused Kuretsuchi, trying to repress her tears and completely ignoring the fact that he just named her his successor, as the Yondaime Tsuchikage. "It all started with him. The Sharingan," said Onoki with his last breath. As his hand slowly fell to the ground, he closed his eyes to never open them again. Naruto slowly made his way towards them, trying to understand what was going on. They had gone quite far away from the fortress during the fight, and with Naruto taking down most of Onoki's personal guards, the only ones left were Naruto and Kuretsuchi. "I'm sorry for your loss, but he left me no choice," Naruto said once he was near enough for Kuretsuchi to hear him. "It wasn't Gigi, he would have never acted like this. This battle, this war, it doesn't benefit Iwagakure in any way, I just don't understand," replied Kuretsuchi. "Did he say something to you?" asked Naruto. "He told me to be careful of someone wearing a mask, and it also has to do with a Sharingan wielder. I'm not sure what he meant by that," Kuretsuchi said, still holding the body of her grandfather in her arms. Naruto began to form theories in his mind about this strange turn of events, though he needed to confirm something else with Kuretsuchi first. Did he always want to have his revenge against Konoha and its allies, or did something change recently? Asked the blonde. Gigi never liked the Leaf or its allies, that much is true, but he wasn't someone who held grudges either. Everything changed just after he received the summon for the cage meeting. I couldn't recognize him anymore and he didn't listen to anyone. He was determined to destroy the Leaf from that moment," replied the brunette. This reminded Naruto of Yagura and the way he abruptly changed from a peaceful leader to a tyrant. The two situations were so similar that it couldn't be a coincidence. "I believe you." Naruto started and watched the Iwa kunoichi in front of him whose name he still didn't know. "Kuretsuchi, Jonin of Iwagakure. The Tsuchikage was my grandfather. Well, I guess I'm no Jonin anymore since he named me his successor," she replied. "I am Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, Jonin of Konoha. What happened to your grandfather strongly reminds me of the events that took place in Kurigakure. Yagura's behavior also changed overnight and I think that both of them were being controlled by someone else," said Naruto. "How could that be? We're talking about two cage-level shinobi here, one being a Jinchuriki and the other one, my grandfather, was a very experienced fighter," Kuretsuchi countered, not believing Naruto's assumptions. "I don't know who, but it most likely has to do with the Sharingan. Those eyes hold great powers and I wouldn't be surprised if one of those powers was about mind control or something close to that," replied Naruto. "I don't know what to think anymore," said a confused Kuretsuchi. "It's not that hard, really. Do you want everyone to remember your grandfather for his actions during that meeting and as the one who doomed Iwagakure, or will you come back with me and help to clear his name and honor?" asked the Namikaze as he held out his hand to her. Kuretsuchi hesitated for a moment, but then she remembered her time with her grandfather during her childhood, the one who was nice and gentle with her, just like he was during his last moments. She decided to accept Naruto's help and took his hand. "I really hope you're right, Naruto-san. Gigi made me his successor, but I don't know how to lead. I'm not sure the men will follow me or if they will believe in your story," Kuretsuchi said, as she stood back up with Naruto's help. Our first priority is to stop this meaningless battle. Enough blood has been spilled already, don't you think, Tsuchikage Dono? Asked Naruto with a smirk, trying to ease the atmosphere. Alright, let me take my grandfather's body first, replied Kuretsuchi, slightly blushing as she quickly let go of Naruto's hand that she was still holding. The Iwa Kunoichi made her way to Onoki's body, but before she could lift it up, she was pushed to the ground by Naruto. What do you think you're doing? Get off me, you pervert! Yelled the brunette, before noticing that Naruto wasn't looking at her. Well, what do we have here? Must be our lucky day, Hidan. The Sandame Tsuchikage's dead body, his granddaughter and the K's no Kami, quite a collection of high bounties. Said a man Naruto didn't recognize, though he knew he was from Akatsuki, with the clothes he was wearing. You can have the girl in the old man's body, Kakuzu. However, the blonde is mine, so don't get in my way. Said a second person, again wearing the Akatsuki gears. Damn, I didn't expect to run into Akatsuki members. She obviously won't abandon her grandfather's body, but I need her cooperation to end this war. There's no other choice, I'll have to deal with those two. I hope my training will be enough, never tested the new technique in a real fight yet. Analyzed Naruto as he stood back up and prepared his next move. Keep your guard up and protect your grandfather's body, I'll take care of them. Announced the blonde Jonin as Kuretsuchi thankfully nodded back. Aren't we cocky? I will be your opponent. I'll send your soul to Jashin-sama, the only true god. Said the man identified as Hidan. Jashin, where did I heard about it already? Thought Naruto as he formed a reinforced cage bunshin loaded with half of his remaining chakra and then placed it in front of Kakuzu. Not taking any risk, in the event the second Akatsuki member changes his mind and decides to participate in the fight. Naruto vs Hidan. Naruto focused his attention on Hidan and then released one of his ultimate bloodline form with his real body. Futon, Hyakuren Jitoku no Kiwami. Yelled the blonde as the first koma of his bloodline tattoo disappeared. The circle around them had already been activated when he opened the Muga no Kyochi. The silver-haired Akatsuki member charged at him like a madman, extending his strange weapon towards the blonde, a triple-bladed scythe. Naruto decided to use Kenjutsu to and unsheathed his own katana as they clashed. With his perfected body enhancement mode activated, Naruto had no trouble evading every thrust of Hidan's weapon. Moving twice as fast as his original speed while his opponent was twice as slow as his usual speed made the fight quite easier for the blonde. After a few minutes into the fight, Naruto came to the conclusion that either his opponent was really weak or he was hiding something else behind his random attacks. The fact that the Akatsuki member did not use anything else than his weapon was also really strange, so Naruto decided to test a little bit more of his opponent's abilities. Taking a step back, Naruto unsealed a kunai and launched it towards Hidan, then went through hand signs as he called his move. Futon, Sabama Geishi, yelled the Leaf Jonin. The kunai missed Hidan by a large margin, then abruptly changed its course before multiplying itself into 10 more kunai, all aimed at the back of the unsuspecting Akatsuki member. Naruto didn't try to avoid hitting vital organs as the kunai hit several of them. Hidan never expected the attack to hit him and was currently on the ground, cursing Naruto, but other than that he didn't seem like he was going to die anytime soon. The Akatsuki member slowly stood up and took out every kunai embedded in his back. He then resumed his attacks on Naruto, still only using his scythe. It seems he has a very high tolerance to pain, though his surrounding awareness is quite lacking. Still no signs of ninjutsu or genjutsu usage, only light taijutsu, and most of his attacks are based on his weapon. Thought Naruto as he tried to think of a new approach. Are you really an Akatsuki member? Is there really such a lack of decent missing nin that they would feel the need to take in some idiot who can't even use any ninja arts? Taunted the blonde, trying to gauge his opponent's reaction. He wasn't disappointed as Hidan totally lost control of his emotions and blindly charged in, leaving his stance full of openings that Naruto immediately saw. The blonde powered up a simple futon rasengan and slammed it into his charging opponent's ribcage. The wind-powered chakra orb tore through Hidan's body, leaving a gaping hole in its path. Seeing no point in wasting time any longer, Naruto channeled wind chakra through his blade and with a single swift movement he cut off Hidan's head. With Kakuzu. The clone Naruto left in front of the second Akatsuki member watched the fight between the original Naruto and Hidan. Seeing no reaction from the missing nin when Hidan lost his head, Naruto's clone decided to win some time and started to power up. Futon, Seiki Kanpatsu no Kiwami. Yelled the clone as he activated the ultimate wind control form of his bloodline and the second kama of his tattoo disappeared. Noticing Naruto's clone powering up, Kakuzu, still not fazed by his partner's apparent death, turned his head back to face the clone. I'm not sure it was wise to let your friend face me alone like you did. "Do not to worry though, you will meet him soon enough," said a smirking Naruto trying to get a reaction out of his new enemy. Kikuzu remained strangely calm, not showing any sign of irritation from either losing his associate or from Naruto's taunts. The missing nin slowly took off his coat and threw it aside. His body was covered with stitches. Kuretsuchi, who stood not far from there, almost puked at the disturbing sight. Kikuzu then crouched down. The stitches all over his body were starting to loosen, and suddenly, another disturbing scene took place as 4 separate bodies jumped out of the Akatsuki member's back. Each entity were held together by hundreds of thick black threads to form humanoid forms, with heads, legs and arms. The 4 bodies had different Anbu-like animal masks that covered their face, and each mask had a different design and color. Leaving no time for Naruto to further analyze them, the creatures moved out in separate directions while Kikuzu started to go through hand signs. "Kaden! Zukoku!" yelled Kikuzu as the creature wearing a mask with red markings opened its mouth to fire powerful fireballs in rapid succession towards Naruto. With his ultimate sensory mode activated, Naruto could easily predict the direction, speed and amplitude of the jutsu and evaded every fireball sent to him. He also felt the other creatures moving around him while the first one was firing Kaden techniques at him. "Futon! Atsugai!" called Kikuzu as the creature with blue markings appeared behind Naruto and released a huge blast of wind towards its target. Feeling the wind-charged jutsu, Naruto did not even try to evade. The blonde simply extended his hands in his back and absorbed the wind technique, as his control over that element was far greater than Kikuzu's. At the exact same time Naruto was blocking the previous wind jutsu, the 2 remaining entities appeared on both sides and Kikuzu called out 2 new techniques. "Suiten! Teppadama, Raiden! Gion!" announced Kikuzu as the creature with the light blue markings shot huge water bullets towards Naruto, creating a large puddle of water on the floor as the Jinchuriki evaded them all. The last monster with yellow markings then fired lightning bolts all around them, taking advantage of the water puddle increase their ranges. Naruto had to deploy his dragon wings in order to evade the death trap of those 2 combined elements. "Very impressive, boy. You're the first one to have ever evaded that combination of jutsu, after your Shodaime Hokage," said Kikuzu. Naruto's eyes widened at this, realizing that his opponent had already faced Konoha's first Hokage in battle in his past. Furthermore, seeing Kikuzu's current body condition, he understood that the Akatsuki member most likely had an immortality technique like Orochimaru, if he seemingly remained this young while the Shodaime's era was almost a century ago. The blonde Jonin also realized that during his fight with the creatures, each time, before they could launch a jutsu against him, Kikuzu had to actually go through hand signs and call the techniques himself before his pets could really fire them. Naruto continued to easily evade every attempt from the thread monsters against him while analyzing Kikuzu's movements to confirm his previous assumptions. Seeing that he was indeed correct about Kikuzu's fighting style, he decided to slowly move around the Akatsuki member. He waited until Kikuzu was about to fire another jutsu to suddenly unsheath his katana and called his own jutsu, Futon, Kamishini no Yari. And his blade started to glow. However, before Naruto could launch his wind spear, he had to cancel it at the last moment to block an attack he was definitively not expecting. Behind him, stood Hidan with his head stitched back to his body and his scythe an inch away from cutting his head off. The blonde turned away to see the original as surprised as he was, certain that he had already finished off the silver-haired shinobi by cutting his head off. He then saw what appeared to be the same black threads that came out from Kikuzu, sticking out of the ground. "Damn it, so you're both immortal freaks." Hood Monster used his threads to stitch the incompetent moron's head back. Mused Naruto out loud, quite proud of the nicknames he gave them. Before his enemies could team up against him, the real Naruto decided to go all out this time. He fell into a strange stance with his palm joined together in a prayer movement and called a new technique. "You leave me no choice, time to get serious," said the blonde. "Hidan, let's go, we cannot afford to underestimate him any longer. Whatever he has in store we can't let him use it," yelled Kikuzu as they both ran towards the true Naruto. "Too late," said the Leaf Jonin with a smirk, "Futon, Teni Maho no Kiwami." He yelled as a sudden explosion combined with a blinding flash of light erupted in the area. As the dust settled down and the flashing light slowly faded, the 2 Akatsuki members, who had been pushed back by the violent explosion, could finally see their target again. The blonde's eyes were now glowing, he had a thin green aura around his entire body. "Now let's see you both fight against the wind itself." Chapter 38, True Wind. Battlefield. Naruto stood in front of the 2 undying Akatsuki members. One of them had had his head cut off while the other one still looked like he was in his prime, an impossible fact for someone who had battled the Shodaime Hokage about a century ago. Yet they were still alive, currently facing the Namikaze heir. The Leaf Jonin came to the conclusion that he was doomed to lose this battle if he continued to fight against them without upping his game. Consequently he unleashed his newest technique, Teni Maho no Kiwami, the combination of his bloodline's two ultimate forms. While Seiki Kanpatsu no Kiwami enhanced his mind powers, Hyakuren Jidoku no Kiwami was the enhancement of his physical abilities. The final form gave the balance of the two, yin and yang, the perfect harmony that allowed him to become one with the wind. Naruto remembered his training days in the summoning world, trying to reach that level after he modified his seal that was holding back Natsuki's Yuki. Flashback, Dragon's Realm. Naruto fell to his knees, heavily panting after he failed again to access his final form. It had already been a week since he came back from the Toad's Realm, after getting the key to modify the Shiki Fujin in order to lift the restriction his father placed on him when he sealed Natsuki. Each enhancement form of his bloodline consumed 4 taels worth of Yuki, the original gate already consuming 1 tael. Unlocking the 9 taels should have allowed him to accomplish his goal of combining the two modes, but he somehow failed each time he tried. Of course, repetitively using up all of his Yuki reserves put a heavy strain on his body and he couldn't practice as much as he wanted. He had tried everything he could think of, but he did not succeed, his concentration or control wasn't high enough. He tried different strategies, first accessing the Seiki Kanpatsu no Kiwami and then trying to activate the Hyakuren Jidoku no Kiwami, then the other way around, but nothing worked. It seems you're still far from achieving the final form of your bloodline, Naruto, said Ryuo as he watched Naruto's training. I don't know what I'm doing wrong, this is so frustrating. I can perform each mode alone but trying to activate them both is impossible, replied the blonde to the Dragon King. From what I see, the control required to activate each of your ultimate abilities already takes every control you can muster. I know it may be hard to hear, but that could be the highest level of control you will ever be able to reach. You are still a human being, that is your limitation, no one expects you to be able to look left and right at the same time, said Ryuo, not realizing he just gave away the key to succeed to Naruto. Stupid, I'm so stupid, of course there's a way. It was the same with the Rasengan after all, I have to give it a try. The young dragon summoner's eyes widened, listening to Ryuo's speech. Not that I'm not amused by seeing you finally realize that you're an idiot, but did you just figure out a way to activate the technique? Asked Ryuo with an amused voice. I think I did, the answer is this, replied Naruto as he formed a familiar hand sign and called out a jutsu. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, yelled the blonde as a copy of himself appeared next to him, then each of them went to open a different mode of the bloodline. Ryuo watched from his position as Naruto and his clone each went in a different mode of his bloodline. When the activation stabilized, Naruto then did a single hand sign again, dispelling the clone. An explosion then shook the entire area, as well as a blinding light illuminated the dark night as if they were in the middle of the day. That night, the Dragon King was the first to witness the first human being to have ever reached that stage in the wind element manipulation. End of flashback. The two Akatsuki members looked at each other, trying to figure out their next move. Let's do it the usual way, Kakuzu, said Hidan. Fine, it was a mistake to underestimate him. Let's put an end to this fight, the leader won't be happy if we fail this mission, replied Kakuzu. Hidan then jumped in front of Kakuzu, as the hooded shinobi gathered his ninjutsu throwing creatures. The one with Suiten and Raiden techniques merged together and the two remaining ones, responsible for launching Kaden and Futon Jutsu did the same. Seeing his partner ready to resume the fight, the side-wielder shinobi then launched himself towards Naruto. Hidan engaged Naruto in another close contact fight, however he was supported by Kakuzu's reinforced creatures this time. His lack of ninjutsu was covered by those monsters and their high-level techniques. During all this, Kakuzu stood back controlling his beasts from a safe distance. During their previous encounter, Naruto already had no difficulty to evade Hidan's attacks with his accelerated metabolism while tampering with his opponent's speed. This time, the silver-haired shinobi couldn't even perform an attack as Naruto could now also predict his every moves. Moreover, with their amplified difference in speed, the blonde was already in position to strike him in his blind spots each time before Hidan could even finish his own attacks. This brought on the current situation, with Naruto predicting that Hidan was going to try a large swing of his scythe around him. The blonde Jonin was already in a crouching position in front of his opponent by the time Hidan raised his arms in order to execute his move. First lesson, Taijutsu, announced Naruto as he appeared in front of Hidan. Futon, Shinzo Hakai, yelled Naruto as he thrusted both his palm towards Hidan's ribcage. Hidan felt his heart explode, as the air from within his body was forcibly controlled and then expelled inside out. The jutsu caused an internal explosion as the air trapped inside his lungs tried to escape the missing ninja's body. The result was the disturbing scene of Hidan's upper body exploding in a shower of blood and body parts. Only the lower part of his body from the waist to the feet were left untouched. You may still be alive by whatever jutsu you're using, but I'd like to see the other freak trying to patch you back after this," announced Naruto as he rapidly leapt back to avoid another combo attack from the masked creatures. The sweetened Raiden beast tried to catch him again in a combo attack, but Naruto jumped in the air to avoid it. He was followed by the second beast, but before it could fire another attack, Naruto made the first move. "Second lesson, ninjutsu," he said as he extended an arm towards the monster, opening his hand as if he was trying to catch it even though they were not quite close enough, much like Gaara when he was performing the Sabaku Kyu. "Futon, Kuroi Anna," yelled Naruto as he slowly closed his hand to form a fist. A singularity appeared behind Kakuzu's creature, who was still airborne, then suddenly the wind violently picked up as everything around seemed to be drawn towards the singularity, including the beast. Naruto was the only one unaffected, as even Kuretsuchi and Kakuzu, who were still far from the scene, had to apply chakra to their feet in order to not get caught in the jutsu as well. Naruto held his fist closed for a few more seconds, and when he finally opened his hand again, it caused a huge blast at the exact point where the air was being drawn to. The creature that he caught was totally destroyed as it was in the center of the blast zone. The only remaining parts were the two masks that slowly fell to the ground, broken beyond repairs. "Third lesson, Genjutsu," called Naruto as he looked at the remaining masked beast. "Futon, Kyoku Suigetsu," yelled Naruto before he slowly disappeared before Kakuzu's stunned gaze. Kakuzu was still looking for Naruto when his creature suddenly acted weird. It moved around as if it was being pushed, but there was nothing around it. Kakuzu tried to dispel an undetected genjutsu but found nothing even after he flared his chakra. The masked beast was still being pushed around, but there were no trace of Naruto's presence, no sound, no smell, nothing. This made no sense to the Takigaker missing nin. No genjutsu could interact on a physical level with its target. Even Itachi's ultimate genjutsu, the Tsukiyomi, could only attack and destroy his opponent's minds, not their bodies. He was unaware that the blonde did indeed activate his ultimate genjutsu. His newly increased mastery over the wind element was so high that he could totally mask his presence, becoming invisible, making no sound as he moved around or punched his target, emitting no heat nor smell. Using this jutsu, he was able to completely dominate his opponent's five senses. Kakuzu suddenly saw a fading image of Naruto appearing, hidden behind a large tree. He discreetly sent the beast towards him and it launched another combo attack towards the unsuspecting blonde. The jutsu went through its target and Kakuzu cursed as he knew that it was just an illusion. He didn't understand, however, why the illusion didn't dispel on contact. His eyes widened though as the illusion took out its sword and slashed at the masked monster, completely destroying the two masks in one swing before it slowly faded again. Naruto could already create very convincing illusions in the past, but now he could also make them interact on the physical level with his targets, emulating everything he wanted them to project: presence, footsteps, heat, breathing sounds, and even make them fight by simulating punches or sword swings with his wind. The real Naruto then appeared in front of Kakuzu seconds later, smirking. "Did you enjoy my ultimate genjutsu? Anyway, it looks like it's just you and I from now on," said the Leaf Jonin with a mocking tone. Kakuzu was an experienced fighter. Even if Hidan was still alive, there was no way in hell he could gather every pieces of his broken body and sew them back together with Naruto around. He also knew that with 4 hearts destroyed out of his 5, he was definitely in a situation where even he, someone who lived for more than a century, could die from the blonde's next assault. He was now evaluating his chances to escape and outrun the Jinchuriki. With Kuretsuchi, the newly appointed Yondaime Tsuchikage was intently watching Naruto's battle against the Akatsuki members. She was already highly impressed by the blonde's display of skills when he managed to fight off Hidan and Kakuzu separately. When they teamed up against the Leaf Jonin, she thought about joining him to fend them off. Not matter how powerful he may have been, going against 2 S-ranked missing nins should have been impossible. However, she decided against it as he once again managed to prevail. She could see that he indeed deserved his moniker as the Kase no Kami. It seems like he could do absolutely everything with his wind affinity, just like his bingo book profile said. Some of the techniques he showed were out of this world. She was particularly impressed by Naruto's ultimate genjutsu, being herself well versed in the art as well. By the end of the fight, she came to the conclusion that the Iwagakure could not afford to have this man as an enemy. If they remained hostile, he would become a threat of the Yondaime Hokage's level when the man was still alive. Stopping the war and establishing a peace treaty with Konoha became the #1 priority in her mind as the new Kage of her village. Hell, After seeing what he could do in this fight, she began to think that she and the rest of Iwagakure's task force that was sent here, being able to go back home alive was nothing short of a miracle. With Naruto. Are you ready for the next lesson? Asked Naruto, as Kikuzu was still thinking about his next move. Naruto was about to speak again when the Akatsuki member suddenly moved, not trying to run away as Naruto thought he would, but towards Kuretsuchi's direction. The missing nin ran at full speed towards his target. Your heart will replace one of those that damn Jinchuriki destroyed, yelled Kikuzu as he was about to strike the unprepared Tsuchikage. He had changed his body structure again, deploying once more the strange threads that he was using to build his ninjutsu creatures. Naruto was able to determine that those were used to steal the hearts of his opponent's victims in order to create those monsters he was using during the fight. Kuretsuchi had no time to react, as Kikuzu had already reached her position before she could even blink. She closed her eyes, expecting the incoming pain, but strangely nothing happened. When the new Tsuchikage opened her eyes, all she saw was a white flash. "Hi Hiraishin," muttered the young woman, completely stunned to see the famous jutsu that caused her village to lose the Third Great War. Kikuzu's eyes widened as he saw Naruto appearing right between Kuretsuchi and himself. He felt a blinding pain coming from his stomach, and when he looked down, he understood why. Naruto had unsheathed his katana and, taking advantage of Kikuzu's lack of attention, he stabbed the missing nin right in his gut. Well, Fuinjutsu wasn't really part of the last lesson, mused the blonde out loud. When did you mark me with that damn jutsu? Asked Kikuzu, not remembering any close contact with his opponent. I didn't mark you, she's the one I marked, answered Naruto while looking at Kuretsuchi. Said woman's eyes widened when she understood. When you took my hand to help me stand up, she absent-mindedly said. Precisely, Tsuchikage dono, replied Naruto with a smile. I hope you won't take it the wrong way, I meant what I said when I gave you my trust. It was for your own safety, as not everyone is as forgiving as I am. I wasn't sure the others from the Alliance would have let me the time to explain the situation to them before they'd try something against you. Naruto added, not losing sight of his real goal to stop ongoing the war. He smiled as Kuretsuchi nodded her head in acknowledgement of his actions. Now, where were we? Ah yes, the last lesson is Kenjutsu, announced Naruto. Futon, Doku Kyuzu, yelled the blonde as his blade glowed. Nothing happened for a few seconds, but suddenly Kikuzu fell to his knees and started to scream his lungs out in pain. What did you do to me? He asked Naruto. I guess I can tell you, as you will die soon enough. While developing a ninjutsu of mine, I discovered that I could control my wind powers to target my opponent's chakra circulatory system. The technique created thousands of microscopic wind needles that severed my opponent's chakra pathways, interacting to the cellular level. This is what I injected into your body when I used my katana. Naruto replied as he took back his katana and sheathed it. Kikuzu died shortly after that, and Naruto collected his head. As the Namikaze went to retrieve Hidan's head, he was surprised to see that the zombie was still alive, even with only his head. He then sealed both heads in a scroll. Let us go back now, Tsuchikage dono. We have a war to end, I'm sure everyone is worried about us. He said with a smile. Chapter 39, Shinobi Alliance. Samurai's Fortress. The battle was still going on. Iwagakure's elite forces were struggling to get inside the samurai's base, defended by General Mifune's men, and with the Alliance's shinobi defending the higher levels of the base. The attacking side was the one with the most casualties so far, losing more than 100 men. The samurai forces had also lost around 80 men out of their 300 so far, while the Alliance had yet to lose any member among their ranks. Mifune's men were fiercely defending the main gate, knowing that if their enemy came to break their defensive line, they would have no difficulty to invade the rest of the base. After another failed wave, an Iwa officer with 50 men under his command was about to call for another charge when the sky suddenly darkened. The commander held up his arm, momentarily delaying the charge. Looking up, everyone could see the appearance of a huge dragon flying above them with two people riding on its back. Each side could recognize the people on the dragon's back: Kuretsuchi, the Tsuchikage's granddaughter, with Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, the K's no Kami from the Leaf. Absolute silence, no one dared to move an inch as they all gazed at the new arrival, having a hard time figuring out why those two weren't hostile to each other. I guess we have their undivided attention, Tsuchikage dono, Naruto said to the kunoichi riding behind him as he ordered his dragon summon to get closer to the fortress. What now? Asked Kuretsuchi, highly amazed by the result of their arrival on the battlefield. I guess it's time for you to take command of your men so that we can finally stop this battle, replied the blonde Jonin with a smile as he put a hand on her shoulder. The crowd was stunned again, as they saw a flashing light leaving the back of the dragon summoned to almost instantly land on top of the base's main gates. Iwagakers and the Alliance's most experienced warriors recognized the Hiraishin jutsu while the younger ones and the samurai could only gasp at what just happened. Battlefield. At the place where Naruto fought against Kakuzu and Hidan, remained the destroyed bodies of the two former Akatsuki members. Naruto took their heads and left the bodies to rot, not bothering himself to bury them. A shadow slowly rose from one of the tree, revealing Akatsuki's spying specialist, the enigmatic Zetsu. Zetsu was easily distinguished by two large Venus flytrap-like extensions that enveloped his head and upper body, giving him a plant-like appearance. When his extensions were open and his head became visible, it was revealed that Zetsu had short green hair, yellow eyes, and that his body had two different colored halves. His left side was completely white and the right side black with small white dots along his body. The leader won't be happy about this new development. The Kyuubi brat took down the immortal combo by himself. The white half said while Zetsu was making his way towards the two headless corpses. It's a good thing they don't know how important the rings are to us in the plan, otherwise they could have seriously slowed us down, with the number of members they were able to defeat so far. Replied the black half as Zetsu went to collect the two rings. After recovering the rings, the Akatsuki member continued with the second task he came for. True to his Venus flytrap appearance, Zetsu is cannibal. He is tasked to eat those that have connection to Akatsuki, to make sure that any secret of Akatsuki wouldn't spill. Zetsu then went to consummate the bodies of his two former associates, Hidan and Kakuzu. As appealing as Hidan's blown-out internal organs or Kakuzu's stitched and poisoned bodies could be, the Akatsuki member did not left out a single part of their bodies. He then disappeared shortly after being done with his first class meal, using the same technique to blend in with the trees that he used when he first appeared on the scene. With Naruto. Naruto was about to speak to the still silent crowd when he felt incoming movements towards his position. The speed and power output of the attacker was quite amazing and Naruto's eyes widened as he suddenly understood that the attack wasn't actually aimed at him. Kuretsuchi was facing the other way, towards the battlefield. She sadly gazed at the numerous dead bodies of Iwa shinobi laying on the ground in front of her. She saw the expecting faces of the still-alive ninja that were now under her responsibility, even if they weren't aware of that fact just yet. The kunoichi never saw or felt the attack coming her way. Reigyaku Suihei Choppu, yelled the Raikage, as he performed a simple yet powerful horizontal chop from above Kuretsuchi's position with his Raiden no Yoroi activated, covering his entire body with lightning chakra. Futon. Kazakiri, replied Naruto as he instantly appeared in front of Kuretsuchi and extended the palm of his wind-encased hand towards the Raikage's attack. The two attacks cancelled each other but angrily looked down, wondering why Naruto was covering for the Iwagaker's kunoichi. What's the meaning of this, Naruto-san? What are you doing with her, and for that matter, do you even know who she is? Asked A, as the Raikage glared at the blonde and his guest. I know perfectly who she is, however I doubt you do. Said the blonde Jonin, as the Raikage raised an eyebrow at the strange reply. Before the lightning shadow could reply, Naruto decided to explain himself. She is Kuretsuchi, granddaughter of Ryotenbin no Onoki, and she was recently appointed Yondaime Tsuchikage after Onoki's death. Added Naruto, surprising the people on both sides of the walls. Naruto-san here is right, you all need to stand down and listen to me. We have all been played by the terrorist group named Akatsuki and I won't let my grandfather's death be in vain. Said Kuretsuchi, while looking down towards Iwagaker's troops. The temporary commanding officer of Iwagaker's troops slowly made his way towards the gates, and knelt in front of it before speaking to Kuretsuchi. My lady, you must understand that we will need more substantial proof than what you just said in order to stop this battle. Asked the man. Kuretsuchi jumped down from her position and met with the commander. She was soon joined by Naruto and the four other Kage. Both Naruto and Kuretsuchi took out different sealing scrolls and applied chakra to them, unloading their content for everyone around to see. Naruto unsealed the two Akatsuki's members' heads he cut off while Kuretsuchi unsealed Onoki's body. The Kage and the Iwa officer were familiar with the bingo book and could verify that Naruto indeed had in his possession the heads of the missing nin Hidan and Kakuzu. Those two match the report given to me, about those who abducted Yagura back in Kiri. The Mizukage said while looking at the heads. I can testify about Onoki-sama as well. What are your orders, Tsuchikage-sama? Asked the officer, still kneeling in front of them. Gather our men and fall back to Iwagaker, the battle is over. I shall stay here with two bodyguards you will select among your men. Replied the brunette with authority, trying to fit with her new responsibilities. As you command, my lady. Said the Jonin as he slowly moved back to the troops. You did great, Tsuchikage Dono, very professional. Added a smirking Naruto, getting a dark glare from the new Tsuchikage. I will explain everything, I am vouching for her and she is under the Namikaze clan protection until the end of this meeting. Said Naruto looking back towards the cage. The four kage nodded their agreement to Naruto while Kuretsuchi was slightly surprised that Naruto would vouch for her under such circumstances, fully knowing what the Namikaze name meant for Iwagakure and her people. With the exception of 2 Anbu-level ninjas selected to remain as an escort to the Yondaime Tsuchikage, every shinobi from Iwagakure left shortly after that, taking with them the bodies of the deceased and wounded. The samurai did the same on their end and the cage meeting could finally resume after that. Meeting room. The meeting room was furnished with new equipment, since with the fighting that happened during the first session many tables and seats were damaged. Now, each village took once more their allocated spaces, with the addition of Jonin Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto currently in the middle of the room and Kuretsuchi taking Onoki's place. Mifune stood up and spoke first, as he initially did when everything started. Naruto Dono, if you could describe to us everything that happened between the time you left the fortress to charge into the enemy's lines, and the moment you came back on top of your summoning creature with Tsuchikage Dono. Asked the samurai general. Naruto nodded and gave a summary of the events that took place during that time. His fighting with Onoki and his guards and the death of the Sandame Tsuchikage at his hands, along with a decent number of Iwagakure's elite jonin that were around them. The blonde took a few seconds to look towards Kuretsuchi, who gave confirmation of what she saw and the way her grandfather died. Naruto then explained his suspicion towards Akatsuki, describing the scene of Onoki's last moments and how the previous kage couldn't remember anything. This time, Naruto turned his head to Mei and got a nod of confirmation from the Mizukage who explained that the same scene happened with Yagura when Naruto fought him. Kuretsuchi then told them about the warning she received about the Sharingan. Tsunade stood from her seat and turned her head towards the spectators' area. Kakashi, is it possible? Can the Sharingan be used to program people of Yagura or Onoki's strength like that? The Hokage asked the only Sharingan wielder on their side. I would normally say no, Hokage-sama. A regular Sharingan shouldn't be able to produce such results. There are ways to counter its effect for strong people like the previous kage from Kiri or Iwa. Guy here is quite adept in the ways to counter the effects of the Sharingan. Replied Kakashi, getting a nod from his eternal rival. Normally. Explain yourself, Hitaki. Asked the Raikage as he too knew about the general info on the Sharingan. There is however another level for that Dujutsu, the Mangekyo Sharingan. I don't know about Uchiha Sasuke, but it's pretty certain that his older brother Itachi did achieve that level. I wouldn't be surprised if he had something in his arsenal to ensnare people of higher caliber. Said the silver-haired Leaf Jonin. I suppose that you have yourself reached that level, if you're here to talk about it. Asked A. Kakashi looked towards Tsunade, getting a nod from her he finally replied. Yes, Raikage Dono, I did. Mine is still not fully operational though, as I'm not a true Uchiha, my control over it is somewhat lower than what I'd like it to be. Announced Kakashi, shocking everyone in the room. I think anything else we may say on the subject will remain pure conjectures at this point, investigations will be necessary. Mifune said, getting everyone to agree with his point of view. Naruto then told them how he fought and won against the 2 Akatsuki members who jumped out of nowhere in order to prevent him and Kuretsuchi from stopping the battle. Tsunade was shocked upon learning that Kakuzu was someone who fought against Senju Hashirama, her grandfather and Shodaime Hokage. The others were also highly surprised when Naruto once again showed them Hidan's head from up close. The damn missing nin was still alive, with only his head remaining. Konoha and more precisely Tsunade, was given custody over Hidan's remains, since the Godaime Hokage was a well-known medical specialist. Her knowledge on the human body would be highly useful in extracting whatever information they could get from Hidan. Everyone was also aware of Konoha's Yamanaka clan, and their famous mind-reading abilities. Seeing that every pieces of information was now known from every parties, Mifune stood up again and spoke up. It seems everyone here is in agreement that Iwagakure was part of an elaborate scheme from the terrorist group Akatsuki to divide and conquer us. An alliance has already been formed between Kumo, Kiri, Suna and Konoha before the previous battle took place. Will Iwagakure request membership inside the alliance and will the current members of said alliance agree to it, is what I'd like to know now. Declared the general. Iwagakure requests entry into the alliance and even if it wasn't premeditated, I would like to formally offer our deepest apologies for what happened during the previous meeting and the casualties the samurai suffered during the following battle. Said Kuretsuchi as she bowed in front of her peers and Mifune. Sunagakure agrees to Iwagakure's request, Naruto's vouch is all I need to know. Said Gaara. Kurigakure also agrees, Akatsuki's plans must not succeed in turning us against each other. Mei said. Konohagakure will also agree. It is highly time we put our past behind us and work together for a better future. Tsunade said. The Raikage was once more the only one hesitating, still plagued by his brother's disappearance. He took the time to consider all the pros and cons before he finally spoke. Kumogakure agrees too, announced the Raikage, effectively granting Iwa entrance in the alliance. Kuretsuchi was happy that her grandfather's death wouldn't be meaningless. She could clear his name and get a lead on their enemies. Iwagakure was safe for now and they were even allowed to participate in the alliance. This is an historical moment. For the first time since the beginning of the shinobi era, every major village has reached an agreement and are willing to fight as allies against a common enemy. Before we go any further though, I would like to point out that for this thing to work, we will need someone to lead the alliance, someone who will inspire strength and confidence to us and fear to our enemies," said the samurai general. "From what I've seen during the meetings and on the battlefield, it is my opinion that this responsibility should befall Uzumaki-san. I know some of you may find him too young to assume such a role, but age has nothing to do with this," said Mifune, shocking some of the people inside the room. He was the one who managed to calm down the men when the battle shifted to the opponent's advantage. He is also the one who helped to put an end to the battle by capturing and killing the true masterminds and bringing back Tsuchikage Dono with him. Finally, he is someone whose purpose is to bring peace to the world. More importantly, he is someone who can inspire others to believe in that dream of his," finished Mifune. Konoha, Suna, Kiri and Iwa had nothing to say, believing Mifune to be right about his choice. Of course they were also all holding Naruto in high esteem for his actions to help them at one point in the past. Kumo with the Raikage was still debating over the question. In normal circumstances, I would have never allowed such thing to happen, but the young Leaf Jonin was the son of that man. The Yondaime Raikage had a very deep respect for Minato Namikaze, and Naruto seemed as respectable as his father was from what he could see so far. He was also highly impressed by the Kase no Kami when they briefly exchanged blows at the main gates and decided to trust his instincts. With every leader agreeing to his proposal, Mifune could declare Naruto as the commander-in-chief of the alliance's forces. The blonde seemed a bit embarrassed when everyone looked up to him, waiting for some sort of speech. "I am honored to have been tasked to command the combined forces of the alliance. I think that our first priority is to locate and protect the last Jinchuriki, the younger brother of Raikage Dono," announced Naruto. I then knew he made the right choice when he accepted Naruto as the leader for the coalition. Chapter 40, Octopus and Kidnappings. Iron Country, Meeting Room. "Why not, damn it?" roared the Raikage from his seat. "There is no evidence that your brother is in a Megakure, Raikage Dono. It is unwise to charge in an unknown territory, even with the combined forces of the alliance's villages. We don't know for sure who is leading that village nowadays. If it's not Hanzo, then someone even stronger than the man who could take down the Konoha's combined Sannin in their prime is in charge, and that's definitely troublesome news," replied Tsunade, remembering the man who fought alone and won against her team during the war. "What are your opinions on a Megakure, Tsuchikage Dono, Kasekage Dono? Wind and Earth countries share borders with the Land of the Rain. What can you tell us about your neighbor?" asked Naruto. "It's the same as with you guys, their borders are completely closed. They won't allow any outsider to come into their lands, so I'm afraid we don't have any other information about them," replied Kuretsuchi. Gaara gave a similar answer, much to the Raikage's disappointment. "With everything we have so far, it is my opinion that we should not act only based on suspicion. Do not misunderstand me, Raikage Dono, I also have issues with a Megakure. My sensei was murdered there after all, but it is also true that he illegally crossed their borders," Naruto said. "Everyone has to understand that the alliances and my goal is solely to bring peace to this world. We cannot and will not start a war without the good reasons, otherwise we aren't any better than the Akatsuki, and this is not the message we want to pass on to the world," he added. "What do you propose we do in that case, Naruto-kun?" the Mizukage asked, not caring that everyone heard the suffix she added to the blonde's name. Naruto had to once again calm the vixen in his mindscape down, as Natsuki was really not fond of Mei and her teasing on Naruto. "Well, I suppose we could." Naruto could not finish his sentence as he suddenly stood up, mirrored by Gaara and Yugito. Everyone else in the room was surprised by their synchronized movements. "What is it, Naruto?" Tsunade asked with concern for her blonde subordinate. "Yuki, lots of it. I can sense a gigantic source of Yuki, not far from our current position, Jinchuriki-sized Yuki, and still rising. It must be your brother, Raikage Dono, and he's fighting someone. We should depart right away and investigate," Naruto said. Yugito and Gaara also felt the Yuki explosion and nodded their agreement to Naruto's assessment. "I'm going, that idiot brother of mine will only listen to me, plus I'm the fastest one here," the Raikage said as he stood up. "I'll go too, I'm the one with the most experience against Akatsuki, and you'll need me to locate the source of Yuki. Furthermore, I wouldn't be so sure on the speed matter. I'm pretty sure I could give you a run for your money in a speed contest, so I won't slow you down. Naruto replied with a grin, not fazed by the raikage and his claim to be the fastest. Before Yugito could even move a muscle, I told her to stand down and that she wasn't coming. He left no place for any argument, telling his adoptive daughter that his decision was final. Naruto turned his head towards Tsunade. He may have been placed at the top of the Alliance's forces, but she was still the Hokage and someone he truly respected. He wasn't about to disrespect her in front of everyone like that. Tsunade really wanted to prevent him from leaving as well, just like a stopped Yugito from joining them, but she knew that Naruto was different. Trusting his judgment, she simply nodded her head and with a heavy sigh let the Namikaze clan head follow the raikage. The two men immediately left after that, with the raikage following behind Naruto. The young Jonin simply followed the trail of Yuki as they moved at high speed towards the source. I had to admit that Naruto was very fast and didn't show any sign of being tired, even after his previous battles. With Killer Bee, earlier. The Hachibi Jinchuriki was visiting a friend of his, coincidentally inside the borders of Iron Country where the cage meeting was being held. They were discussing various topics, seating inside a forest, covered in snow as the rest of Iron Country at this time of the year. The friend he was visiting was a Enka music shinobi named Sabu. Sabu was a short, middle-aged man. He wore a cream-colored robe adorned with a purple belt and two purple fuzzy balls hanging in the front. He also wore a purple garment underneath the robe and has a mesh shirt under his robe as well. He had dark brown hair which is done in a traditional Japanese manner, but with a punch perm bun on top of his head. He wields a huge axe and has a giant raccoon following him everywhere by the name of Panta. B was taking tips on how to develop his Enka style when they were interrupted by the arrival of two visitors, wearing black robes with red clouds. "It's you again, fish man. I guess the little present I left you wasn't good enough for you and your friends," B said as he felt Kisame and Itachi. "Don't worry, Octopus, we will thoroughly verify the body we're taking in this time," replied Kisame with his usual smirk while Itachi remained silent. Before they could trash talk any further, the giant raccoon charged towards the Akatsuki pair. Sabu was too slow to stop his partner as Kisame unsheathed his sword and countered the charging beast with a swing. Panta was easily overpowered by Kisame's strength and the poor raccoon was now on the floor, unconscious. Sabu was about to charge in to avenge his partner when Itachi suddenly activated his Sharingan, quickly catching the Enka master in a mid-level genjutsu. B immediately ran towards his fellow Enka comrade but Kisame stood in his way. He could only watch from afar as Itachi slowly walked towards Sabu and knocked him out with a chop at the neck. "Now that the interference is gone, shall we start?" Kisame asked, as he slowly unwrapped the bandages covering his sword. "I can't fight the both of them here, well I'm their target so they will follow after me. If I go ballistic on them with Hachibi, Sabu and Panta will get caught in the destruction," thought Killer Bee as he decided to run in the opposite direction, trying to put some distance with Sabu before the fight starts. Itachi and Kisame showed no interest in the Enka singer or the giant raccoon and immediately chased after B. The Jinchuriki managed to get pretty far from his original position. In fact, he could have run for a lot longer, but he suddenly decided to stop and turned back to face his enemies. "Are you ready to come with us? We will not put you through unneeded pain if you follow us without resisting," Itachi said in his usual emotionless voice. Instead of answering, B took out the 7 swords he had and took a strange stance. B held his 7 blades in between the joints of his arms, left armpit and both elbows, right leg, stomach, the right side of his neck, and the last one in his mouth. Seeing Kisame itching to take a bite at the Jinchuriki in a sword fight, Itachi decided to interfere. "We don't have the time to lose around here, Kisame. The cage meeting is being held not far from here, we can't risk exposing ourselves for too long. We'll both attack him at the same time, you take the front, I'll capitalize on any opening he leaves," announced the Uchiha prodigy, getting a nod from his partner. Kisame lost no time and charged at B with his Samahata drawn, very confident about his Kenjutsu skills since he was once a member of the 7 Swordsmen of Kiri. Far from being impressed by Kisame's fame, B remained calm and waited for the Akatsuki swordsman to come. Kisame's swings were more powerful but B was unpredictable with his 7 swords, even Itachi had troubles to follow him and predict his attacks. The Uchiha found no openings so far in B's stance. After another high-speed Kenjutsu exchange, B was finally able to take the advantage and Kisame took a deep cut on his left shoulder before B kicked him away. The Jinchuriki was surprised though, he expected his katana to go right through his opponent's body but Kisame somehow managed to soften the blow. B theorized that the enemy had a way to absorb his chakra during their fight since his swords were charged with lightning chakra. While B was thinking about his previous fight, Itachi with his Sharingan activated managed to get in front of the Jinchuriki, who forgot about him for only a split second and launched an attack. Megan, Kasagui no Jutsu, called Itachi as he looked into B's eyes. The Jinchuriki found himself in the illusion world created by the Sharingan user, tormented with the sensation of having spikes driven through his limbs, taking away his body's freedom. In the real world, B dropped his swords and lost his Kenjutsu stance. Seeing this, Itachi ran towards him and he was about to knock him down when B suddenly moved at the last moment before Itachi's attack. Lariat, yelled B as he suddenly shifted from his previous position to attack Itachi with his right arm, encased in Yuki. With B's speed and his own momentum, Itachi took the attack almost straight on. It was only years of training and fighting that allowed the Uchiha to not take a critical hit. He managed to slightly move at the last moment in order to not take a mortal wound from the B's counter. How were you able to move? I'm sure I caught you in my genjutsu, asked Itachi. I'm a host with a perfect control over my Jinchuriki powers, therefore I'm immune to genjutsu, now die. Roared the Raikage's younger brother as he took a sword from the ground and slammed it down towards his injured opponent. Before B could drive his sword through Itachi's heart, he was kicked out of the way by Kisame. The former Kiri nin was bleeding from his shoulder, he had taken off his coat and was now topless. He took a look at his partner and knew he wouldn't be able to flee if he had to carry the now useless Uchiha with him. His only choice now was to fight and defeat the Jinchuriki. His decision made, Kisame went after B and launched a jutsu. Suiten, Dai Bakusui Shoha, yelled Kisame as he expelled a massive amount of water from his own mouth. The water took the shape of a giant bubble, trapping B and Kisame inside it. Time to get serious, the stronger my opponent, the stronger I become, said Kisame before he somehow fused with his sword, taking on the new appearance of a hybrid form between a human and a shark. B watched the scene from his position inside the water prison, with his Yuki cloak still activated from the moment he countered Itachi's attempt to attack him with genjutsu. His transformation and the sword's powers, he intends to fight me in this water prison. He most likely has the ability to breathe underwater, I won't last long if I stay inside, he thought as he started to gather more Yuki from his biju until his cloak was composed of all the 8 tails. Present time. Seeing the explosion of demonic chakra, Kisame immediately rushed to B's position and started to attack him. The Jinchuriki tried to escape the water bubble only to find out that it was following its caster's movements, consequently as long as Kisame could follow him, he would never be able to get out of the prison. This time, the Kurigakur no Kaijin completely dominated the fight. He had the advantage of fighting underwater and every wound he suffered was instantly healed by absorbing more of the chakra from the Hachibi. Soon B had to dispel the Yuki cloak as his reserves were now critically low. He was also close to his physical limit after holding his breath during the whole fight inside the Suiten prison. Seeing his opponent's transformation fading away, Kisame undid his water prison jutsu. B was now laying on the floor, out of chakra or stamina, and was starting to lose consciousness. So close, said the Jinchuriki as a smirking Kisame was slowly walking to him. The Kiri missing nin was about to take B's body when he saw the smile on the face of the Jinchuriki, his eyes widened as he finally understood B's last sentence. Lariat, yelled a new voice as a lightning-covered arm suddenly appeared in front of Kisame's throat. A split second after that, a bright white flash illuminated the area. Futon, Shinzo Hakai, called another voice as Kisame felt 2 arms pressed behind his back. Naruto used his new taijutsu technique to hold Kisame's body while destroying his internal organs from the inside, and used Naruto's block to chop off the Akatsuki member's head with his Raiden-charged lariat. So close indeed, were Kisame's last words as he lost his head and felt his body explode from within. Not caring for their victim, the Raikage immediately went to check on his brother. He was relieved to see that the Jinchuriki was just unconscious. Naruto took Kisame's head and sealed it away as he did for Hidan's and Kakuzu's heads. I'll take this for my increasing collection if you don't mind, Raikage Dono, said the Leaf Jonin. Only chuckled at the light joke and took his brother's body over his shoulder. They left shortly after that, in the direction where they came from towards the samurai's fortress, not caring for Kisame's body or his sword. They traveled for a short time when the Raikage suddenly stopped. Turning his head towards the ground, Naruto saw a strange-looking man on top of a giant bear or rat creature. Raikage-sama. Thank God you found B, I was starting to fear those 2 had defeated him, when the Yuki slowly disappeared a while ago, said the man as Naruto was still trying to find out from what kind the creature was. Sabu, I should have guessed that idiot would have come to see you, mused with a scowl on his face. Wait a minute, what do you mean those 2? Asked Naruto as he finally snapped out of his thoughts. Yes, the fish-like one, and the Uchiha. replied Sabu. However, before he could end his sentence, Naruto was already gone. As the blonde came back at the place where he killed Kisame not too long ago, he cursed as he immediately saw that the body disappeared, along with the sword. Furthermore, after following the footsteps that were left on the snowy ground, he also found out that a second body, profusely bleeding, had also been dragged away not too long ago. What the hell? Thought the blonde as he tried to understand what just happened. Rice country borders. A group of shadows was tree jumping within the borders of Tano Kuni. Hurry up, Suigetsu. Why the hell did you even bring that huge-ass sword with us anyway? Asked an unknown feminine voice. Do you want me to carry the body for you, Sasuke-kun? Asked another female voice. Don't you dare, he's mine, no one is to lay a finger on him. Roared a familiar voice, as Uchiha Sasuke and some of his subordinates came into light. Chapter 41, Preparation and Engagement. Turtle Island. Naruto woke up in an unfamiliar bed. Looking around, he didn't recognize the room he was sleeping in neither. Getting out of bed, he finally remembered where he was and also why. He took a fast shower and then changed into his ninja gears before leaving the room. He went downstairs and saw that his two new comrades were already awake and waiting for him in the kitchen. Good morning, Uzumaki-san, came a first voice when he entered the kitchen. Good morning to you too, and please, call me Naruto, replied Naruto in his usual cheerful tone. Sure, as long as you call me Yugito, the woman he was talking to replied, getting a nod from Naruto. How are you feeling, B-san? Are your injuries healed yet? Naruto asked the other person in the room. I'm feeling great, kid. How about you? Are you ready to start your Jinchuriki training? Killer B asked Naruto. Actually, Naruto was thinking about his next words and how he managed to find himself in this situation. Flashback, cage meeting. After Naruto joined them, the Raikage and a still unconscious B decided to go back to the samurai's fortress, where the other cage were waiting for them. When they arrived, Naruto told everyone about the fight and how they managed to save Killer B from Kisame and Itachi. He also revealed that someone somehow stole the bodies and equipment of the missing nins before he came back to check on Itachi. What now? We decided to not attack a Megakure without solid evidence. What can we do other than waiting for them to attack one of us first? Asked Kuretsuchi. Prepare ourselves to war, share our resources and information to get everything we can about Akatsuki. Gaara said. Let's meet again in a month, this will give us the time to make the appropriate arrangements. I'm sure we all need to report to our respective councils about the recent developments. Mei added. Before Mifune could announce the end of the meeting, Naruto suddenly stood up. Raikage Dono, I'd like to ask a favor, said the young Leaf Jonin, getting a nod from the A. Now that we managed to find B-san, I would like to request for him to teach me how to control my powers as a Jinchuriki. I'm well aware that he has a perfect mastery over his own powers. Naruto said. Very well, but the place for such a training is a secret base. Even in Kumogakure, only a few of us know of its existence and I would like to keep it that way. You are allowed to come with us, but I cannot reveal to everyone the location where you will be training. A replied. Before Tsunade could protest, not liking the fact that she wouldn't know where Naruto would be, the newly appointed alliance's leader spoke again. I accept your conditions, thank you very much, he said to the Raikage, then he went to talk with Tsunade. Are you sure about this, Naruto? Asked the Hokage with a worried look on her face. Don't worry, Ba-chan, I feel that I can trust them. This is for Ero Sennin and his dream, together we will make his dream a reality. Replied the Uzumaki to his last relative alive. Tsunade could not deny him when he started to mention the old pervert. It was a sensible subject for both of them, so she reluctantly agreed to let him go with the Kumo nins. The Suna, Kiri and Iwa delegations were already gone. Before Tsunade with her two bodyguards could leave, Naruto stopped them before going through hand signs. Ninpo, Kuchio's no jutsu. He yelled. A very small dragon appeared out of the smoke and Naruto handed it to Tsunade. Here, take him with you, this is Ryuban, a messenger class dragon. You can contact me through him in case of emergency. Naruto said to his cage. Tsunade took the small summoned creature and then left to get back to Konoha with her escort. End of flashback. They arrived on the island yesterday. Yugito was tagging along under A's orders to keep Naruto and B from killing each other. It also helped that she too had a perfect control of her Jinchuriki powers and was one of the few who could handle B when he went overboard. It was already late when they disembarked from the boat that led them there, so they decided to sleep early. Well, I can already control all the 9 tails of Yuki from my Biju. Naruto admitted. You what? Yugito yelled back to him while B had a scowl on his face. Naruto then told them about his story with Natsuki and that they were mates. You're planning to release it, aren't you? Said the Hachibi Jinchuriki, once again shocking Yugito. Naruto's eyes widened at Killer Bee's words, surprised that he had already guessed his true intentions. Yes I do, and let me remind you that it's not it, but her. Kyuubi's real name is Natsuki. Naruto said. There was a long break. Yugito and Killer Bee were obviously interrogating their respective biju about Naruto's claims. After a few minutes of silence, Yugito was the first to speak. Very well, Nibi, or should I say Matabi, has confirmed that what you said about Natsuki is true. She said. Yuki says hello as well, however, how do you even plan to free her without losing your own life in the process? Killer Bee asked. When a biju is sealed into a human being, the Jinchuriki will receive a certain amount of Yuki with the distribution system that goes along with it. Our body will adapt to it, and that's why if someone tries to forcefully remove the Yuki from our body, we will die in the process. It would be the same as completely removing all the chakra from a human being. A human cannot function without chakra, and we Jinchuriki can't live without Yuki anymore. Naruto started. That's where you guys come in. I've created a new seal that will contain the surge of Yuki once I destroy my Shiki Fujin. The seal will be powered by your Yuki. You guys have perfect control over your respective Yuki, so with your combined powers you should be able to contain Natsuki's powers. Naruto finished. But what will happen to Natsuki if you keep the Yuki inside your body? Yugito asked. Natsuki will get back a physical form as soon as I destroy the Shiki Fujin, but she will no longer be a biju after that. I guess that you could say she will become someone closer to us Jinchuriki, not human but not an immortal anymore either. I'm not sure what level of Yuki she will have after that. She is fully aware of these facts and wanted to proceed. Naruto replied. Would you be able to do the same for me too? Yugito asked again, even surprising B. I'm not sure, we don't have the same Jinchuriki seal, but I could look into it if you want. Naruto told her. They then spent most of the day to prepare the unsealing ritual. Naruto had to draw an extremely intricate-looking seal on the ground while Yugito and B prepared the room and rest their bodies for the event. I guess we'll stop for today. The seal is ready, but I'm a little exhausted, both physically and mentally. We'll proceed with the unsealing tomorrow if that's fine with you guys. Naruto said as he stood up from his position on the ground. Yugito and B both nodded to Naruto, and they all made their way back towards the cabin they were using as a temporary house on that island. The dinner went on quite silently. Even B toned down his rapping habits and they all went to sleep early. Naruto's mindscape. The young blonde appeared in his mindscape that night right after he went to sleep. He quickly made his way towards the house he designed for Natsuki, only to find her waiting for him near the entrance. She immediately ran to him and brought him in a bone-crushing hug. Hinata-chan, it's finally time. Naruto happily said as he spotted the vixen. No matter how tired or sad he was, meeting with her always brought joy to his heart. Naru-kun, are you sure you want to proceed? I'm really worried, not for me but for you. I don't want to lose you at the cost of my freedom. Natsuki replied, tears already forming in her beautiful red eyes. You will have to trust me on this. I've worked hard and trained myself for that moment for the better part of my life. Ever since I fell in love with you, this has been a dream of mine to be able to hold you in the real world. I want this, more than becoming a Hokage, even more than bringing peace to this world. You will have to believe in me as I believe in us. Naruto replied, while gently kissing the tears away from the corners of Natsuki's eyes. You've really become skilled with the words Naru-kun, I believe in you, in us. Natsuki said with a smile. Are you sure you don't mind losing your immortality? Once we proceed you will become immortal just like me and you could die. Naruto asked. I would rather live and die knowing that I could hold and love you in the real world than live forever as a ghost inside a seal. Natsuki reassuringly told him. Then there's only one thing left for me to do. Naruto said before gently pulled back from the hug. The blonde slowly got down on one knee and took Natsuki's left in his own. I know we already consider ourselves as each other's mates, but I would like to take this moment to formally tell you what's been in my mind and in my heart for quite some time now. Started Naruto as Natsuki nodded back to him. You've always been here for me, I don't know where or what I would have become if you weren't. I love you with all my heart, no matter what happens once we reach the real world I want to remain by my side. Natsuki, would you do me the honor of marrying me? Naruto asked her. Hi, I would love to become your wife Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. Natsuki replied with tears of joy in her eyes this time. I'm sorry I don't have a ring for you, we're in my mindscape and I didn't want to create a ring that wouldn't be the one you would wear in the real world when you get out. I can do this though. Naruto said as he started to gather chakra through his finger and brought it to Natsuki's left hand. A seal soon appeared on her finger, on the spot where an engagement ring would be placed. It had a circular form, appeared to be just like a ring if someone was looking at it from afar. This is a modified version of the Hiraishin. I have the other part of the seal on my finger too. With it, we can instantly transport ourselves to each other, no matter the distance. This seal will remain even after the unsealing from tomorrow. We may not be connected by the Shiki Fujin anymore, but we will still be able to instantly reach each other with it. Naruto told her. This is even better than any ring in the world. I love you so much and I can't wait to hold you in my arms. Natsuki said. They hugged each other again after that and spent the night making out and talking about their future together. Before he left, she spoke to him again. You know you're still gonna have to buy me that ring when the unsealing is done, right? Natsuki said with a smile that still said she was serious to her future husband. Of course, my love. Naruto said with a chuckle, as he left his mindscape for the last time. Omegakure. Tobi or Madara was not happy about the latest developments. According to Zetsu, they had lost not only Hidan and Kakuzu but also Itachi and Kisame. Furthermore, Iwagakure managed to re-establish diplomatic relations with the other major villages, thanks to their newly appointed Tsuchikage and the participation of one Uzumaki Naruto as the mediator. The loss of the immortal combo was surprising. He had seen the both of them live through some nasty things and he did not think possible for either of them to die. However, losing Kisame and worse than that, losing Itachi was a major setback in his plans. He had also planned to use Iwa as an advanced base for his army once the chaos and aftermath of the cage meeting would be revealed, but that was quite impossible now. He knew that Omegakure and its forces were not enough. Zetsu had told him all about both battles, how the Kyuubi Jinchuriki single-handedly eliminated both Hidan and Kakuzu. He silently listened to the report about Naruto's newest powers and cursed at his inability to understand them. Then he learned how Itachi was surprised by Killer Bee's immunity to Genjutsu and finally how Kisame lost against the combined powers of both the Yondaime Raikage and once again Uzumaki Naruto. The true Akatsuki mastermind thought about the situation and there was one thing that came to him. Uzumaki Naruto, he is the common thread. Nagato and his plan to use him was good for a time, but now, we created a monster and I don't even know the extent of his true powers. Tobi said. I've lost track of him, the Nibi and Hachibi once they got within the borders of Lightning Country. I still have a clone trailing the cage though. He is back in Sunagakure and hasn't moved from there ever since. Zetsu reported. Transmit the following orders to Nagato. I will assign him the mission to take on the Ikibi while I go secure another alliance for us. Tobi said. Zetsu nodded before slowly disappearing into the ground. Konoha, Hokage office. Konoha was in a state of emergency. It wasn't the highest level of alert but close enough. Martial law was the highest one, only to be instated during active war times. Tsunade had started procedures and drills to organize the village in case of an attack by the enemy. Her policy now was to hope for the best but plan for the worst. Missions outside the village were now reserved to the higher level ninja while missions outside Fire Country were simply refused. Reserve troops were being slowly drafted in to re-actualize their level of skill and preparation. The Hokage had to attend to meetings with the council almost every day now. She was rather surprised to see the Namikaze clan's seat occupied by Yuhi Kurenai, the young Jonin Kunoichi having been nominated by Naruto, the clan's head, as his proxy during his absence. Kurenai did a good job at representing her former student in the council, proud, independent and never backing down before the civilian council. Tsunade let her mind drift to Naruto, wondering if it was a good idea to let him leave with the Kumo delegation after the cage meeting. She did not have much time to think about it, since she was suddenly interrupted by Shizune entering her office. Tsunade-sama, I know that sounds like deja vu but you need to take a look at this, again. Said her disciple as she was handed a bingo book. Already knowing which section to open, she directly went to Naruto's profile page. It read. Name, Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. Nickname, Konoha's Kase no Kami. Kiri's 8th Blade. Leader of the Shinobi Alliance. Age, 16. Rank, SS. Status, Jonin. Attributes, Kenjutsu S, Ninjutsu S, Genjutsu S, Taijutsu S, and Fuinjutsu S. Affinities, Wind. Bloodline, unknown. Description, has a very high affinity to the wind element. Sage of the mythical dragon summoning contract. Casts unbreakable Genjutsu. Member of Kurigakure's 8 swordsmen. Son of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. Defeated A-rank Kiri Nuken Momochi Zabuza the Kurigakure no Kijin. Defeated Sabaku no Gara the Suna's Ikibi Jinchuriki. Defeated S-rank Konoha Nuken and Uchiha Itachi the Sharingan prodigy. Defeated S-rank Iwa Nuken and Deidara the Mad Bomber. Defeated S-rank Kiri Yondaime Mizukage Yagura the Sanbi's Jinchuriki. Defeated S-rank Iwa Sandame Tsuchikage Onoki the Fence Sitter. Defeated S-rank Taki Nukenin Kakuzu the Immortal Heart Stealer. Defeated S-rank Yuga Nukenin Hidan the Immortal Jashinist. Defeated S-rank Kiri Nukenin Hoshigaki Kisame the Kurigaker no Kaijin. Action: flee on sight. Bounty: 100 million ryo in Oto and aim dead or alive. So the whole world knows about the survival of the Yondaime Hokage's son now. Tsunade said. Chapter 42, Freedom and Imprisonment. Rice Country, Otogakur, 1 week ago. Uchiha Sasuke and his group made it back to their base in Ta no Kuni, with one really interesting addition. Taka, that was the name this group was assuming when they had to perform missions outside the country, just finished its first S-class mission. This special unit was composed of the Uchiha Saiyan, Sasuke, new leader of the Sound Village after the assassination of the former leader, Orochimaru, at his hands. He was the one holding the body of an unconscious Uchiha Itachi over his shoulder, his elder brother, at their arrival. Then there was his former teammate from his Genin days in Konoha as members of Team 7, Haruno Sakura. Apprenticed to the Godime Hokage Senju Tsunade, she was a brilliant medic Kunoichi as her master. She had been in love with the Uchiha heir ever since their academy days back in the Leaf and chose to deflect from her home to follow him in his ambitions. The third member was Hazuka Suigetsu. He was one of those Orochimaru had captured and then experimented on. Suigetsu was the one who took up the Samahata from Kisami's corpse and said sword was now strapped to his back. He followed Sasuke but with his own ambition, gathering all the swords from the 7 swordsmen of Kiri, originally wishing to become one himself. The last member was another Kunoichi, who went by the name of Karen. She seemed to be constantly arguing with Suigetsu while trying to appeal to Sasuke at the same time, competing with Sakura to win the raven-haired shinobi's heart. She had been a loyal servant to Orochimaru but the young Uchiha managed to win her heart ever since he saved her from a life-and-death situation during the second round of their Chunin exams. The group had been welcomed by Otogakur's second-in-command, Yakushi Kabuto. Right hand to both Orochimaru when he was alive and now to Sasuke, the medic shinobi was also in charge of the continuation of the diverse experimentation programs that the Snake Sennin had put in motion before his demise. Otogakur, holding cells, present time. Sasuke opened the door to the detention area of his base. This was in fact the place where Orochimaru used to hold prisoner the people he had captured and planned to experiment on. Compared to the time when Orochimaru was in charge, the prison had lost most of its population under Sasuke's reign. With the fall of the Shodaime Otokage, many prisoners were freed and offered a place in the new army that would serve the Nadaime in his future ambitions. There was no real choice in the matter, as all those who refused to join the ranks were simply put in the research section of the village, under the responsibility of Kabuto to become the new volunteers in his experiments. "How is he today?" Sasuke asked as he entered into an isolation room. His body is slowly healing, the damages he sustained were catastrophic. A good thing that Sakura was there to heal the most extensive injuries he had. The techniques she learned from Tsunade are quite impressive. Kabuto reported. "What's the status of your truth serum, is it fully operational yet?" Sasuke said. "Yes, Uchiha-sama. It has been tested on subjects of various conditions. You need to know that those with the high mental defenses were the one I had the most troubles with. We can expect your bro." He was interrupted in the middle of his report when Sasuke snapped. "Don't you dare finishing that sentence, the prisoner has no relation to me and it would be wise for you to remember that." Sasuke yelled. "Of course, Otokage-sama. As I was saying, the patient will most likely resist the effect of the drugs, it will take time to break all his mental blocks," reported the scientist. "What are the drugs' effects on the subject's bodies and minds afterward?" Sasuke asked. "It really depends on their resistance. The longer a patient resists and the more permanent damage to the brain are to be expected," Kabuto replied. The door to the room suddenly opened as Sakura busted in, out of breath. "What the hell is wrong with you, Sakura?" Sasuke demanded. "Why you have a guest in your office, he?" Sakura tried to speak but was obviously troubled by that mysterious guest. "Well, what is so special about him?" the Uchiha said. "He's got the Sharingan, Sasuke-kun. I saw it with my own eyes. He was wearing a mask but I saw one of his eyes and it was the Sharingan, I'm positive," the Kunoichi replied as she finally composed herself. Sasuke's eyes widened at her reply, a million things going through his twisted mind at the moment. "There's no other Uchiha left besides Itachi and I, could that be Kakashi?" No, Sakura would have recognized him, so who? He thought as he left the room to meet this mysterious guest. Turtle Island. Naruto slowly woke up after his conversation with Natsuki, still not familiarized with the room he was sleeping in. He went through his morning rituals and then made his way downstairs towards the kitchen. As the day before, he was the last one up, since B was already sitting on the couch trying to come up with new rhymes for his songs and Yugito was eating her breakfast. "Hello there, did you guys sleep well?" the Leaf Jonin asked his two companions. "How can you be so enthusiastic this early in the morning, Naruto?" Yugito asked, visibly not fully awake herself yet. "What's with the good mood, Mr. 9? Did something good happen to you last night?" B asked from his position on the couch. Naruto was not even aware that he sounded so cheerful, well, at least more than his usual self. He decided to enlighten his two Jinchuriki fellow members with the last developments in his personal life. "I guess I should tell you guys, since I more or less kidnapped you both as I gave Raikage Gigi false reasons to bring you here with me. Well, I'm engaged. I visited my mindscape for the last time yesterday and Nitsuki agreed to marry me once we set her free from the seal. It is my pleasure to invite you both at the wedding and it would mean a lot for me if you could make it, though I still don't know when or where that will be." Naruto replied, a huge smile on his face as he told them. "That's great news, Naruto. Of course I'll come, even if brother forbids me to, I'll find a way to come," B said as he and Naruto bumped first in celebration. "I'll do my best too, though I won't go as far as Uncle B," Yugito added with a smile. "I know you didn't have much time to think about it, but did you guys decided if you want to free your partners too? I had a lot more time to think about it but we won't get another occasion anytime soon to have 3 Jinchuriki gathered at one place, it would be wise to proceed if one of you wanted to do it as well," Naruto asked them, with a serious tone in his voice this time. B was the first to react, he did think a lot about it ever since Naruto revealed his plan to them. "I carefully thought about it, Naruto. I don't have the same type of relation with Gyuki than you and Nitsuki share. As far as I can remember, he and I have always been the best of friends and that's why everyone see me as the perfect Jinchuriki. He is a part of myself and I'm a part of him too, we both came to the conclusion that we don't want to be separated," B replied. Naruto understood B's reasoning and chose to respect his decision. Yugito was still silent through all this, she had also taken the time to think about it but somehow came to a different conclusion. "I also took the time to think about it. In Kumo, everyone knew that I was the Jinchuriki for the two-tailed cat. I would lie if I told you that it didn't affect the relations or potential relations I could have with the rest of the population. While we are on friendly terms today with Matabi, that hasn't always been the case and I don't even know if it has a gender. If you can find a way to bypass my seal, I would like to try the unsealing," Yugito said. Naruto and B also understood her reasons and B always knew that even if she was his brother's beloved daughter, she had always suffered from isolation and loneliness while she grew up. He was glad that she could maybe find a way to reach happiness for once in her life too. "I understand both your decisions and I'll do my best to help you after this, Yugito," Naruto said, getting thankful nods from both B and Yugito. Naruto ate his breakfast and then the trio made its way to the room they had prepared for the unsealing. It was a huge cave and B had told Naruto that the place was designed to contain Biju if their host failed to control their power. They walked to the place where Naruto drew the seal on the ground that would lock Natsuki's Yuki and Naruto's body while her soul and body were set free from the destruction of the Shiki Fujin. "Okay, I need you two to seat in the spots I designed for you guys," Naruto said as he took them to their position. Yugito was seated behind the center of the seal where Naruto would be, while B was in front of him. "Next phase now, please listen carefully because this is really important. The moment I apply the key to my seal I need you guys to channel as much Yuki as you can through the symbols I drew on the floor in front of each of you," Naruto told them while showing them the place where they needed to focus their attention. "What happens if the output of Yuki isn't high enough at the time the Shiki Fujin is destroyed, Naruto?" Yugito asked, in a mix of curiosity and anxiety. "Well, not much except that I'll die and then my fiancé won't be too happy with you guys once she's freed and I'm unavailable to attend the wedding," Naruto replied with a nervous smile, trying to ease the tensed atmosphere. "No pressure then," Yugito said, regretting that she asked and trying to not think about an angered Kyuubi after them because they killed her mate. B simply chuckled from his position and focused his mind on the seals in front of him. Naruto then took off his vest, showing them the various tattoos he had on his upper body. The moment he channeled chakra, the Shiki Fujin appeared on his stomach. Another thing caught the two spectators' eyes, a new seal appeared on the underside of his right arm, from the palm of his hand to his elbow. "That's the key, now please get ready," Naruto told them, getting nods from his two associates. "Whatever happens today, I love you Natsuki," Naruto said to his vixen through his mind. "I love you too, Naruto," she answered him, and both closed their eyes in anticipation. Now, yelled Naruto as he suddenly opened his eyes that turned from cerulean blue to crimson red and slammed the key on his stomach over the Shiki Fujin. In perfect synchronization, both Bi and Yugito channeled as much Yuki as they possibly could through the strange runic symbols Naruto had painted on the floor, and then, exactly 9 seconds after the beginning of the procedure, everything disappeared in a bright flash of white light. Sunagaku, Kei's cage office. A week after getting back from the cage meeting, things had greatly changed for the hidden village of the sand. Security had already been upgraded after Akatsuki's first attempt to kidnap the Kei's cage, but now, the village was on high alert. Civilians had orders to limit their activities outside their home to the strict minimum. The academy now sent students back home earlier than usual, and every patrol inside or outside the walls of the village had been doubled. Gaara was fully aware that because of him, Suna had once again become a priority target for Akatsuki. He also knew that with Naruto and the 2 other Kumo Jinchuriki going into hiding for a secret training session, it would further increase the pressure on his own village. He would have gladly come with his best friend, but he had responsibilities that Naruto didn't, a village to run. The council meeting he had in the morning had been the same as every other one he had during the week, reports of the patrolling missions, as nothing suspicious had been reported so far. Gaara had also assigned Kankuro to oversee the village's external defenses, while Temari was in charge of organizing the internal activities as well as the evacuation drills and logistics. Desert, outskirts of Sunagaku. 3 shadows were slowly advancing towards Sunagaku, all wearing the Akatsuki robes. How nostalgic, it hasn't been that long since the last time I've been here with Sasori, Deidara said, riding on top of his bird made of clay. Was the reply of his first traveling companion. Was the reply from his second partner in this mission. Neither Nagato nor Konan replied to his comment, making the Iwa missing nin scowl. You know, even that stuck-up puppeteer had more conversation than the both of you combined. Damn, I'm bored out of my mind. You don't mind if I go first, right? Deidara said, still getting no reaction from his comrades. Seeing no signs protestations, the blonde suddenly took off in the air with his bird and accelerated towards their destination on his own with great speed. Even if he was getting really annoying, was it really wise to let him go first alone like that? Zetsu told us that their defense had been greatly improved since the last time you sent him there. Konan asked her partner. He will either succeed in taking down the Ikibi Jinchuriki or serve as a good distraction while we proceed to complete the mission ourselves within the chaos he will most certainly create. Replied Nagato without a hint of emotion upon using his subordinate in such a way. Konan chose to not comment on her friend's plan. The couple continued their walk towards Suna in silence after that. Sunagaku, Eastern Walls. A squad of 3 Chunin and 1 Jonin was in the middle of their mission to patrol over the eastern section of the village when something suddenly caught the attention of the squad leader. The rest of the team stopped when they saw that their leader wasn't following after them. They looked back to see that his sight was set towards the sky, over the walls. What is it, Taicho? Asked one of the team member, as they joined up with their leader. I'm not sure, I think I see something there, up in the sky. The Jonin replied without looking at them. Before any of the Chunin could react, the entire area was shaken by a powerful explosion. A few seconds later, Deidara was seen flying over the dust cloud generated by the explosion. He was smirking until he saw the result of his preemptive strike as the cloud dissipated. Above the group of 4 Suna shinobi, stood a dome of sand. A small tendril of sand was connecting the strange structure to something else. Deidara followed it to the source and he was surprised when he found it. Also floating mid-air was none other than the Kei's cage. How did you detect my art this time, Deidara asked. I knew you were coming even before you left Omegakure, now we'll see how different the fight goes when Suna is expecting you. Replied Gaara in a calm yet determined voice. Pain won't be happy about this, Deidara said as he leapt back to create some distance between the Kei's cage and him. Chapter 43, Desert Storm. Sunagaku, Eastern Walls. The Kei's cage. Gaara stoically observed Deidara's retreating form towards the desert as more of his men came to assist him after hearing the huge explosion. Among the reinforcements were Temari and Kankuro, escorted by their own respective squads. Temari, proceed with the evacuation plans as scheduled and send emergency scrolls to all our allies telling them we're under attack and request immediate assistance. Gaara said to his sister. Hi Keisuke-sama, it shall be done, she said back with determination in her voice. The kunoichi was of course worried for her brothers, but she had to keep her emotions to herself as many were looking up to her at this moment. Kankuro, mobilize all our men. Send everyone to their positions, including the shinobi put in the reserve list. The Keisuke gave the orders to his brother this time. Very well, I'll see to it. What about you though, what will you do? The puppeteer master asked his younger brother and leader. Temari also wanted to know, even though she already suspected that he would do something reckless again. He is but one man, I shall stall him long enough for our forces to regroup and our citizens to be properly evacuated. Remember that they always travel at least in pairs, something is wrong here and we must prepare ourselves. Gaara replied and then surprised both his siblings as well as the guards around them when they saw a smile on his face as he spoke to them. You all have your orders, now go. Don't worry, I'm not that easy to kill and besides, I don't plan to lose against the same opponent twice. Said the cage as he slowly flew higher in the sky and left the vicinity of his village without looking back. You heard him, let's go everyone. Temari yelled as they all left to perform their duties. Otokage's office. Sasuke used Shunshin to appear just outside of his office, where the mysterious guest who supposedly possessed a Sharingan was waiting for him. The Nadaime Otokage tried to calm himself as he made a move to get inside his office. Upon entering the room, he saw a man in the Akatsuki's garbs, with an orange mask covering his entire face except for a small hole over his right eye. Sasuke immediately activated his Sharingan to get a better view of this man's right eye. With his Dujutsu activated, he instantly saw what scared Sakura to such an extent. The man in front of him truly had a Sharingan in his right eye. Trying to retain his composure, the young leader then started the conversation. Give me a good reason why I shouldn't kill you right away, Akatsuki. Sasuke asked with authority. I didn't come here to fight, even if you wanted to kill me, right now you aren't strong enough. The man in front of him calmly replied. Who are you, and why do you have a Sharingan in your right eye? I should be the only one left with Itachi and Kakashi to have it and you're neither of them. Replied Sasuke, rapidly losing his patience. Who I am is of no consequence to you right now, I came here to extend an invitation to you though, as I did with your brother many years ago. Tobi said, his voice still void of any emotion. Why the hell would I follow the same path Itachi took? The only goal I have is to destroy everything that he had or did in his life. Sasuke said with anger in his voice, preparing himself to attack the stranger. I know that you retrieved his body from after his fight with the Hachibi Jinchuriki, he already played his part in my plan so I don't need him anymore. Get the truth from him, you will see that the world isn't as simple as it sounds. Then come and find me when the light leaves your world and everything turns into endless darkness. Tobi mysteriously said as he tossed Sasuke a scroll with the location of one of his secret base. The masked Akatsuki's member then activated a space-time ninjutsu under Sasuke's astonished eyes as he disappeared into thin air in front of the Nadaime Otokage. Very well, I will get the truth from Itachi. Sasuke said to no one in particular. The meeting made no difference to him as he had always planned to discover the truth behind Itachi's actions, how his loving brother turned against their clan and killed everyone that fateful night. The question that killed him was why he was chosen as the sole survivor of the massacre, why him and not his mother or father. Determined now more than ever to get the answers to his questions, Sasuke made his way back to the confinement area. Sunagaku, just outside the walls. Gaara lost no time as he immediately started his attack against Deidara, going through hand signs as huge amount of chakra-charged sand was gathering around his body. Renden Suna Shigur, he called as the sand he was collecting from both his gourd and the desert below him took the form of shuriken. He then started to bombard Deidara with them, firing the sand projectiles with deadly speed and accuracy. He can float in the air like me, so my C2 landmines strategy won't work against him. I wouldn't even be able to evade his attacks anyway if I took my dragon out now, so let's go with the C1 for the time being. Deidara thought of a battle plan, as he was skillfully evading Gaara's attacks. Seeing that it wasn't effective, the cage stopped his sand bullet barrage attack, not wanting to aimlessly waste chakra. However, instead of running away, Deidara suddenly turned back and instantly charged back towards the village. Gaara cursed at himself as he understood his opponent's plan. The missing nin was going to take the village hostage in order to limit his target's movements and the scale of his attacks. Gaara went in pursuit mode, trying to catch up with Deidara, but the blonde was a lot faster than him in the air. Good, he's falling right into my trap. Now let's see how you deal with this, thought Deidara as he started to absorb clay from the palm of his hands and then molded a small amount of it into very small spider-like creatures. Gaara was still following behind Deidara when something caught his attention. His sand shield automatically reacted to block a foreign object that was flying at him from Deidara's direction. He did not have the time to wonder what he was since the object detonated as soon as it reached the shield. Gaara's eyes widened when he saw that many more of those were now in front of him, blocking his path to Deidara. The redhead immediately stopped his advance and started new hand signs. Futon. Mugen Sajin Daitapa. Yelled Gaara. He first inhaled air and then blew it out along with the chakra-coated sand particles. This powerful squall covered a large angle in a stream sufficient to knock the spiders-like creature down and damage them with the sand before they could reach him. This caused them all to explode. However, Deidara had already managed to reach the village while Gaara was dealing with his C1 attack. When the cage finally arrived back in Suna, Deidara had already started to spread chaos all over. The missing nin had changed his mount from the small frail-looking bird to a strong large dragon creature. "How nice of you to join us, Cage Dono, Deidara said with a smirk as his dragon spat a giant missile towards the ground. Gaara was forced to helplessly watch as the clay bullet hit the roof of Suna's academy with deadly speed before exploding and obliterating the entire building along with other smaller ones that were close to it. "How do you like my C2 creation, Bakuretsu Harayu? Let's see how you fight now that you have to protect your precious village against my attacks at the same time," Deidara said before taking more altitude with his dragon. Just then, before Gaara moved again, Temari and Kankuro appeared via Shunshin behind him. Evacuation is almost complete, only a few residents have yet to reach the refuge. The emergency scrolls have been sent and we used our fastest traveling birds, Temari reported. Every man with military training has been armed and sent to the walls of the village. I know you wanted to avoid fighting them inside the village, but it has been evacuated by now. We may lose some buildings, but it's a lot better than losing you, Kankuro said. Very well, both of you go join our men and make sure no one interfere with this fight. He's got very powerful wide-range attacks and from now on I won't hold back on mine neither, Gaara ordered his siblings. Temari and Kankuro could feel the desperation in Gaara's voice. They chose to not put any more pressure on him than he already supported, using Shunshin again to leave him fighting against the Akatsuki member on his own as he ordered them to. Deidara continued to bombard the village with his C2 dragon, while Gaara was forced to stay close to the ground in order to counter or deflect those attacks, both aimed at him or the village. The missiles were getting stronger and faster with each attempt he made. The one he was about to launch was gigantic and Gaara was certain that it would obliterate a good quarter of the village if he let it touch the ground. Let's see how you like this one, art is a blast, yelled Deidara as his dragon fired the deadly clay missile, aiming for the center of the village. Gaara knew that he could not afford to let this attack succeed. He used a sand Shunshin to appear right above the estimated point of impact and went through a new series of hand signs. Psycho Zatai Bogyo, Shukaku no Tate, called Gaara as he summoned a giant statue of Shukaku made of highly chakra-charged sand and placed it above himself in order to protect the village. When Deidara's attack reached Gaara's shield, the explosion rocked the entire village. The buildings around the cage were destroyed by the blast. The ultimate defensive jutsu used by Gaara was almost completely destroyed and he was himself laying on the floor, profusely bleeding from the cuts he received from the explosion. The Jinchuriki also bled from his ears, most likely from being so close to such a detonation. It seems you survived my art, No matter, it's time to finish this, Deidara said before flying towards the downed form of the cage with his C2 dragon ready to take Gaara's body away in its claws. The dragon flew down and the moment its claws reached out for Gaara's body, the cage's body cracked and dissolved into sand. Deidara's eyes widened as he understood he was the one who fell into Gaara's trap. The missing nin then heard his enemy calling a new jutsu. Psycho Zatai Kogeki, Shukaku no Hoko, Gaara said as he emerged from the broken form of his previous sand shield with a massive spear made of the same hardened sand and pierced both Deidara and his dragon's bodies with it from behind. Deidara tried with his remaining force to move but couldn't free himself from the spear that was going through his stomach. Seeing that Gaara had a good hold on him, he gave up on trying to run away and turned his head towards his opponent. This isn't over, Cage Dono. I may have lost today, but I'll leave you with a memory of my art, a memory you or your village won't be able to forget anytime soon, Deidara said before going through hand signs. Not understanding nor liking the idea of an artistic final gift from Iwagaker's Mad Bomber, Gaara decided to act too. C0, Kyukyoku Geijutsu, Deidara said as his body started to disappear. Seeing the pattern of his previous attacks, this must be his ultimate and last desperate move to take me with him in death. This must be some kind of very powerful explosive jutsu as the rest. I can't risk it exploding here, but what can I do? Gaara thought as he saw his enemy continue his technique. Sabaku, Sotezo, Gaara said as he trapped the rapidly evolving form of Deidara in a pyramidal sand structure with highly concentrated sand as its base materials. The cage then made additional hand signs and called another jutsu. Goku Samaiso, he said as the ground under the pyramid loosened and swallowed it, sinking it 200 meters below the ground. Gaara then used his last reserves to fill the ground with his chakra in anticipation with Deidara's jutsu. A few moments after that, everyone in the village could feel the force behind the explosion. To Gaara it was surreal. Sunagaker itself was shaking from Deidara's last jutsu. It was as if they were experiencing an earthquake. Many buildings, roads and other structures collapsed under the strength of the vibrations. When the area finally stopped shaking, Gaara saw his village in a state of total chaos. He could only shiver in fear, thinking what would have happened if he didn't use his jutsu to bury the threat. Fortunately, the only loss so far were materials, no casualties were signaled. Gaara sighed in relief. Buildings could be reconstructed but human lives were priceless. That was a lesson he learned from his best and first friend Uzumaki Naruto. He closed his eyes as he thought about the blonde Konoha Jinchuriki, and with the adrenaline slowly fading from his organism, he lost balance and fell to the ground. Good job, Gaara. You did it, you got him and protected us all. Tamari said as she caught him before he could touch the ground. Yay, now rest and leave the rest to us. You used most of your chakra in during the fight, you deserved a good rest after all this. Kankuro added. Gaara was about to comply and doze off, but he was interrupted before he could do so as a new explosion caught their attention. The main gate was gone and in its stead now stood two new shadowed figures. Unfortunately for Sunagakure, they were also wearing the Akatsuki's cloaks. It seems my subordinate took good care of you, Keisuke Dono. Pain said as he and Konan slowly appeared from the spot where the gates previously stood. Subordinate, are you some kind of leader in the Akatsuki organization? Kankuro asked the cloaked figure of Pain. There's no need for you to know that, since you are about to die anyway. Konan replied as she started to channel chakra through her body and dematerialized into slips of papers in front of their astonished audience. Pain slammed his hands on the ground as he called a new jutsu, Ninpo, Kuchio's no jutsu. He said as 5 small clouds of smoke appeared in front of him. When the smoke disappeared, in front of them stood 5 new additional Akatsuki's members. They all had orange hair and strange markings or piercings all over their faces. The weirdest thing is that they also all had a strange dojutsu, purple eyes with circular black rings. Gaara managed to stand up with the help of his sister Tamari, but as soon as he saw the eyes of the newcomers, he knew that Sunagakure would not be able to stop this enemy on its own. He told us that he needed time to train his powers, but I can't fight on my own anymore. I was the only one to have a chance to resist those S-ranked monsters, but I can't even stand up alone any longer. Forgive me, my friend, but I have no other choice now. I hope you had enough time, otherwise we're all doomed. Gaara thought as he slowly put a hand in his jacket pocket and took out something that caught Pain's attention. The god of Omegakure instantly launched one of his men against Gaara as he saw what the Keisuke was about to do, but it was too late already. The redhead Jinchuriki managed to throw the object he had in his right hand in the sky before he was tackled to the ground by Tamari in order to avoid Pain's attack on him. Just as Tamari and Gaara touched the ground, a white light suddenly blinded everyone around and Gaara slowly closed his eyes with a smile on his face. Chapter 44, Opposite Paths. Sunagakure, Main Entrance. Everyone just froze as the flashing light erupted in the middle of the battlefield, invaders and defenders alike. Only 3 of them actually knew what had just happened in front of them, as the object Gaara threw in the air fell back down and planted itself in the sand, recovering the ground. When they took a look at it, all everyone could see was a strange-looking kunai with 3 blades instead of the regular ones that only got 1. The more experienced shinobi now understood the situation, even though they still couldn't grasp every details. So you came after all, Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. Konoha's K's no Kami, 8th swordsman of Kiri and recently nominated as the leader of the Shinobi Alliance. Pain said from his position, turning his head back to look at the top of the place where the gates used to stand. Naruto. Where is he? I don't see him, Tamari said while frantically looking around, hoping to find the Leaf Jonin. Why would he be here? Wasn't he supposed to be hiding and secretly training his Jinchuriki powers? Kankuro discreetly asked his sister, who nodded back to him. It seems you already know a lot about me, Akatsuki members. However, I believe this is the first time we meet, said a familiar voice that left no doubt for the Sabaku siblings as to who just spoke. Naruto. Is that really you? Kankuro shouted from his position besides the fallen form of Gaara. In the flesh, it is good to see you again, makeup dude. Replied a smirking blonde Jinchuriki as many more in the audience snickered at the jab. Thank God, with him around we have a solid chance to stay alive. He's the one who took down most of them up until now. Were Temari's thoughts as she looked at the famed K's no Kami. Tamari, get your brother to a safer place and proceed with whatever Gaara asked you to do before he lost consciousness. Kankuro, you will have to deal with the blue-haired female member while I take care of the others. Have your men fall back to a safe distance, no offense but they would get in the way. Naruto said, assuming his leader role. The siblings blinked, unable to immediately react to the orders from someone younger than them that wasn't Gaara. They quickly regained their composure and then nodded to each other as they went to follow Naruto's and Gaara's orders. Naruto then started to analyze the Akatsuki members he had in front of him. There was the blue-haired woman, nothing really special about her except her beautiful face and also the fact that she didn't seem to show any kind of emotion. Naruto then set his gaze upon the rest of the invaders and was surprised when he noted that they all shared common features. With the exception of the first woman, every other members of their group had orange hair and those strange piercings on their faces. Suddenly his mind stopped processing whatever it was analyzing as he saw another similarity between all those members, their eyes. They all had a particular eye pattern that couldn't be mistaken, Rinnegan, the legendary dujutsu from the Sage of the Six Paths. Naruto just stood there as he remembered his discussion with Fukusaku, the Elder Toad Sage. He thought about the story of Jiraiya's final fight and how the Toad described the pervert's opponents, a mysterious group of shinobi wielding the same legendary dujutsu. "You!" yelled Naruto, staring at the group of orange-haired shinobi, as his blood started to boil. "You're the ones who killed Jiraiya-sensei, you will pay for this. I swear that none of you will leave this place alive," growled the blonde before taking off his jacket and throwing it aside. Many of the Suna Kunoichi around had a blush on their faces as they saw Naruto's naked upper body. Most of them would have called out to him if it wasn't for the extremely tensed situation at hand. "No time or energy to waste, if those guys are the one who took down Ero Sennin then I'll have to go all out from the beginning," Naruto analyzed in his mind, before going through hand signs. "Futon, Muga no Kyochi," Naruto said, activating the opening door of his bloodline as wind chakra started to flow throughout his entire body and his tattoo started to fade. "Ninpo, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." Naruto did no hand seal as one of his clone appeared right next to him with half of his remaining chakra reserves, evenly distributed among the two of them. "Futon, Hyakuren Jitoku no Kiwami," called the true Naruto, enabling the ultimate body enhancement form of his bloodline. "Futon, Seiki Kanpatsu no Kiwami," announced the clone, activating the ultimate mind control ability from his bloodline. "Futon, Teni Maho no Kiwami," Naruto yelled, as his clone dispelled and the wind violently picked up to form a small tornado around his body, entirely shielding him from his opponent's eyes. As the wind finally died down, Naruto slowly emerged in his final ultimate form, the pinnacle of perfect unity. "Such power, truly a shame that we couldn't understand each other while studying under the same sensei," Pain said in his monotonous voice, enabling the expected surprised reaction from his blonde target as Naruto didn't seem to know about their common connection through Jiraiya. Otogakure, detention area. It had been hours since Kabuto started his work on Itachi, miserably failing up until now as the Uchiha had yet to reveal any information to him that could prove to be useful for his master, the Nadaime Otokage and brother to the subject. From a purely scientific analysis, the Konoha missing nin should have lost the will to resist a long time ago. The drug that had been injected right into his bloodstream should have made sure of that, and yet he remained perfectly silent the entire time. Sasuke had only visited once, when he came to authorize the beginning of the procedure after his mysterious meeting with the masked guest that, according to Sakura, also had a Sharingan. The new leader of the Sound Village had then decided to put this experiment at the top of the list in terms of priority. Kabuto knew that failure was not an option in this case, and the medic was ordered to report in as soon as he was able to break Itachi's mental defenses. "Any change in his response to your treatment yet?" asked Sasuke as he entered the room. "None so far, but with the dose of drug he's been injected with, it shouldn't be much longer now," Kabuto replied as he started to take notes while monitoring Itachi's brain activities. "So his mind has already been considerably weakened even as we speak," Sasuke said, more like a statement than a real question. "Yes, I believe that with your unique way of interrogating people, you should be able to force him to reveal to you whatever you were looking for," Kabuto said, obviously speaking about Sasuke's mastery over his Sharingan. "Very well, let's see what he hides in that mind of his," Sasuke said as he made his way in front of his brother. The younger Uchiha took a seat in front of his elder brother and then channeled chakra through his eyes to reveal his fully mature Sharingan. "Now Itachi, tell me about the night when the massacre took place," Sasuke asked, as Kabuto went to check on the machine that was recording Itachi's vitals. Sunagakure, main entrance. During the showdown between Naruto and Pain, no one from the Suna forces or even Konan dared to move an inch. They were completely silent and listening to the conversation between the young leader of the entire Shinobi Alliance and the apparent leader of the Akatsuki organization. "What did you just say? I think I heard wrong when you mentioned Jiraiya-sensei," Naruto asked, insisting on the sensei word. "I was once a student of Jiraiya too, that makes us fellow students. You should be able to understand my actions, everything is for the sake of peace," Pain replied. Don't you dare twisting the words you must have heard from sensei into that stupid ideology of yours, he never wished for something like this to happen. Naruto said in anger. We had the same teacher, he told us both about his dream but we somehow reached different conclusions on the way to achieve that dream. Anyway, it seems the reports I had on you are accurate, it is useless to try to discuss with you. Pain started to say as he wordlessly ordered his men to attack. Naruto vs. Asura Path. From the 6 shinobi, the one with a mechanical body was the first to engage Naruto in a fight. He had some kind of propulsion device that allowed him to move at great speed and could also detach parts of his body at will in order to attack. The blonde easily evaded every attempts to reach him but found it equally hard to land a hit on his opponent. During the whole thing the other 5 just stood there, doing nothing except intently looking at them with their dujutsu activated. How the hell can he evade my hits? No one should be on par with me when I'm in this form. Does his eyes have prediction abilities like the Sharingan too? Naruto thought as his opponent once again blocked a hit that was aimed at him in a blind spot. The wind then started to slowly pick up, projecting the sand that was covering the entire area in the air around them. As they resumed the fight, Naruto found it strangely easier to make his punch or kicks connect this time. That's strange, is he already tired or did something change? His reaction time is a bit slower than earlier. The only difference with the previous encounter is this light sandstorm. Analyzed the blonde. His eyes suddenly widened as he finally understood some of his opponent's abilities. Slightly increasing the output of wind chakra coming out of his body, he managed to amplify the effects of the local sandstorm in order to hide their position from the rest of the Akatsuki members group and then took out his katana before charging at his enemy again. The result was immediate, he completely dominated the fight this time and with a swift swing of his blade, he managed to cut off the head of his first opponent. I was right, they somehow had the ability to inform him of my movements with that dujutsu to cover for his blind spots. The probability for one person to possess the legendary Rinnegan is ridiculously low, so for the 6 of them to have it, is downright impossible. That means this is most likely some kind of puppetry jutsu and only one of them with those eyes is in control of the rest of them. Were the conclusions that Naruto just came to, after his first fight with Pain. He was interrupted from his musings when 2 more Rinnegan wielders started to run at him. Naruto vs. Animal Preta Path. The only female member of those strange Rinnegan puppets suddenly stopped at a safe distance from him and the other one that was following behind her stood just in front of her. She then went through hand signs Naruto immediately recognized as he started to perform the exact same sequence from his position. Ninpo, Kuchio's no jutsu. They both yelled as they slammed their hands on the ground. From an external point of view, it would have seemed like Naruto had just used some kind of Sharingan ability to analyze, copy and then reuse a jutsu he just saw being performed in front of him. The truth is that he used that jutsu so many times in the past that being able to recognize those hand signs easily came to him. Not wanting to be overwhelmed by whatever his opponent was about to summon, he simply took the initiative to call forth his own summon. Kankuro. Clear the area on your men, this is about to get ugly. Naruto said to Kankuro as the puppet master and a good number of Suna shinobi had stayed close to them so far. Konan also took this opportunity to fall back behind the rest of their group that had yet to join the fight. Pain still managed to surprise the blonde as from the smoke generated by the Kuchio's techniques came out not only 1 but 3 summons, a dog, a bull, and finally a rhinoceros. All were quite big, at least the size of Ryuo or Gamabunta. The most interesting fact was that the summons also had the Rinnegan activated in their eyes. Naruto had, only, summoned the Dragon King himself, Ryuo. As he was still in a favorable position, he channeled more chakra to his palms and summoned more allies to even the odds and then next to Ryuo appeared 2 more dragons. On his right was Hiryu, the fire dragon and Naruto's favorite summon. On the left stood another one that Naruto had never summoned before, it was a dragon covered in ice and the incredible differential in temperature between him and the surrounding air was so high that the creature's body was covered by steam. What did you do this time, Naruto? Ryuo asked, almost annoyed at only being summoned in those extreme situations lately. It's been a while, Naruto-sama. You seem to have grown a lot stronger since the last time we met. Hiryu respectfully said. Greetings, Naruto-sama. I am Hiramaru, an ice dragon, it is an honor to finally meet you. Said the last one in an equally respectful tone. It's nice to see you all, I'm sorry this isn't a social call but I request your assistance. That one just summoned 3 boss-size summons and I'd really appreciate a little bit of help out there. He said pointing towards the female Rinnegan member. Oh, it's been ages since the last time I saw those eyes. Very well Naruto, we'll help you. The most effective way to win this is to take out the summoner, that should send those things back to their realms. That will be your mission while we deal with the summons. Ryuo said, getting an acceptance nod from Naruto. The giant dog, bull and rhino summons immediately charged towards Naruto, who had yet to move from his position. Seeing the incoming attack, the blonde simply jumped on top of the Dragon King's head while Hiryu and Hiranmaru slowly started to levitate from the ground to take position on each side of their king and summoner. When they were close enough, Naruto went through hand signs while the dragons started to inhale large quantities of air in their lungs. Futon. Ryu Kokuo no Nakigo, yelled Naruto as Ryuo expelled the air trapped in his lungs in a gigantic roar that, combined with Naruto's mastery over wind, turned into a giant sound attack, targeting the advancing summoning creature's hearing systems. The attack was extremely effective as the three charging summons from pain lost their balance and tripped themselves to the ground. Taking advantage of the situation, Hiranmaru was the next in line to make a move. The ice dragon then blasted a huge torrent of frozen air in front of him towards the fallen forms of their enemies' pets, instantly trapping them in huge ice blocks right where they fell. Hiryu then took position to finish the job as he released a powerful jet of red flames towards the immobilized creatures, literally vaporizing them out of existence. The animal path used another summoning jutsu, and this time a bird came out of the smoke. Naruto, what the hell are you waiting for? Go stop that summoner or this will never end. Ryuo yelled at him. Without hand signs or calling the jutsu, Naruto then launched the futon, Furyuden no Jutsu against the enemy summoner, but before the technique could reach its target the Preta path appeared in front of it and somehow absorbed it, only using the palm of his hands. What the? This one must have the ability to negate or absorb any ninjutsu. I have to get closer to them, thought Naruto as he summoned a Hiraishin kunai and prepared his next move. He suddenly launched his kunai towards the two Rinnegan wielders, however the kunai was off target from a good meter to the left. Pain wasn't stupid, he knew Naruto's true intentions and sent the Preta path behind to cover for the animal path. Naruto indeed missed on purpose as he appeared in a white flash behind them, causing the Preta path to smirk at correctly guessing his opponent's plan. He was about to raise his hands to deflect whatever Naruto planned to use against them when, to his surprise, instead of using a jutsu, Naruto caught the kunai he previously launched mid-air and launched it again in the opposite direction. The blonde appeared right behind the animal path, so fast that even Pain with his dujutsu wasn't able to follow his movements. He then launched the futon, Furyuden no Jutsu again, this time the wind dragon tore through the animal path at point blank, leaving no chance for an escape or external interference. Due to their close proximity, even the Preta path was caught in the area of effect from the wind jutsu and lost both his right arm and leg. 3 down, 3 to go, said a smirking Naruto. Chapter 45, Passing Dreams. Otogakure, Detention Area. Uchiha Itachi's consciousness was slowly fading away. He woke up days ago but he wasn't sure when exactly, as the only thing he remembered was the fight with the Hachibi Jinchuriki before everything went black. He swore he would never become like the rest of his clan, arrogant and overconfident in their supposedly invincible eyes. However, during that last fight with Killer Bee he dropped his guard, thinking the Sharingan would do the work, and that cost him dearly. He found himself in a strange room he couldn't recognize, most likely reserved for medical use. His movement were restricted and his chakra had apparently been sealed as well. He lost the track of time as medics were tending to his wounds, only recognizing Kabuto and Sakura as he already met them in the past. From that he could deduce that he was currently in Otogakure. The most surprising thing was that Sasuke had yet to visit him. Today Kabuto injected him with some kind of drug. Itachi could already feel his control slipping away. When Orochimaru's former right hand started to question him about Akatsuki and their plans, he found it increasingly harder to resist. When he felt his mental strength finally vanishing, that was the precise moment his younger brother decided to grace them of his presence. The last thing Itachi could picture, before his vision became clouded, was a pair of fully matured Sharingan staring at him. The same eyes that made him one of the most feared shinobi in the entire elemental nations, but also quite ironically the same eyes that caused his doom. That day Sasuke learned everything his brother knew. First was the truth behind the massacre of the Uchiha clan. Itachi was a spy for the village against his own clan, directly reporting to the Sandaime Hokage and his advisors. Apparently, the clan planned to rebel and start a civil war, but before they could act, Itachi was commissioned with the task to eliminate them all. He then learned about Akatsuki and the secret identity of the man behind the orange mask. He was stunned to learn that his ancestor, Uchiha Madara, was still alive. Itachi then spoke about Madara's plans and why he needed to gather the 9 Biju. Sasuke was especially interested in that Sharingan ability that the founder of his clan wanted to use. Everything went well, but Sasuke was still struggling with one thing: to discover why Itachi decided to spare his life on that fateful night. The elder Uchiha was pretty resilient in answering that question for unknown reasons, that made Sasuke's blood boil. Increase the dosage, Kabuto. The Otokage ordered his second in command. Uchiha-sama, he has already received more than his body should be able to handle. Any more than that and he is at risk of overdose and then death. Kabuto pleaded, trying to convince his leader to be more patient. I don't give a damn, you could replace his whole blood with the drug for all I care. Now, do it, replied Sasuke, completely ignoring the warnings from Kabuto. As you wish, Otokage-sama. You will have to wait a few minutes for the drug to kick in though. Kabuto answered before he pushed more drug into Itachi's bloodstream. Sasuke was getting more and more unstable as he had to wait for the drug to take effect on Itachi. After 5 more minutes, Kabuto gave him a nod to signal for the interrogation to continue. Tell me now, why did you leave me alive? Whose order was it? Who wanted me alive for whatever plans they had? The Hokage? The elders? Madara? Answer me, damn it, roared Sasuke as he looked into Itachi's eyes with his Sharingan activated. Itachi slowly opened his mouth, still trying to resist the effects of the drug flowing through his system on his mind. They wanted the whole clan to disappear, men, women and children alike. The Sandaime Hokage wanted to only kill those who were found guilty of treason, but the elders wouldn't agree. I struck a deal with them, your life for my silence. Only you would survive, my brother. You were supposed to rebuild the clan, freed from its corruption. I couldn't let them kill you. My only hope, my only weakness, finally replied Itachi. As the former Konoha Anbu captain was revealing his last and dearest secret, his eyes were losing their focus. Sasuke couldn't hold his tears back as he finally knew why Itachi left him alive. He was supposed to be his redemption. All this time, all Itachi ever did was to protect and guide him. Sasuke was about to speak with his brother again when he finally realized his condition. Itachi, wake up. Don't leave me alone, yelled the younger Uchiha. I'm sorry, Sasuke, were the last words Itachi pronounced before his eyes became empty. He was not there anymore. Kabuto watched in fascination. At the exact moment Itachi's mind was gone and his eyes lost their light, Sasuke's Sharingan began to change its shape, morphing into the form of the Mangekyo Sharingan. So that's how the famed Sharingan evolves to its next level, guilt over the death of a loved one. Well, it seems Itachi passed the torch to his younger brother, not sure if Sasuke actually sees the bigger picture or if he will just let anger consume him once more. Thought Kabuto in a morbid fascination. Tsunagaku, with Naruto. Naruto stood in front of the 3 remaining Rinnegan wielders, after having already defeated 3 of them. The bird creature, called forth by the one who used the summoning jutsu, had dispelled the moment its summoner had been struck by Naruto's wind technique. They had gone deeper in the desert as Naruto didn't want to destroy Tsunagaku with his high-scale techniques. Pain and Konan were highly impressed at the display of skill from their target. So far only Jiraiya had managed to go that far against Pain and his 6 paths. He's truly a student of Jiraiya-sensei. Nagato, I sincerely hope you have a solid plan, thought Konan as she continued to watch the battle from a safe distance. He easily took down the animal, Preta and Asura paths. I need to distract him and get the Naraka in position to restore the ones who can still be revived. I'd rather keep the powers from Diva secret for the time being, if I can. Pain analyzed the situation and his different options. Before he could think of a proper course of action though, Naruto had already thrown a Rasengan towards their group in anticipation. The deadly chakra sphere was already upon them and without the Preta path he couldn't deflect it anymore. With not enough time to evade, Pain had to sacrifice the human path. It stayed behind in order to push the Naraka path away from the deadly-looking jutsu that Naruto had just launched. Naruto's upgraded version of the Rasengan hit the human path dead-on, completely destroying its body in the blast, as it expanded on impact. The Diva path was the only one far enough to jump away on his own. However, he didn't see Naruto's 3 dragon summons coming at him in anticipation. Ryuo was in front of him while Hirayu and Hiranmaru were flanking him, all preparing to release their attacks as they inhaled large quantities of air in their lungs. With no other choice, he decided to use his powers. Shinra Tensai, yelled the Diva path as he extended his arms to the side of his body. Naruto stood there dumbfounded, as he saw his dragons being violently pushed back by an invisible force. He could only imagine the strength behind such an attack if it had enough power to blow away a creature with Ryuo's size. After flying backwards, Ryuo, Hirayu and Hiranmaru landed very loudly as they fell, hard on the ground. What the hell just happened? It looked like my black hole jutsu, with the exception that he didn't need to compress the air around him. I would have felt it if he did. Thought Naruto as he was forced to dispel the dragons and let them go back to their realm, in order to heal from their injuries. While Naruto was focused on the Diva path, the Naraka made its way to the only body that could still be salvaged, the Preta one. The other's body were not sustainable anymore, having received too much or critical damages. Unknown to Naruto, it started to regenerate the Preta path. I'll concede that you have nice moves too, well it's just 2 to go now. Naruto said, trying to not show how impressed he truly was. Bansho Tenin suddenly called the diva path as he extended one arm towards Naruto. The blonde immediately felt his body being pulled towards his enemy by an invisible force. He finally understood what attack was used against Ryuo and the others previously, gravitation force. Naruto tried to manipulate the wind to stop his movement, but it was in vain as the gravitation seemed to have more power. Naruto was getting dangerously close to Diva when he somehow managed to launch a Hiraishin Kunai and instantly moved away from there, appearing right behind his opponent. He was about to repeat his tactics from the fight against the animal path and launch another for Ryuden, however he was stopped at the last moment by the Preta path absorbing his jutsu. The Namikaze couldn't understand why the Preta was alive, or at least operational, as he was sure he destroyed it earlier. Looking back at the position where its body should still be laying, he saw the Naraka there with a strange statue. This one must have the power to somehow revive them. Damn, I was so focused on the one with the gravitation powers that I completely forgot about this one. Naruto thought. The 3 remaining paths moved into a new formation, with Diva in the center, Preta in the front and Naraka in the back. Naruto quickly analyzed and understood the sudden movement, the shield in the front, the healer at the back and the sword in the center. It actually made sense. For my next move to work, I'll need to at least get the one with regenerative powers, so taking down one of the other 2 will be secondary. I'll also have to be careful with the one manipulating gravitation, the other 2 don't seem to have offensive powers. Were Naruto's thoughts as he prepared his next moves. With a battle plan ready, Naruto summoned a Hiraishin Kunai and threw it towards his enemies before going through hand signs at a really high speed. Futon, Hiraishin Tatsumaki no Jutsu, he yelled, as the Hiraishin Kunai suddenly multiplied itself to form 50 copies. The wind then violently picked up and formed a small tornado around the 3 remaining paths, absorbing the 50 Hiraishin Kunai in its body. When the kunai were evenly dispersed within the tornado, Naruto did a single hand sign and disappeared in a white flash. Soon, Pain could see flashing lights traveling through the tornado as Naruto was jumping from one kunai to the next without stopping for even 1 second. The Diva path tried to use the Shinra Tensei and then the Bansho Tenin, but both failed, as Naruto simply moved to another kunai when he was being pulled or pushed by Pain's techniques. When the Preta tried to absorb and dispel the technique, he got severely cut on both hands as not only wind but also kunai were traveling at high speed inside the tornado. Naruto could see during Pain's attempts against him that the Akatsuki's leader had to wait for approximately 5 seconds between each jutsu before he could launch the next one. The blonde then timed his next attack and waited for an opening. Naruto didn't have to wait long as Pain decided to try again with the Shinra Tensei. The moment Pain's attack failed, the 5 seconds opening came and Naruto did not waste it. A Rasenshuriken was thrown into the enemy group and Preta immediately went to intercept it, however upon impact he realized too late that it was in fact a henge of the true Naruto flying at him. The blonde tackled the Preta to the ground and instantly applied both his palm into his opponent's rib cage. Futon, Shinzo Hakai, yelled Naruto as he made the Preta implode from within. He immediately stood up and unsheathed his katana and pointed its blade towards Diva, who still couldn't use any jutsu. Futon, Doku Kyuzu, he said as he thrust his katana towards his target. With no hesitation, the Naraka path pushed Diva away and took the hit in his stead. Naruto's sword went right through his heart and he could already feel the wind chakra tearing his body from the inside. The 5 seconds window finally ended at that precise moment and Diva pushed as much chakra as he could into his Shinra Tensei. Naruto was harshly blown away and the cyclone also dispelled as he lost his concentration after being hit at point blank by the condensed Shinra Tensei. Nagato. He sacrificed the Naraka even if it had a more strategic role than the Diva, because he didn't want to lose Yahiko. Thought Konan as she looked at the battle. Both Naruto and his last opponent were getting tired. Even with his ultimate mode activated, minimizing the efforts he had to do in order to perform his techniques, the blonde was starting to feel the after effects of the continuous use of the Hiraishin. Pain only had the Diva left and he also used too many techniques. Furthermore, contrary to the blonde Jinchuriki, his chakra reserves were far from limitless even with 6 bodies at his disposal. Both warriors knew they only had not much left before they were out of chakra. You're the first one to ever damage the 6 paths of Pain to such an extent, even Jiraiya-sensei did not go that far. Pain said. How dare you speak his name, your goals are so far from what Jiraiya-sensei wanted for this world, this isn't even funny. Replied Naruto. Are you sure about that? Let me tell you a story then. Pain then started to tell Naruto his past and how he came to meet the Sannin and Jiraiya. This is how your precious Konohagakure came into my home and killed everyone I ever loved, Uzumaki refugees, just like you and I, my dear cousin. He finished his story with this particular sentence, surprising his opponent. We both lived hard lives. I don't really know what to feel about what you just told me about us, but one thing is certain, peace through violence is not the answer. Naruto said. Then we shall see if your idea of peace can stand up to mine, replied Pain as Diva went through hand signs. Chibaku Tensai, yelled Diva as a small black sphere left his hands and floated high in the sky above Naruto. Nothing happened immediately, but after a few more seconds, Naruto could feel the ground shake beneath his feet. Then everything went fast as stones, trees, sand were pulled toward the sphere. Naruto was also caught by the attack and his movement were quickly restrained by the materials that were pulled towards the sphere alongside with him. This is said to be the jutsu used by the Sage of the Six Paths when he created the moon, even you won't be able to escape from it. Pain said as he kept the jutsu active. It had soon transformed into a giant boulder floating in the sky, crushing everything inside as new materials were continuously being pulled towards it. Pain was about to release his hold on the jutsu when he started to feel strange. Everything around him started to feel empty, no sound could be heard as if it had been sucked into the Chibaku Tensai itself. He started to look around, only to see Konan far away from him screaming at him. He still couldn't hear a sound, making it impossible for him to understand that she was trying to warn him about the incoming danger. When he saw her look up, he followed her gaze and finally understood, all but too late, what she was trying to say to him. The Chibaku Tensai had exploded from within, hundreds of highly condensed materials were falling down on him and he had no chakra left to push them away or even attempt to escape himself. As he was about to be showered by the avalanche of rocks and sand, his ears finally caught a sound again. Be honored to be the first to witness my strongest jutsu. That was Naruto's voice, however, Pain couldn't locate its source as it seemed to come from all around him. Konan's eyes widened at what she saw. The diva path and everything that was falling down on him disappeared in a white flash without making any sound. Chapter 46, Time Trap. Sunagaku, Desert. As the flash disappeared, Konan could see only one man left standing, as she continued to run towards Pain and Naruto's last seen location. She couldn't understand why the diva didn't react to her warnings when she yelled at him, telling him to look out for the incoming danger from his Chibaku Tensai that failed to contain the Jinchuriki. Stop, please don't hurt him any more than that, I beg of you, pleaded the only kunoichi of the Akatsuki, as she finally reached Naruto's position. The blonde was about to take the diva out by cutting off his head, but hold off his move when he heard her. It's all right, Konan, you need to escape, he shouldn't have enough chakra left to chase after you. Pain replied through the diva. The last path was laying on the ground, his body covered by cuts and completely out of chakra. Aren't those guys only puppets for you to move as you please? Why the sudden attachment to this one in particular? Asked Naruto, surprised that Konan would come so close to him after what she had witnessed of their fight. This body comes from my former partner and best friend Yahiko, he died to protect the both of us and that's the reason why it is really precious to us. Pain told him. I see, I somehow knew those bodies were controlled like puppets. I wasn't sure if the one controlling them was among the 6 of them though. Fine, I'll leave it alone for now if you agree to meet with me, face to face. Naruto replied. Bring him to me Konan, I will explain everything when you get there. The diva said as he finally ceased to move, as he had reached the limit of his chakra reserves. Konan really didn't want to lose the diva body, so with no other choice, she agreed to lead Naruto to the hideout that they chose before engaging Sunagaku. Naruto let Konan take the diva away, after he carefully removed all the chakra-conducting devices it had all over the body. The kunoichi used a paper ability to completely recover the body and then they set out towards the hideout with Naruto right behind her, his katana out and ready to act if he detected any trap along the way. The group soon reached a small cave, covered by a light genjutsu that hid its entrance. Naruto followed Konan as she went in first, letting the diva outside. We finally meet face to face, Uzumaki Naruto. Pain said as Naruto entered the cave. Naruto saw a man with red hair and purple eyes just like the pictures he saw from his mother, back inside his compound in Konoha. He was seated on a strange throne with numerous black poles coming out of his back. It reminded him of the devices the other bodies from the paths, since they also had them all over their bodies. So that's how you were controlling those puppets of yours during our fight. Who are you really and why did you call me your cousin? Naruto asked, his guard still raised. My name is Uzumaki Nagato, my parents like your mother came from Uzushiogakure, home of the Uzumaki clan. After the war, my parents chose to flee towards Omegakure while your mother obviously chose Konoha instead. Nagato replied. Why are you with Akatsuki and also what do you seek the Biju for? Naruto questioned his cousin, trying to understand his circumstances and how he became the leader of Akatsuki. Let me tell you how Akatsuki came to be and then you will give me an answer about how your ideal of peace compares to mine. Nagato announced. The older Uzumaki then told Naruto the story of his life. Nagato had already spoken about the murder of his family by some Konoha shinobi, so he jumped right at the moment of Akatsuki's first days. The group was exclusively first composed by war orphans, just like him, Konan and Yahiko. They completed several successful missions until they came across the leaf again. Danzo and his root were directly responsible for the death of Yahiko, and consequently Akatsuki's change of policies towards the way to reach peace. Nagato then told Naruto about the burden of the Rinnegan on his frail body, and how it was used ever since to gather enough strength to force the world into an everlasting peace. So what do you think we should have done? What would you have done, were you in my position, my dear cousin? Nagato said, carefully looking at Naruto's face. I understand where you're coming from. I can't even begin to imagine how you felt when you lost your parents to Konoha shinobi since I never knew mine. The death of your best friend is also a tragedy, but even then, I'm sure Jiraiya-sensei would have never wished for peace to happen this way. Naruto said. Even now, my hands are trembling as I long to take your life for what you did to our sensei, but I also know that killing you won't bring him back. Naruto replied. You would spare the one who took your master's life. Aren't you supposed to be the Shinobi Alliance's leader? What would those people think of you if they knew how you let someone like me escape? Nagato said, still expecting Naruto to turn against him. I would take responsibility for my actions. I'll explain your situation, and if they can't agree with my reasoning, then it is safe to say that there was no room for an alliance to begin with. This is my shinobi way, you will have to give up on me giving up. Naruto answered him with a serious look in his eyes. The truth is that you won't have to take responsibility for anything else than continuing to protect your vision of Jiraiya's dream. I was just testing your resolve. The last jutsu I used took a lot more of me that I really could afford, added to the fact that I wasn't in a good condition to begin with. I will die soon, and with my death you will remain as the last Uzumaki to walk this earth. Nagato finally told him. Nagato, you can't be serious, you will live through this, we still have to bring peace to the world, you can't leave me alone. Konan pleaded as she came closer to her best friend, tears in her eyes. It's okay Konan, my time has already come. I've tried my best to achieve our dream of bringing peace to the world, but in the end, I couldn't let go of my own hatred. Nagato replied before he turned to Naruto once more. What was the last jutsu that you used against me in our fight, Naruto? I've never seen anything like that and I still can't understand what you did to the diva. He asked the younger Uzumaki. The move you witnessed is my latest creation. I named it Haifujin no Jutsu, and basically, this technique allows me to become one with the wind. This is a space-time jutsu based on the Hiraishin no Jutsu that my father created, but contrary to him, I chose to focus on the time component instead of space. Naruto started to explain. In a predetermined area in space, thanks to my control over the wind element, I will be able to exist absolutely everywhere within that perimeter. It will create the feeling that time itself has stopped for anyone that is trapped inside. Everything that is connected to the air element will fall under my absolute control, as the feeling of the wind, be it soft or sharp, or even the perception of the sounds created by its vibration. Naruto continued with his explanation. This is the pinnacle of ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, kenjutsu and fuinjutsu all combined into a single jutsu. I'm not sure where it stands in terms of jutsu classification, but I'm pretty certain that it's at least a SS rank and I'm without the shadow of a doubt the only one on earth that can perform it. Naruto finished. Impressive, our clan had always been known throughout the world for its creativity in jutsu creation. You are indeed an Uzumaki through and through. Before we part ways though, I need to warn you about one more thing, it's about the true goals behind Akatsuki. Time skip, Konohagakure, 1 week later. And that's how I defeated Uzumaki Nagato, my distant relative from the Uzumaki clan and public figure head of the Akatsuki. I would have liked for you to be there, to see me use that new jutsu that we came up with together, it really is a masterpiece. Nagato warned me about the true ambitions behind the Akatsuki organization, what they seek to achieve by gathering all the Biju. How I wish you would tell me what to do in this situation. Naruto said. It had been a week since he defeated Nagato in the second attempt to kidnap Gaara. The older Uzumaki died shortly after he had warned Naruto about Akatsuki and said his final words to Konan. The Kunoichi decided to leave the organization after that and disappeared with the bodies of both Yahiko and Nagato. Naruto had then returned to Sunagakure where he only stayed for one night after speaking to Gaara and then left again, finally going back to Konoha. He had again only spent the necessary time to explain the situation to Tsunade before he abruptly left and went back to his compound, taking an exemption of missions and clan duties thanks to his new status as the Alliance's leader and having Kurenai as his representative for the council meetings. No one had seen him since his return, as he never left his manor and Tsunade was the only one he allowed inside. When his friends interrogated the Hokage about it, she simply said that he had a personal issue to deal with and would meet with them again when he was done with it. Naruto was currently in the master bedroom of the Namikaze compound, seated in a chair in a corner of his room. He was speaking in a soft voice with someone else in the room. The lights were off and it was already night time, so it was quite hard to see who he was speaking to. When the moonlight finally illuminated the room, the figure of a woman could be seen laying on the bed. She was under the covers so only her face could be seen. It was the love of his life, Natsuki. Naruto then stopped his tale for a moment, remembering how things turned out that way. Flashback. Turtle Island, day of the unsealing. As Killer Bee and Yugito were pouring every bit of yuki they could into the intricate seals that Naruto had painted on the floor, the Shiki-Fujin was slowly fading away from the young man's stomach. A yuki cloak was covering his entire body as he was crouching down. The pain was unbearable and he had to use every force he had left in his body to remain conscious until the procedure was over. Naruto had previously calculated that to contain the 9 tails of yuki within his body, an equivalent 9 tails of yuki would be needed. In order to not suffer from chakra exhaustion, Yugito would have to channel 1 tail and a half while B would need to supply the rest of it, 7 tails and a half by himself. To an external observer it only lasted 9 seconds, but to the 3 of them it seemed to last for hours. When those 9 seconds finally passed, a blinding light illuminated the whole area, and as it faded, the bodies of Naruto and Natsuki could finally be seen in the center of the containment field that was drawn on the ground. Naruto slowly rose to his feet, only to see that his beloved wasn't moving from her spot. Yugito was immediately by Natsuki's side while B helped Naruto. The Kumo Kunoichi told them that Natsuki was only unconscious. End of flashback. That was a week ago already, and Natsuki still didn't wake up. When Naruto had explained the situation to Tsunade, she was at first mad at him for trying something so reckless. She couldn't remain mad at him for too long though, seeing the state of desperation he was in made her feel sorry for the younger blonde. She was the only one he had allowed to visit the compound where he had brought Natsuki to, thanks to the Hiraishin, and only after swearing secrecy. Upon examining the redhead, Tsunade had theorized that the loss of Natsuki's godly reserves of chakra or yuki, as Naruto called it, was most likely the cause behind her current state. Tsunade had found nothing else out of the ordinary. Natsuki was in a perfect health. Naruto of course felt responsible, as the one who pushed for the unsealing while Natsuki wanted to take more time. Tsunade wanted to cheer him up, saying that it would only be a matter of days before his beloved would be up and running again when her chakra reserves fill up again. The Hokage knew very well that neither Konoha nor the Alliance would be able to count on him until that time comes though. Naruto had only gone to Suna to save one of his closest friend, anything else would have to wait for now until further notice. Kusugakure. The minor village of Kusugakure was currently in chaos, as Oto shinobi were invading their walls. They never had a great army to begin with, so facing the surprisingly numerous shinobi hailing from the Sound Village turned out to be quite difficult for them. Leading the charge was none other than the Nadaime Otokage himself, Uchiha Sasuke. The village's leader from Kusugakure fell against the might of his newly developed Mangekyo Sharingan as the black flames of the Amaterasu were burning everything in his path. Controlling these new powers came to him surprisingly fast, as he already mastered the Amaterasu and the Tsukiyomi. He was currently experimenting on a third jutsu, the Susanoo, ultimate protection jutsu given to him by reaching the Mangekyo. He still wondered why the masked man from the Akatsuki had provided him scrolls with all those techniques from the upgraded Sharingan or how they came into his possession to begin with. He wasn't going to let this prevent him from enjoying his current victories though. This was indeed the continuation of a series of successes that Otogakure had recently achieved, first in taking total control over Ta no Kuni. Orochimaru had always acted in the shadows, hiding behind the lord of that nation to do his bidding. And Uchiha would not bow before anyone, thus Sasuke had decided to remove that obstacle in his ambitions. Then he set his sight towards the neighboring villages of Takigakure and then Kusugakure where his army was currently stationed. As usual, Kabuto was selected to lead Otogakure in his absence, with the strong backing of Guren. Sasuke still held her adoptive son or little brother captive. Yukimaru, also known as Subject Y, was strongly sedated and kept in a secret lab to ensure her loyalty to Sasuke. Sakura was curiously chosen to remain in Takigakure when it was conquered. The medic Kunoichi was in fact given the task to convert the mystical hero water into a substance that would serve Sasuke into creating an army of chakra powerhouses. Of course before that, she would need to analyze it, and then modify its structure into something less risky even if the power boost it gave was a little lower. To make sure his hold on the country was solid, Sasuke assigned Kimimaro, or formerly known as Subject X, and Jugo to stay there as well. Kimimaro had become quite attached to his savior Sakura, almost to the point of worshipping her, while Jugo was the original source of Orochimaru's curse seal and only accepted to follow Kimimaro. The ones currently traveling with Sasuke were Karen and Suigetsu. Karen had good knowledge of their target since she originally hailed from Kusugakure, and Suigetsu just tagged along to annoy her as the redhead had hopped to go on this little adventure with her beloved raven-haired leader alone. Well, that wasn't much of a challenge, those people were as weak as you or Karen, Suigetsu said with a smirk as they were seated in the office of the village's leader. So why did you come here in the first place? Karen replied. Will you two both shut the hell up? I'm a bit tired from using this new move so much. Give me some water, Karen, Sasuke said, effectively shutting them up while Karen went to serve him a glass of water. As she handed him the glass, they were surprised to see him drop it. Sasuke was the most surprised and had troubles to understand what had just happened. One moment he was a bit tired and the next he momentarily lost his eyesight. Hey, are you alright, Sasuke? Suigetsu asked. I'm fine, mind your own business, Sasuke replied. It seems using those eyes isn't as safe as I thought. I may need to give more thoughts to that man's proposal after all, thought the Otokage as his eyesight slowly returned. Chapter 47, Loose Ends. Konohagakure, Hokage office. Tsunade was going through her daily stack of paperwork, having visited Naruto and his new fiancé before she came to her office. The blonde Hokage still couldn't believe that the red-haired woman with Naruto was the human incarnation of the most powerful demon to have ever lived. Natsuki, as Naruto called her, was still in a comatose state as her chakra reserves were still critically low. Tsunade couldn't understand why they didn't replenish faster than that. She was going through another meaningless marriage proposal for the Namikaze clan head, using her denied seal without even looking at its contents. Ever since the general population learned about his famous lineage and with the reputation that Naruto had built with his own hands, proposals as the one she was currently putting aside were a daily occurrence. Naruto made it clear that it wouldn't happen more than once. He even had Kurenai announce it during council meetings as the issue kept coming back even there too. Tsunade was going to reach for the next document she had to read when the door to her office suddenly opened, revealing her assistant and apprentice, Shizune, coming in. Is there something wrong, Shizune? The blonde woman asked. I'm afraid so, Tsunade-sama. It seems your former teammate, Orochimaru, has perished. Shizune replied to her master, not sure where her master stood concerning the snake Sanin. And how exactly is that bad news for me or Konoha? Tsunade said in a neutral tone, showing that she had severed any bond she ever had with the vile snake long ago. Because that's only part of the news actually. The one who took his life and consequently became the Nidaime Otokage is none other than another one of our missing nin Uchiha Sasuke, Shizune told the Hokage. Damn that brat, and damn that cursed clan too. How did we came up with this info anyway? Naruto is our spy master and with him currently out of service, there's not much we can do in intelligence gathering at the moment. Tsunade asked, curious as to how Shizune knew all this. That's quite simple, Tsunade-sama. The Uchiha took over Takigakure and Kusugakure with his forces. He acted so fast that we didn't receive any assistance request from our ally Takigakure, Shizune replied. What do we know of their current activities? Tsunade asked. Nothing much, I'm afraid. Their borders were quickly sealed off after the invasion started. Not many refugees managed to flee from those villages, the brunette said. Very well, call for an emergency council meeting. Everyone is to gather in the council room in 1 hour. I'll go drag Naruto out of his house myself, Tsunade said, standing up from behind her desk. One last thing, sensei. Sakura has been spotted in Sasuke's army ranks, Shizune said as she used a shunshin to leave the room. This was another sore subject for Tsunade, her other former apprentice, Haruno Sakura. It was a major regret for Tsunade that she couldn't beat the fangirl out of Sakura. The girl held so many promises in the medical field and her talent even rivaled Shizune's. All that wasted into a life at the service of that damn Uchiha brat. Tsunade then used a shunshin too, making her way towards the Namikaze compound. Omegakure, God's Tower. Konan had assumed the mantle of Omekage as Nagato died, even if it was a secret for now. The people from the village were already familiar with the Angel of Omegakure, giving them orders from their god, Pain. The death of Nagato had been kept secret by the former Akatsuki's Kunoichi. She was running the village to the best of her abilities, just trying to survive another day. She didn't enjoy playing the god part, but it was a necessity for now, as the situation was very unstable and the last thing she wanted was a civil war to break out and more war orphans like her. The Omegakure shinobi, under Nagato's reign, had become a force to be reckoned. They were disciplined and always meticulous in performing their respective duties. Mistakes were not acceptable during Pain's leadership, so everyone was used to getting their job done flawlessly. A Jonin then entered her office, with some important news judging by his nervousness. Angel-sama, there are intruders inside our borders. What should we do with them? What are God's orders? The Jonin said as he bowed to her. Did they show any signs that could tell us where they're coming from? Conan asked. Their headbands indicate that they hail from Otogakur, Angel-sama. The Jonin said. Very well, intercept and detain for interrogation, Captain. Conan replied. As you command, said the man before he left to follow her orders. Under her apparent calm behavior, Conan was very anxious about her people's safety. She was after all a war orphan and didn't want any child to share her fate to grow up during war times. She tried to remain in control of her emotions, not wanting to create panic among the citizens, and then started to assess the situation. The news of Odo invading all the way here in Omegakur was quite strange. Conan wondered for a moment how they managed to go through all the nations that stood between Ta no Kuni and Omegakur. She then understood, as she deduced that they were not the first ones to be attacked. The Angel of Aim even correctly guessed that Sasuke and his forces must have come through Takigakur and Kusagakur before reaching their borders, as the only other option was to go through Hai no Kuni, and consequently risking the wrath of Konohagakur. Borders of Rain Country. Sasuke and his men were currently traveling at great speed through the rain towards their new target, Omegakur, or the land where it never stops to rain. He was escorted by Suigetsu as Karen was chosen to remain in Kusagakur. The Reedhead had been less than thrilled when Sasuke ordered her to stay back while he left with Suigetsu. The Kenjutsu and Suiden specialist was the most logical choice, since they were going to fight in an area where water would be everywhere. There was only one flaw so far in Sasuke's plans, the fact that he had to leave some of his captains and troops behind each time he switched to a new target. It was not really an issue up until now, since their goals were all minor villages so far and they had good intel on them each time. Takigakur was a place he had once visited in his genin days, while Karen knew Kusagakur like the back of her hand. Aim would be a little different though, they had no information about that village. Sasuke was still confident in his abilities, no one so far had offered him a decent challenge once he used the Mangekyo powers, and he was quite sure this time would be no different. Any news from the scouts yet, Suigetsu? The Uchiha asked. Still nothing, they left quite some time ago now. Suigetsu replied. Useless fools, do I have to do everything on my own? Was Sasuke's reaction, not in the least worried about his men. We should arrive in 1 hour, do you know anything about them? The swordsman asked. Only that their leader was the one who beat the snake's ass and gave him the Sannin title. That was a while ago, so now he must be too old to fight and his successor won't be a match for any of us. Sasuke said with a smirk. Meanwhile, Konohagakur. Tsunade managed to get Naruto out of his compound, with the news of Otogakur being on the move and its latest conquests under the leadership of Uchiha Sasuke. They were now seated in their respective spots in the council room for the emergency meeting Tsunade had requested. We should reinstate Uchiha Sasuke, for taking out a highly dangerous criminal by himself, yelled a civilian representative councilman after the situation was explained to everyone. Yeah, I don't think so. The orders will remain unchanged. Should any of our shinobi come in contact with Uchiha Sasuke, they are to treat him like any other missing nin, detain him if it is impossible, then elimination is authorized. Tsunade said. More civilians representatives were arguing, not happy that Konoha would forsake the precious Sharingan. Naruto was starting to rapidly lose his patience at listening to them, while he wanted nothing more than leave the room and join Nitsuki back in his compound. Danzo chose this precise moment to speak up. A compromise maybe, to please every party here. Rescind the killing order, and once we capture him, he shall be permanently detained, his chakra and consequently Sharingan sealed. I can also offer my assistance, in keeping him prisoner in one of my treatment centers to prevent him from meeting the rest of Konoha's population. The Warhawk said, getting nods of approval from the civilian side. That's not gonna happen, Naruto finally snapped, as he spoke his first words of the entire session. What did you just say, boy? Danzo asked in his usual cold and calculative tone. Are you deaf, old man? I said it isn't going to happen, so you can forget about your dreams of creating an army of Sharingan wielders loyal to your twisted ideals. Naruto replied. No one on the Shinobi Council was a fan of Danzo and his teaching methods or radical ideas, but Naruto's outburst managed to surprise even them. Before anyone from the civilian council could say more, Naruto spoke again. Actually, I would like to take this opportunity to bring up some sensitive information I've been made aware of in front of this council. As the things I will reveal are highly confidential, I need everyone that is not above the Jonin level of clearance to leave this room. I'm afraid to say that includes all the civilian representatives too. The Namikaze clan head said. The civilians reluctantly left the meeting room, only leaving the shinobi council and Danzo behind as he was a certified jonin too, even if he was not on the active duty list anymore due to his age and injuries. What is it? What did you learn that's so important, Namikaze-san? Shikaku Nara asked. Before anyone could react, Naruto suddenly disappeared from his seat in a white flash and reappeared again right behind Danzo. The blonde then slammed his hand in the back of the unprepared war hawk to apply some kind of paper with weird-looking writings on it. Uzumaki Haijutsu, Seijo Sabaku. Naruto said his chains shot out of the paper he put on Danzo's back, completely immobilizing him. What the hell, Naruto? Tsunade yelled from her seat. I was told an interesting story about our little friend right here. You see, it's the tale of someone with so much ambitions he would do anything for more powers. Dear old Danzo here, has been conspiring against the Leaf and its last 3 leaders. Naruto replied as he applied more pressure on holding Danzo down. Lies. I have and will always serve the Leaf, yelled Danzo as he found it really hard to move, or even channel chakra. Naruto-kun, he's been bugging me for decades too, but you can't just attack a citizen from Konoha like this. The Sandame said, from his seat next to Tsunade as her only counselor in the Elder Council. Actually, according to the chart of the Shinobi Alliance, I, Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto as its leader, have the authority to act against any threat related to the Akatsuki and its supporters, regardless of ranks, positions or lineage. Naruto replied with authority. That's true, sensei. Only a vote from at least 3 of the 5 Kage can overrule one of Naruto's decision on Akatsuki's matters, not that I plan to do so, though. I trust your judgment on this, Naruto, but can you at least tell us more about what you said and do you have proofs of what you're accusing him of? Tsunade said to both the Sandame and Naruto. Of course, Ba-chan. I must warn you that you won't like it though, you won't like this at all. Naruto said as he started to reveal what Danzo hid behind his bandages and clothes. Everyone in the room gasped at the sight. Danzo had Sharingan eyes implanted all over his right arm, one in his covered eye, and the arm itself looked really strange too. Only Tsunade and the Sandame knew what they were looking at. You would fall this low, Danzo. You've been working with Orochimaru and helped him develop his sick jutsu since the beginning. Hiruzen said with a heavy sigh, disappointed by his former rival for the position of Sandame Hokage. You traitor, how dare you? You were the one who desecrated the tomb of my grandfather, you bastard. Snarled Tsunade as she called for Anbu. Take him to a secured cell and have Ibiki immediately interrogate him, this is a priority mission, do not fail me. Tsunade said as her Anbu took Danzo away. Is there anything else that we need to discuss while I'm here? Naruto asked. Tsunade nodded to him and she motioned for Shizune to come in the middle of the room. Shizune did as ordered and went to middle of the room with a map in her hand. Once she displayed it on a table for everyone to see, she made her way back to her master's side. This is the current situation with Otogakure. They conquered Takigakure, Kusagakure, and according to our spies they are currently moving towards Omegakure. We now have to discuss how to deal with them, Tsunade said. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw that Sasuke's troops were closing in Omegakure. Gotta go, Ba-chan, sorry everyone, this is an emergency, Naruto said as he disappeared in a white flash. Omegakure. Buildings and trees were burning, even in the village where the rain never stopped. Konan stood, out of breath, in front of God's tower, her chakra reserves gone and every ally around her dead or dying. In front of her stood Sasuke, his cursed seal deployed to the 2nd level. The Uchiha had numerous burnt marks all over his body that were slowly healing. More and more Oto shinobi were approaching their positions and she was the last one standing from aim. I have to admit that your village was much more of a challenge than Kusagakure or Takigakure. Nevertheless, you will fall before the might of the Uchiha clan like everyone else. Kill her, Sasuke said as his men charged at Konan. Is it the end? I can still use the Kami no Shisha no Jutsu, even though I prepared it specifically to counter Madara. Thought Konan as the Oto shinobi were advancing. Futon, Hakuge, said a new voice that only 2 people recognized on the battlefield. A gust of wind suddenly appeared out of nowhere and stopped the Oto Jonin from getting closer to Konan. After a few seconds, the wind died down and the Jonin were about to charge forward again when each and every one of them exploded in a shower of blood. Sasuke turned to the source of the voice to see a familiar face, a ghost from his past that also stood in his path to become the best. Naruto, said the Otokage. What was that jutsu just now? I saw everything with my Sharingan but I couldn't copy it. The wind he launched against my Jonin was highly charged with chakra and when they inhaled it, they exploded as he forced that chakra out of their bodies. Analyzed Sasuke. Seeing her savior, Konan finally released her guard. She lost her balance and started to fall to the ground, exhausted both physically and mentally. Naruto caught her before she touched the ground and let her rest against his shoulder. So that's Konoha's Kase no Kami, one of your old classmates and the leader of the Shinobi Alliance, Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. I always wanted to try my sword against him since he's also one of Kurigakure's swordsmen. Suigetsu said as he joined Sasuke. And here I thought I would pay a visit to a former accomplice of mine. Announced yet another voice from behind Sasuke and Suigetsu. Uchiha Madara, said Konan from her position next to Naruto. Chapter 48, The Root of Evil. Omegakure. The newcomer stood behind Sasuke and Suigetsu who were, themselves, standing right in front of Naruto. The blonde could feel that Konan was lightly trembling against his body, most likely in fear of that man. He wearing the Akatsuki's clothes and an orange mask. The name of Uchiha Madara also took him by surprise, remembering the things he had read about that man in the past. I'm not quite sure I heard you correctly, Konan. Who is this man again? Naruto asked his companion. That's Uchiha Madara, famous as the founder of the Uchiha clan and for his part in the creation of Konohagakure. However, he is also the one who is secretly leading the Akatsuki's organization as the agent codenamed Tobi. Use your memory, Nagato also warned you about him. Konan replied to Naruto. Do you know where he stands, in terms of power, compared to Nagato? The blonde asked. He is stronger for sure, but to what extent remains unknown, even to me. Be very careful from now on, for just like you and your father, he can use space-time techniques. He has the ability to place his body, out of phase, for a maximal period of 5 minutes, during that time he cannot be touched by any physical attacks. Finally, he most likely possesses additional unknown Sharingan powers. Make sure you don't look him right in the eyes for as long as you are in his presence. He is the one who put a hypnosis genjutsu on both Yagura and the Sandaime Tsuchikage. The Omekage said. Naruto's eyes widened as he listened to Konan's description of their newest enemy. No one up until now had been able to use space-time jutsu against him. The thought of fighting such a strong foe almost made him enjoy the situation. He sobered up soon enough though, as he could still feel the frail body of Konan against his own and knew that he wouldn't be able to fight off those three in front of him, while covering up for an exhausted Konan at the same time. It's been such a long time, we finally meet again, Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. Tobi said. I don't think we've met. I'm pretty sure I would remember meeting a freak like you, whoever it is hiding behind that lame-ass mask. Naruto said with a smirk, trying to get a reaction from the legendary Uchiha, Ego. Can't really blame you for this, since you were just born the last time we met. Maybe I should have eliminated you instead of just your parents on that day, seeing how much trouble you've caused me ever since you became a ninja. The masked man said. Konan, Sasuke and Suigetsu were stunned by what they just heard. The masked man was the one who was responsible for the Yondaime Hokages and his wife's deaths. Everyone knew that the Yondaime lost his life against the Kyuubi, so it was quite easy to see what he was trying to say. You're the one who used the power of the Kyuubi against Konoha that day, and forced my father to seal it inside me. Naruto said as he connected the dots. He still left aside the part about Kyuubi being Nitsuki, or more importantly, that she was now freed from the seal, even if her Yuki was still locked inside him. Tobi was quite impressed by the fact that Naruto didn't charge at him in a fit of anger. The blonde seemed to be much more level-headed than what he supposed he would be. He knew that Naruto was dangerous. In a one-on-one fight he may have been able to win, but there were external parameters here that needed to be considered first. For one, he couldn't afford to lose Sasuke. That would be catastrophic for his plans. The younger Uchiha was currently too unstable, contrary to the Namikaze, and it was only a matter of time before he would snap and charge against his blonde rival. Tobi also remembered that he didn't come here for this. He originally came to retrieve another key piece that he needed for his plan. I don't know what they're planning, but we have to get the hell out of this place, Konan. Naruto said discreetly. We can't leave. He came here to steal Nagato's body, or more specifically the Rinnegan. She argued with Naruto, refusing to leave Nagato's body behind. Look, from what I've seen on my way here, you're the only one left from Omegakure. All your men died and the civilians have already fled from the village. Your life is more important than the Rinnegan, and I promised Nagato that I would look after you. I beg of you, I don't want to fail my cousin's last wish. Naruto pleaded with her. Meanwhile, Konohagakure, Namikaze compound. The Namikaze manor was as calm as ever. Since Naruto modified its entrance seal, only people with Uzumaki blood could come inside his home. This was mainly because doing so would only allow one person other than himself to enter, Tsunade, as the Godime was the granddaughter of Uzumaki Mito. However, the silence was suddenly interrupted by a noise coming from the master bedroom. Nitsuki stirred inside the bed she had been placed in, slowly awaking from her extended slumber. The redhead opened her eyes, only to find herself in an unfamiliar place, all alone. Her memories were still confused. The last thing she remembered was the voice of Naruto yelling through their link as the pain submerged the both of them during the unsealing. "Naruto!" she suddenly yelled, literally jumping out of the bed only to immediately fall back down on the ground in front of her. Judging from her inability to move her legs, she could guess that some time must have passed since the unsealing. She did her best to climb back into the bed and managed to do so after quite some time and lots of efforts. Looking around, her eyes fell upon the giant portrait of her previous container, Uzumaki Kushina, with the man who sealed her inside Naruto, his father Namikaze Minato. This must be inside the Namikaze compound in Konohagakure. This is most likely the master bedroom of the manor. Why am I here, all alone, and where the hell is Naru-kun? She thought, not taking her eyes off the picture. After some time and bored out of her mind, she decided to try moving her legs again. This time she tried to access her Yuki reserves to help, but found that they were either completely depleted or maybe she simply didn't have Yuki anymore. This was something she had considered a possibility when Naruto discussed the unsealing ritual and its possible outcomes with her. Seeing that her attempts to channel Yuki had failed, she then decided to try with regular chakra. The sensation was new to her, however, since she was the one who taught Naruto how to access his own chakra, the memory of how he did it was still engraved in her memories. She knew that if she had no Yuki left, then the only possibility for her to even be alive was that she might have another source of energy, thus she tried to gather chakra. This time it worked. She succeeded in moving her legs thanks to the chakra she channeled. As an infant taking his first steps, Natsuki started to walk around the room, testing the limit of her new form. This made her wonder about her current status. What was she? Was she still a demonic entity or had she become a human? Maybe a little bit of both, like a Jinchuriki. When she found herself satisfied with her current mobility, she decided to go take a bath, as it must have been some time since she had this new body and whoever was taking care of her must have only gave her the basic care in that field. Plus, taking a good bath would most likely help in relaxing her body and by so increase her control over it. Once done, she returned to the bedroom. Taking a better look at herself in a mirror, she saw that the only clothing she had was a nightgown and panties. She blushed at the thought of her beloved, Naruto, being the one who put those clothes on her. She decided to look through Kushina's stuff, in order to find something more decent to wear. She managed to find a nice-looking yukata. It was white with a red obi that went really well with her own red hair. It had a strange small emblem in the back, in the form of a blue lightning bolt. She paid it no mind and focused her attention on finding new underwear and shoes. Once fully clothed, she decided to go out and explore a bit to find out the whereabouts of her fiancé as well as knowing more of what happened in the world while she was asleep. Some of the shared memories she had from Naruto about the house and its defense mechanism made her carefully test the different seals she found inside the house to see whether she could still get back inside if she needed to. Luckily, it seems that creating a body for her from inside Naruto had made it possible for her to be accepted by every seal that protected the Namikaze domain. With everything in order, she finally made her way out of the compound, taking her first steps inside Konoha ever since the attack almost 17 years ago. This time there was no Sharingan to force her to attack people against her will. She decided she would try to be a little more discreet. Back in Omegakure. Well, I thought you wanted to get out of here. Why are we still here? Can't you just move us back to the leaf the same way you arrived here, with the Hiraishin? Conan asked. It's not that easy, believe me, I would if I could. I had to transport myself to the kunai you left in that cage tower of yours. It takes a lot more chakra to use that jutsu when I have to transport someone else with me, plus to travel over a great distance such as the one between Konohagakure and this place is also chakra consuming. We will have to wait for my chakra to replenish a little bit more before we can safely attempt another jump. Naruto replied, as he continued to walk away with her on his back. I'm sorry, I didn't want you to risk your life for me. Now it's even worse, you still came but you're severely handicapped by unnecessarily wasting energy for that jutsu and now protecting me at the same time. Conan said in sadness. Don't worry about it, you're not a burden to me. Furthermore, I've launched a pretty strong genjutsu field around us. They won't be able to locate us for the time being, even with those damn eyes of theirs. It's called Kyoku Suigetsu and it's strong enough to hide the both of us until I can use my jutsu again. Naruto said with a reassuring tone. Meanwhile, with the Oto delegation, Sasuke was furious. How the hell did they just vanish in front of us? My eyes couldn't detect anything. The Otokage said in anger. No idea, maybe he used that famous space-time jutsu of his, the Hiraishin. Suigetsu suggested. I'm afraid you're both wrong, he neither just vanished nor did he transported himself away with that jutsu. Toby said. Then what happened? How did they disappeared from right in front of us? Sasuke asked. I've been told by a spy of mine that witnessed several of Naruto's fights that he can most likely use special genjutsu techniques that can even fool the Sharingan. I think that he just managed to prove that theory right. Toby said before he saw a lightning sword pierce right through his neck while another familiar one, the Samahata, passed through his chest. The attacks failed as the masked man had moved out of phase, surprising both of his attackers. You're still as predictable as ever, Sasuke. Come and find me when you're ready to talk, Toby said as he phased through the ground, leaving Sasuke and Suigetsu alone. Konohagakure. Natsuki was currently enjoying her first meal since she got her new body, in a familiar dango restaurant. She was currently at her 5th plate, getting surprised looks from the other customers and the restaurant's staff. Delicious, so this is called dango, I love it, said the redhead as she finished her meal. Would you like to have anything else? A waitress asked her. No, I'm good thank you, Natsuki replied with a smile. That will be 10,000 ryo, please, the waitress said. Natsuki's eyes widened as she heard the price. She had forgotten to bring money with her when she left the compound. The concept of money was totally foreign to her, but being sealed inside 3 human hosts made her understand it a little. Still, she knew it would take some time for her to remember every little detail like this if she ever wanted to live among other human beings. Seeing Natsuki's embarrassed expression, the waitress immediately understood that the redhead couldn't pay for her meal. She had no choice but to call for her boss. A man came out of the private part of the restaurant and the waitress explained the situation to him. The boss was about to call the ninja police when 2 familiar faces appeared behind him. What's the matter boss, I've been waiting for my dango for too long, Anko said. You're such a child Anko, Kurenai told her friend. Ah, perfect timing Anko. I've got a customer who ordered 10,000 ryo worth of dango but can't pay the bill. I was going to call for a ninja but since you guys are here maybe you could help, the boss said to his number 1 customer. The purple-haired Kunoichi was about to arrest Natsuki when Kurenai suddenly blocked her way. What are you doing, Kurenai? Anko asked her friend. Dango was sacred to her, not paying for it was a serious crime to her. Where did you get that yukata, miss? Kurenai asked, recognizing the namikaze crest on Natsuki's clothes. I'm so sorry, I forgot to bring money with me when I left Naruto's house, Natsuki replied. Kurenai and Anko were surprised when they heard the name of her former student. This confirmed her suspicion about the red-haired woman being somehow related to Naruto. Having been selected by Naruto to act as a representative for him on council meetings when he couldn't attend made Kurenai familiar with the Namikaze clan and its crest. Are you related to Uzumaki Naruto? Kurenai asked. Yes, he's my fiancé. Are you a friend of Naru-kun? Where is he, please tell me, yelled Natsuki as soon as Kurenai pronounced the name of her mate. Kurenai was confused at first but decided to help anyway, paying for the bill. I think we have things to discuss. Come with me please, I'll lead you to Hokage-sama, she will know where Naruto is, she said to Natsuki who nodded back and followed after her towards the Hokage Tower. Chapter 49, Escaping the Rain. Amegakure, sewer area. Naruto and Konan were still hiding behind Naruto's genjutsu field as more and more Otogakure shinobi were arriving in the village and took over the key buildings. They had seen neither Sasuke nor Tobi ever since they left the battlefield. Are you okay, Naruto? How are your reserves, how will they even rise up again if you have to constantly cast that illusion field around us? Konan asked, worried for the blonde. When I activate this ultimate form from my bloodline, my chakra and stamina consumptions are reduced by half. As long as I don't cast any other high-level jutsu or move unnecessarily, I should be fine. It won't be much longer, you don't need to worry, Naruto replied. At least let me take over on the camouflage, I think I can hide the both of us behind my bloodline too, this way you will recover even faster. Konan pleaded. Have you tested your technique against the Sharingan and its upgraded versions? Because if you haven't, then that's too dangerous, let's just take our time, Naruto said with a smile. God's Tower. In another part of the city, Sasuke was resting inside the Amekage Tower in what used to be Pain's office. I'm still too weak, that blonde idiot used techniques that I couldn't even comprehend. My eyes are getting worse with each use of the Mangekyo Sharingan. I won't be able to face the leaf in my current state, thought the Nadaime Otokage as he looked down on his newest acquisition through the window of the office. He was pulled out of his thoughts when Suigetsu entered the room. The swordsman had a scroll with him and handed it to Sasuke. That's an emergency scroll from Kabuto, you should read it immediately, said Suigetsu. Sasuke read the scroll and his eyes widened at what he saw inside. Surprise was rapidly replaced by anger as he clenched his fist and destroyed the scroll. Bad news, I guess. Suigetsu said as he looked at Sasuke's behavior. Seems like the leaf found out about Danzo's little dirty secrets and his involvement with my former teacher. I don't know what they plan to do with him, but he's my prey. I won't let anyone else but me kill that old fool. Sasuke replied. The elders from Konoha had been on Sasuke's hit list ever since he learned the truth from Itachi about his clan and the massacre. What's the plan? What are you going to do about it? It's not like we have enough troops to face Konoha, much less the entire alliance, right now. Suigetsu asked Sasuke, trying to point out the obvious gap in military strength between the Leaf and Odo. Sasuke gritted his teeth in frustration, knowing that Suigetsu was right. He also knew that his Sharingan was starting to get unstable. This made him remember Tobi or Madara's words to him and his offer to join forces. You're in charge, Suigetsu. Close the borders, rebuild the defenses and then report back to Kabuto once you're done. Sasuke said as he made his way towards the exit of the office. Wait, what about you? Where are you going? The silver-haired swordsman asked back. I'm going to get some answers. Sasuke cryptically replied as he disappeared from the Amekage office, leaving a confused Suigetsu behind. Below the city. Tobi phased out of the ceiling to appear in what appeared to be a tomb. The room was huge, decorated with numerous flowers that were all made of paper. In the center, peacefully laid the bodies of both Nagato and Yahiko. Finally, that woman did a good job at hiding you, he said to no one in particular while looking at Nagato's body. She however forgot, in her haste, that you still got some of those chakra-conducting devices attached to your body. As long as I had one of those receptors you used to control your puppets with, I could trace back your presence. Tobi continued as he extended his arm above Nagato's body and then activated a space-time technique that transported it away. As he was done with what he originally came there to do, Tobi slowly faded away in the darkness. Now that I have the Rinnegan, all that's left for me to do is to have Sasuke see things my way, were his thoughts as he definitively left the tomb. Konohagakure, Hokage office. Tsunade was not in a good mood. The council meeting she had this morning had revealed Danzo's involvement in several crimes committed over the years all around the elemental nations. The War Hawk was responsible for the desecration of the Shodaime Hokage's tomb, her own grandfather, for his twisted experiments. Taking a single look at his arm, she could already see the cripple's mark all over the Uchiha clan's massacre too. She had to wonder if those were only the tip of the iceberg. Did Danzo hide anything else beside the crap that was already revealed? This man or his organization was like a widespread cancer for Konohagakure. She knew that Root was everywhere, slowly eating away the will of fire that her family fought so hard to establish. However, the team that she had assigned to escort Danzo to the interrogation department had yet to report back. Then there was Naruto. The young man was undoubtedly her best element out of all the shinobi she currently had under her command. She also knew that he was most likely even stronger than her, remembering the skills he showed during the battle in Iron Country. Mifune and the other Kage could also see it, that's why he was awarded with the position of leader for the coalition. And yet lately he was totally unfocused, lost and detached from everything. Tsunade was the only one in Konohagakure who knew about the source of Naruto's problems. The only ones outside the Leaf that also knew were Yugito Ni and Killer Bee, his fellow Jinchuriki members. Naruto had told her 1 week ago when he came back from a training trip, that he succeeded in freeing his Biju from the seal that held it captive. The Kyuubi, or Natsuki as he called her, was a female and more importantly, she was his mate. How all of this could even be possible was beyond Tsunade, but all she knew was that he brought her to his home and refused to take any mission or even speak to his friends ever since he came back. The problem was that Natsuki was unconscious. Naruto was indeed able to give her a new body in the real world outside the seal, but she had yet to wake up from the extraction. Naturally, Naruto had asked for her help to determine what was wrong with Natsuki, but Tsunade couldn't find anything wrong with the redhead's health. No injuries or illness were found when she examined her. The only problem she found was the complete lack of chakra in Natsuki's body. Now Tsunade was nowhere close to people like Jiraiya or Naruto in terms of knowledge about Fuinjutsu, so she had no way to know how the removal of the Shiki Fujin influenced Natsuki's current chakra levels. She was scheduled to visit the Namikaze compound twice every day, just to make sure that everything was right. Naruto had decided to keep Natsuki's presence in Konoha a secret, so the safest place for her to be was right inside the Namikaze compound, where countless seals and defense mechanisms were protecting her from unwanted guests. Tsunade was about to call it a day and go visit her patient when she heard someone knock at her office's door. Her eyes widened when she saw Yuhi Kurenai walk in with said patient. Apparently the Genjutsu mistress was unaware as to who she was escorting through the village, seeing that she wasn't freaking out. Tsunade tried to remain calm, seeing that Kyuubi or Natsuki also seemed a bit clueless about the whole situation and how people would react to her if they knew her true identity. Hokage-sama, I found this woman in a dango restaurant. She couldn't pay for her meal but she said something about being related to Naruto, so I decided to bring her here to you. Kurenai reported to Tsunade. You did the right thing, Kurenai. Now dismissed, I need to talk to her in private. Tsunade replied, still trying to hide her emotions at being face to face with the Kyuubi. Kurenai nodded and made her way out of the Hokage's office. She was a bit curious about the whole thing, seeing as she was the representative for Naruto and the Namikaze clan during council meeting, but decided to ask questions for now. She may get answers from Naruto himself later. As Kurenai went out of her office, Tsunade quickly went through hand signs and then completely sealed off the room. Natsuki remained perfectly silent during all this, carefully analyzing Tsunade's actions. She knew she could act all high and mighty anymore, at least not for the moment, since her chakra reserves were at best at an academic student's level. Natsuki. Tsunade cautiously started the conversation with the red-haired woman. How do you know my name? Natsuki asked as she narrowed her eyes. You don't need to be suspicious of me, I've been told the whole story by Naruto himself. Tsunade said, trying to ease her guest. It apparently worked. As soon as Natsuki heard the name Naruto, she relaxed her tensed body, a smile even appeared on her beautiful face. He did. Where is he? Natsuki asked, relieved that she found someone she could talk to about Naruto. Relax, calm down please. Why don't you tell me the last thing you remember and then I'll fill you in about everything that's happened. Tsunade said as she motioned for Natsuki to take a seat and make herself comfortable. Natsuki did as Tsunade said and sat down on a chair in front of the blonde Hokage. She then told her about her memories of the unsealing ritual. Everything seemed to match what Naruto had already told her before. Alright, everything seems consistent with what Naruto reported. Now stay focused and don't interrupt me until I'm done please. Tsunade said, getting a nod of approval from Natsuki. You've been unconscious for a little more than a week since the unsealing. As far as I can tell, you are in a perfect shape. I found no evidence of injuries or illness with your body during the several checkups I performed on you through the last week. I still don't know why your chakra reserves are so low, considering how much you used to hold in the past. This is something you'll have to figure out with Naruto. That blonde idiot went right to Sunagakure after the unsealing, trying and succeeding in stopping the Akatsuki from taking away the cage. He then went back here and didn't leave your bedside ever since until this morning after he learned something apparently urgent enough to make him leave right in the middle of a damn council meeting. Tsunade said. Natsuki relaxed when Tsunade finished her report about what had happened. Naruto was fine, up until this morning anyway. This was not lost on Tsunade. The blonde decided to take this opportunity to address another subject she found to be quite important. Okay, now that this is out of the way, there's something else I'd like to speak with you about. Tsunade calmly said. What do you want to talk about, Ba-chan? Natsuki replied with a smirk, not missing the twitch on Tsunade's eyebrows. Naruto is like a son to me, I'd like to know your intentions about him. I'm receiving dozens of marriage proposals for the Namikaze heir every day, from noble and respectable parties. Tell me why should I allow him to be with you, considering your history with Konohagakure? The blonde said back, going into her bitchy stepmother mode. Okay, first of all, what's between Naruto and me is our business. He is a clan head and doesn't have to consult with anyone in choosing who he wants to be with. That said, and since I know you're being honest and genuine on your feelings about protecting him, I'll answer your question anyway. Naruto is my soulmate. I may have been the one who taught him how to fight or think for himself, but he was the one who taught me how to love. All I knew before I met him was hate or indifference from both my previous hosts and any contact I previously shared with mankind. Now that I know about this feeling that is love, I'm not about to let it go so easily. He proposed to me before we started the unsealing procedure and that was the happiest day in my very long life up until now. Replied the redhead with determination. Even though she tried to be strong and speak her mind, Natsuki was still unsure if this was the right way to answer Tsunade's question. She was actually Naruto's mother figure, as well as his boss, technically speaking. Furthermore, Natsuki knew that she stood no chance against an angered Tsunade at the moment, since she was basically at the level of an academy student while she sat in front of one the most, if not the most, powerful, human, woman in the entire elemental nations. She remained fearful of the blonde's reaction until said woman burst out laughing, tears in her eyes. Good, very good, you pass. I need a strong woman who can look and speak for herself to keep that idiot in line. I'm sure we'll get along just fine, Natsuki. Come along, I'll get you back to the Namikaze compound. We have much more to speak about and my work day is about over. Tsunade said. What is there left to talk about, Tsunade-sama? Natsuki replied, still disturbed by Tsunade's quick change of moods. Wedding plans, of course. This will be great, and call me mother. Tsunade replied with enthusiasm while standing up from her desk and making her way to the door. Natsuki's smirk matched the one on Tsunade's face as both women exited the office and made their way towards the Namikaze compound, already thinking about ways to spend the huge Namikaze funds. A megacure, with Naruto and Conan. Naruto suddenly stood up from his position and started to stretch. What's going on, Naruto? Are you alright? Conan asked. It's been 2 hours now, it should be enough I think. Naruto replied. So what happens now? How many people at the same time did you manage to transport with the Hiraishin Jutsu before? Conan asked. Well you see. Naruto mumbled something that she couldn't understand. What did you say? I didn't quite hear you. Conan said. This will be the first time I'm attempting to bring someone else with me during a Hiraishin transportation over such a distance. I already moved with other people but it was always for short distances. I don't know what effects a lack of concentration will have on us in the middle of the intended jump. Naruto then admitted with a sigh. Don't worry, I believe in you just as Nagato and Jiraiya-sensei both believed in you. Let's get this over with, Conan said as she put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Okay, here goes, Naruto said as they both disappeared in a flash. Konohagakure, Namikaze compound. Tsunade and Natsuki were back in the Namikaze manor, each one was busy with different matters. Tsunade was currently tasting the several samples of sake and wine, as she declared that it was her responsibility to select the perfect one for her son's wedding. Natsuki was going through a mountain of clothes that they both chose for her everyday life in the wedding. The redhead suddenly felt something strange happening to her hand, and when she looked at it her eyes widened as she finally remembered why she had a seal in the form of a ring just right there. A white flash then illuminated the room where the two women were staying. As the light faded away Natsuki finally heard the sound of a familiar voice. Na-chan. Chapter 50, Union and Separations. Konohagakure, Namikaze compound. Naru-kun, the redhead said in a low voice, as her beloved appeared after the flash that illuminated the room slowly died down. Naruto gently put Conan down on a couch as she wasn't feeling very well after just traveling with the Hiraishin, on top of originally being injured during her fight against Sasuke. His eyes scanned the room and he finally noticed Natsuki staring at him. He was about to go to her but stopped halfway, as he noticed the second person who was also present in the room prior to his arrival. Ba-chan, sober up. This Kunoichi here is Conan. You've already met her in the past, she was one of the 3 orphans Eros Sennin took care of during the last Great War. Even with the protection of her paper bloodline, she suffered from burns all over her body, so please help her. Naruto said as he saw Tsunade in a corner of the room, having empty sake and wine bottles all around her. Tsunade's eyes widened as flashes of the past rushed through her mind, forcing her already tired brain to remember the scene where she met Conan, Nagato and Yahiko all those years ago, after losing that battle against Hanzo. Memories of a little girl handing her a flower bouquet that was made of paper finally clicked in her mind, as she saw the adult form of Conan and the same type of paper flower hanging in the Kunoichi's hair. But, Jiraiya, he said. They were supposed to all be dead. Mumbled the blonde woman, recalling her former teammate announcing the deaths of the 3 orphans. Many things happened, I promise to tell you everything later. Please help her first, she's a precious friend of mine and she was also quite precious to Jiraiya-sensei. Naruto pleaded. The mention of the old pervert already convinced Tsunade, but hearing Naruto calling him sensei also made her realize how important this might be for the young man in front of her. She then decided to switch into hermetic mode, taking a quick look at her newest patient before she prepared herself and Conan to shunshin toward a proper facility to heal such wounds. Tomorrow 9 a.m. debriefing in my office, be on time. You will tell me everything in details and also, make sure to bring in your fiancé with you when you report in. Tsunade said with a smirk as she left with Conan. Naruto heavily sighed as he knew tomorrow would be a very long day. He not only forgot to tell Tsunade about Conan's status as a former Akatsuki member, but also, he would have to face his mother figure while properly introducing Natsuki to her. The last thought made him turn his head towards the other occupant of the room who stayed silent during the entire conversation he had with Tsunade. Am I still dreaming, are we still inside the seal? Wondered the young man out loud as his eyes fell on Natsuki's form. You're not dreaming, Naru-kun, I'm really here in the real world, with you. Replied Natsuki. I was so scared of losing you, after the unsealing, when you didn't wake up. Naruto told her, as he slowly closed the distance between them. I know, I could still hear the sound of your voice every time you spoke to me. It felt so strange. I was inside this body but I couldn't open my eyes, all I could feel was your presence and that's what guided me back to you. Natsuki replied with a smile as their bodies finally collided in a fierce hug. I've been dreaming of this moment since forever. I was truly happy with you when we were in the mindscape but this is different. To be able to feel the warmth of your body against mine when you're in my arms like this, that's everything I could ever wish for. Naruto said as they embraced each other. It's been such a long time since I could freely move in the real world, without a seal restricting my every action. The last time was when you were just born. I took everything from you on that day. Natsuki said with regret and sadness in her eyes. It wasn't you, you were controlled by that man. Our past may not be filled with fond memories to look back to, but nice things also happened to us, things that brought us together and I sure as hell don't regret anything. I didn't forget what I said during the night before the unsealing either. I wasn't fully prepared on that day, but now, this is the perfect time to give you this. Naruto said as he got on one knee in front of Natsuki. The blonde then unsealed a scroll from his coat and took out a ring from it. He then placed it on Natsuki's finger, right above the seal that served as a modified Hiraishin marker for him to reach her in emergency situations. This is a ring that belonged to my mother and every Uzumaki heiress before her, according to Gigi. It belongs to you now, my love. Naruto said as he gently kissed her on the lips. Lemon scene, skip to the next bold line if you don't want to read it. The 4th of June 2012 scene removed due to the site new policy concerning MA-rated contents. This was basically a lemon scene between Naruto and Natsuki. Will be updated if policies change, since I still have the original version on my computer. End of lemon. 2 weeks went by and Naruto discovered a new type of training that kept him busy most of his time, locked inside the Namikaze compound with his future wife Natsuki. The visit to Tsunade's office was not a relaxing one. The blonde Hokage was less than pleased with his reckless actions concerning the way he stormed into a megakure. At least he didn't try to take on this Tobi or Madara character by himself and instead prioritized the safety of his friend. Tsunade couldn't believe that the founder of the Uchiha clan may still be alive after all this time. Naruto told her what the man was after, the Rinnegan, legendary dujutsu from the Sage of Six Paths. He must have probably found it now, since Konan had to flee the city with Naruto during the siege from Oto. This was another curved ball, with Konan being a former member of the Akatsuki group, it would most likely cause her problems from both inside or outside the village if that information was leaked out. Naruto took responsibility for his actions and used his right as a clan head to offer the Origami Kunoichi asylum within his own compound. Tsunade had successfully healed most of the burns on Konan's body and she was now living with Naruto and Natsuki inside his manor. The place was huge and it was the perfect hiding spot for her since no one except Naruto, Natsuki and Tsunade could enter without being invited in first. Another concern was the disappearance of Danzo during his transfer to the Anbu interrogation department. The squad that was tasked to escort the War Hawk there was found dead and no evidence was left behind. The tracking unit that was sent after him came back with no lead after 2 days. The former route leader was put in the bingo book as an A-ranked missing nin from Konoha with a very high bounty on him, dead or alive. The only positive thing that came out was that the council meetings were now a lot more effective, with everyone working together and not defending their own selfish desires. Hokage office. Tsunade was currently going through her daily stack of paperwork when a Chunin Kunoichi from the communication department suddenly entered her office without knocking on her door. The Godime was about to discipline the poor woman who just appeared inside her office when she noticed the concerned expression on the girl's face. "What is it?" asked Tsunade, clearly showing that she was annoyed with the rude entrance. "Hokage-sama, emergency message from our outpost at the borders of River Country," the Chunin said as she gave Tsunade a scroll. The blonde quickly scanned the scroll and dropped it in shock at what she read inside. As the paper fell to the ground the following message could be read. Priority transmission, Otogakure invading River Country. Still no contact with allied outpost of Sunagakure. Requesting further instructions. Tsunade finally understood what was happening. In the single month it took for the alliance to mobilize its forces, Otogakure, most likely allied to the remnants of the Akatsuki, took the first move. They had invaded every nations that stood between Rice and River Country, effectively cutting the elemental nations in two. Sunagakure and Iwagakure remained on the west side while Konohagakure, Kumogakure and Kurigakure were now on the east side. In the middle of them stood the now highly fortified borders of the Oto, Akatsuki's alliance. These facts also brought a new light on the mystery that came with the sudden loss of contact with their historical ally, Sunagakure, nearly 2 weeks ago. Konoha and Suna always communicated on a weekly basis, sharing all kind of information from joint missions report to the newly developed cooperation about the educational system to bring up more effective students out of the academy. Ever since the cage meeting took place, the 5 great shinobi villages started to communicate with each other again. Some more than others, receiving no update from Iwa wasn't noticed as fast as losing contact with Suna. Now, Tsunade could guess that every courier was being intercepted by their enemy before it could reach each side. She tried to think of a solution in contacting the other side without going in an all-battle at the borders. Her eyes widened as she thought of the perfect candidate for a recon mission behind the enemy lines. "Shizune, summon Naruto to my office immediately," yelled the blonde woman at her assistant. Otogakure, secret lab. Sasuke slowly rose from his bed, a bandage covering his eyes. The transplant was a success, Uchiha-sama, Kabuto said as he saw his leader wake up. Chapter 51, Crossing Borders. Namikaze Compound. The main gates of the Namikaze compound made a loud sound as Naruto closed them, since neither the previous nor the current owner of the manor really used them that often. Minato and Naruto always preferred the use of the Hiraishin when they moved in or out of that place, the Shunshin being blocked by the numerous seals protecting the perimeter. The only exceptions were for the times when they had guests with them, they would walk through the doors, just like today, it seems. Natsuki woke up from her bed when she heard the noise outside the house and made her way to the living room. She greeted Konan when she arrived downstairs. The two women had become great friends ever since Naruto came back with the Angel of Omegakure from his last mission. Konan acted like an older sister for Naruto, something he always wanted when he was a child and no one was there for him. The front door was suddenly opened, revealing Naruto with Kurenai, his former sensei from his genin days as a member of Team 8. Much like Konan, Kurenai was more like an older sister to Naruto than simply his former teacher. That was the main reason why he chose her as his representative for the council meetings when he couldn't attend to them. She was also with the Sandaime and Tsunade the only person who knew about Natsuki's true identity. "Kurenai-sensei, this is Konan, the woman we spoke about in the Hokage office with Ba-chan," Naruto said as they entered the room. "Naruto, I already told you to stop calling me sensei, it's really making me feel old that a young man like you would call me that. It's nice to meet you, Konan, please call me Kurenai," replied the Genjutsu mistress of Konoha as Naruto was grinning from his spot. "It's nice to meet you too, Kurenai," Konan said as she stood up from the couch and came to meet with Naruto's former teacher. "And here is the love of my life, Natsuki, my fiancé. Technically, you already know each other but this is the first time you can meet face to face I guess," Naruto said as he moved next to his blushing red-haired vixen. It still amazed Kurenai that she was standing right in front of the mighty Kyuubi no Yoko, the most powerful demon to have ever walked the earth. Not wanting to sound rude, she quickly regained her composure and greeted her student's future wife. "It's nice to finally be able to speak with you face to face, Natsuki," Kurenai said with a smile. "Likewise, Kurenai, you are one of the few in this village who has my respect, for being there for my Naru-kun when he was younger," Natsuki replied, smiling back. "Alright, now that everyone is introduced, there are things we have to discuss," Naruto said, gaining the attention from the three women. Naruto then explained the current situation in the elemental nations to the occupant of the room, from the fall of every minor villages and nations that weren't part of the Great Five to the current loss of contact with their allies from Sunagakure and Iwagakure. He also mentioned the very high probability of Akatsuki siding with Otogakure in this conflict and then pulled out a map of the elemental nations and showed it for everyone to really understand the situation. Allied territories and enemy ones were marked with different colors, making it easier to see where the problem was. "Now that everyone is on the same page, I gathered you here to explain the action plan that was decided with Ba-chan," Naruto said as he finished his report. "Our allies from Kumo and Kiri are sending reinforcements to us in order to fortify our positions along the borders we share with the enemy. Fortunately they were able to secure Yugakure and Shimogakure before Oto could reach those villages, we would have been really isolated otherwise," Naruto announced, getting understanding nods from his audience. "That seems logical. Oto was racing against time with the goal to reach the other side of the line, river country in the west, in order to separate us from Suna and Iwa. Yugakure and to a lesser extent Shimogakure in the east were not that much of a strategic position for them, so they concentrated their efforts to the west instead to cut our forces in half," Kurenai said as she looked at the map. "That's correct, Kurenai. Now we have another issue, we have no information about what's happening behind the enemy's lines. Forces, resources or defenses, we know nothing from their current capabilities to stand up to us in this war other than they can move their troops pretty fast. That's the reason why a recon mission has been authorized, with two objectives. The first is to make contact with our allies from the west, and then for the second, we are to infiltrate and assess the enemy's side and then report back to the Cage Council," Naruto added. "Alright then, who's going to be on that recon mission, Naruto?" Konan asked. I was selected because of my ability to transport myself or others with the Hiraishin. It will definitely come in handy for that kind of mission. It is also my duty, as the Alliance's leader, to go help Tasuna and Iwa, should they need it. Finally, as you ladies all know me, I'm not a sit-back-and-look kind of leader, so there was no way I'd sit this one out. Naruto replied with a grin while the three women chuckled at his answer. I'm guessing by my presence here that I'm also going, Naruto? Kurenai asked. Yes you are, Kurenai. Your genjutsu skills will be needed during the mission. I'm also quite fond of the art, but I may need to use my chakra for something else this time. Naruto said, and Kurenai nodded in understanding. Konan will be coming too, since she is the one with the most experience when it comes to Akatsuki, and we may very well meet them along the way. The fact that we will infiltrate the enemy's line by going through Omegakure is another the reason why she is a very valuable asset to this mission. Finally, her bloodline will also be useful for camouflage purposes. We're leaving tomorrow at dawn, please pack equipments for a long-term mission. Naruto said, getting another nod from the blue-haired Kunoichi. An awkward silence then took over in the room as Natsuki was expecting Naruto to give her the role she would be playing in the upcoming mission. She narrowed her beautiful red eyes towards the blonde. You've got to be kidding me. There is no way I'm not taking part in that mission, Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. Natsuki shouted as she understood Naruto's embarrassment. Please, Na-chan, you have to understand. You're still recovering from the unsealing and we don't know if you'll ever regain the Yuki you lost during the procedure. All the techniques you knew were based on the use of Yuki. Naruto pleaded. Don't you dare Na-chan me. I'm the one who taught you everything you know, the one who gave you that bloodline you're so proud of. Now you would leave me behind because I'm not strong enough to follow after you. Replied the redhead, tears forming in her eyes. Konan and Kurenai decided to leave the couple some privacy. The two women went into the kitchen where Konan started to make some tea for them while they waited for the storm to pass. You don't understand, the enemy still doesn't know that you're free. They won't go after you if you stay hidden, but if I take you with me they will notice and you will be in great danger from there. I can't allow that, I won't. You are the best thing that happened to me in my life. I won't be able to concentrate during the mission if I worry about you every single second. Please Na-chan, I'm trying to build a new world for us to live in, where we can raise children and have the family I've always dreamed of. Naruto said to her, closing the distance between them and giving her a gentle hug. See children, you want to have children with me. That caused Natsuki to stop going berserk. In the thousands of years she had existed in the world, she never considered the possibility of having children. This wasn't something that she needed, not that she found anyone worthy of being her mate before Naruto. Of course, I mean if you want them to. Naruto replied as his mate started to kiss him. Fine, you're safe for this time. Now come, we still have training to do if we want to have children when the time comes. Natsuki whispered in his ears as she dragged him away, towards their room upstairs. When they finished their tea, Konan and Kurenai wondered if everything went fine between Naruto and Natsuki, as they couldn't hear the redhead scream anymore. Well, they would, if Naruto didn't activate the soundproofing seals in the master bedroom, not that it would be screams of an angered Natsuki though. Sunagakure, Council Chamber, one day later. The hidden village in the sand was on a high alert state. Civilians were asked to remain in their home unless they had to deal with life-threatening emergencies. Academy students were also sent back home, since their instructors were reassigned with more urgent matters for the village's safety. The case cage, Gaara, was currently seated in the council chamber with his two counselors, Tamari and Kankuro. Contrary to Konoha, the council in Suna didn't allow any civilians to take part in it, so the only people currently present in the room were highly qualified jonin or veteran elders that retired from active duty but could still participate in the administration of the village. In the guest seats was none other than the new Tsuchikage, Kuretsuchi herself, escorted by two of her Anbu officers. Still no words from our allies, Case-Cage Dono? Kuretsuchi asked. I'm afraid so, Tsuchikage Dono. Our couriers must have been intercepted and it is suicidal to send any team across the enemy's lines right now. Gaara replied. I see, we also tried to send out our fastest messenger birds, but now I fear that they never reached their destination, seeing as we haven't heard from the other side yet. How are the preparations going on your end then? Kuretsuchi asked. We were under attack not that long ago, so mobilizing was not really an issue. Gaara replied. A good thing that we were able to secure the hidden stone village before it was overrun by the enemy. Your quick response to our request was a decisive factor in that battle. We managed to stop their advance before they could further isolate us. Kuretsuchi added. Anyway, the borders of Wind Country are now secured. Are you done with your borders too? Gaara said. Yes we are, although it took more time than for you since we lost many men during the battle in Iron Country where that Akatsuki man tricked my grandfather. Kuretsuchi replied. Now, all we have to do is find a way to reach our allies from the other side. Gaara started to say. That won't be necessary, called a new voice from the back of the room, immediately alerting every member of the council and their guests from Iowa. Identify yourself, unless you want to die in the next seconds. Gaara said as Sand was already leaving his portable gourd. Man, your hospitality is starting to become legendary, Gaara. Naruto said as he got out of the shadows, Kurenai and Konan closely following behind him. Omegakure, God's Tower. The rain was once again falling in Omegakure, where the streets were now empty, as every civilian fled before Otogakure's troops could invade the city. Only the occasional patrols of sound shinobi would now and then disturb the silence in the ghost town that Omegakure had become. Looking through the window was the new master of the city, Uchiha Sasuke in person. In the office behind him, stood his most powerful subordinates. Sakura, Kimimaro and Jugo stood in a corner of the room while Karen and Suigetsu were seating in front of Sasuke's desk. The door suddenly opened, revealing the last two members, Kabuto and Guren, coming in. Report, Sasuke simply said, as he turned back from the window to face the group. The people in the room gasped at the sight of his still bandaged eyes, all wondering what kind of eyes were covered by the bandages. The only one who knew about those eyes was the one who implanted them in their leader, Kabuto, and even then he wasn't sure of their origins. The transfer is now complete. Our main base has been entirely relocated here in AIM. That includes the research center as well as the private hospital. Guren and I are the last of the main base to come here, I made sure of that. Kabuto spoke first before stepping back. The hero's water is now operational. I managed to counter its destructive secondary effects on the user, but it will be 50% less effective than the original source in terms of chakra output. It is ready to be used on whoever you deem worthy enough. Sakura said next, waiting for a praise of the Uchiha heir that never came. The shinobi from the defeated armies that passed our screening process have all been incorporated into our ranks. As long as we don't harm their families, they will obey your orders. Karen added from her position. The borders have been secured. From rice to river country, we have fortified camps and patrols are in place too. We also managed to intercept all of their messenger birds. They have no idea of what's going on the other side. Suigetsu finished the report. Kabuto, Sakura, I want the research center to immediately mass-produce the new version of the hero's water. Guren, Karen, Jugo and Kimimaro will be responsible for its distribution to every available shinobi in our ranks. Suigetsu, you are to prepare spies for infiltration missions in Konoha, Suna and Iowa. Now, you all got your orders, dismissed. Sasuke said coldly as he turned back towards the window. When everyone left, the Nadaime Otokuge went back to his desk and sat down. What about you, report? He said, apparently to no one, as he was in a seemingly empty office. The Aikibi is in still Suna, he has an interesting guest though. Zetsu said as he slowly rose from the ground with his unique ability. Who is it? Sasuke asked back. The Tsuchikage, Kuretsuchi. Zetsu replied as he took a seat in front of Sasuke's desk. What of the other three, what of Naruto Uzumaki? Sasuke asked again, really interested in Naruto's whereabouts ever since their meeting in AIM. The Nibi and Hachibi have been sighted in Kumo but only briefly, I'm not sure of their current location. The Kyuubi is still as elusive as ever, I have no idea of his current location. Zetsu reported. Very well, come with me. I have a mission that will require your unique abilities. Sasuke said as they both vanished from the room in a familiar phase-shifting jutsu. Chapter 52, Spy Games. Sunagakure, Council Chamber. The whole assembly was in shock and awe, as they saw Naruto stepping inside the room. It amazed Kurenai that her student could make such an impression in a room full of veteran fighters, the very elite of Suna no less. This also showed her that Konoha still had a long way to go though, in terms of acknowledgement towards Naruto regarding all the things he did for the village. Even among the elite of Konoha, she knew there would always be those who fear and can't trust him, no matter how hard he works to protect them. Something else became an issue as soon as Naruto's group appeared in the meeting room, the fact that he was escorted by Konan. She was someone they could clearly identify as an Akatsuki's agent, for her participation in the raid that aimed to kidnap their cage not that long ago. Even if the Angel of AIM didn't wear the famous black cloak with red clouds any longer, they still saw her as a threat, one that needs to be eliminated as soon as possible. Before things could get out of hands though, Naruto stepped up and tried to defuse the situation with something he knew would command respect. Kage Dono, Tsuchikage Dono and honorable council members of Sunagakure, I, Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto hereby present myself in front of you, as the Shinobi Alliance's Su Taicho. Escorting me, is Yuhi Kurenai, my former sensei and Konoha's Genjutsu mistress. Also with me is Conan, honorary member of my clan and formerly known as the Angel of Omegakure. I mean no disrespect, but there are things of great importance that I need to discuss privately with both the Kazekage and Tsuchikage. Naruto announced, making sure that everyone knew Conan was under his protection. He left no room for any argument. The moment he made use of his title of the Alliance's leader, everyone knew only the vote of 3 Kage could cancel his decisions concerning Akatsuki-related matters. No one was foolish enough to challenge Naruto, after the blonde made his request known. They all turned their head towards Gaara or Kuretsuchi, asking for instructions. No one wanted to cross the K's no Kami, but they didn't want to leave their leaders alone either. Gaara shared a quick look with Kuretsuchi and they both nodded to each other, signaling for everyone in the room to leave. Actually, I would like for your brother and sister to remain with us, as they also fought against our enemies in the past. Naruto said, as Temari and Kankuro were leaving the conference room. Very well, Jon and Temari and Kankuro shall stay for the remaining of this meeting. Gaara replied. Once everyone left the room, Naruto sighed heavily and went to sit down. He was joined by Konan and Kurenai as Temari and Kankuro went back to their respective seats near Gaara. Kuretsuchi was left alone, as Naruto made her escort leave the room. Sorry about all this, but the kind of things we're about to discuss can only be shared with those I fully trust. No offense for your people Gaara, or your escort Kuretsuchi, but you were the only people in the room that had my trust. Naruto said, visibly more relaxed than earlier, if the lack of honorifics he used for the Kazekage and Tsuchikage were any indication. That's alright, Naruto, even I can't be sure of everyone's loyalty nowadays. After what happened the first time Akatsuki attacked, I know we can't be too sure about those things, as far as Akatsuki is concerned. Gaara replied with a smile. He's right, you know. That masked man from Akatsuki could make Gigi do things he would have never even considered doing if he had all his mind. We can never be too cautious these days, and I perfectly understand the need for discretion. Kuretsuchi added. Well, I really don't know how you guys do it all the time, but I'm still not used to ordering people around like this. Anyway, this isn't a social call, things have gone from bad to worse since our last encounter. Naruto said. Before anyone else could speak, Naruto also decided to bring up the issue of the identity from the man hiding behind the masked member of Akatsuki. They were shocked to learn that Uchiha Madara may still be alive after all this time, and the Uchiha founder would be the one hiding behind that mask. Well, as we were saying before you arrived, we are completely surrounded by Otogakure and its allies. We still managed to keep contact with Iwagakure, thanks to a coordinated assault from our forces in Stone Country. Had we not reacted immediately like we did on that day, I fear that either Suna or Iwa would have already been defeated. Gaara reported. We had no way of contacting you guys on the other side. I'm positive that they intercepted every messenger bird we've already sent. Our borders are now secured and we may be able to hold them back should they decide to attack, but I'm not quite sure of what their true intentions are. From the reports I have from our outposts, ever since they conquered River Country, all they did was fortify their borders and nothing else. We have no idea of what's going on behind their lines. Kuretsuchi added. Pretty much the same happened on our side. Our allies from Kumo and Kiri managed to push back the enemy as they were trying to flank us by taking down Shimogakure and Yugakure. Fire Country is still the nation that shares the most borders with the enemy. That's the reason why it is currently being fortified with reinforcements troops coming from both Kumo and Kiri. Tsunade is in charge of setting up our defenses on the other side with the cooperation of A and Mei. I was given the mission to check up on you guys and then infiltrate and assess our enemy's forces. I chose Kurenai and Konan since they are both stealth experts and I trust them unconditionally. Naruto told them. Even so, going behind the enemy's lines right now is suicidal. They are expecting you, no doubt about it. Where do you even plan to check in the first place? Their territories are now numerous and they may or may not have the local citizens' cooperation. Kuretsuchi asked, seeing many problems with Naruto's plan of infiltrating the enemy's lands. Our target is AIM, since it is strategically placed at the crossroad of the elemental nations. It shares borders with Iwa, Suna and even Konoha. Should we need to fall back during that mission, we would then have 3 options to do so. That's also the place I would advise to march against, once everyone is ready and I've determined that it is safe to proceed. The locals have already fled the scene under Konan's orders, before Odo started their invasion, so we're not at risk of having collateral casualties when the battle starts, and Konan has a perfect knowledge of that village. Freeing AIM also ensures us a safe way to travel from the east side to the west one. I'm pretty sure that River Country wouldn't last long against us, when they are isolated from the rest of the territories under Otogakure's influence. Naruto explained the parameters of his mission and why AIM was chosen for their insertion point. I only see one flaw in your mission's plan, Naruto. No offense, but if you manage to deduce all this, a megakure being a strategic position to take over and all, then I think that it is safe to assume the enemy could also know of this. While I agree with you that taking back aim should still be a priority objective for us, you would do well to not underestimate Uchiha Sasuke or his Akatsuki allies. Gaara warned Naruto. I know, Gaara, thanks for your concern. However, this is something that needs to be done and I'm the one with the highest chance of survival for this type of mission. I've selected Kurenai and Konan because I knew it would increase the chance of success for this mission to have them with me. Naruto replied with a smile. Even so, we cannot allow you to take all the risks, Alliance's leader or not. You won't be able to flash your way into aim since you have no beacon in there, so taking Kurenai and Konan for their stealth ability and knowledge of the city to get in there the old-fashioned way was a good call. However, I know of a perfect way to increase the odds of success for your mission. Kuretsuchi said. Oh, and what do you have in mind, Tsuchikage Dono? Naruto said back with a smirk. We will stage a fake assault against Otogakure's lines at these 2 points. The Rock Princess replied while showing 2 spots on the map they had in the center of the room. The places she indicated were Takigakure in the north and Tanagakure in the south. I approve of this plan. This will force them to split their forces to avoid losing those villages. With those 2 diversions, your group should be able to sneak in easier. I'm sure Uchiha Sasuke will take the bait, he may even choose to lead one of the 2 groups that will go to defend their positions. Gaara said from his seat. Okay, fine, this could work, but do not take any unnecessary risk with those 2 fake attacks of yours, we still don't know much about their offensive powers. Anyway, now that we made sure that you're both fine, we will proceed with the second part of our mission. Naruto said before he stood up and went through a familiar series of hand signs. Ninpo, Kuchio's no jutsu. He yelled as a small dragon came out. Keep this little one with you, he won't be easily intercepted by our enemies, so you can relay anything you want to Tsunade on the other side with him. Just make sure to also let her know that we finished the fist part of the assignment. Naruto told them as he handed Gaara his dragon summon. The blonde then walked towards Kuretsuchi and slowly took out a Hiraishin kunai from his vest before giving it to the brunette. I only used a temporary seal on you the last time we met, when I needed to use the Hiraishin before that Akatsuki member could reach you. Please accept this, as a sign of friendship between us. I trust that you will use it wisely, should you need my help at any time in the future. He said as she accepted the kunai. Thank you, Naruto, I'll make sure to keep it safe so that it never falls into the wrong hands. It's a funny thing, you know, I would have never believed it if someone had told me a year ago that I'd be standing in front of the Yondaime Hokage's son, and that he'd be willingly give me one of the famed Hiraishin kunai. Kuretsuchi said with a smile. Okay, the diversion attacks will take place in 2 days, that leaves you some time before you have to infiltrate a megakure. Gaara said as he stood up and joined them, staring at the map and thinking about the best way to execute their plan. A megakure, detention area. Sasuke and Zetsu were inside a small room with little to no lighting, staring at the fallen form of Danzo. The leader of Root was chained to a small bed, obviously unconscious, with lots of tubes going inside his body. Sasuke slowly reached for the bandages that covered his eyes and pulled them off. His eyes were closed for a moment, but when he opened them Zetsu could see an evolved version of the Mangekyo Sharingan flashing through the young Uchiha's eyes. I see, so that's where you got those new eyes of yours. I was pretty sure you'd take Itachi's eyes, but I guess I was wrong. Zetsu said as he saw Sasuke making his way towards Danzo's bed, unaffected by his words. He gave me more than those eyes, thanks to Kabuto's truth serum. I've noted in here everything he knew about Konoha and the secret tunnels he took to get outside the village, undetected by their sensory barrier. I need you to infiltrate the leaf and give me more information about their plans and that annoying Jinchuriki of theirs. Sasuke told Zetsu as he handed him a folder. Well, Madara did ask me to assist you, so I guess I'll do it. I hope that those tunnels of yours do exist though, wouldn't want to face their K's no Kami if your plan fails. Zetsu said as he took the folder. If Itachi's name didn't annoy Sasuke that much anymore, the mention of Naruto's nickname did. He couldn't wait until the moment he could face the blonde again, with his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Not even Itachi could resist that special drug from Kabuto. You don't need to question my plan or those information. They are solid, so you have no excuse for failing this mission. Now leave me, you are dismissed. Sasuke snapped at him. Zetsu then left without another word and Sasuke decided to get back to the Cage Tower, or God's Tower as it was previously called, a fitting name for him, he thought. God's Tower. Once he got back to the tower, he was greeted with the presence of Suigetsu and a group of other Jonin, waiting for him in front of his office. Suigetsu was happy and curious to finally see him without the bandages, but he left his questions about it for later, as they had more pressing matters to discuss first. Sasuke, these are the Jonin who will infiltrate the villages you mentioned in our previous meeting," said the silver-haired swordsman. Sasuke was genuinely surprised that Suigetsu managed to get so many spies on such a short notice. They all wore regular clothes, with no headband to identify their respective villages of origin. He knew that many of them came from the countries he had invaded in the last month, making their loyalty to him questionable. Hell, even those from Odo would betray him in a heartbeat if they didn't fear him or his elite staff so much. An idea suddenly crossed his mind as he looked at those men, then a smirk appeared on his face as he spoke to them. "Gather them in the meeting room immediately, Suigetsu," Sasuke said as he entered his office. Meeting room. Once Sasuke joined them in the conference room, they saw that he changed his clothes from his battle gears with the Uchiha crest in his back to cage clothes. He chose the purple color for his attire, and his hat was hiding his eyes. The men were all standing in attention in front of him, with Suigetsu waiting on the side. Sasuke then slowly removed the hat, revealing his Sharingan in its eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, AN, will be called Ms from now on. Form. "Suigetsu, come to my side for a moment," Sasuke said, as Suigetsu came to stand at his side. Once Suigetsu was out of his field of vision, Sasuke started gathering more chakra to his eyes before speaking again. "You are now soldiers of Otogakure, your only purpose in life is to serve your village and its leader the Otokage, Uchiha Sasuke. You will obey any orders I give you without concern, your former lives are now over, you belong to the Uchiha clan from now on. Do you understand me?" Sasuke yelled. The men suddenly all bowed down and kneeled in front of him. "Hi, Uchiha-sama," they all shouted in sync. "Impressive, what did you do to them to make them so docile?" A perplexed Suigetsu asked Sasuke, suddenly really glad that the raven-haired man ordered him to move out of the way just before launching whatever jutsu he just used. "It's just a simple ability from those new eyes I got from an old man," Sasuke cryptically replied, remembering his last conversation with Danzo, as the drug was making the old war hawk reveal all his dark secrets. This made him realize he only got one of the culprit behind the massacre of his clan, the other members of the Elder Council were still at large and Konoha would be his next priority after them. "Now that I know where their true allegiance lies, resume your mission and send them on their way to their respective targets," Sasuke said as he turned back and made his way towards his office. Chapter 53, Discretion and Secrets. Sunagakure Desert, borders with Omegakure. It had been 2 days since Naruto had that meeting with Gaara and Kuretsuchi in Sunagakure. As scheduled, Naruto with his escort, Kurenai and Konan, were slowly approaching the borders of Omegakure. The group was hiding behind one of Kurenai's genjutsu, to avoid detection. They were running in a line with Kurenai in the middle, Naruto covered the back while Konan was leading them, as she knew the way to her former home. Looking at the two kunoichi, Naruto couldn't help but smirk, remembering the discussion they had just before they left Sunagakure. It was right after the meeting, they had to wait for Gaara and Kuretsuchi to send out their troops for the diversion attacks. Since Konan couldn't wear the Akatsuki clothes anymore, she had decided to use the short break they had to go buy some new kunoichi clothes. Hearing her plan, Naruto offered to make her some customized equipment, just like the one he was wearing. It didn't take him very long as he was used to make or repair his own stuff. The only tricky part was the seals he was including in the clothes, like gravity or storage seals. Konan looked so great in those clothes that Kurenai asked for Naruto to make another set for her as well. Picture the clothes Orihime is wearing when Aizen kidnapped her in Hawako Mundo. Once done and fully equipped, the trio looked like they were members of some kind of an elite unit, with their matching clothes. Back to the mission, Naruto was still running behind the two women but Konan suddenly stopped in her track, lifting her right hand in a fist, silently signaling them to stop their advance too. "From now on we're crossing inside Omegakure's lands, reduce your chakra output to the limit and stay focused at all times," said Konan, barely whispering to her team members. Naruto nodded while Kurenai took out a soldier's pill and ate it, trying to recover the chakra she lost with the concealment jutsu she had used to cover their tracks ever since they started the mission. To get to the city, it would normally take us about 1 hour, but since we want to avoid detection in the patrols, we will have to take a small detour, extending the trip for another 2 hours to reach our destination," Konan added before taking off again, closely followed by Naruto and Kurenai. True to her words, Naruto could feel the several ninja patrolling in the area. No one of note though, most likely those patrol squads were composed by Chunin or special Jonin at most but nothing higher than that so far. After another 2 hours of constant running they finally arrived at their destination, just right outside the great city of Omegakure. It was still raining, in fact, ever since they left the borders of Wind Country, it never really stopped raining. Before going inside, Naruto took out a Hiraishin kunai and firmly planted it into the ground. Just a precaution, if we need to get the hell out of there, should they discover us. He said with a reassuring smile to the two women, before taking out 2 more of those kunai and giving them to his partners. They made no difficulty to accept the gift, no harm done, if it reassures both them and Naruto. So how do we do this? Any idea for the best entry point in the city, Conan? Kurenai asked. We will have to go through the sewer of the village, that's the best way to avoid detection. The tunnels run deep under the city, I can guide us through them. They can really lead us pretty much everywhere we want to in the city, provided that the Uchiha didn't change things too much. Conan replied. Okay, that's a solid plan, Conan. Lead the way, we'll be just right behind you. Naruto said. They were about to move out of their hiding spot when they heard the loud sound of the city's gates slowly opening themselves. 2 complete battalions of shinobi came out, all wearing Otogakure's headbands and fully equipped to go to war. Naruto could feel their chakra levels, they were stronger than those they came upon earlier, all Jonin level. Soon after that, 1 battalion took the direction of the north while the second one went south. Seems like Gaara and Kuretsuchi are doing their part, those men are most likely sent out to support their defense lines. Everything is going as planned so far, we should move out as soon as possible too. Kurenai said. Looks like we hit the jackpot too, judging by the level and numbers of those men, this is most likely the new center of command for Otogakure. Naruto added with a smirk. Once the shinobi left and the gates were closed again, Naruto's group took the direction of the city, going through the sewers. Underneath Omegakure. When they first entered the sewers, the stench was unbearable. Naruto had to use his wind abilities in order to create a small air bubble for them that would filter the foul smell that reigned all over the place. He was astonished that Conan knew her way through this whole maze, meaning that she had already been there in the past. He knew this was tied to her past, to the rough childhood that she, Nagato and Yahiko had, before they met the pervert and his team. He stopped himself from asking questions about it, since it might have been a sensitive subject for her. After another turn, Conan suddenly stopped, facing a strange wall. What is it, Conan? Are we lost? Naruto asked her from behind. No, we're not. It's just that I know those tunnels like the back of my hand, but this wall shouldn't be here. Conan replied with a frown. Then this means this is something new, most likely Sasuke built it after he took command of the city. Kurenai analyzed out loud. That's worth investigating then, if Duck-ass felt the need to build something new in this city that was already empty. Naruto said as he started to channel chakra to his legs in order to climb the wall. Once they reached the top, they found a small hatch that gave them access to the basement of the building. Research facility. They arrived in what looked like a storage room, with lots of boxes and medical equipment. This is definitely a new building, its design doesn't match what is usually done here in AIM. Conan spoke first. Judging by the familiar smell, we must be in some kind of hospital. Naruto added. Well, they do have Sakura and Kabuto in their ranks, 2 highly qualified medic ninja, so that's not so surprising they would build some kind of research center, maybe to continue some of Orochimaru's projects. Kurenai concluded, remembering her friend Anko and the experiments she was subjected to when she was still the snake's apprentice. This is precisely what we've come here for, to find out what they've been hiding to us the whole time when we've been solely focusing our attention on Akatsuki. Naruto said, as he motioned for them to follow him outside the room. Once they got out of the room, Naruto spoke again. Kurenai, you can drop the genjutsu on Conan and me for now. We'll split here, since we need to cover a lot of ground and there's only the 3 of us. You will remain here and search this place while Conan will go through the city since she knows it better than any of us. I will find what Sasuke is up to since I'm the only one with a genjutsu he can't see through, even with his Sharingan. Naruto said to his 2 partners. Alright, but please be careful, Naruto. I know you are strong, but do not let it get to you. You may be an elite jonin just like me, but I'll always see you as my student, so don't do anything crazy out there. Kurenai said to him. Copy that, Kurenai-sensei. The same goes for you too, if you come across something you can't deal with on your own, do not hesitate to use the kunai. Naruto replied with a smile, happy to know that Kurenai was worried for him. The team members nodded to each other and then went their own way. Kurenai went further inside the research facility, cloaked behind her genjutsu. Conan turned her body into countless pieces of papers and flew them away, out of the building and throughout the city. Naruto used his wind genjutsu field and simply vanished from his spot. Cage Tower. Naruto more or less knew his way around the city, having already been there once when Sasuke and Tobi attacked Conan. He decided to check the Cage Tower, seeing that Sasuke was now the leader of the city, this would most likely be the place to find him. He easily entered inside the tower, taking advantage of the permanent traffic with the many shinobi going in and out. He just used his stealth to go along a squad that went in, that way he didn't need to touch any doors or window. Going further inside the hall, he came across the meeting room and to his surprise, the Otokage himself was there. Sitting smugly on a throne, he was facing a group of approximately 50 jonin, hailing from every country he had conquered. The door to the room was suddenly closed as Kabuto walked in and went to stand beside Sasuke. Naruto was alerted as soon as Sasuke activated his EMS, he immediately saw the difference in the eye pattern. The same scene where Sasuke used the Koto Amatsukami on the people inside the room was played in front of Naruto's eyes. He saw the change in behavior in them before and after the jutsu was used. They were now nothing but soulless drones, void of any free will and bound to serve the tyrant that Uchiha Sasuke is. This made his blood boil, thinking about Sasuke using this jutsu against his friends. He also remembered the Sandaime Tsuchikage and how Kuretsuchi described the sudden change in attitude her grandfather went through. He doubted Sasuke was the one behind that, he would have never been able to foul the old man. This was most likely the work of that Tobi or Uchiha Madara, whatever his name is. Amegakure's streets. Konan managed to deploy her paper spies all over the city. They were small enough and did not emit enough chakra to be detected by anyone. The houses were now occupied by soldiers and every store had been sacked by the invaders. While her spies were exploring the city, Konan went to verify something she could not see for herself before today, the grave she had built for Nagato and Yahiko. True to her fears, Madara had found the tomb and he took Nagato's body. Fortunately, he wasn't interested in Yahiko, so he left the former Diva Path's corpse alone. It brought tears to her beautiful eyes to see the tomb of her friends desecrated by that monster. She was pulled out of her thoughts when one of her spies came across a strange gathering of Otogakure's shinobi. Konan left the graveyard and made her way to the spot where the spy was. Konan arrived to see a pink-haired kunoichi, seated behind a stand in the middle of the street with a full battalion of shinobi in front of her. Each of them went to the stand where the kunoichi was, to retrieve a small glass of blue water and then drink it. She was no sensor ninja, but Konan could feel the difference in power, from before and after each of the men drank the strange water that the kunoichi was distributing. They went from Chunin to Jonin chakra level almost instantly. One thing that struck her was the strange mood around them. One would expect at least some of them to discuss among themselves. The strange thing was that none of them spoke, everyone was silent and did nothing more than the others. Their eyes were empty, she had the impression to watch puppets moving. Research Center. Kurenai was also going through her spying mission, inside the building that served as either a medical or research center. The rooms were all empty so far and she didn't see any staff working there either. She had expected to see Sakura, considering her training with Tsunade, but so far she had the impression to be the only one there. She knew that the only reason why Sasuke took the young girl with him was for her medical knowledge, seeing how he never gave her any attention when they were younger. She continued her way through the building when something finally caught her attention. Not quite sure of what she was listening to, she made her way towards the room where she heard noise from. Aside from the continuous sound coming from inside the room, she didn't hear anything else, so she decided to look inside. Taking out a kunai, she slowly opened the door and stepped inside. Her eyes widened at what, or more accurately who she saw inside that room. In a large room, with lots of electronic devices, were the bodies of Itachi, Danzo and a young boy she didn't recognize. What surprised her even more was that Itachi was still alive, apparently kept alive by all those machines around his bed. She couldn't understand why Sasuke kept either of them here, alive. Kurenai went closer to the beds and started to look through the medical charts that were pinned to each bed. Inside them were written the basic information of what each of them had been exposed to, which drug and the precise dosage. Comparing the notes, she found the presence of a certain truth serum in both cases. She immediately understood what was really going on inside this room, at least for Itachi and Danzo. Looking at the third bed, she tried to get information about the boy they were also keeping in that room by checking out his chart. Unfortunately, there was no name mentioned. The only thing she saw and understood was that he was artificially kept in an induced coma. Seeing no report about any kind of injury or illness, she knew that the boy was kept there against his will, but for what reason she didn't know. Seeing that she couldn't take neither Itachi nor Danzo with her, not that she particularly wanted to save either of them, she decided to free the unnamed younger boy and bring him with her. Basement, sewer. Kurenai made her way to the same place that they had entered the city through, only to find that Konan was already waiting for her there. The group had decided to gather there once the mission was over. Konan, quite surprised to see Kurenai with an extra luggage, asked the Genjutsu mistress about the young boy on her back. "I'll explain later, we have to get out of this place as soon as possible, Konan." Kurenai stopped her before she could speak. "Well, I have nothing against it, but we still miss one person." Konan replied with a chuckle. Naruto. Kurenai sighed. Meeting room. The blonde was still in the meeting room, calmly listening to a conversation between Kabuto and Sasuke. He had to use all his will to not laugh at what he was hearing. Apparently, Kuretsuchi and Gaara did their job well, so well in fact in Gaara's case that the case cage managed to break through their lines in river country. Naruto remembered their meeting. Gaara and Kuretsuchi were to lead their respective troops in order to create a diversion for Naruto and his group to get inside aim. They were supposed to use hit and run attacks, but Gaara seemingly saw an opening and pushed through. Sasuke was mad. They were about to lose river country. He stood up from his throne, went through hand signs and then summoned two creatures, a hawk and a snake. Fly to the north and deliver this to the commander of the troops there. Swim downstream and give this message to the commander of our troops in the south. He ordered his two summons. The hawk flew away immediately, but the snake strangely stood back, apparently looking into an open space of the meeting room. Sasuke was about to give him a piece of his mind for not listening to his orders when he saw the snake extend his tail, still in the same direction. Naruto's and Sasuke's eyes widened when they both understood what was going on. There's someone there. Shit, I forgot to mask my heat signature. That snake can feel my presence. Basement, sewer. Boom. A large explosion was heard, all the way to Konan's and Kurenai's current position. Looks like Naruto failed to mask his presence, Konan said while Kurenai sighed. Chapter 54, Water Against Wind. A Megacure, Cage Tower. The whole village could feel the ground shaking, as part of the cage tower was destroyed. The first ninja patrols arriving on site saw a huge hole at the base of the tower, from what must have been the meeting room, considering its location. From the gaping hole, everyone could see a giant purple flaming arm extending outside. That was the Susanoo, one of Sasuke's Sharingan technique and apparently what caused that part of the building to collapse. The Oto shinobi were used to see that jutsu, with Sasuke using it so much lately for his conquests. Sasuke immediately got out of the tower and looked around, trying to find his opponent with the help of his snake summon. Unfortunately for him, with the rain pouring down all around them, the temperature was not a good tracking system for him anymore. Otogakure's shinobi were gathering all around the tower, wondering what was going on with their leader. Kabuto stood beside Sasuke and they were soon joined by Sakura and Suigetsu. Seeing that no one understood the situation and with Sasuke completely out of it, Kabuto decided to assume command. There was an intruder in the meeting room just now. He can mask his presence almost completely, but a summoned creature was able to track him by his heat signature. He may have other accomplices with him. I want a full sweep of the entire city. The second in command said. The Oto shinobi all went to follow Kabuto's orders while Sakura and Suigetsu remained with Kabuto and Sasuke. Said Uchiha was still scanning the area with his EMS activated, trying to find the intruder. He was about to give up and turn back towards the cage tower when his eyes caught something interesting. In the middle of the street, there was a spot where the rain didn't properly reach the ground. While most wouldn't have noticed this, the Sharingan was able to catch the singularity. The Otokage immediately channeled more chakra to his eyes and dark flames suddenly appeared around the suspicious spot. I guess your eyes aren't that useless after all, Uchiha. Naruto said as he slowly revealed himself to Sasuke and his men. However, he was not where the Otokage was expecting him to be. In the spot where Sasuke directed his Amaterasu, now stood the burnt remains of whatever Naruto had used to substitute himself with. Dobi, how dare you show yourself in front of me, inside my city no less. Sasuke replied in anger. Naruto, Sakura said with fear in her voice, remembering how strong her former classmate really is. She knew of their status of missing Nin from the leaf. There was no way she could defend herself against Naruto if they had to fight. This is bad. Tobi isn't here like the last time. Sasuke will want to fight him, even if he loses everything and everyone around him in the process. Kabuto thought, as he started to analyze the different outcomes this situation could have. So you're Konoha's K's no Kami, Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. I always imagined that you'd be taller than that. Anyway, this is your title as the 8th swordsman of Kiri that interests me. Sasuke, you promised me when I joined your cause that should we encounter one of them, I'd be allowed to pursue the swordsman of Kiri. Suigetsu said as he looked back towards Sasuke. Fine, but don't you dare embarrass me, if you are to fight against him. Sasuke replied with a scowl. That was indeed the contract that bound them together, ever since the Uchiha heir took over Otogakure. I, Hizuka Suigetsu, challenge you Uzumaki Naruto to fight me. My brother, Mangetsu, was one of the 7 before his death. The silver-haired Kenjutsu fighter said as he walked towards Naruto and unsheathed the Samahata. Oh, so it was you who got Kisami's body. I always wondered who were the rats that scavenged the spoils of war. I assume Duck Ass got his brother too. Is he still alive? Naruto asked, knowing Sasuke was close enough to hear him. However, the Uchiha simply stood there and did nothing to attack him. With all the audience around, I should probably just get the hell out of here as soon as possible. There is no way that Sasuke will simply hold back and let me fight this swordsman of his without interfering. Naruto thought, as he gazed upon Sasuke's group and the sound shinobi that were gathering all around them. He was about to use the Hiraishin to get away from there when Zabuza's words flashed through his mind. Even if it held no official meaning whatsoever, he still held the title of the 8th swordsman of Kiri. This was a position that entitled him to accept this challenge, against the younger sibling of a former member no less. I just hope that Konan and Kurenai are fine. Well, they would have used the kunai if they were in trouble, so I guess that it's fine for now. The blonde thought, as he sighed and unsealed his katana before making his way towards Suigetsu. Naruto vs Suigetsu. The two swordsmen were now facing each other in the middle of the street, Naruto with his shinso while Suigetsu had the samahata. It was a strange sight, to see those two weapons that were the exact opposite of each other. Shinso was elegant, relatively short and compact while samahata was rough, quite long and pretty large. I've been challenged by quite a lot of people during my shinobi career, sometimes as a shinobi of the leaf, some other times as a jinchuriki or lately as the alliance's leader but never as one of the swordsmen of Kurigakure. Are you doing this in order to get promoted to be one of them? Naruto asked. Not at all, I'm merely interested in that sword of yours. Suigetsu replied. I'm ready so you can start whenever you are. Naruto told him. Suigetsu was logically the first one to move, rushing towards Naruto in high speed and trying to cut the blonde down with a vertical slash. Naruto easily blocked it with his own blade, before channeling wind chakra into it, in an attempt to damage his opponent's sword. Unfortunately for Naruto, as soon as he started to infuse wind chakra into his blade, it was drained away by the samahata. He could feel the sword absorbing his attack and cursed as he suddenly remembered that Kisami's sword had this particular ability to eat his opponent's chakra away. You're quite strong, to be able to wield such a heavy sword despite your body structure. Naruto said as he stepped back, creating some distance between them. He decided that close contact against this sword was dangerous for the moment, so he would have to try something else. This is nothing for me, I trained hard to be able to wield any kind of sword. Before his death, my brother Mangetsu had mastered all the 7 swords of Kiri. There was a time when I also wished to join that group, however, my dream now is to collect all those blades and then master them as my brother once did. Suigetsu replied, as he prepared himself for another charge against his enemy. Right, I guess I'm done warming up. I hope for you that you can do better than that or this won't be a very long fight. Naruto said as he channeled more wind chakra around his body. With Konan and Kurenai. The two kunoichi were still waiting at the meeting point they had chosen before going into the city of Omegakure. They knew that Naruto was fighting someone above the surface but didn't understand why. Their mission was only to infiltrate, observe and then report back. Naruto should have been to escape at any moment of his choosing with the Hiraishin. Either someone found a way to prevent him from using it, or he simply chose to stay and fight whoever he is currently fighting. Konan analyzed the situation out loud. That blonde idiot, we don't have time for this. Konan, can you try to see what's going on up there and assist him if he needs it? I'll move out first, I must bring this boy back and none of us knows medical jutsu. Kurenai said as she moved out of their position with her charge. Very well, be careful on your way out. I'll leave one of my paper summon with you to guide you through the maze. Don't wait for us, I'm sure we'll be fine. Konan replied as she then went in the opposite direction, towards the surface. With Naruto. Naruto took a familiar stance as Suigetsu charged towards his position. The blonde had his blade pointed towards his opponent and charged wind chakra through it. Futon. Kei's Shinso. Naruto yelled as he launched his attack against Suigetsu. The wind blade hit Suigetsu with deadly accuracy, piercing the silver-haired swordsman right above his heart and stopping him in the middle of his run. Naruto was about to sheath his blade when something caught his eyes. The injury he inflicted wasn't leaking blood but some kind of water. You may be known throughout the world as the wind god, but here inside the rain, I am the master of water manipulation. Suigetsu said as his body became transparent and he turned into water. Mizu Bunshin. Naruto wondered out loud as he saw his opponent turn into water. Something was strange though, he should have dispelled or something if he was a Bunshin. However, the one in front of him had just sustained a mortal injury and still stood in front of him as if it was nothing. That's not a Bunshin, this jutsu is called Suka no Jutsu. It allows me to liquefy any part of my body and while I'm in this state, no physical attack shall harm me. I can also do this. Suigetsu replied as his body dissolved into a puddle of water. Naruto's superior battle instincts allowed him to narrowly avoid a sword thrust aimed at him from behind. He turned back in time to evade the Samahata and jumped back again, trying to keep his distance from Suigetsu. However, this didn't work as Suigetsu used the same jutsu again, appearing right behind Naruto's landing spot. Seeing no other choice, Naruto threw out several Hiraishin markers and instantly moved to them in a random pattern to avoid his opponent's trap. How the hell does he move so fast? That's nowhere near the Hiraishin but still faster than my normal speed. It must be that rain that provides him with limitless water supply in order to use his water-fusing jutsu. Naruto thought as he took advantage of the short recess he got from getting away with the Hiraishin. Seeing his enemy advancing again, Naruto decided to get serious and unleashed his true powers. He called up a Kage Bunshin and went through his usual process to access his ultimate wind mode. Futon, Teni Maho no Kiwami. Naruto yelled as he unlocked his ultimate battle form. The wind violently picked up around him and pushed the charging Suigetsu and his water jutsu back. This won't hold him back for long, with the rain pouring down I'll be a sitting duck soon enough again. I don't have any lightning jutsu and my genjutsu won't work against him with the rain giving out my position so easily. Naruto analyzed in his mind and prepared a battle plan in order to defeat Suigetsu. You can't defeat me, as long as you are an absolute wind type, nothing you do can stop me. Suigetsu said as he appeared again behind Naruto. With his real strength deployed, Naruto was more than ready this time and could feel his opponent's movements. He placed himself in a position that would allow him to sidestep the sword slash from Suigetsu, and used one of his more powerful attack. Futon, Shinzo Hakai, were the last words Suigetsu heard when Naruto placed both his palms above his chest. The result was an explosion of water all around Naruto as Suigetsu's upper body imploded under the blonde's attack. Naruto did not drop his guard, he knew this was far from enough to stop his opponent. True to his prediction, Suigetsu appeared again from a water puddle not far from their last position. Very impressive, you are definitely the incarnation of the wind. That won't be enough though, with our new training and this infinite water supply, I can last as long as I need to, even against a Jinchuriki like you. Suigetsu said, as he remembered how his chakra reserves went from Jonin to Kage level with Sakura's version of the hero's water. With the observers. As Suigetsu requested, no one from Otogakure's forces interfered with the fight. They all looked as one of their elite Jonin was going at it with the famed Kase no Kami. Some may dare to say those two were evenly matched. Sasuke watched as the fight went on, burning into his mind every move and attack pattern Naruto was using. Sure, he couldn't copy any of those moves but knowing how his enemy behaved himself in battle was already a good thing to know. Seems like Suigetsu is doing fine against Naruto-kun, how about that? Kabuto said with a smirk that was mirrored by Sasuke. You did good, Sakura. Your version of the hero's water will be a great asset in my war against the Alliance's armies. Sasuke said to Tsunade's former apprentice. Sakura beamed under her leader's praises, not caring anymore about her actions and the repercussion they would have in the long run. From a more distant position, Konan had managed to rise back to the surface and observed the fight from her position. She was worried for her adoptive younger brother but trusted his judgment. When she saw him smirk even after one of his attack failed once again, she smiled too, knowing that he most definitely had a plan in his mind. Back with Naruto. After another explosion, Naruto looked as Suigetsu's body slowly reformed from the surface of a nearby water puddle. They had moved quite a bit ever since the beginning of the fight, the traces of their battle quite visible all around the town. They were currently near a building in ruin that Naruto destroyed, in one of his several attempts to hit Suigetsu. You are quite a stubborn one, aren't you? Your attacks may be powerful, but they can't destroy me. Suigetsu taunted as he once again faced, unharmed, the blonde. His smirk instantly disappeared as he saw Naruto smiling at his own failure. You are right where I wanted you to be, this is the part where you die now. Naruto calmly said as he called out his next move. Futon, Kuroi Anna, yelled Naruto as he extended his arm towards Suigetsu and formed his black hole jutsu right above the silver-haired swordsman. The wind increased violently in the area around the singularity, pulling everything into it. A large mass of water was absorbed inside the black hole, Suigetsu included. Instead of releasing his hold on the condensed mass, Naruto used his free hand to dispel a genjutsu he used in order to hide something among the ruins of the destroyed building they were close to. The trapped form of Suigetsu inside the vortex saw the genjutsu slowly fading away, revealing a huge blue dragon hidden among the ruins. This was Hiranmaru, the ice dragon that Naruto had placed there in preparation for his attack. Futon, some no mai. Naruto called out, as he pointed both his hand to the ground under Suigetsu and channeled a column of wind chakra. Hiranmaru then blasted away a huge gush of frozen air towards the wind column. Tsukishiro. Naruto finished his combo attack with his Hiranmaru, his ice dragon. The wind column instantly froze, creating a giant vertical ice block, with the trapped Suigetsu inside. Naruto pulled out his katana again and prepared to deal the finishing blow to Suigetsu. He prepared a horizontal slash, but as he started to move the sword, a giant purple creature blocked him, revealing Sasuke's Susanoo. So much for the honorable one-on-one duel. Chapter 55, Bloody Rain. A Megakure, center of the city. The ground shook as Naruto's blade was blocked by Sasuke's Susanoo, only a second before it could reach the pillar of ice that contained Suigetsu's body. Apparently the Otokage deemed his swordsman as someone he didn't want to lose. This actually surprised Naruto even more than the Uchiha blocking his sword. Naruto suddenly felt a disturbance in the surface below his feet, as if someone was trying to attack him from there. Thanks to his superior reflexes and speed, he managed to avoid a chakra scalpel attack by Kabuto. The second-in-command went underground in order to surprise the blonde. Unfortunately for him, Naruto was by far faster than any of them. As he leapt backwards, keeping his distance from the dangerous leaders of Otogakure, Naruto felt a presence behind him. It was Sakura this time that tried her chance against him. Despite her lack of speed, the power she packed behind those punch of hers was not to be underestimated. Naruto knew that she was Tsunade's former apprentice. He immediately moved away and deflected her punch aside before jumping away towards a distant Horizon marker. "Well, it looks like the party is over," he said as he reappeared after the flash. Naruto closed his eyes, took a deep breath and then summoned one more Horizon marker. He slowly opened his eyes and quickly threw the kunai towards his closest opponent, Sakura. The kunoichi could not even blink, as he instantly appeared in front of her and knocked her out with a powerful punch to her stomach. She fell down to her knees, holding her stomach in pain before she lost consciousness. Her body simply lay there, on the wet ground as the rain continued to fall down all around the area. The blonde didn't spare her a second look as he caught his kunai midair, took her down and then went to his second target without looking back. He tried to repeat the process, targeting Kabuto this time. The second-in-command saw him take Sakura down and prepared himself for the incoming attack. As Naruto's kunai approached from his position, Kabuto went through his own hand signs and used a low-level wind jutsu to knock it away from him. "Do you really think so lowly of me? You would try the same attack pattern against me that you just used against Sakura?" Kabuto said with a smirk. He was surprised, however, when he realized that he couldn't locate his opponent anywhere. Naruto did vanish after he launched the kunai, but he didn't flash to its new position, after Kabuto had pushed it away. Kabuto was suddenly pulled out of his thoughts, as he heard Sasuke screaming at him from far away. The Otokage had seen the entire scene. Naruto did throw the kunai, but he never used his Horizon movement jutsu. He simply disappeared afterward, most likely using his unique genjutsu that even the Sharingan could not detect, under normal circumstances. Sasuke was the only one who could notice the discrete disturbance in the flow of the rain, right between Kabuto and Naruto as the latter was stealthily advancing towards his unsuspecting target. Unfortunately, he was too late to warn Kabuto as he saw that Naruto already in striking range. Naruto had indeed predicted that Kabuto wouldn't fall for the same trick he had previously used against Sakura. Consequently, he opted for a genjutsu approach instead, knowing that Sasuke was the only one on the battlefield who could trace his movements while he was hiding behind the Kyoka Suigetsu perfect hypnosis technique. Kabuto had just finished his taunting attempt, yet failed to realize that Naruto was already in front of him. The silver-haired medic was still smirking at his apparent success in preventing Naruto from getting closer to him, when he suddenly felt an excruciating pain spreading all over his body. The wind violently picked up around him and his glasses were shattered. Naruto then slowly appeared out of thin air, just right behind him with his right hand extended and holding a katana whose blade was dripping with blood. Not even a split second later, a large and deep cut appeared over Kabuto's upper body, with his blood gushing out of there. Naruto knew of his opponent's ability to regenerate his damaged cells, allowing him to prepare his body against such injuries. The blonde made sure Kabuto wasn't expecting the hit, preventing the high-speed regeneration jutsu to kick in. Same as with Sakura, Kabuto fell to the ground and laid there unconscious and seriously injured as Naruto mercilessly moved on to his next target. The many Oto shinobi that were still observing the scene had yet to move after witnessing Sakura being defeated by Naruto. After Kabuto fell, however, they all suddenly reacted and groups of Oto Jonin started to run towards the blonde assaulter. Naruto could feel them getting closer, so his hands flashed through hand signs again. Futon. Hakuge. He yelled as a wind breeze left his hands and moved towards the groups of Oto Jonin advancing towards his position. Sasuke's eyes widened as he instantly recognized the jutsu that Naruto had just used against his troops. It was exactly the same one that the blonde had launched, the last time they met here in a Megakure. The wind would first wash over his troops and most of them would inhale it, then Naruto would somehow take control of that wind and forcibly expel it out of their bodies, killing them all in the process. Without losing any additional time, Sasuke also went through hand signs. Kaiten, Gokaku no Jutsu. The Uchiha shouted, as a giant fireball left his mouth and flew between Naruto's technique and the group of Jonin. The two jutsu collided and a huge flash was the result of it. Sasuke smirked, as he saw his fireball burning away Naruto's wind just before it could reach his men. Said shinobi had to stop their advance, as the collision from both jutsu created a burning hell in their path. Don't think I'll let you do as you please inside my city, Dobi. I've already seen that jutsu of yours once, so I won't let you use it again on my shinobi. Sasuke proudly said to Naruto. The blonde frowned for a second, thinking about his failed attempt to take out his enemies. He didn't really care about Sasuke's remark, it was more about correcting a flaw in his newest technique that preoccupied him. His doubts quickly vanished though, as he smirked again and spoke to Sasuke. Not bad, Sasuke. That was not bad at all, considering you only witnessed it once. I was genuinely surprised when you managed to counter my newest creation, however, I'd like to see you block this one now. Naruto replied as he started a new sequence of hand signs. Futon. Hakuryu. Naruto yelled as he finished a slightly longer series of hand signs. This time, Sasuke was the one surprised as wind chakra rushed out of Naruto's hands again. However, instead of the linear and relatively slow breeze, came out a dragon-shaped wind gust that took quick and random turns in the air before reaching its intended target. Sasuke's men had yet to react, not being able to detect the mass of highly condensed wind chakra moving towards them in a complete random pattern. The Otokage was the only one with the eyes needed to see that flow of chakra, inexorably making its way to his unsuspecting men. They would inhale it without second thoughts, leading them to their deaths. Move back you ignorant fools, he's going to kill every last one of you. Yelled the Otokage as his men continued to charge towards Naruto, unaware of the death trap set right in front of them. By the time they could finally hear his warning, it was already too late as Naruto's jutsu hit them dead on. What followed was a scene that would forever haunt those that witnessed it. From the group of roughly 50 Jonin that were charging against Naruto, every last one of them died, with their lungs or hearts exploding from within their chest cavities. For a short moment, those who didn't have the courage to charge against Naruto witnessed what would cause that battle to later be recalled as the Battle of the Raining Blood. Now, where were we? Naruto said as he started to move again in Sasuke's direction. Seeing no other choice, Sasuke decided to use his trump card and cast the Kotoamatsukami against Naruto. He channeled chakra through his eyes and with the M's activated he tried to launch his jutsu against the approaching blonde. Unfortunately for him, Naruto had once again anticipated his reaction and had both his eyes closed. You do know that I was in that room with you, right? When you used that dujutsu of yours to turn those guys into your loyal zombie servants. Naruto said as he continued to advance, his eyes still closed. I don't need my eyes to defeat you. Naruto said. The blonde knew his ultimate form would allow him to feel every movement made by his opponent. The raven-haired leader was starting to feel a foreign feeling at the sight of the blonde marching up to him, absolute fear. He had yet to move from his spot, still stunned by Naruto's announcement. Said blonde suddenly stopped though, still halfway from reaching Sasuke. He turned his head back, opened his eyes and without a second thought disappeared in a white flash. Remote building, with Konan. Naruto reappeared right beside Konan, who was watching his battle from a safe distance. He saw the Hiraishin marker he gave her before the mission, strongly implanted into the ground, but she, on the other hand, looked absolutely fine. Are you alright, Konan? Why did you summon me? Naruto asked, trying to not sound too angered by the fact that he was just pulled away from giving Sasuke the beating of his life. Look around, Naruto, we need to immediately move out. Konan replied without looking back at him. Naruto did as the kunoichi told him. He saw large numbers of Oto shinobi getting inside the city. They came from every direction, most likely alarmed by the huge pillar of ice that stood right in the middle of their city. Thanks for warning me, I was so focused on Sasuke and the others that I almost forgot about our mission. Where is Kurenai-sensei though? Naruto said with a smile for his adopted sister. She went ahead of us, now come, let's get out of here while we safely can. I'll explain everything to you on our way out. Konan replied as they moved back to the building they came from, when they infiltrated the city through the sewers. Let's pick up the pace, she left more than 1 hour ago. Well, she should be slowed down a bit by the package she's carrying. Konan said, as they left the surface of AIM and went back into the sewers. What package? Why did she leave before us? Naruto asked as he followed behind Konan. I'm not quite sure myself. A Megakure, with Sasuke. Sasuke understood why Naruto suddenly left, as reinforcements arrived all over the area. Karen, Gurren, Kimimaro and Jugo were back from their previous assignments and brought troops with them from the front lines. He seethed in anger as he looked around. His city was in ruin again and Naruto alone was the cause of that. He knew he still lacked the proper power in order to defeat the blonde, even if they didn't actually got to fight each other. Kimimaro and Jugo rushed to Sakura's position and took her body with them to the hospital. Karen went to Kabuto and tried to heal him with her unique bloodline. Gurren was quite neutral to all this, she was working with them only because they had Yukimaru in custody. Sasuke sighed as he started to use Kaden chakra in order to melt the giant ice structure that Naruto and his dragon summon had created during their battle. Suigetsu would most likely be injured but nothing life-threatening, his pride though, would take a serious hit for sure. Once done, the Otokage made his way back to the cage tower, thinking about ways to get stronger. River Country, 1 week later. Naruto's group was now resting in River Country. Konan and Kurenai were currently resting in their own rooms in a hotel while Naruto went to discuss with Gaara. True to what he heard during his spying mission in AIM, Gaara had conquered this nation back with what were supposedly only hit-and-run assaults. The Cage told Naruto that he fought against Oto Shinobi under the command of a young red-haired woman, wearing glasses. She apparently had little to no experience in leading troops to war and he took advantage of that, managing to break through their defensive lines and forcing them to fall back towards AIM. After their arrival, Naruto learned from Kurenai that Itachi and Danzo were Sasuke's prisoners. He also learned that she managed to sneak out a boy they kept there, in an artificial coma for whatever twisted reason she didn't know, but they would try to discover it, as soon as possible. Tsunade's expertise might be needed though, as the boy had yet to regain consciousness. Then, Konan told him about the hero's water, and how they were increasing their army's power. Finally, Naruto told them about Sasuke's brainwashing jutsu and his fight against the Uchiha and his lieutenants Kabuto and Sakura. I see, that's most disturbing. Sasuke Uchiha managed to do all those things while we were trying to repel his armies. Gaara said after Naruto gave him the information about his spying mission. Yes, and he's definitely stronger than before. I didn't encounter any Akatsuki member during that mission though, we have unfortunately no idea what the last two members of that group are up to. Naruto replied. Anyway, good job on your mission. Kuretsuchi will arrive soon enough and we'll set out for Konoha immediately after her arrival. There are lots of things we need to discuss with the other members of the alliance. Gaara said. Oh, it's Kuretsuchi now. Whatever happened to Tsuchikage Dono, a bit familiar, aren't we? Naruto said with a smirk, not missing Gaara's embarrassed expression when he spoke. I don't see what you're talking about. This meeting is adjourned until Kuro Tsuchikage Dono arrives. Gaara replied as he stood up and left the meeting room without looking back. Naruto smiled at his redhead friend's reaction, he couldn't help but think that Gaara had the worse luck, with his Biju being a crazy and cooperative one. Maybe this new development was the start of something good for once in Gaara's life. Thinking about Gaara's Biju, Naruto realized how he missed Natsuki. They had to leave in such a hurry once Otogakure's invasion was announced that he couldn't properly say goodbye to his girlfriend. This also made him remember Bee and Yugito, he wondered how those two were doing on their end. Konoha, Hokage office. Tsunade was sitting behind her desk, a glass of sake in her hand. She had a huge stack of paperwork to do but didn't care so much about it. She was dead worried about Naruto and his infiltration mission in Omegakure. Gaara had sent her an update, saying that Naruto came in Suna with Konan and Kurenai and then left for AIM to complete his mission but since then nothing. She was pulled out of her thoughts by the arrival of Shizune in her office. Tsunade-sama, the Mizukage and Reikage have arrived with their escorts. They request a meeting with you immediately. The brunette reported to her master. Fine, bring them to my office. Also summon Natsuki to my office, she will be needed for that meeting too. Tsunade replied. Shizune left immediately, not wanting to make two Kage waiting for her. Chapter 56, Revelations. Konohagakure, Council Chamber. The doors to the council chamber were slowly opened by two Anbu operatives as the Mizukage and Reikage entered with their escorts. Tsunade was already seated, waiting for them. A large table had been placed in the middle of the room with just enough seats for each Kage from the alliance. Natsuki and Shizune were standing behind the Hokage. As per the protocol, only two people were allowed with each Kage during their meetings. The Mizukage, Maid Terumi, was escorted by Zabuza and Chojuro, two members of the elite swordsmen of Kurigakure. The Reikage, A, came with Yugito and B, the two Jinchuriki of Kumogakure. Tsunade had chosen her assistant and student, Shizune, to stand with her for obvious reasons. Natsuki, however, didn't really understand her presence at this meeting. Despite her pride as the previous most powerful Biju, she knew that nowadays she was nowhere near her past level. I welcome you in Konohagakure, Mizukage Dono, Raikage Dono. Please have a seat so we can start this meeting, Tsunade said as she stood up and motioned for her guests to sit down at the table. A and Mei went to sit down, their bodyguards standing in attention behind them. Shizune and Nitsuki did the same and stayed behind Tsunade when she sat down. The blonde Hokage then turned her head towards the Anbu that stood near the doors and signaled them to leave. Once they left and closed the doors behind them, Tsunade did a hand sign and the room was sealed from any outside interference. The room is now sealed, let us start this meeting then. Raikage Dono, would you start please? Tsunade said. A nodded to her and then stood up from his seat. Very well, as you all know we managed to push back an invasion attempt by Otogakure in the lands of Shimogakure and Yugakure. They were easily defeated in the first weeks of the war, the overall level of their fighters was at most Chunin with a low number of Jonin. We had no difficulties to force them back to Rice country, having the advantages of both the numbers and the skill. However, when we reached their borders, we had to face much stronger and numerous forces on their end. It's been going on for a week now and they stopped our counterattack at the borders of Ta no Kuni where we are at a stalemate now. The Raikage reported and then sat down. Tsunade then turned to Mei who stood up and started her report. While our nation is still recovering from the civil war, when we received the reports from both Kumo and Konoha about the invasion from Oto, I immediately sent out troops to the front lines to offer assistance in any way they could. Konohagakure having a lot more ground to cover, most of our troops were sent here, in Hai no Kuni, in order to go strengthen the borders it shares with the enemy. We also noticed the rise in power of their troops in the last few days. One thing that I need to report is that they also seem to have the support of the troops from the lands they conquered. I find it highly suspicious and hope we will investigate this seriously. Mei finished her report and sat down too. Tsunade, being the host for this meeting, chose to speak last and this was now her turn. Your reports are consistent with what we've witnessed on the battlefield as well against Oto so far. Ever since my former teammate Jiraiya perished, our spying system is far less efficient than it used to be. Every country that Oto invaded shares borders with Hai no Kuni, yet we weren't able to predict and react in time. I've already sent our best team of spies to investigate the enemy and assess the situation for our allies on the other side of the continent. Naruto is leading that team. 2 weeks ago I received a letter from the Kazekage stating that Naruto and his team made contact with them on the other side. I know that they left Suna shortly after that and went to proceed with their infiltration mission in Omegakure. They have yet to report back. Tsunade reported to the group before she sat back down too. That's most troubling, I hope everything is fine with Naruto-kun. Mei said, not noticing the glare she received from Nitsuki when the former Biju heard the suffix added to her future husband's name by the Mizukage. The brat is fine, believe me. There is not much in this world that can take him down, but I can try to dispatch another team to aim if. Tsunade replied but was cut in the middle of her sentence by a new yet familiar voice. That won't be necessary, Hokage Dono. Gaara said as a blinding white flash erupted from inside the room. Nitsuki felt her ring charging up with chakra and smirked as she knew what was happening in front of them. When the light disappeared, 5 more people were present in the meeting room. Omegakure, Cage Tower. Sasuke was currently in his office, thinking about the events that took place in his city when Naruto attacked them. The blonde had infiltrated his capital, killed a bunch of his men and even managed to seriously wound 2 of his staff officers. Sakura was only knocked out with a punch to her gut, her recovery went fast and easy. Kabuto was up and running as soon as he regained consciousness, with his particular cell regeneration ability immediately kicking in. Suigetsu was the seriously wounded one, taking the combination attack of both Naruto and his ice dragon summon. The silver-haired swordsman remained a long time in the giant block of ice, he had to use every bit of chakra he had left in order to stay alive in that frozen hell. Sasuke used his fire techniques to get him out but he had to be careful not to burn his own subordinate in the process. All in all, that was a humiliation Sasuke could not tolerate. The city still held the traces of that battle against Naruto and their defeat against the blonde. The worst part in this is that Sasuke did not react at all during the fight. All he did was cover up for Suigetsu, once the swordsman was at Naruto's mercy. Sasuke knew Naruto played with them and it made his blood boil. The situation on the front lines was not good either. He got the news from Karen that they had lost river country against the armies of the alliance with Gaara leading them during that battle. His enemies had found a way to reconnect the eastern and western sides of the continent. The other borders still held though, with the addition of the converted troops and the use of Sakura's version of the hero's water. Sasuke knew it was only a matter of time now, before the alliance decides to launch a final assault against his lands with their combined forces. Now that they had lost river country, they can time and coordinate their attack perfectly from every side of his borders. He could only do so much by himself, and the other side has shinobi like Naruto or Gaara in their ranks. Karen's example showed him the limits of his forces against superior foes. He was pulled out of his thoughts by the appearance of space-time distortion inside his office. This wasn't the first time he witnessed that jutsu, yet it still amazed the young Uchiha leader. He was burning with jealousy, knowing Naruto also had his own space-time ninjutsu. He forgot Naruto for a moment and tried to concentrate on the new arrival in his office for now. "What are you doing here? Tobi or Madara, whatever your real name is." Sasuke greeted his new guest. "You are in a nice mood as usual, and here I thought I would pay a visit to my distant relative for a change." Tobi replied, with a chuckle. "The powers you showed me are useful, but this is far from enough in order to defeat the Uzumaki. I demand you teach me that space-time ninjutsu of yours. I need it if I want to have a chance to kill him," Sasuke announced to his masked visitor. "Your eyes are still far too young to attempt using this jutsu. I may or may not teach you that jutsu once those eyes of yours mature to their final stage." Tobi replied in his usual tone, making the Otokuge even more furious. "Who are you? Are you really Uchiha Madara, my ancestor, as that blue-haired woman that used to work for you said? I demand you take off that mask and face me so I can see your face," Sasuke asked. "Shut up. You only need to know that I'm a Uchiha like you. All will be revealed in time. For now though, stick to the plan and continue to defend the lands you conquered." Tobi replied, his voice was serious this time, and Sasuke took a step back when the masked man snapped at him. "I can't defend these lands against an attack of all my borders at the same time. I only have limited resources and many men will die defending the borders. Now that they're conquered river country back, that plan of yours to separate them in two failed, they will engage us with an organized army this time," Sasuke said. "Will you stop whining for a moment? You are an Uchiha, then act like it and not some scared genin that's going into battle for the first time in his life," Tobi said in anger. "Even so, I'm only as good as the men I command. They have superior numbers and their top fighters are far more skilled than ours. This is something I learned the hard way in the fight against Naruto," Sasuke said with desperation in his voice. "You don't need to concern yourself with casualties. I didn't exactly come here empty-handed. Here, take him to your right-hand man. I have a plan that will even the odds and solve your resource problem," Tobi said as he once again used his space-time jutsu to bring someone else inside the room. "Who is he and how capturing him solves anything on this end?" Sasuke asked, curious about the package Tobi just delivered. "You ask too many questions, plus you wouldn't understand even if I explained the situation to you. Just get me Kabuto and we'll start from there." Konohagakure, council room. As the light from the horizon slowly died down, Naruto, Konan and Kurenai appeared with the Kazekage and Tsuchikage in the meeting room. "Naru-kun, I've missed you so much," Natsuki said as she launched herself in her mate's arms. It was Mei, this time, that had her eyebrows twitching at the sight of the reuniting couple. "You're finally back, you brat. I see you've brought some company with you too," Tsunade said with a smile when she saw the blonde and his guests. "Yes, we came here as soon as we could, thanks to Naruto," Gaara added. Kuretsuchi nodded after him. "Before we go on with the meeting, there's something I would like to know. It's been on my mind ever since we started, but now's a good time to ask, I guess. Who is the woman with you, Hokage Dono, and the one with you too, Naruto? I'm somewhat familiar with Yuhi Kurenai, with her profile in the bingo book, but those two women are unknown to me. I would like to know their identity before we proceed," the Mizukage said from her seat. There was a slight tension in the room as most already knew who Natsuki and Konan were but feared how the others who didn't would react. Gaara and Kuretsuchi were already familiar with Konan in her past as an Akatsuki agent. On the other side, An knew of Natsuki's existence, thanks to Bi and Yugito. Mei knew nothing of the two while Tsunade was the only Kage who knew them both. The blonde Hokage and host to all others stood up and was about to speak when Naruto decided to speak first. "Please allow me to proceed, Hokage-sama," Naruto said, looking towards his leader. Tsunade nodded to him and sat back down. "Thank you. I guess for the benefit of the alliance, I shall be sincere with every person present in this room. I know each and every one of you personally and hope you will understand why some of the facts I will now reveal to you have been hidden until now." Naruto started, taking his time to look everyone in the eyes before continuing, even the escorts. "First is Konan, who came with me. She is a former agent of the Akatsuki organization. She was in fact a member since its founding by my cousin Uzumaki Nagato, also known as Pain, the apparent leader of that group," Naruto said as Ai and Mei were stunned to learn that someone from the Akatsuki was now working with them. Naruto then told them of his fight against his cousin and how it ended. After that, he told them about Tobi or Madara and how he came to help Konan escape Omegakure. He concluded with her new status as a member of his clan and her participation in the last spying mission against Oto. I'm far from pleased to be informed so late of this, Naruto. The fact that you came here with Kazekage Dono and Tsuchikage Dono tells me they support your decision in granting amnesty to this kunoichi. You most likely have the backing of your Hokage too, so nothing me, or Mizukage Dono would say at this point is useless, but I would like to be informed of such development sooner the next time. Said from his seat while Mei remained neutral. I apologize for this and thank you both for your understanding. Naruto replied while bowing his head down to the two Kage who didn't know about Konan. The Raikage nodded and sat down while Mei stood up. Now, who's this woman Naruto-kun? She asked, looking at her fellow redhead woman Natsuki. Tsunade and A both closed their eyes, already knowing the truth about Natsuki. Naruto grinned and scratched the back of his head before speaking again. She is Natsuki, my fiancé. However, you all know her for her other name, the Kyuubi no Yoko. Naruto calmly said. The audience was stunned. Gaara, Kuretsuchi, Mei and her bodyguards all looked at the vixen who smiled back at them. Is this a joke, Naruto? Gaara asked, regaining his composure. I assure you it's not, Kazekage Dono. Said. Before you ask, yes, I was aware of her existence. The same more or less happened with Yugito here. It is my understanding that this happened during their training trip after our first 5-Kage meeting in Iron Country. He completed his answer. How is this possible and what do you mean, more or less? Kuretsuchi asked, curious about his choice of words. Seeing that her input would be needed, Yugito stepped in front of her cage and with a nod he allowed her to speak. When Naruto trained with us, he offered to be and myself to go through what he called the unsealing. I decided to go along with it while B refused, each of us having our reasons that I won't discuss here. Yugito said, gaining the audience's attention. Naruto went first, seeing that it was his idea and his method was still experimental. It obviously worked for him, as you can see the both of them as two separate people. When my turn came, it didn't work completely, because my seal didn't work like the one for Naruto. The result is this, Yugito said as she closed her eyes. A few seconds later, when she reopened her eyes, instead of being black they were flaming blue. Her overall morphology changed to what she looked like when using her tailed state but without the chakra shroud. Nice to meet you all, my name is Mitabi but you all know me better as the Nibi. Yugito or whatever possessed her said. Incredible, is this procedure possible for Gaara too? Kuretsuchi asked, unaware of the several eyebrows that rose when the others in the room heard how she called the Kazekage. Unfortunately no, that is not possible. Shukaku or the Aikibi is a very uncooperative Biju and this procedure only works on the basis that both Biju and Jinchuriki are cooperating with each other. I had to alter Gaara's seal in order to limit its influence on him in the past and that's unfortunately the only thing I can do. Naruto replied, with a sad smile for his friend. That's alright, thanks to Naruto's alteration of my seal I have a much better control of my powers and my Biju can't influence me anymore. But what about you guys, what does this mean about Akatsuki and their goal to seal off your Biju? Gaara said. It is still possible, but really complicated for them since now they have to gather both me and Natsuki for their sealing to work and all know that two targets are much harder to catch than a single one. This only applies to me though, you Gaara, Yugito and B are still single targets to them, not that they are aware of my special condition though. Naruto said with a smirk. Mei was about to ask another question when Mitabi and Natsuki suddenly flared their chakra. Did you feel it, Natsuki? The two-tailed Biju asked. Yes, that's his power. How is that possible? Natsuki replied. What is it Na-chan? Is something wrong? Naruto asked his mate, with concern in his voice. There's someone with the Mokudan affinity nearby, most likely a spy. The vixen replied. Tsunade's eyes widened, thinking about who was this mysterious person with her grandfather's powers. Tenzo is still on a mission near the borders so it can't be him, he would never spy on a cage meeting like this anyway. So who? Chapter 57, Countermeasure. Konohagakure, Council Chamber. Without letting the audience digest the fact that Biju, or whatever they now represent, can freely roam again amongst the living, Natsuki and Mitabi both jumped in front of their respective cage and started to scan the room to detect the intruder's presence. The red-haired vixen had recovered a small portion of what used to be her limitless reserves of Yuki. However, the human body she had received from the unsealing prevented her from getting more than one tail worth of her former power. As such, she only had enough power to activate the opening state of the wind bloodline she gave to Naruto. This was no small feat though, as the Mugen no Kyochi gave her enough power to easily rival any cage currently seated inside that room. Matabi used her enhanced physical senses to scan the room. Having the body of a fully matured Jinchuriki had its advantages in this sort of situation. Channeling Yuki to her eyes and nose, the blue-eyed version of Yugito didn't take too long to locate the spy. It seems the intruder didn't really care about exposure, as Nitsuki also found him quite easily. "There, here!" They both yelled as they leapt toward the center of the room and punched the surface of the ground. The destruction caused Zetsu to appear from underneath the meeting room, right in front of the most powerful shinobi and kunoichi in the entire elemental nations. "You again? I should have known it was you the moment they spoke about my grandfather's Kekkei Genkei." Tsunade roared from her position, ready to jump in and snap his neck. She was too late though, as a white flash suddenly erupted in the room and Naruto disappeared from his original spot, only to instantly reappear on the other side of the room with his katana unsheathed. All the occupants of the room could only blink, as Zetsu's body in the middle of the room slowly fell to the ground, headless. "Don't bother, it's just a clone of his. I was careless, I should have known they would have spies in every major villages from the Alliance. Damn it!" Naruto snapped as he put his sword away and went through hand signs, then threw 4 pieces of paper to the corners of the room. The 4 seals glowed for a short moment and then faded away. "I'm sorry everyone, I should have verified the room myself before revealing those sensitive information. Now our enemy knows about Nitsuki and we lost an important edge over them. I've sealed the room again, but I fear there is no much more to hide anymore," Naruto reported, bowing his head down. "You're too hard on yourself, Gaki. There are 5 kage in this room, none of us thought about that," A said, getting nods of approval from all the other leaders in the room. "Raikage Dono is right, Naruto. We were already discussing some pretty important stuff in here with him and Mizukage Dono before you arrived, so I should be the one held responsible for this room's security system. Anyway, what's done is done, we don't have time to lose over this issue, let's just move on," Tsunade added, and Naruto accepted her terms. Everyone returned to their respective seats and Naruto was invited to sit down with the Kage as the Alliance's leader. Nitsuki chose to stay behind him with Konan, while Kurenai decided to go stand behind Tsunade. Once everyone was ready to continue, Gaara was the first one to speak. "Our first priority is to restore stability to every area in the elemental nations. To achieve this, we must eliminate the threat that Otogaku represents. With the recent conquest of River Country, we have an opportunity to organize a large-scale joint attack against them," the Kage said. "Before such an assault can be considered, there are some new developments that need to be known to this council," Naruto said. The blonde then told them about Sasuke's new hypnotic dujutsu and how he enhanced his army's power with the hero's water. Tsunade was highly disappointed when she learned of Sakura's involvement in the creation of the modified hero's water. The blonde Hokage would have never imagined her teachings would be used in such a way, for the ambitions of a mad Uchiha boy. "Hokage Dono, is there anything you can tell us about that jutsu of his, since not all of us have the ability to fight with our eyes closed like Naruto? We foreigners have diverse levels of understanding about Konoha's Sharingan, so it would be great if you could provide us with everything you can on how to counter it," Kuretsuchi said, still remembering she owed it to her grandfather to kill the bastard who used that jutsu against him. "I am a master in the knowledge of how to treat physical wounds, however, for the mental attacks I will have to consult with our expert, the Yamanaka clan head. The Hyuga clan head could also help us in finding ways to fight against the Sharingan. Shizune, can you go summon them both?" Tsunade replied, to which her assistant immediately reacted and went to do as ordered. A Megakure, Kage office. Uchiha Sasuke was currently going through the bane of all Kage, paperwork. Every damn action in the shinobi world seemed to generate more paperwork for him to fill out. The reports he received from the front lines were not good at all. The loss of River Country was a huge setback in his plans, it was a loss Oto really didn't need at the moment. A Megakure was supposed to be the ideal place for his capital, as he could strike 3 of the 5 great villages from here. The only problem was that he needed River Country to be under his command to separate the Westerners from Konoha. He knew it was his mistake to have placed Karen at the top of that region, that woman was more of a support type, not really suited for the front line. Of course, failure was not an option in his army. He had to make an example out of her, in order to dissuade the others from failing him in the future. He couldn't exactly order her death, the bloodline she had was a really useful one and saved his life once in the past. All he could do was to demote her from any commanding duties, she remained a soldier for him, barely above civilian level. The fierce redhead didn't take the news really well, but chose to remain silent for the moment as she knew the Otokage was in a really foul mood lately. The young leader was pulled out of his thoughts by the arrival of his second-in-command in his office. Kabuto came in with his usual smirk on his face and waited for Sasuke to acknowledge his presence. "What is it, Kabuto?" This better be good news, because I'm sick of reading reports on how the enemies are pushing us back further inside our lands. The raven-haired Cage said, not even looking at him. I believe that what I have to report will please you, in regards to those news from the front lines. Kabuto replied, still grinning. Do not test my patience, not now. Sasuke snapped, not in the mood for Kabuto's cryptic words. Very well, the package Toby delivered to us has been successfully integrated in the Omega project we were working on. Production is in progress and you can expect the first batch to come out in the next few days. Kabuto reported. Excellent, at least we will finally have enough firepower to hold them back and even push forward again with this. How many of those will be ready by the end of the next week? Sasuke said, satisfied with Kabuto's report so far. By that time, at least 50,000 will be ready for you to use them. Shall I proceed with the chakra enhancement phase as well? Kabuto asked. Yes, I want them to be the strongest they can, before sending them out on the field. We can't allow the enemy to react before it is already too late for them to. Do what you have to do, but I want them all ready for the end of next week. Sasuke said, leaving no room for a negotiation. It shall be done, Uchiha-sama. Kabuto replied. What of the other project I've assigned to you, Kabuto? Is it operational yet? Sasuke asked. Yes, the device is ready to be tested. I can't believe you thought of that while going through the stuff Hanzo the salamander left behind. It wasn't really a hard task to adapt it to match our needs, however, we will need a live test to make sure that it's definitely operational. Kabuto answered. I don't care for the details, send out an entire battalion with it if you need to, but I want results. Sasuke snapped, visibly really wanting this project to work out. As you command, I shall dispatch a small unit equipped with the device towards Konoha to verify its efficiency. I know the perfect person to lead that mission, it will be her chance to gain back the respect she lost or simply disappear for good. Kabuto replied, bowing to his leader before leaving the room to do as ordered. He made it back to the building's hall and then he called out a random Jonin on his way out. Summon Karen to my office. Oh, and tell her that I need her to gather a team and then report back to me as soon as possible. The silver-haired scientist said. The Jonin nodded and then disappeared in a puff of smoke as he left. I'm pretty sure Karen will fail again, we just need someone to watch them from a safe distance and confirm the device's efficiency. Now, who should I pick to follow them? Kabuto thought as he returned to his office, located in the research center of the city. Konohagakure, Namikaze compound. It had been a day since Naruto made it back to the village with Konan and Kurenai. The blonde was currently resting in his bed, completely naked with his red-haired mate laying right on top of him. They had celebrated their reunion and Naruto's return through the night, with the appropriate silencing seals placed all around the room, in order to not bother Konan and the numerous other guests that were currently staying with them at the Namikaze compound. The meeting was stopped yesterday since it was getting late and was to resume today in the morning. Naruto offered hospitality to all the Kage and their followers since he had loads of empty space in his family home. He remembered teasing Gaara and Kuretsuchi again, when he asked them if they wanted to share a room. He had to dodge a mix of lava and sand projectiles aimed at him, but it was worth it seeing Gaara's embarrassed face. It was still 6 o'clock in the morning, but Naruto had taken the habit of getting up early and trained every day ever since his training days with Jiraiya. He slowly got out of bed and went through his morning ritual. Once done, he flashed out of the manor. Training Ground 8. Naruto instantly reappeared in the center of his old team's training ground. He could have used his own training ground, but didn't want to wake up his guests. He wondered if Tsunade had reassigned a new squad for Team 8, since he was now a Jonin while Kiba and Hinata were both Chunin. Leaving those thoughts aside, the blonde started to warm up. 2 hours went by before Naruto decided to take a break. He was currently seated under a tree, his ultimate wind form activated and his sword by his side. All his senses were amplified by his bloodline, that's what allowed him to evade a series of kunai that went to impale themselves just where his head was, only a second ago. The blonde stood up instantly and scanned his surroundings in order to locate the aggressor. Naruto closed his eyes and focused chakra through his ears and nose, trying to pinpoint the exact location of his enemy inside the forest area of Training Ground 8. 1, 2, 3. No wait, there's another one barely emitting any chakra a little further away from the other 3. Now to get all of them at once. Naruto processed the information before going through hand signs. Futon. Hakuryu. He said as he launched his latest creation towards his enemies. The white dragon traveled at great speed towards the 4 targets that had yet to move from their spot. Once it reached its first target, the enemy shinobi moved away at the last moment in order to avoid being sliced apart by Naruto's jutsu. Naruto waited a moment, letting his 2-step jutsu take effect, before he tried to reverse the pull and forcibly kill those 4 targets by manipulating the wind within their lungs. Hearing no signs of explosion, he wondered how or why his jutsu failed. This was a first, he couldn't let this go without reacting. He immediately jumped high in the air and took out 2 Horaishin kunai in each hand before throwing them towards his opponents. It was over before they could even register the strange kunai that fell near them. In a white flash, their target was already behind them with his sword drawn out, dripping with their blood. Karen felt the wind passing over her body as well as Naruto appeared right behind her with his katana ready to cut her head off, as he did with the 3 other jonin she had under her command for this mission. What the hell, those kunai Kabuto gave us were supposed to cancel his wind abilities if we managed to throw them near him. Why is this not working? Damn it, damn that white-haired freak. Karen thought as she used her sensor ability, only to see that Naruto wasn't incapacitated in any way. The sound of the 3 headless bodies falling to the ground was heard all around them as Naruto pressed his blade against Karen's neck. Interesting, so that's how you guys managed to repel my powers. I have to admit that it's quite ingenious of whoever thought of this. Naruto said as he took a better look at his enemies, noticing that they all wore some kind of a mask that prevented them from breathing in his wind chakra. He forcibly removed Karen's mask and went to stand before her, still holding his blade against her jugular. He somehow knew she was a woman before taking off her mask, but her long red hair surprised him, making him remember a photo of his mother he saw back at the compound. "Who are you?" Naruto asked. "I'm not saying anything to you, Konoha monster," Karen yelled back. Before she could continue, Naruto slowly moved his sword and drew blood from her neck, making her understand how serious he was. "Why did Sasuke send you here on a suicide mission?" he said in a very serious tone. What are you talking about? We were sent here to eliminate you with the special wind suppressor kunai Kabuto developed. The red-haired Kunoichi answered. Now that's weird, no one except for me knows how my wind powers really work. However, those masks of yours, those are what he really wanted to test, and to do that you needed to come close to me. I guess you weren't aware of the true parameters of your mission, so you're unfortunately not really of any use to me. Naruto said before he knocked her out, using the back of his sword. Naruto deactivated his bloodline and went to seal the bodies of the 3 dead jonin he just killed before making his way to the Hokage Tower with his unconscious captive. Once Naruto was gone, a shadow slowly appeared from a tall tree near the place where the fight just took place. Zetsu rose from the tree and looked at the aftermath of the battle. He had once again witnessed everything and no one except for those Biju could detect him. His task done, he slowly disappeared again, having loads of info to report to his allies. Chapter 58, The Last War. River Country. Naruto gazed at the borders separating river and rain country, completely ignoring the crowd of shinobi that camped behind him. This place was chosen during their last meeting to be the starting point of the Alliance's counterattack against Sasuke's armies. Being a former part of the enemy's territories, it was likely to be the place where the borders would be the least fortified. This, of course, didn't mean there would be only one battlefield, as Otogakur and its allies were still controlling a large part of the continent. According to the spies, Oto had close to 30,000 men while the Alliance's forces were estimated to be around 50,000. Despite these odds, there was no certitude that the Alliance would prevail in the end, as there was also a huge unknown factor with the Akatsuki. No one really knew what they still had in store. Behind Naruto, stood an army of 10,000 ninja, exclusively composed by shinobi and kunoichi from Konohagakure. There was a proposal during the last meeting to mix troops from each of the 5 great villages into the different armies that would strike against Oto, to promote unity and peace among them. The idea was surprisingly shot down by the leader himself, Naruto, but not without some explaining. The blonde gave 2 reasons behind his refusal to that particular proposal. First, considering the current state of the different armies stationed all around Otogakure's borders, it would take a tremendous amount of logistic and time in order to arrange such a change in the composition of those armies. Time was something the Alliance couldn't afford. They had to take advantage of the fall of River Country, before Oto had a chance to reorganize its defenses. The second point Naruto pointed out was about the environment and functional knowledge. Each man had a better understanding of the surroundings and environmental conditions from where they were used to fight. As such, putting an Iowa soldier at the other side of the elemental nations, say in Fire Country, made no sense at all. The same could be said about team dynamics, that Iowa shinobi would work a lot better with a team composed and led by shinobi from his village rather than from a foreign village, even more so if said team members came from a historically rival village, such as the Leaf. No Kage could find any argument to counter the Alliance's leader, and so it was decided each army would remain where it currently is, with few to no troops movement inside the allies. Everybody knew Naruto didn't chose this configuration as a way to segregate the people from each nations. He did it because it was strategically the best decision, considering the tight time frame they had. All still remembered his speech during the first cage meeting in Iron Country, calling for the unity between the nations and the dream he shared with his late sensei, Jiraiya the Toad Sage, to see people finally understanding each other. The only exception was Kurigakure. Sharing no borders with any of the nations under Sasuke's command, Mei decided to dispatch her troops between Konoha and Kumo in the east, with more reinforcements in Fire Country due to its geographical position. This would constitute the eastern front line. It also allowed Tsunade to allocate to Naruto most of the men he currently had under his command, with a small addition from Suna. The blonde had the task to push north from his position in River Country, against the still weakly fortified borders from the south of Aim. The western front was shared between Iwa and Suna. Kuretsuchi and Gaara were to respectively attack Takigakure and Kusugakure from the other side of the continent. Naruto only requested a few particular people for the army he had under his command. He asked for the old Team 8, Kurenai, Hinata and Kiba. This was a logical choice, them being his former genin team and those he worked well with in Konoha's regular forces. Additionally, he also requested Konan and more surprisingly Karen. It still amazed him to have discovered a true-blood Uzumaki woman with her. He already had his suspicions when he made her his prisoner, but when the blood test results were announced, even Tsunade was surprised to find out the red-haired Kunoichi really was an Uzumaki, and her distant relative as Naruto is. Karen was an orphan, just like Naruto, and when she was told of her origins, she was so happy it almost made her forget about Sasuke and Kabuto's betrayal. Naruto and Karen were naturally drawn to each other, and soon the blonde offered her a place in his clan and compound, and she gladly accepted. Unlike Konan or Kurenai, Karen was more like the spoiled little sister Naruto never had. The rest of the troops were chosen by Tsunade, most were young though not inexperienced nor weak. This was just so she could be sure no one under his command would be likely to hold a grudge against him for supposedly holding the Kyuubi inside him. It was still a highly classified information that the Biju was long gone, freed from the seal. Speaking of the devil, Natsuki was of course with him, still nowhere as strong as she used to be in the past but strong enough to not stay home like a civilian. She was as strong as a cage and, more importantly, she was the only one who could hold Naruto back, if the blonde ever went overboard. No matter how hard Naruto had argued with her, saying that he couldn't take the risk of having her on the battlefield, the red-haired vixen did not listen and followed him, alliance's leader or not. Naruto refocused his attention on the situation at hand. According to their battle plan, today was the day Oto would fall. With the Eastern Command Center, Tsunade, Mei and chose to place their joint command center in the northwest of Fire Country, where they could reach their troops on each front line. Additionally to their tasks as leader of their armies, each cage chose to deal with a particular aspect in running the camp. Tsunade went to run the hospital they installed, Mei would oversee the prisoner section and would deal with the camp security. This was one of the resolution reached by the council, a way to counter Sasuke's Dujutsu. Mei had a few Yamanaka under her command that were to scan every prisoner they would take and remove all mental control placed upon them. Inoichi had told them he already encountered once or twice subjects under the hold of the Koto Amatsukami, and that his clan most experienced members could dispel the jutsu. As such, a small number of Yamanaka members were dispatched to each front line. Ino was sent with Naruto to the south while Inoichi went to the west with Gaara. The Raikage followed another resolution of the council, dealing with detection of the people under the influence of that genjutsu. Ao, with his implanted Byakugan had told the council that he could detect someone under the hold of that jutsu. It was then confirmed by Hiashi after that, and as a result a certain number of Hyuga was dispatched to each front, in order to help in preventing controlled people to interfere with their mission. Neji went west, while Hiashi and Hanabi remained in Fire Country. Naruto had already selected Hinata as one of his soldiers, so he was covered too. Finally, Tsunade insisted on having specialized medic for each front line. The Hokage remained in Fire Country while her assistant, Shizune, went west, and Naruto already had Hinata and Ino, two of Tsunade's apprentices, with him. It was also discovered that Karen had an amazing ability to heal people, most likely coming from her Uzumaki blood. Seeing the bite marks on her body, Naruto was very reluctant to let her use her powers like this again, but the redhead insisted. She wanted to have revenge against those who abandoned her to her death. Naruto could never say no to the women in his life, so he once again conceded. With the Western Command Center, Gaara and Kuretsuchi had established a similar outpost as the one in the east. Theirs was in Earth Country, where they could both oversee the siege of Kusugakure and Takigakure. Shizune, Neji and Inoichi were there too, and each went to do what they were selected to in the camp. However, there was major difference between this camp and the one on the other side of the enemy lands. Kuretsuchi was alone in running the camp, her fellow cage having chosen to be somewhere else. Despite the dangers and even with him being one of Akatsuki's target, Gaara chose to lead the assault himself. His reasoning was that even Naruto, the Alliance's leader, was going to risk his life on the battlefield. He saw no reason for him to be protected and far from the front lines while his friend would fight for them all. Temari was far from pleased with his decision, but there wasn't much she could say to her cage. Kankuro would have objected too, if it wasn't for the fact that he remained in Suna to oversee the defense of their borders and the village's safety. Seeing this and not wanting to sound weak in front of the man she became quite close to, Kuretsuchi wanted to participate in the fights too. However, the presence of a cage in each command center was mandatory, to ensure the cooperation between everyone. As such, the brunette was forced to remain in the camp. The other cage on the eastern side were more experienced and level-headed. They all chose to remain behind and organize their troops rather than participating themselves in the battles. The Tsuchikage was currently in the communication building of the camp, where radio messages were centralized. Kuretsuchi looked at the time and saw it was almost time for Operation Stormbringer to start. She heavily sighed and prepared herself to broadcast the mission start to the troops. Back in River Country. The Southern Army was now up and ready. Every man and woman under his command was now hiding in the forest behind Naruto. Their mission was simple, to break through the enemy's lines and push forward from their position. However, for Operation Stormbringer, the goal was not to recover the fallen city of Amegakure from Sasuke. Naruto's troops were to immediately move towards the borders east and west, once they have broken through the southern defenses in order to take the defenders' position from behind. This would be repeated in every country until all that's left are the villages being surrounded and with no possible escape routes. It was nighttime, everything around them was dark and only the sounds from the forest around them could be heard. Suddenly, two poof of smoke appeared in front of Naruto and two of his dragon summons popped out. Naruto-sama, the Eastern Army has begun the mission, reported the first one. Naruto-sama, the Western Army is on the move as well, announced the second one. Very well, thanks for the help, you can both return to the dragon world, Naruto said as he dismissed the two creatures. The blonde then turned back towards his army and spoke to them. The time has come to start our mission. As I speak, our brothers and sisters have already begun to engage the enemy all over the continent. All are waiting for us to join them. From our actions will depend the success of this mission. The fate of the elemental nations will be decided today. We shall prevail and free this world from Otogakure and its allies. Move out, Naruto said as he was the first to charge forward. Natsuki, Konan and Karen immediately went after him and the rest of the army soon followed as well. Up until now, everyone knew he was the Alliance's leader, but only those really close to him knew he was the right man for that job. Now however, everyone saw his passion and enthusiasm. They all followed after him knowing he would lead them to victory. Amegakure, Cage Tower. Sasuke was alone in his office, still thinking about ways to defeat Naruto and dominate the world. Of course he knew of the blonde's status as the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, but Zetsu's report about how the nine-tailed Biju was freed from the seal really put him in a terrible mood. He always thought during their encounters that Naruto somehow cheated against him, using an external source of power in order to upstage him, an elite Uchiha. There was no other way to explain how a clanless and talentless idiot like him could have beaten him. He was suddenly pulled out of his thoughts by the arrival of three people in his office. Kabuto went through the door. Zetsu rose from the ground while Tobi phased out of nowhere, appearing through a wormhole. Otokage-sama, the Alliance is attacking our borders from the south. According to the reports, Naruto himself is leading the assault. With their current speed, they will be here in about 30 minutes. Kabuto reported first to his leader. They are also crossing the borders of the other nations under your command. Rice, Waterfall and Grass countries are being overrun by the combined forces of their western and eastern armies, Zetsu announced. It seems like the final battle for the domination of the elemental nations has begun. How do you plan to react to their aggression, Sasuke? Tobi asked the younger Uchiha leader. Recall all our troops here into the city. They won't be able to defeat us here behind the fortified walls of the city. The other countries will have to hold on until we're done with Naruto and his little army here in the south, Sasuke yelled. If that blonde idiot thinks I only have 10,000 men stationed here in Rain Country, he will have a nice surprise when he comes here, he thought with a smirk on his face. Kabuto left immediately, with his new orders to recall all of their troops from the outskirts of the city to come stand behind its walls. With Naruto. While Sasuke was withdrawing all his troops from the land to come back inside his capital, expecting Naruto and his army to fight him there, the blonde continued to advance inside Rain Country. Naruto was moving forward at great speed, with thousands of men behind him. They didn't even try to mask their presence as they advanced, letting Sasuke's spies informing their leader of their movements. However, this was all part of the plan. Naruto was in fact not even there and all the people around him were shadow clones he made to appear like an army in march. He had already divided his actual forces in 2 groups, giving each group the same command, to run toward the borders and destroy the enemy from behind. The Kage had anticipated Sasuke's reaction and knew he would try to reinforce his position, no matter how many men he'd lose in the process. With their retreating routes blocked by Naruto's troops, the soldiers from Odo were quickly overrun and lots of them were captured. There were of course casualties on both sides, since most of them were programmed by the Kotoamatsukami to blindly follow orders without any form of questioning. Medics and mindwalkers were really busy now, with the sheer number of injured and prisoners that were coming back from the front lines. The captured enemies and injured allies were quickly evacuated towards the neighboring countries while those who were still able to fight continued on with their mission. The 2 groups soon met again in the north of Rain Country, having gone around the city of Omegakure and then reformed into a single army. Instead of going for the capital, they moved up north again toward Grass Country to repeat what they just did, before the enemy could even understand their real goal. Time skip. 3 days later. It took the Alliance's armies 3 days of fighting, but in the end they managed to conquer back every single nation formerly under the influence of Odogakure. The exception was Rain Country, where the city of Omegakure was still occupied. Naruto's army used the same tactic each time, going behind the enemy's lines and cutting their retreating routes while the armies of the east and west were forcing their way through the other side. The villages of Tanagakure and Kusagakure tried to resist behind their walls as AIM was currently doing, but they didn't have a Kage nor the resources to resist the combined strength of the 5 great villages. The casualties were tremendous on the defender side. It was estimated that Odogakure lost 15,000 men during Operation Stormbringer. 5,000 men were captured and in the process of being scanned by the Yamanaka clan's mindwalkers. The alliance still lost 5,000 men, most of them during the siege of the 2 minor villages of Tanagakure and Kusagakure. The drones from Sasuke's army fought to the bitter end, dragging with them as many as they could. It was now the morning of the 4th day since Operation Stormbringer started, and Tsunade was presented with a very unusual present during the Kage meeting of that day. In front of the council of the 5 Kage and Naruto, was none other than Odogakure's head of the medics, the one and only Haruno Sakura, gagged and blindfolded. The pink-haired Kunoichi was escorted by both the Hyuga and Yamanaka clan head, as she was brought before the council. "So, what's her status?" Tsunade calmly asked, hoping for a certain answer from the 2 men in front of her. "I'm afraid to say she is totally free of any form of mind control, Hokage-sama. My eyes could not see any trace of the Uchiha's Dujutsu on her neither," Hiyashi reported. "I see. Now what to do with your former apprentice?" Naruto mused out loud. Chapter 59, The Final Siege. Fortified Command Center. Haruno Sakura could hear some people speaking around her, but with the blindfold and the gag, she couldn't recognize the several occupants of the room she was currently being held in. She only managed to identify the voices of Tsunade, her former sensei, and Naruto, her former classmate in the academy. The Kunoichi paled when she heard what they were speaking about. Things were not looking good for her. She was charged with high treason, and they even found a way to discriminate the people who really were under Sasuke's mind control Dujutsu. She couldn't believe how easy it was for her to be captured, by her former rival for Sasuke's affection no less, Yamanaka Ino. She was in the process of running away from Kusagakure before the alliance could start its siege. Like many others in her case, she was intercepted by Naruto's armies before they could reach Omegakure. The blonde quickly took out the several jonin that were escorting her while Ino used a strange genjutsu that caught her off guard. The rest is history, and when she finally woke up, her chakra was already sealed and her movements were restricted. The next thing she knows, she's brought here in a room where her former master and classmate are discussing her fate with other people she didn't even know of. There is but one fate for those who betrayed the trust of their comrades and village, Hokage Dono. The Raikage said as he saw Tsunade hesitating with her decision on how to deal with Sakura. His words did not seem to wake Tsunade up though. Seeing his Ba-chan in this state, Naruto decided to stand up next to her and say the words she knew she had to pronounce but couldn't bring herself to, considering her relation to the convicted Kunoichi. Haruno Sakura, for your crimes against the leaf you are hereby sentenced to death. You would have been granted a quick and painless death, were your crimes only limited to your act of treason against Konoha. However, for your participation in the systematic and organized genocide of the population from the several villages your master Uchiha Sasuke invaded, you will be executed in public as soon as the situation allows it. Hiyashi, Inoichi, I want her chakra permanently sealed and her memory fully scanned for any information you may deem relevant to help us win this war against her master. Naruto announced. The 2 clan heads were surprised by Naruto's presence and how the blonde radiated authority in a room already full of leaders. Both nodded before taking away the prisoner. She would be escorted straight back to Konoha as soon as they could extract whatever they needed from her mind. Sakura was never allowed to speak for herself during all this, as unfair as it may seem, she was guilty, all knew and they had solid proof of it. Now, let's move on with this meeting, shall we? Naruto said as he went through hand signs and sealed the room. Given the enemy's recent abilities to infiltrate even the most secured places, they couldn't be too careful about this from now on. For the next 2 hours, every cage gave the assembly a precise report of all their battles against Otogaku's forces. As expected, Konoha had more casualties than any of the other villages, since they fought on more front lines and had specialized teams dispatched all over the continent with their medics, mindwalkers and Byakugan users. It was also decided during that time that the recent territories freed from the enemy's armies would be temporarily placed under the alliance's control, as protectorates, at least until all those nations could rule by themselves once again. As such, for the time being Kiri had to oversee Hot Spring Country, Kumo had Rice Country, Iwa got Waterfall while Suna took Grass. With Konan and her ties to Rain Country, Naruto and Tsunade agreed to have Konoha take charge in Rain when the country would be free again from Sasuke's clutches. Now that all those things are out of the way, we have one final matter to discuss, a megakure. Naruto said, gaining once again the attention of the entire room as the alliance's leader spoke about the last stronghold still under Sasuke's influence. A megakure, Cage Tower. Speaking of the devil, Uchiha Sasuke, said young man was currently pacing inside his office. He was furious, scrap that, he was livid at the blonde and his friends for once again humiliating him. He thought that the enemy would for sure target him first, with him being the Kajin and Uchiha. But instead of that, they only went for the other secondary targets, completely disregarding a megakure. Now, he lost all communications with the other shinobi villages under his command. He also lost contact with Sakura. The kunoichi was pretty pathetic in terms of combat abilities, but her healing skills would have been more than welcomed on this day, with the massive amount of injured they had. She was supposed to visit Kusugakure and its new poison research facility when all this mess started. The only thing he knew was that the village was attacked and they had to flee. As a result he knew that all he had left was the fortified city of Megakure. Even Rain Country was out of his reach now. With the alliance's armies were all around them, a huge siege was established and they were surrounded from all direction. In terms of military power, from the once 30,000 men under his command, only remained 10,000 of them, and even then, a good quarter of them were injured. The rest were tired and under a great deal of pressure. His last resort was to trust in the project Kabuto and Toby had been working on for the past several weeks. He was pulled out of his musing as his second-in-command entered his office. "I'm here to report the success from the activation of the clones, my lord," Kabuto said with a smirk, as he stood before his leader. "Finally some good news, how many of them were viable so far?" Sasuke seemed satisfied and asked back. 75,000, my lord. Some of them are still in the underground lab, but I took the liberty to deploy the rest all around the village. Kabuto replied, taking out a mini-map and showing Sasuke the position of their new forces. "You did well. Now, where is Toby? Was he not working with you on this project?" Sasuke said, noticing that the masked man was not there with Kabuto. "He was, my lord, but he disappeared as soon as the clones were activated. You better than anyone else know how hard it is to track that man with his space-time jutsu," Kabuto said with a frown. "I see, what of the prisoner Toby brought that helped to speed up the project?" Sasuke asked. "Still locked within the underground lab, I've put him under with pretty strong drugs, he shouldn't wake up any soon," Kabuto reported. "What about Suigetsu, Guren, Kimimaro and Jugo? What are they all up to?" Sasuke didn't really keep in touch with his staff lately. Ever since the alliance's counterattack started, the Otokage just stayed locked inside his office, only meeting with Kabuto once in a while. "Suigetsu is dealing with the remains of your army, Jugo and Kimimaro and restless ever since Sakura disappeared, and I haven't seen Guren in a while. I'm afraid she discovered that Yukimura is no more under our care and she plans or already did betrayed you," Kabuto replied. "We'll deal with that woman later, for now I want you to go with Suigetsu and oversee the healing of the injured. I want them all ready to fight once the enemy attacks us once again." Sasuke gave Kabuto his new orders. The silver-haired scientist left immediately after that, leaving Sasuke alone in his office once more. Neither of them took the time to look out the window, or they would have noticed that strange-looking bird that flew in circle in the sky of their city. It would have taken a single glance at it with the Sharingan to see that instead of a bird, the creature was in fact a small-sized dragon, summoned by Naruto in order to scout their defenses. The dragon spy didn't stay that long though, it just took enough time to spot the city's main defenses and assess the number of soldiers defending it. There was a lot to report and Naruto needed to know what it found out immediately, so the creature dispelled itself to return faster to its summoner. Back in the Alliance's command center. Naruto and the Five Kage were still discussing the details of their upcoming assault against the city of Omegakure when a puff of smoke disturbed their session. Out of the smoke appeared a small dragon and it immediately flew towards Naruto, its summoner, in order to give its report about the enemy's base. Naruto-sama, as per your wishes, I went to investigate the defenses of Omegakure. They have built up a large wall that goes all around the city, with multiple traps on its surface to avoid invaders climbing up. In addition to this, they set up some kind of long-range anti-siege weaponry that allows them to launch large rocks over a great distance. These devices are placed on the rooftops of their very tall towers, which allows them an even better range. Finally, my first estimation of the total number of their army is 80,000 men at least. There was something off about the most of them though. I felt something familiar from most of them but couldn't say what exactly. The dragon said, bowing down in front of Naruto. The audience was stunned by the information they just got from Naruto's spy, overwhelmed by the details of what Sasuke still had at his disposal. We all knew it was a possibility before Operation Stormbringer was initialized. In exchange for taking back all the territories that Sasuke invaded, we would in return, at least temporary, turn our eyes away from him and allow him to fortify his position while we take out his outposts. A said. But to think he still had that much soldiers under his command, they greatly outnumber us and furthermore, they hold the defender's position in the higher grounds. Mei added. We won't be able to come that much closer to their walls with their long-range weapons. Gaara mused out loud. Even if we take those machines out of the equation, their walls are still on our way. We won't be able to climb them so easily if they are trapped and have guards shooting us down over them. Kuretsuchi commented. You're too quiet, Naruto. What are you thinking about? Tsunade asked the alliance's leader. We can't get any closer to the city without losing many men in the process, and even if we could, we'd still be outnumbered 2-1 with them having the higher grounds. Naruto said. We already know that, Gaki. What are you trying to say? A barked out. You all look at the battlefield with only a two-dimensional point of view. However, if we were to consider a three-dimensional view of that same battlefield, there are two other ways to get in there that none of you have considered yet. We still surround them in all the directions, so unless they want to expose themselves by going out from behind their walls, it leaves us with all the time and space we need in order to prepare such an assault against them. Many of us have summoning contracts that would help us with the upcoming plan. My dragons could prove very useful in getting us over their defenses by flying over them. So now, let's get to work. Naruto announced, missing the look of amazement from all the people inside the room. Ninpo, Kuchio's no jutsu, yelled the blonde, as a small dragon creature was summoned into the human world. Omegakure, 1 week later. One agonizing week had passed ever since the alliance started the siege around the city of Omegakure. The soldiers were fine, given the fact that they either were the soulless drones programmed by Sasuke to do his bidding or Zetsu's clones that had no mind of their own either. The ones under pressure were Sasuke and his staff. They couldn't sleep very well, knowing that their enemy was right there, just outside the walls of the city, ready to attack. Sasuke even started to wonder if the alliance's plan was to just stand there and wait for them to starve to death while doing nothing more than block their escape routes. However, on the dawn of 7th day of waiting, the silence was finally broken by the alarm's sound, resonating all around the city. The already clouded sky of the city where it never stops to rain became even darker as thousands of creatures were spotted in the sky above them. We're under attack, Uchiha-sama. It's the alliance's armies, they are attacking us from above, yelled a Jonin that barged into Sasuke's office. To the walls, idiots, to the walls. Take position on the walls and shoot them down. Sasuke replied as he got on top of his cage tower to get a better view of the battle. He was soon joined by the remaining of his staff, Kabuto, Kimimaro, Jugo and Suigetsu. With Mei, Kuretsuchi and Gaara. Leading the assault from the sky were Mei, Kuretsuchi and Gaara. They had 10,000 men with them, riding summon creatures from all the summoners that could call forth flying animals. Naruto provided most of them by having Ryuo, the Dragon King himself, reverse summoned all his kingdom with him to the human world. Gaara was there as well, providing them with countermeasures against the defender's weapons with his sand shield. The Cage floated above the sky with his chakra-controlled sand, where the enemy could not reach him. Mei and Kuretsuchi were chosen to lead that attack due to their extensive mastery of Yoden ninjutsu, allowing them to bombard the city from above using their very effective lava attacks. The men and women with them used exploding tags to hit the city from their positions, doing less damage than the two Cage but still efficient. It took Sasuke's men some precious minutes to reorganize themselves, allowing the alliance's forces to hit many of their strategic defense systems. The long-range artillery was hit first. It was their priority to destroy those targets if they wanted to succeed in this battle. The main doors were targeted next. Their fall would allow the 20,000 men waiting outside to infiltrate the city. When Sasuke's men finally started to fire back against the aerial assault, Gaara used his radio transmitter to contact his allies. With Naruto, A and B. Phase 1 is clear, I repeat, Phase 1 is clear. Could be heard on the private channel used by the Alliance's commanders. That's Gaara's signal, the enemy is currently drawn to their walls, it's our chance to strike them in their back. Naruto said, getting nods from the Raikage and his brother. They were currently in the same sewer system that allowed Naruto, Konan and Kurenai to infiltrate the city not that long ago. As expected, the passage they had used to get inside the first time had been sealed ever since, but, with the time they had, new tunnels were dug and they were in the process of detonating a large number of exploding tags, right under the surface of Omegacure's town center. Naruto, A and B were chosen to lead the underground assault since they were the heavy hitters of the Alliance. Naruto and B were Juggernaut, monsters of chakra and stamina, while A was most likely the deadliest man alive in close contact. They too had 10,000 men with them, ready to jump out of the hole they were planning to create with the explosion of those tags. With a single ram hand sign, Naruto sent a silent command that activated all the exploding tags. A tremendous explosion followed and opened a gaping hole, right under the center of Omegacure. Let's go men, fight if you wanna live. A shouted as their group jumped out of the giant hole they just created. The Raikage immediately activated his Raiden no Yoroi, making him a lot faster and stronger. B and Naruto looked at each other, shrugging, and then followed behind the hyperactive cage, with B calling forth the Hachibi Yuki and transforming into his tailed beast form while Naruto activated his ultimate wind form, the Teni Maho no Kiwami. Once they reached the surface, they saw that the Raikage was already going wild with the first defenders he could get his electrically charged hands on. Naruto sighed and then took out a kunai with a strange-looking tag attached to it. The blonde threw it high in the sky, and when the tag activated, it produced a deep red flash above their position. With Tsunade, Yugito and Natsuki. Sounds of the explosion from Omegacure's town center were heard all the way to the Alliance's HQ, and seconds later the red flash was seen as well. That's our sign to begin the ground frontal assault. Yugito, Natsuki, you take the lead and I will organize our forces and see to the injured ones from behind. Tsunade said to the two kunoichi. Hi, Hokage Dono. You heard her, we move out. As soon as the gates fall we will charge right through them. Yugito said, standing in front of the 20,000 men in attention behind her. Another explosion was heard, closer to them. It was a combined attack of both the Tsuchi and Mizukage that just vaporized Omegacure's main gates. Let's go, the gates have fallen, yelled Natsuki as they all charged forward. Chapter 60, Chaos Under the Rain. Omegacure, top of the cage tower. Sasuke and the rest of his staff were quite surprised by the violence of the explosion that shook the entire area when the city's main gates were taken down. They could only stare from far away at the two kunoichi who were responsible for that action, the Mizukage and the Tsuchikage themselves, riding on top of two medium-sized dragon summons. Otogakure may have had a 2-to-1 numerical advantage in terms of army size, it didn't prevent the Alliance from taking advantage of the fact that they were trapped in a confined environment in order to outsmart them. His troops were just beginning to fire back against the enemy's flying forces when Sasuke saw the center of his city collapse, with the timed appearance of a giant hole made by explosives below the ground's surface. Naruto, the Hachibi Jinchuriki and the Raikage were leading that ground assault. Those three were army killers, meaning that each of them had the strength to fight off large numbers of enemies on their own. True to his reputation, the lightning shadow was already decimating Otogakure's troops left and right as he got out of the hole, covered by his Raiden no Yoroi. This jutsu boosted his body's entire nerve system, allowing him to move and react to everything a lot faster than any other human being alive could. He was so fast it was almost impossible for his enemies to see him move until it was already too late to dodge. Next was Killer B, Jinchuriki of the eight-tailed octopus and the Raikage's younger brother. B immediately changed into his Biju form and started to go on a rampage within the city, destroying buildings and stomping over his opponents as if they were ants. Due to his massive size, jutsu, weapons or anything they could throw at him had no effect on him, other than slowing him down a bit. Finally there was Uzumaki Naruto, leader of the entire Alliance's forces and former Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox. The blonde already had his ultimate wind form activated as he jumped out of the hole, the Tenimaho no Kiwami, that allowed him godly mastery over the wind element. It was a fortunate thing for Oto that Kabuto managed to develop a counter to one of Naruto's most destructive jutsu, the Hakuge or its derivative the Hakuryu. That jutsu allowed Naruto to literally make his opponents explode from far away, by expelling wind highly charged with chakra over his targets and then forcibly pulling that wind back from within the unfortunate victims. Since their first encounter with that incredible jutsu, namely the Battle of the Bloody Rain, Kabuto had devised a mask that every Oto shinobi was now required to wear, preventing Naruto's controlled wind to be inhaled. Never one to be discouraged by such a setback, Naruto chose to simply use his katana for the time being, cutting through his opposition with his long-range kenjutsu style, as if they were merely made of glass. It was the last straw for Sasuke when he gazed at the horizon, only to see the rest of the Alliance's armies approaching his now vulnerable city with its broken gates. He couldn't afford to let them come inside his capital. The situation was already chaotic enough as it was for more intruders to come in. He had to make his move now or it would be too late. Kabuto, you're in charge of the protection of the walls and the space where the gates used to be. You have more than enough troops there in order to fight them back. Make use of the artillery we hid in anticipation for this battle. The Otokage ordered his second-in-command. As you command, my lord. What about you though? What will you be doing in the meantime? Kabuto inquired, wondering what his leader's intentions were. I'm going to take control of our forces in the center of the city. Suigetsu, Kimimaro and Jugo, you three are with me. Kabuto, I want you to win me some time in order to prepare my counter. The Alliance's forces from the sky and those approaching from outside cannot be allowed to join with those on the inside of the city. Do you understand me? Sasuke replied. Yes, I understand, my lord. Kabuto said from his position before moving away to do as his master ordered him to. With Kabuto gone, Sasuke and his elite guard made their way towards the center of the city. Above the city with Gaara, Mei and Kuretsuchi. Kuretsuchi and Mei were still bombarding the city with Yoden techniques from the sky, destroying buildings and killing Otogakure's soldiers left and right. Neither of them had tried to hold back. Their jutsu were simply not made to take prisoners, melting away anything that was in their striking range. They didn't really need to concern themselves with their own defense either, since every kunai jutsu or projectiles that went near them was blocked by Gaara's sand. The case cage was floating high above in the sky, deflecting every attempt to shoot down his two fellow kage. However, Gaara could only do so much with his concentration, and it took a lot from him to cover for those two women who had to fly very close to the ground for their jutsu to really be effective. Otogakure really had an overwhelming number of men defending the walls of the city. For every man taken down, two more came after him to take his place on the wall. It started to show on the battlefield, as more and more soldiers from Gaara's group were shot down from the sky. The top of a tall building suddenly collapsed, with no intervention from the Alliance's forces, surprising the three kage as they turned their eyes to it. As the dust was blown away, it revealed the presence of Kabuto, the second-in-command himself, escorted by a few of his men. However, what really caught the attention of the three kage were the strange machines that were hidden on top of that tower. Gaara's eyes widened as he understood their purpose. Those were automatic kunai launchers, already loaded and ready to be fired. They didn't have the time to further study those devices as Kabuto's men immediately started to fire them towards Mei and Kuretsuchi. Gaara's controlled sand immediately sprang into action and blocked the first wave of kunai, but, to the case cage's surprise, the force behind those kunai was far greater than for a kunai thrown by a human being. Another thing that caught Gaara off guard was the fact that they detonated on impact with his sand barrier, most likely being exploding tags ignited once they were launched. All in all, it took Gaara a lot more chakra to withstand those attacks than it previously did. While this was happening, Kabuto managed to change position and jump toward two other towers where he revealed the same defense mechanism as the one he just released, right under the nose of Gaara and his group. Fall back, we need to temporarily distance ourselves from those. I won't be able to hold them back forever. Gaara said to the group, getting nods from both Mei and Kuretsuchi. Seeing this, Kabuto smirked as the first step of his plan worked. He had just managed to create a safe zone for them inside the perimeter formed by the firing range of those three towers, equipped with the exploding kunai launchers. This was a good thing that those devices were kept hidden until the last moment, otherwise they would have been destroyed during the Alliance's first wave as the rest of their long-range artillery. Seeing the Alliance's main external ground assault forces approaching, Kabuto decided to initiate the second part of his plan. He jumped out again from one of those towers, toward the center of the safe haven he just created. He landed on another tower, this one being a bit lower than the other three, and then activated a hidden mechanism that once again blew away the roof of the building. Instead of the mid-low ranged kunai launchers, this time it was one of those long-range rocks launcher that Gaara's group destroyed in the first moment of the battle. Damn, he got us. We can't get close enough to hit that new machine, and he reorganized their troops to defend that position. At this rate the ground forces will be exterminated. Gaara thought as he saw Yugito and the 20,000 men under her command approaching the city's entrance. The case cage was pulled out of his thoughts as the first rock was launched towards the ground troops. The rock flew away very fast and suddenly detonated mid-air, in the space above their allies, killing dozens of them in the process. In front of the city with Yugito and Natsuki. The Alliance's main army was currently struggling to get inside the city, as countless Odo shinobi were blocking their way in front of the main entrance. The defenders' troops were regrouping themselves in front of the giant hole that stood in the place where the main gates used to stand. Yugito and Nitsuki were organizing the troops as Tsunade had asked them to, however, they were both caught off guard by the appearance of a giant boulder flying over them. What the hell was that? Yugito shouted as she saw the giant rock flying over her men and then suddenly exploding, burying a few dozen of them under a shower of smaller rocks. Must have been the ammo from one of their long-range defense devices that Naruto's dragon spy spoke about. What the heck is going on up there? Nitsuki replied, as surprised as Yugito. I don't know, they were supposed to destroy all of those damn things as soon as the battle started. What can we do? We are sitting ducks for that weapon if we stay parked here. Yugito said. We can't go back. Gaara and his group would be fine since they can fly and all, but Naru-kun will have no way out if we back out now. Nitsuki yelled. I know how you feel, believe me, VOICEOVER are still in there as well, but what can we do against such firepower? Yugito said. I have an idea, but I need to speak with Matabi. Can you switch with her for a moment please? Nitsuki asked Yugito. The blonde nodded and then closed her eyes. Hey there Na-chan, what's going on and what do you want from me? The Nibi asked her former fellow Biju comrade as she took possession of Yugito's body. We need a way into that city, but those damn Odo ninja are in our way. We need a jutsu powerful enough to cut through their ranks, and I know the perfect one for that. I would have done it myself, but I'm technically not a Biju anymore. Nitsuki replied. You want me to fire an Amari against those fools? It's a dangerous attack. I don't know, the friendly fire collateral damages could be tremendous. Did you think about this? The Nibi asked Nitsuki. What other choice do we have? We're vulnerable right now against their weapon as we stand here. Furthermore, Naru-kun and his allies are in danger as well. Your host too has her special people inside that damn city. The redhead replied. Precious people, you've changed Nitsuki. The old you would have never concerned herself with those human you now call precious. However, since the partial unsealing, I too have new perspective on this world, so I shall assist you in this. Matabi said as she started to gather Yuki around her body. Everyone, make way. Yugito is going to unleash the powers of the Nibi, so stay back, you've all been warned. Nitsuki yelled as she jumped back while Yugito's body was going through the Biju transformation. Every Alliance's shinobi then jumped back, giving the Nibi the space she needed in order to fire her jutsu against the Odo armies. In her full transformed state, Nibi gathered Yuki around her mouth in a spherical condensed form and then turned her head to aim at the place where they needed to go through, the city's entrance. As the jutsu was released, everything went blank. Center of the city with Naruto, B&A. Absolute chaos, that was the only definition of what was happening in the center of a megacure. Near the hole that the Alliance's underground forces dug, stood the 10,000 ninja that came with Naruto, B&A. They were hiding among the rubble and ruins of the buildings that be destroyed in his Biju form. The pressure created by the countless Odo shinobi trying to push them back was tremendous. Only 3 Alliance's warriors dared to break formation and venture into the deadly streets of the enemy's capital. Naruto just killed another platoon that was trying to breach inside their perimeter. Those men never knew what hit them as the blonde used his undetectable genjutsu skills to decimate them. There's no end to them. What the hell is going on with our aerial and ground assault? Naruto asked loud enough for A and B to hear him out. No idea, but I don't plan to do this all day since my chakra reserves aren't bottomless as yours or my brothers are. Naruto. B, what do you see from up there? A replied to Naruto and then spoke to Killer B. Those fools just brought out some damn mid and long-ranged weapons from out of nowhere, bro. Our men are shot down like flies and the external forces are under heavy bombardment. B replied from his higher ground vision with his transformed state. No wonder we've been waiting all this time for our allies to link up with us without them showing up. They must have hidden some of their artillery weapons before the battle just in case. Naruto said. B. Get your ass out there and go destroy those things before they get the chance to annihilate all of our allies. The Raikage yelled out to his younger brother. Got it, bro, I'm on my way there. B replied as he made his way towards the enemy's artillery. Will you do me a service, B, and go look out for Yugito and Nitsuki at the doors once you're done with there? Naruto didn't have the time to finish his sentence when a bright light illuminated the area. Naruto's and B's eyes widened as they recognized the jutsu behind that phenomena. This was the Biju Amari, the strongest offensive jutsu a Biju could fire. Seeing that neither of them fired it and Gaara could no longer transform into his Biju state, ever since Naruto tightened his seal, they both knew it was Yugito and Nibi who did this. Things must be getting complicated for them out there, if Yugito had to resort to the Amari. I really hope Na-chan is fine, things aren't really turning out like we expected them to. Naruto thought as the light slowly dissipated. B was about to move on toward his new destination when one of his tentacle was suddenly lit on fire despite the continuous rain, proof that it was no normal fire and even more by their black color. This could only mean one thing for those who already knew of those dark flames: the Amaterasu, Uchiha Sasuke was among them somewhere close. B was yelling in pain and moved around randomly, trying to put the flames out, but couldn't do anything against the inextinguishable flames of Amaterasu. Naruto lost no time as he revealed himself from under his genjutsu, unsheathed his katana and ran to the rampaging B with the clear intention to cut. "What the hell are you trying to do to my brother, Naruto?" The Raikage yelled, as he saw Naruto preparing his blade. "Cutting myself a slice of nicely cooked takoyaki, why do you want some? Besides, it's either that or we let the flames entirely consume his whole body. Don't worry too much though, you better than anyone know that B will pull through this, and it's not like I'm cutting out one of his real human form's limb anyway." Naruto replied as he performed a clean cut of the still burning tentacle. "Damn, that hurt like hell, thanks Naruto. Now, where's the little shit who did this to me?" B roared as his burned body quickly healed with the help of his massive Yuki reserves. "Your enemy is me, Jinchuriki of the Hachibi. My sword will deal with your demonic powers," Suigetsu announced as he appeared on top of a tower with the Samahata in his hands. The Raikage was about to move toward his brother when he suddenly had to jump back, to avoid a volley of projectiles. Upon further inspection, he saw that they were all made of bone, most likely bones from a human hand's fingers. He turned his head in the direction where the bones came from to see Kimimaro. However, he had to once again dodge another attack as Jugo appeared from the side and tried to punch him. He would have normally tried to block the punch, but Jugo had his entire arm transform into his cursed state. A Shikatsumyaku Kekkei Genkei user and someone with Orochimaru's Juinjutsu. I won't be able to get away that easily, the Raikage thought before reactivating his Raiden no Yoroi. Naruto managed to hide behind his genjutsu again during the confusion and was about to go attack one of the newcomers from behind when the area around him was suddenly covered in black flames. The blonde had to use the Hiraishin in order to get away, revealing his presence to the people around him. "You finally came out to play with us, Sasuke," Naruto said as he reappeared on top of a tall tower looking right at his enemy, the Otokage himself. Chapter 61, Timeless Hatred. Amegakure, Town Center. Alliance's members and Otogakure's soldiers stopped their fighting for a second as the leader of Oto himself joined the battlefield. Apparently, he was already in his ultimate form as well, with his EMS activated, scanning the crowd of ninja and Naruto's new position. The break ended and the battle resumed quickly, as the defenders' side was boosted by the arrival of their leader and master. With no reinforcement yet and no place to fall back to, the Alliance's forces were not in a favorable position. Still trying to remain in their original formation, against the overwhelming number of soldiers from the enemy, they waited for Naruto to give them new orders. Speaking about those three, each had been assigned some tough opponents and their advance had been stopped for the moment. With the Raikage against Kimimaro and Jugo. Both Kimimaro and Jugo had their cursed form activated, granting them tremendous amount of chakra and a great physical enhancement. In addition to that, they were working quite well as a pair. Jugo went for the close contact while Kimimaro covered him from behind with well-placed attacks from his dead bone pulse bloodline. Their teamwork was flawless and they had their speed highly improved by the use of their cursed powers. Against those two, the Raikage had to use the full extent of his godlike speed, in order to avoid a critical hit from either of the two transformed beings. Fortunately for him, he was still faster than them, however, their combined destructive power was at least on the same scale as his own. The fight was quite balanced so far. The pair took some hits, due to their lower speed, but they still managed to stand on their feet and the Raikage was slowly but surely using up all of his chakra reserves without taking out his resilient enemies. Still, the first one to come to that conclusion was himself. Using his superior battle experience, he knew he had to do something soon or the fight would not end well for him. With Killer B against Suigetsu. B was quite surprised to see the Samahata again, in the hands of this young swordsman. Still, he was also wondering how this man thought he could have the slightest chance against him. While the Yuki drain would be somewhat annoying, it was nowhere close enough to defeat him. "Yo, are you sure your master sent you to the right place, boy? The last holder of that sword couldn't even defeat me in my human form, what makes you think you could beat me in my Biju state?" B probed his opponent, remembering his cocky behavior when he appeared. "While Kisame was a great swordsman and had a load more chakra than me, he didn't use his head in your fight against him. Your current state really seems powerful, but in the current situation, it will also doom you against someone like me," Suigetsu replied, extending both arms sideways to feel the rain pouring down over them. B had no time to wonder about his opponent's words as the silver-haired swordsman jumped from his position towards him. Reacting on instinct, B launched one of his tentacle against Suigetsu, hoping to catch and squash him. Upon contact, he thought for a moment that he succeeded, only for Suigetsu's body to explode mid-air, somehow like a water clone would. "Didn't the 8th blade of Kiri tell you how our fight went?" Suigetsu said as he instantly formed a new body from behind B and slashed the giant octopus with the Samahata. His flesh wounds started to heal, but a little bit slower than his usual regeneration speed. "8th blade of Kiri? Who the hell are you talking about, yo?" B replied, trying to gain some time. That hit was nowhere strong enough to critically hurt him, but a few more like that one, and even him would start to feel the strain. What made Biju, or Jinchuriki like him, especially resilient was their ability to rapidly use their large reserves of Yuki to heal themselves. Those attacks using the Samahata were doubly taxing against him, both hurting his physical form and draining away his regeneration powers. "He's the one you were all calling K's no Kami, the only one so far to have beaten me. That was a surprise attack that decided the outcome of our match. It won't catch me off guard again, but a loss is a loss. I defied him as a swordsman and, while he had no reason to accept, he didn't beat me fair and square," Suigetsu told him, not missing the twitch in B's eyes when Naruto's moniker came out. "Damn it, I knew I should have stayed to that council meeting instead of going off to schedule my next concert," B thought as he remembered skipping the debriefing from Naruto's mission to AIM. With Naruto against Sasuke. Naruto didn't bother with the reactivation of his genjutsu since he knew Sasuke could follow his movements, using the disturbance in the flow of the rain to track him. Strangely enough, he also took notice of the lack of an air filtering mask in Sasuke's gear. That could only mean that he was either too arrogant to use the device, or that he had found a way to counter Naruto's jutsu. Either way, Naruto decided to act first by launching a preemptive strike. He went through hand signs with an incredible speed of execution. Futon. Hakuge. Naruto yelled as he expelled a big gush of wind toward his opponent. He was surprised to see Sasuke, still not moving away from his spot, as the Uchiha smirked smugly at him. The wind wave washed over Sasuke's position and upon contact, it was instantly ignited, revealing some sort of Kaden shield all over him, nullifying Naruto's Futon jutsu. Seeing this counter, Naruto narrowed his eyes and tried to formulate a new plan in his mind. "What's the matter? Your puny jutsu failed to reach me, Dobi. Your offensive powers are nothing in comparison to Susanoo, my ultimate defense. That being said, Susanoo can be used for offense as well." Sasuke bragged as the giant humanoid shadow shielding him started to move and a bow materialized out of nowhere in its hands. Leaving no time for Naruto to prepare himself, the giant shot an arrow at him with its bow. Naruto instantly threw a Hiraishin kunai away and moved to it, only for a second arrow to fly toward his new position. With no time to use another Hiraishin movement, Naruto decided to change the momentum of his trajectory. "Senpo, Ryu no Hata," he shouted, deploying his dragon hybrid form with two wings growing out of his back and by so evading the second arrow Sasuke just shot at him. He knew where to shoot his second arrow by tracking my Hiraishin kunai. That was pretty clever, I guess. Now, what can I do to reach him? Any wind-based attack will be nullified thanks to his fire defense. Let's try to test its physical resistance. Naruto analyzed in his mind before jumping out again to avoid another arrow. While still in the air, he summoned out another Hiraishin kunai and went through hand signs for the Kage kunai no jutsu. He then started to literally cover the whole battlefield with his Hiraishin markers, a solution against Sasuke predicting his next position, since he was only using one kunai for his movements up until now. Once his preparations done, Naruto reappeared in front of Sasuke and channeled chakra to his eyes to activate the Rugen, his sage dragon eyes, that allowed him to process fast-moving objects. "Let's see how absolute your defense really is then, shall we? My dragons are born in and breathe out fire, there is no way you can burn my dragon parts," Naruto announced as he sent chakra to his dragon wings to strengthen them in anticipation for his next move. "Senpo, show Ryu ha," yelled the blonde as he reappeared a few meters behind Sasuke. Not even a second later, a loud cracking sound was heard and a part of Sasuke's Susanoo was seen damaged by the contact with Naruto's Nujutsu. "So much for your invincible armor, Otokage-sama," Naruto said with a smirk. This time, Sasuke was the one who lost his confidence as he saw his ultimate defense slowly reforming at the cost of some extra chakra. Naruto would not let him rest though, as he used the same jutsu again and again, moving from one side of the battlefield to the other with his godlike speed, using all the Hiraishin markers. Sasuke stood in the center of all this, helpless against the blonde's assault, as his armor was relentlessly attacked from all sides. Once Naruto finally stopped, to see the result of his actions, the Susanoo was almost completely destroyed. Gone were the arms with the bow, the better part of the upper body had been damaged too, the only safe part was the head, since Naruto saw no point in targeting that area. Sasuke was seething in anger, forcing his chakra output to keep his defense up but knowing it was only a matter of time before Naruto went through it. "What are you waiting for, you idiots, remove his damn kunai from the field." Sasuke yelled at his men who had been staying at a safe distance from the fight up until now. The Zetsu clones and his mind-controlled drones immediately moved forward on the battlefield, trying to obey their master, but Naruto once again saw this coming and launched a counterattack. "You really fight like a coward, Sasuke. To triumph without peril brings no glory," Naruto said as he channeled a large quantity of chakra to his wings for another jutsu. "Senpo, Hyaku Ryu Ha," he said as he then disappeared in a white flash. The difference with his previous technique was that this one allowed him to randomly travel from one marker to the other with no break until he reached 100 jumps. The 1,000 men who had tried to intrude on the battlefield stood no chance, as Naruto unleashed the upgraded version of his newest creation. The dragon hybrid sage tore through everything in his path, leaving no one untouched, Sasuke included. The jutsu allowed Naruto to place the additional hits that were required in order to completely remove Sasuke's ultimate defense. The whole battlefield in the center of Omegakure froze. No sound was heard, as everyone stopped their actions to look at Uzumaki Naruto standing behind Uchiha Sasuke, holding his katana against his opponent's throat, ready to cut. "With your death, the war will finally be over, Sasuke," Naruto said as his arm holding the katana started to move. However, at the exact same moment, an explosion right where they were standing shook the entire area. Naruto had to jump away to one of his marker to avoid being caught in the explosion. When the dust cleared out, on the other side of the battlefield stood an old acquaintance. Tobi was there, holding a barely standing Sasuke. "Akatsuki," Naruto said as he cursed his lack of judgment for delaying Sasuke's death. Tobi said nothing and simply allowed Sasuke to stand back up on his own. Sasuke had all the trouble in the world to stand on his own, having used up almost all of his chakra reserves. Furthermore, ever since his near-death experience he had felt something strange happening to his eyes and had to close them to reduce the amount of pain he was currently feeling. Once he finally reopened his eyes, he saw everyone around him surprised and staring at him, for he was unaware that he had just unlocked the supreme Dujutsu, the Rinnegan. When he finally saw his reflection in a nearby puddle of water, he was as astonished as the rest of the audience and allowed a smirk to appear on his tired face. He then turned his back to Tobi and looked at the still stunned Naruto. "What took you so long, Tobi? I don't know how, but I got this new power. I have no more chakra, so I order you to." Sasuke started to say but never finished his sentence as an arm suddenly pierced his ribcage from behind. "I take orders from no one, no even you, my other self," Tobi said as he removed his hand from Sasuke's corpse and took off his mask, showing the face of an older-looking Sasuke with the M's in one eye and the Rinnegan in the other one. "Who? Why?" Sasuke managed to say as he felt his life force leaving his body. "I am you, the you from an alternate future reality. In my own original space-time, I was about to lose against him again, so I used an ultimate jutsu with the Rinnegan and M's in order to travel back in time and erase his existence before he got a chance to become powerful again," he said, taking a look at Naruto who was also listening to his tale. "I managed with that jutsu to travel back to the day before his birth, however, it was not without a cost. I lost my Rinnegan in the process and only succeeded in preventing his parents from sealing a part of their chakra in his body. I thought this would have been enough to hold back his growth as a ninja, since in my universe, even with his parents sealed in him, until almost the end of the war, he was an useless orange-wearing idiot that shouted over the rooftops that he would surely one day become the Hokage. Without them to protect him against the beast he had sealed in him, he was not supposed to become stronger." Tobi took a break again, as he started to channel medical chakra to his hands and bring them near Sasuke's eyes. "The recoil from using the time-traveling jutsu in my fight against his damn parents took a lot of me and forced me into hiding for a very long time. I never suspected that by my actions against his parents, this would trigger him meeting and bonding with the beast inside him to such an extent that he would become an even greater threat to me in this universe than he ever was in the previous one. To this day, I still don't know how the Sharingan naturally evolves into the Rinnegan, however, I tried to use the ones I stole from Nagato, his cousin. This just isn't the same and I can't use the full extent of my powers with them, so I waited and waited for you to become stronger and finally activate those eyes. Now that you did, I don't need to play this ridiculous Tobi or Madara part any longer." He finished as he finally took out the eyes of the dying Sasuke and sealed one in a scroll while he implanted the other one in his own body. Losing no time, he threw away the corpse of his alternate self and started channeling chakra to his newly acquired Rinnegan eye. As the effects of Sasuke's Kotoamatsukami wore off with the caster dead, the unfortunate victims across the battlefield stopped their actions, wondering where they were of what was happening. The clones also halted their attacks and remained unmoving, as were the Alliance's forces seeing their opponent's state. It was the same for Kimimaro, Jugo, Suigetsu and Kabuto. Seeing the death of their leader completely took them off guard. Everyone was now waiting for what would happen next between Naruto and this mysterious Sasuke from the future. Finally, we find ourselves face to face again, both at the peak of our powers. I've seen you fight my younger self and I know you didn't even use 1/3 of your true powers. I originally planned to kill you before you could become a threat to me again, but fate has deemed that we would face each other again in this lifetime. Granted, you weren't this powerful nor did you use all those wind-based moves in my reality. I'll show you how the true Uchiha Sasuke fights. However, I don't want anyone to jump in and interfere with this fight, so brace yourself and hold on a moment. Sasuke said. From now on Sasuke means the older alternate one. The young one is dead for good, may he forever burn in the deepest pit of hell. Using his gravitational powers he pulled himself off the ground and started to float in the sky, moving towards the center of the tower and rising in height. From the outer battlefield where she was stationed, Conan's eyes widened at the sight and she used her radio emitter to signal to the entire Alliance's forces what was going to happen. To all Alliance's personnel, the enemy is going to use a devastating detonating jutsu that will vaporize the better part of the city. I repeat, imminent massive explosion in the center of the city. Fall back immediately, you won't survive the blast. I repeat, full retreat now. She yelled over the radio emitter she had. It was pure chaos, as not only the Alliance's troops but also the city defenders heard her broadcast. Gaara's group immediately used everything they could to evacuate as many people as they could. Natsuki and Yugito, already being outside the walls, ordered a full-scale retreat of their troops. They were also followed by some former Oto-converted troops. The true problem was for those who came into the city using the underground path. They were now trapped inside with no way out and no time to reach the walls. With no other solution, they tried to reach the sewers again, praying that they wouldn't be buried alive under the ruins of the city. Naruto felt responsible for their fate and was about to attempt something when Ina appeared behind him and put a hand on his shoulder. We came here knowing the risks, Naruto. Let me and be worry about our troops' safety, you just stay focused on this guy. If there is one person who can defeat him, it's you and only you. If what he said is true, you already beat him once in the past, future, whatever. Do your best, we believe in you. As said before joining the troops with B. As Sasuke reached his desired height and channeled enough chakra, he stopped moving and spread his arms wide open before looking back toward Naruto. Too late, Shinra Tensei. He yelled as everything turned white. Chapter 62, Final Clash. A Megakure, outskirts of the city. As the blinding light created by Sasuke's jutsu died down, those lucky enough to have evacuated the city in time tried to gather themselves with their companions. The Shinra Tensei took out the better part of the Zetsu clone's army. Having no sense of self-conservation, they didn't try to leave the city when hell broke out. Those programmed by the Kotoamatsukami were lost, not understanding the situation and their presence on that battlefield. The Alliance's main forces, on the contrary, only took minimal time to reform their lines, with the rest of the group under Gaara's command joining them. Natsuki and Yugito, under her normal form again, were already in charge. Gaara left Mei and Kuretsuchi leading their group to safety while he tried to fly over the city and see the extent of the damage. Kabuto, Otogakure's second-in-command himself, surrounded by the enemy, had no other choice but to surrender. Not that he would have continued to serve this new Sasuke, as the bastard just tried to kill them all with his last jutsu and had been using them in the shadows since who knows when. He was quickly put under physical and chakra restraint and extracted to a safer zone until further notice. Seeing the outcome of the battle, Tsunade quickly summoned Katsuyu, the slug summoning boss. The medics were overwhelmed by the sheer amount of injured people they had to treat, and the arrival of Tsunade's slugs was very welcomed. The blonde Hokage only hoped her knucklehead of a surrogate son was alright. Above the city, with Gaara. The cage was floating in the sky, using a small amount of controlled sand. The damage done to the city was tremendous, nothing was left of the former city of a Megakure. Only ruins and rubble remained where houses and high towers used to stand only a few minutes ago. As he came closer to the ground level, Gaara saw that Naruto was apparently unharmed. Same could obviously be said about Sasuke. Both of them were staring at each other in the center of the city. Seeing no movement there, Gaara decided to search for the other members of the underground expedition group. He looked for the hole where they came from and was surprised to see a partly burnt killer bee, still in his biju state, covering the hole with his body. The Jinchuriki was not alone, his brother, the Raikage was with him, trying to put away the rubble that was crushing his brother's body. It looked like they used B's form to absorb the blast from Sasuke's jutsu. Even though he suffered no critical damage, B was still injured and it took a lot of him to sustain the strength behind the Shinra Tensei in an attempt to cover their group's retreat. Countless dead bodies were washed away by the blast, mostly Otogakure's forces. Gaara tried to locate the higher staff of Sasuke's former army, namely Kimimaro, Jugo and Suigetsu, but failed to find their bodies. With his preliminary recon mission over, Gaara took off again and left the city in order to go inform the other Kage of their precious people's whereabouts and status. Most likely those from Kumo and Konoha would be pleased to know that Naruto, A and B were alive. Now, the rest was left up to Naruto, once again as the Alliance's beacon of hope against the threat that the Uchiha represents. Ground Zero, with Naruto and Sasuke. Everything around them for a mile had been pushed away by the Shinra Tensei, leaving an empty and plain field for the two of them to fight it out. From the result of this final battle, the fate of the elemental nations would be sealed. Whether good or bad, the end was close now. On one side, in his white clothing stood Uzumaki Naruto, champion of light. On the other side in the black clothes was Uchiha Sasuke, avatar of the darkness. From a corner of his eyes, Naruto also looked for A and B as Gaara just did. He was relieved to see them both alive, albeit injured, but still breathing. He could now focus all his attention to this character, and Uchiha Sasuke, apparently coming from a future version of this world. The tale he heard from the man was still fresh in his mind. All his life, everything that made him go through hell in his early years up to the point where he found love, had been a consequence of that man's actions. If what this Sasuke said is true, he should have met with both his parents when he tampered with the Shiki Fujin seal holding back Natsuki. That, unfortunately for him, never happened and he was quite sad to learn that he missed the chance to meet Minato and Kushina in this lifetime. However, something else came to him while lost in his thoughts. His meeting and bonding with Natsuki was also an indirect effect of that man playing with the timeline. Naruto didn't know nor did he wanted to know if he had had another chance for love in that alternate universe where he and Natsuki weren't this close, for he already felt like the happiest man on earth to have found such a mate. The blonde was still in his dragon sage form, with his wings deployed and his Rugen activated. There was only one Hiraishin kunai left, the one he just used in order to escape the blast since all the other ones had been blown away. Naruto decided to attempt the same strategy he just used in his previous fight against Sasuke. Going through hand signs he once again covered the battlefield with his markers in preparation for his attack. Senpo, show Ryu Ha, he yelled as he took off toward his opponent. However, instead of simply standing there and counting on his shield, Sasuke performed his own space-time ninjutsu. The Uchiha disappeared shortly, only to reappear a moment later in Naruto's path and then, with a well-placed high kick, the raven-haired warrior intercepted and kicked the blonde away. All this happened in less than a millisecond, but to those two, it was almost a normal speed. Nevertheless, Naruto was surprised. His jutsu had just been countered and he also took a nasty hit at full speed. Did you really think that it would be as easy as it was against my younger counterpart? Let me remind you that you aren't the first one to have used the Hiraishin against me in a fight. I've studied that jutsu and came up with my own version of it. You won't be able to reach me with such pitiful attempts. Sasuke said with a smirk before channeling chakra to his body and summoning his own version of the Susanoo. In addition to the small crossbow it already had, this one also carried a sword in its free hand. What made it really dangerous though, were the blazing black flames that were covering its whole body. The previous version only presented some purple flames, not these dark one from the ever-famous Amaterasu. Without waiting for his opponent to regain his composure, Sasuke immediately went on the offensive and started to fire arrows coated with those dark flames toward Naruto. The blonde managed to avoid the first arrow, once again thanks to the several Hiraishin markers set all around the field. However, this version of Susanoo could continuously fire arrows at him and he had to continue dodging for a while, making it hard for him to concentrate on formulating a battle plan to counter his enemy. Damn, his attacks are much faster than with the previous version of that jutsu, gotta concentrate one hit of that attack and I'm dead. His first counter may have surprised me but I'm still faster than him, all I have to do is to remain focused and I'll be alright. If only I could use my genjutsu skills against him, that's the one thing he has no counter against, but the damn rain is making it easy for him to follow me. Naruto analyzed in his mind, as he evaded another flaming arrow coming his way. However, in the middle of his move his eyes suddenly widened, as he finally thought of a counter that might actually work against Sasuke. What's the matter, Dobi? Is running away all you can do? Sasuke taunted as he saw the blonde evading another arrow. This Sasuke had a lot more chakra than his younger self so he could still go on for a while before worrying about his reserves. With the Alliance's leaders. When Gaara reported the situation inside the ruined city of Omegakure to his fellow Kage, they decided to move closer in order to provide help to Naruto if he ever needed it. With the situation outside the walls now under control, they also sent help to the underground tunnels, led by Konan and Yugito, in order to rescue whoever was still trapped there. Tsunade, Mei, Kuretsuchi, Gaara and Natsuki were the only alliance's warriors allowed on scene. Some other high-ranking shinobi were left in charge of the cleaning up, as Sharingan no Kakashi from the Leaf or Zabuza, the demon from the mist. As the group reached the city's walls, they were greeted with a vision they would forever remember. Sasuke's new and improved version of the Susanoo repeatedly firing flaming arrows toward Naruto, who was skillfully evading them using the Hiraishin Jutsu. This was a battle above Kage level and they all knew none of them had what it take to get in there. Nevertheless, looking at the flow of the battle, they knew from experience that Naruto was currently under pressure and on the defensive while Sasuke had the momentum and was on the offensive. All had, at some point in their lives, witnessed Naruto's strength and it was really impressive to see the blonde struggle against his opponent. Natsuki wanted to come closer but was prevented from doing so by Tsunade, who knew better than to let the emotional redhead distract Naruto, in the middle of the most important fight of his life. With no other choice, the group stayed there and continued to watch the battle from afar, praying for Naruto's success. Back with Naruto. Naruto swiftly moved away from Sasuke, trying to create some distance between them, and then immediately went through a familiar series of hand signs before slamming his right hand on the ground. Ninpo, Kuchio's no jutsu. He yelled as a large cloud of smoke was generated. Seconds later, Ryuo, the Dragon King, appeared next to him. He was Naruto's only dragon that had yet to enter this war, since all the other ones had been summoned for the aerial strike team. Ryuo was a special case though and could only work with the true contract summoner, Naruto. What have you called me for, Naruto? Most of my subjects have already gone back home and told me that you and your allies were about to win this war. The dragon leader said he starred at the deserted ruins of Omegakure. That's partially true, the only one left to beat is that guy. However, he uses some nasty fire-based attacks with the black flames of Amaterasu. You're the only one who could withstand those, that's the reason why I summoned you. Naruto replied while pointing Sasuke. He then did a new hand signs and called another jutsu. Futon, Kyoku Suigetsu. Naruto calmly announced as he disappeared from Sasuke's sight. The Uchiha could somehow still see the general layout of Naruto's body, thanks to the rain streaming around the blonde. Naruto then started to speak with Ryuo, but, in this state Sasuke could not use his Sharingan to read the blonde's lips and consequently had no idea of what they were discussing. The black dragon suddenly took off and started to quickly launch black fireballs towards his target, surprising Sasuke, and in the confusion, he completely lost track of Naruto's position. Sasuke tried to scan his surroundings with no success, as the blonde really had taken advantage of the situation to disappear. He used his Susanoo to fire arrows at Ryuo, but the elder dragon had the same Rugen eyes Naruto had and easily avoided the attacks. Furthermore, the Amaterasu had no effect against him, as the one dragon who breathes dark flames himself. Ryuo suddenly rose higher in the sky and finally got out of Sasuke firing range. As soon as he was in the safe zone, he started to bombard the Uchiha with powerful fireballs, destroying even more the already ruined Omegakure. Sasuke cursed since he couldn't move from the ground as long as he had his Susanoo activated. Seeing the black flames from the Dragon King coming closer to him, he had no other choice but to jump out, temporarily shutting off his ultimate defense jutsu. No human being was impervious to those flames, he could control and extinguish his own flames at will, however he had no control over those from an external source. As soon as the Susanoo was disabled, Sasuke felt the wind output increase all around his body and not a second later, he felt a great deal of pain as something pierced him from the back, right next to his shoulder. Turning his head backward, Sasuke tracked the attack back to a small shadow located by the broken form of the former cage tower. This was a place where the rain couldn't reach and the perfect spot for Naruto to hide himself in, more than a mile away from him. Futon, Kamishini no Yari. Naruto said as he revealed himself, holding his katana and pointing it toward Sasuke. The Uchiha fell to the ground, with blood leaking from a corner of his mouth, the likely result from some internal bleeding. Losing no time, Naruto moved himself on top of Ryuo using the Hiraishin and then, both the Dragon King and his summoner launched a new jutsu at their downed target. Futon, Dai Tenika Furyu and Dan. Naruto said, as he and Ryuo launched a combined attack composed by his partner's black flames and his wind dragon jutsu to fuel them. The result from their collaboration jutsu was a blazing black wind dragon flying down on the still unmoving Sasuke. The Uchiha couldn't get away, too distracted by the pain he felt to use his space-time jutsu. He brought a hand to his bleeding mouth as the torrent of dark flame fell on him. Naruto's attack created a lot of smoke as it touched the ground. Seeing that Sasuke didn't have the time to run away, he was hoping this last attempt was good enough. The flames died down pretty quickly. Contrary to Amaterasu, they didn't have the ability to burn for days without a proper source to fuel them. Once the scene was cleared, Naruto was surprised to see the burnt remains of Manda, the boss of the snake summoning contract and the only creature Enko never tried to summon. "How dare you use me like this, Uchiha? You will pay for this." The Snake Lord died in the middle of his sentence, succumbing to the full extent of his injuries from Naruto's jutsu coiled on himself. Once Manda died, part of himself rolled off, revealing Sasuke and 6 shadows, protected from Naruto's technique by the several layers of Manda's burnt flesh. The blonde's eyes widened as he saw the Rinnegan in their eyes, but the most surprising thing was their identity, for in front of him stood Jiraiya, Itachi, Danzo, Orochimaru, Kisame and Nagato. Naruto knew from the reports of the infiltration mission in AIM that Sasuke had the bodies of Itachi and Danzo. Orochimaru and Kisame's presence weren't such a surprise either. This was not the first time he would have to face an opponent with the famed eyes from the Sage of the Six Paths, but to go against his own teacher was not something he would have ever seen himself doing. Furthermore, he was not expecting to fight his cousin Nagato again either. All in all, Sasuke had assembled a very dangerous group of individuals as the members of his paths. One thing is certain, from my first fight with Nagato, I can tell that they are all already dead, feel no pain and have no emotions whatsoever. They are controlled using the Rinnegan and share a common vision field. I'll have to disable that link between them, if I am to remain in this game, as there is no way I could face those 6 at the same time. Naruto thought from his position on top of Ryuo. With the observers. Jiraiya, to see you again like this. Tsunade couldn't hold back her tears from seeing Jiraiya again. Of course she knew of the Rinnegan and how the wielder could control the dead in order to do his bidding. It pained her to see the Toad Sage used like this, an empty vessel with no mind of its own. "Leave me alone, you cowards, he needs my help." Natsuki had to be restrained by Gaara and his sand, otherwise she would have jumped into the fight. The sight of all those S-ranked shinobi, teaming up against her mate was more than she could handle. No matter how strong he is, it wasn't fair for him to fight them on his own when there were 4 other Kage watching this battle. The Kage were all ashamed to admit that the best they could do for Naruto right now was to not interfere in his fight. With Natsuki's or their presence of the field, the blonde would not be able to unleash his most destructive jutsu, and those were currently the only means to defeat Sasuke. With Naruto, the drones lost no time and immediately started to attack the blonde and his dragon. Orochimaru summoned the Kusanagi and tried to pierce Ryuo with it, only for the dragon to swiftly evade it, thanks to his Rugen eyes. Itachi and Danzo used a combo attack. Itachi fired a Gokaku while Danzo increased that jutsu's power by infusing his Shinku Taigyoku into it. Naruto had to jump off Ryuo while the dragon took the giant fireball straight on, receiving no damage since he was immune to fire. As soon as Naruto left his summon, he was pulled toward the ground by Nagato's Bansho Tenon. It was too risky to come in close contact with Nagato, so the blonde decided to flash away toward the closest Hiraishin marker he had on the ground. Unfortunately for him, as soon as he reappeared, the ground below him started to sink, signaling Jiraiya's signature Yomi Numa trap. Naruto barely managed to see what was happening around him when Kisame appeared out of nowhere and tried to decapitate him using the Samahata that Suigetsu left on the field when the explosion destroyed AIM. Ryuo pulled Naruto out of the swamp jutsu just in time to avoid Kisame's hit and quickly flew to a higher height without looking back. That was very close. 1 second later and the blonde would have lost his head in that combined attack by Jiraiya and Kisame. "Are you alright, Naruto? This is your former sensei, will you be able to fight against him and really give it your all?" Ryuo asked the blonde. "Don't worry, I'm not scared to face him right now. Quite the opposite, in fact, it is my duty as his student to not let the Uchiha use him that way. I'm not even sure if there's still a part of his soul in that body down there. The last time I faced the 6 paths, they were like soulless drones." Naruto replied. "Very well, how do you want to do this? Even you can't fight them all on your own, we need a solid plan to win this." The Dragon King said, remembering their first contact with the paths. "There is only one path left. I have one last jutsu I can use against them that will ensure our victory. The reason why I didn't use it up until now is because I'll only have one shot at it before my chakra reserves are completely depleted." Naruto told Ryuo. "What can I do to help you?" his summon asked. "I need to stand still for a definite amount of time while I channel my chakra for that jutsu. I'll need to stay concealed within my genjutsu field for that, but, with the rain it's easy for them to track me. We need to find a way to temporarily stop the rain. I don't suppose you can do something like this?" Naruto said. "I can't. Water is not really my field of expertise, but I know the one for this." Ryuo said as he reverse summoned another familiar dragon, Hirenmaru. The ice dragon was quickly briefed on his mission and lost no time as he immediately rose higher in the sky above them. During all this, Sasuke had managed to heal himself from the cut he received earlier. He was furious that Naruto had once again managed to escape, even the 6 paths weren't enough to finish him. All were currently scanning the sky, trying to anticipate Naruto's next move, when something changed. The air suddenly felt much colder and the rain instantly stopped. This was unheard of in AIM, for the rain to stop like this was not something that happened in hundreds of years. Snow started to fall, but the strange thing is that it didn't fell inside the city, only around it. Sasuke's eyes widened at this. It could only be Naruto's work, meaning the blonde was somewhere around them already, hidden in his genjutsu field. A large fireball, launched by Ryuo, forced Sasuke and his paths to move closer to the center of the city. 7 pairs of Sharingan and Rinnegan were scanning the surroundings in order to detect the slightest movement from Naruto, but without the rain it was now impossible for them to locate him. "This is the end, Sasuke," Naruto suddenly said, as he appeared right in the middle of where Sasuke and his paths had jumped off to after avoiding the fireball from Ryuo. Fuinjutsu markings started to appear on the ground, all around them in a 100-meter wide circle range. Uzumaki Zenjutsu, Haifujin no Jutsu. Naruto yelled as time stopped inside the field he just created and he once again became one with the wind. Chapter 63, New Era. A Megakure, City Walls. The noise coming from within the city, due to the repeated use of higher-level ninjutsu in the fight between Naruto and Sasuke, suddenly ceased just like the rain that stopped falling all around them. Not even the sound of the wind blowing inside the deserted city could be heard as Naruto launched his jutsu. The Kage were impressed by this unnatural phenomenon. Most of them had read the reports from Naruto's battle against Nagato, the other Rinnegan wielder, in front of Tsunagakure. They heard he had an ultimate technique that even transcended the Hiraishin, however, seeing it with their own eyes was really something else. Tsunade, is that the Haifujin? They were all pulled out of their thoughts by the arrival of both A and Killer B, as the Raikage was the one who asked Tsunade the question. B was back in his human form, healed but pretty much worn out from the overuse of Yuki and taking the Shinra Tensei head-on. "I don't really know, I have only heard vague descriptions of that technique from him. This is my first time seeing it, and even for Natsuki, who was not there at that time, it's a first as well." The blonde replied without looking away from the battlefield. True to her words, Natsuki, Naruto's mate and the one who taught him the most including the skills for his wind bloodline, was mesmerized. The redhead had a millennium of experience in using the bloodline she gave Naruto, and even she was impressed with his genius mind when it came to jutsu creation. She had never felt the need to further develop her skills beyond the standard level that she taught Naruto, as she never had anyone to call a rival or her equal. The Alliance's leaders knew they were the witnesses of a battle that would mark this timeline. Just as the fight between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha marked a new beginning in the shinobi world, this one would also be the beginning of a new era in the shinobi world. With Naruto. As soon as the Fuinjutsu markings appeared on the ground, Naruto disappeared again from within the circle. A gush of condensed wind suddenly appeared all around the bodies of the 6 paths, forcing them to instantly leap away in 6 different directions before everything went silent. They were still trying to use their eyes in order to locate the blonde but failed to do so. For the 6 of them, even using the Rinnegan, there was nothing else inside that perimeter than them and Sasuke. However, what surprised Sasuke, the one controlling the 6 paths, was that their 5 senses seemed to be failing them. At the exact same time, the bodies of the 6 paths were attacked by an unknown force. This could only mean that it was indeed Naruto, still using his genjutsu tricks, but the most curious thing was that they could feel nothing other than their own injuries caused by this unknown source. No sight, no sound, no smell, no feeling of what was attacking them could be identified. It was as if time itself had stopped within the field. The only indication of Naruto's presence was the constant damage the 6 paths were taking as the wind was shredding their bodies into smaller pieces. Quickly enough, the only 2 remaining inside the time trap were Naruto and Sasuke. The Uchiha had managed to once again escape Naruto's attack by moving out of phase with his own space-time technique as soon as he saw the paths getting destroyed by the blonde. However, as he tried to escape from Naruto's field, he ran into a dead end. When he reached the limit of the field, his phase-shifting jutsu failed and allowed Naruto to instantly locate and force him back toward the center. Naruto remembered a conversation he had with Konan about Toba's abilities and how she had originally planned to fight against the man. Flashback. 1 week after the spying mission in AIM. Naruto, Kurenai and Konan had just finished the debriefing from their mission in Omegakure. They were still in River Country, which had just been conquered back from Otogakure by Gaara and his forces. They rented rooms in a small hotel. It was only temporary as they were to be redeployed quite soon. Kurenai had gone to sleep while Conan and Naruto were still discussing the events that took place in Omegakure. "Conan, what can you tell me about that Tobi or Madara guy?" Naruto asked. "Not much, I'm afraid. He mostly talked with Nagato and I've never even seen his face. He called himself Uchiha Madara, one of the 2 leaders of the founding clans from Konohagakure." Conan replied. "Do you know about his abilities? I'm mostly interested in that space-time jutsu of his. It seems more versatile than the one my father created, even though it's quite slower. I'll need to find a way around it, if we are to one day face each other on the battlefield." Naruto explained. "Before you came to save me, I originally planned to defeat him using my observation of his phase-shifting jutsu. Once he launches this move, he cannot be harmed for as long as he keeps that jutsu active. However, for him to harm you, he needs to phase back into our plane of existence. That's the moment where he is vulnerable. From what Nagato and I were able to assess, he can keep the jutsu up for about 5 minutes at best. My first plan was to trap him in a containment field with enough exploding tags for a 5 full minutes of detonations." Conan told him of her previous plan to defeat Tobi if it came down to it. 5 minutes. Naruto mused out loud as he made his way outside the hotel toward a training ground instead of going to sleep as Conan and Kurenai did. Flashback end. When Naruto used the Hyfugen for the first time, against Nagato, everything happened so fast since he had already individually defeated the 6 paths. The jutsu wasn't meant to remain active for so long when Naruto had developed it in the first place. However, at the time he had just released Nitsuki from the seal and was still in the process of taking full control of his gigantic Yuki reserves. It took him some time and lots of effort, but he somehow managed to extend the time he could keep the jutsu up. Sasuke made a total of 3 attempts to leave the field, and each time he collided with the invisible barrier Naruto had set up. Each failed attempt had allowed Naruto to deliver severe injuries to his opponent. After his second attempt failed, Sasuke even tried to phase back inside the field in order to launch a Kaden jutsu around him and counter Naruto's wind mode. That also failed miserably, as the Uchiha never even had the time to channel chakra to his lungs that Naruto was already on him, giving him another injury. It had been 4 minutes since Sasuke's last appearance and Naruto had already kept his field active for 5 minutes. This was the best the blonde ever managed to reach in training, but he knew he had to keep on going. Sasuke, for his part, had already sustained several critical hits on his body and the next one would probably kill him too. It was now a race against time between the two. On one hand, if Naruto was the first one to concede and break his containment field, Sasuke would get a last chance to kill the blonde since the blonde would be too tired to even fight back, or the Uchiha could also escape, albeit severely injured but still able to live and fight another day. On the other hand though, if Sasuke was the one to phase back in first, with his 5 minutes jutsu coming to an end, then Naruto would be the one to kill his opponent with his force field still active. With the cage. Ever since the battle had reached the state where Naruto launched his Hyfugen, the cage, B and Nitsuki had the hardest time to follow the fight between Naruto and Sasuke. To them, after seeing the paths being defeated by an invisible force, the field looked completely empty. The only exceptions to that were when Sasuke tried to escape from the circle thrice, and also when he attempted to phase back inside and launch a jutsu. Other than that, absolute silence was all they could get from that fight. Tsunade had been sad and relieved at the same time to see that Jiraiya's body ceased moving. This was for the best, so now she and Nitsuki were praying for Naruto's safe return among them. They had been joined by the highest-ranking officers from their army, for Kakashi, Guy, Anko, Kurenai, Karen and Conan from the Leaf had joined Tsunade's side. Yugito, Darui, C as well as Samui and her team from Kumogakure had also joined the Raikage B. Most of those powerful warriors had come here to witness the end of Naruto's fight. The snow, right outside the walls of the city of Omegakure suddenly ceased to fall, only for the rain to start pouring down on them all over again. The sounds from the wind blowing and the rain falling down on the ground could also be heard again from within the city. This could only mean one thing: the fight was over and, for better or for worse, a winner had been decided. Center of the city. In the center of the ruined city of Omegakure, lay the bodies of both Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, as the rain was streaming over them. Naruto's dragon summons had long gone back to their realm when the blonde used up all his chakra reserves. Nitsuki was the first on scene, as she managed to slip out of Gaara's restraints when the cage temporarily lost his focus, with the rain suddenly falling down on them again. The vixen was scared to death when she saw Naruto's unmoving body on the ground. She rushed to him, only to see that he was still breathing and just unconscious. Tears of happiness rolled down from her eyes as she held her mate in her arms. He had a nasty injury right above his heart, but it wasn't life-threatening and he would live with the appropriate treatment. They were soon joined by all the other observers, who were amazed by the damage taken by the city from Naruto's and Sasuke's fight. Tsunade quickly stabilized Naruto and patched him up for Natsuki to bring him back to their home. She then went to see Jiraiya's downed form while Konan went to look after Nagato's. Both had been relatively kept intact, despite taking Naruto's most powerful jutsu. Most likely, a final act of loyalty from Naruto to his late master or to his cousin. It had been especially visible once compared to the remains from Orochimaru, Danzo, Itachi or Kisame. Naruto had been merciless with them, as they could barely be identified. Once the Alliance's members made sure their hero was alive, they looked at Sasuke's body. The Uchiha had multiple injuries all over his body, all from taking on Naruto's space-time technique. The most noticeable ones were the gaping holes in his chest cavity, right where his heart was supposed to be, as well as in his eyes. It seems that Naruto had made sure to extract what made Sasuke such a threat to everyone, his Rinnegan and Sharingan eyes. Looking all around them, no one could find where the blonde had put those two powerful eyes away. Maybe he just destroyed them. They would have to wait for him to wake up to learn more about that. For now, all they could do was to leave this cursed place and go home to their loved ones, for the war was finally over. Thus ended the Fourth Great Shinobi War, where the combined forces of the 5 great villages fought against a common threat, Otogakure and its leader, Uchiha Sasuke. The hero of this war, Uzumaki Naruto, was also the leader of that alliance. Naruto was the one who ended this war, by fighting and killing the man responsible for all of this. Timeskip, 6 years later. Quote ellipsis. And this is how Daddy managed to win against the man with those powerful eyes and put an end to the Shinobi War. Naruto finished his tale, as he held his 6-year-old daughter on his lap. Sugoi Daddy, please tell me another story from your adventures with mommy. The young girl pleaded with her father. Naruto chuckled at this. It was really difficult for him to say no to her. I'm sorry Kushina, but it's getting late and your mom doesn't like it when you stay up late. Naruto replied as he put his daughter in her bed. Kushina was born 6 months after the war ended. She was named after her grandmother. Since the former Jinchuriki also represented the link between Naruto and Natsuki, it felt right to name their daughter after her. Natsuki's pregnancy had been found pretty late, since the vixen had no prior knowledge about those things. Naruto was the happiest man alive when Tsunade and Natsuki gave him the news. Their wedding came right after that, as Naruto was set on marrying Natsuki before she gave birth to their unborn child. The ceremony was presided by Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. It took place in Konohagakure, on top of the Hokage monument. Guests and friends from all over the elemental nations came to attend the wedding, as Naruto was the most famous shinobi in the world. Obviously, the 5 Kage were there as well. However, Naruto was quite surprised, or maybe he half expected it since he was the one who teased them the most about it, when Gaara brought Kuretsuchi as his date for the wedding. Everyone in Konohagakure was happy for their hero, his friends, the shinobi and civilians. There was one person that missed the wedding though, not that she could be called a friend to him, they still grew up and went to the academy together. Haruno Sakura was executed, 3 months after the war ended. No matter how hard the civilian council protested, this was a shinobi matter and that decision had been made during an alliance's meeting, with all the other Kage attending no less. Sasuke's other accomplices that also followed him without the use of the brainwashing technique were sentenced to death as well. Kabuto had been captured during the siege while Jugo, Suigetsu and Kimimaro were found half dead in the ruins of Omegakure. Tsunade had been sad by the death of someone she once loved like a daughter. She decided to take a short vacation to gather herself, and in her stead, she named Naruto her temporary replacement. It was a good training for him if he ever wanted to succeed her in that position. This only lasted for a few months, since she promised the blonde she would take care of Natsuki's health monitoring with the pregnancy. Naruto was pulled out of his memories when he heard the front door of his house opening. He left his daughter's room and made his way downstairs to the living room. Once he arrived there, he was greeted by the presence of his wife, Uzumaki Natsuki and his 2 sisters, Konan and Karen. The 3 of them had been visiting Kumogakure since Natsuki missed her sister Matabi. Naruto had asked Konan and Karen to act as escort to his wife during her vacation. Hello you 3, how was the trip to Kumo? Naruto asked. It was great, all our friends from there send you their regards. Konan replied. That damn musician Killer Bee was still annoying as hell. Karen added. Everyone's doing fine, especially my sister. I think she is making poor Yugito crazy with her antics each time they switch possession for the body. Natsuki finally said with a smile. I'm glad that everyone is fine. You should go see Kushina, she really missed all 3 of you girls. I just put her to bed after telling her a story, but she was far from tired and if she's anything like me or you, I bet she's still up. Naruto told them. As the three Uzumaki women went to see Kushina in her room, Naruto was once again left alone. Telling his daughter the story of how he ended the war made him remember his final fight against Sasuke all over again, especially the ending of that confrontation. Flashback. Final moment of the fight. As he and Sasuke had both reached their limits in holding up their respective jutsu, they tried to summon every last bit of strength they had. Looking around, each of them found something that decided of the outcome of that fight. Sasuke gazed at the dead form of his brother, Itachi, as the sole reason that made him want to become stronger in his original timeline, only to find out that everything he believed in was a lie. Naruto had no way of knowing when his jutsu would fail and was faced with a choice. He could still try to dispel the field and attempt to escape and fight again another day, or he could keep on going and hope for the best. Naruto looked around and saw all his friends looking at him from the walls of the city. He also spotted his reason to live, Natsuki, and knew he had to finish this now for hers and everyone's sake. That was the tie-breaking factor, the difference in support they had allowed Naruto to phase back in a mere fraction of a second later than Sasuke did. It allowed him to reach further into his enemy's guard and place a hand, right where Sasuke's heart was located, to launch a Shinzo Hakai. The Uchiha blindly tried to activate a Chidori and still randomly managed to hit Naruto, but not in a critical spot. As Hirinmaru was dispelled, the rain fell down again on them, revealing Naruto's presence right in front of Sasuke with a hand ripping out his heart while the Uchiha barely managed to merely injure the blonde. Despite the pain, Naruto summoned his last strength into plugging out Sasuke's eyes from his head, throwing them in the air for Ryuo to burn them before the Dragon King was also dispelled. Both warriors fell to the ground and everything went dark. Flashback end. Naruto decided to go to bed as well. Tomorrow would be a long day since it was the chosen day by Tsunade for him to formally succeed her as the 6th Hokage of Konohagakure. The last 6 years had been especially peaceful, with the alliances meeting still taking place twice a year. People were really starting to understand each other and no war had been fought ever since. He had accomplished Jiraiya's dream and was about to make his own a reality, by becoming the Rokudaime Hokage of Konohagakure and having a family of his own with his loving wife and their daughter. End.